Hello, hello. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere under the constellations. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Thursday, November 27th, 2025. Thanksgiving. And what you have stumbled across here, it is called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM, what's that stand for? The New American Media. Or is it this? Is it an upside down flag or a right side up flag? Well, we have to ask the question. The pressing question, have the Seditious Six or the CIA just sparked a civil war? What is going on in D.C. with the execution attempt, the shooting, an Afghan soldier, a CIA asset? What do we know? What do we think we know? What do we kind of know? What's too early to report? We're within 72 hours. We are within 72 hours. And within that time, nobody really knows anything. We sort of do. We try to start narrowing it down, but you got to leave a lot of room for grace. You don't know what you don't know. But we're going to talk about that. How many millions of potential sleeper cells have been pre-positioned across this place by the last regime that seized control in 2020? Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play the intro to the show, and I'm going to go work on, we're going to have a day-long thing, is what I'm getting at. We're going to have a day-long hangout session. This is going to be a marathon. And I don't know about you, but there's a lot of food that needs to be prepared. There's a lot of things that need to happen. And I think we're going to deliver this show to you in bursts. So we're going to kind of jump in between showing documentaries, such as where the New American Media went to January 6th to interview people. We're going to lead with that. Then we'll probably go to Hurricane Helene, Help on the Way, that documentary that we made. Not sure what we'll go after that. Maybe keep a... Not entirely certain, but I'm going to bounce in and out, and I am going to get to some of this news. Let me pull up the Instagram feed, because that is quite often where our show topics come from. So if you want an update on what we know, they're saying it's Ramanullah Lakhanwal, an Afghan who ambushed and critically wounded 2 National Guardsmen in Washington, D.C. The claims from Kristen Sokolov that he wasn't some random asylum seeker. He was literally a paid CIA partner force member in Kandahar, Afghanistan. Check the patch he's proudly wearing in his old photos. NSU. So here, let me show you this. I was just going to give you a quick highlight, and then I'm like, well, let me just run through it with you. There's going to be a lot of claims. I don't know if this is accurate. I think Kristen Sokolov usually takes a second to put out accurate info. I don't know. But what do we know about this? What does it mean now that things have escalated to this point? So we're going to talk about these stories today. And I want to welcome everybody into the show. Put the chat up on the screen. There's David up in Canada. Hello, David. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to you. John, howdy, 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 howdy. Happy Thanksgiving Day. Where's Kenneth? Did I see Kenneth? Oh, there's Kenneth. Gobble till you wobble, folks. There you go. John saying prayers for the families of the fallen heroes. What is the latest? Let me just get the latest. Because this is the quickest I could get today's show going, and I got to bounce out and I'll bounce back. And we're all just going to hang out. We all have things going on in family. So when we have the chance, let's bounce in here. It's just going to be a live stream all day. We're hanging out all day. Update on terrorist attack on National Guard members yesterday. According to Grok, what we know, 2 West Virginia National Guard members shot in a targeted ambush near the White House in downtown Washington, D.C. in what authorities are investigating as a potential act of international terrorism. The incident occurred around 3 p.m. outside the Farragut West Metro Station, prompting a brief lockdown of the White House and other federal buildings. The attack has heightened tensions and ongoing deployments of National Guard troops to the Capitol for security reasons related to immigration enforcement. The victims are 2 unnamed West Virginia National Guard soldiers, 1 male, 1 female, assigned to D.C. security duties. Both remain in critical condition as of November 27 morning, hospitalized at George Washington University Hospital. One sustained a head wound described by her father as a mortal wound, though officials have not confirmed fatalities. Initial reports from West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey suggested both had died, but this was retracted due to conflicting reports. Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll visited them late on November 26 and called for prayers, describing the victims as heroes. Suspect identified as Ramanullah Lakamal, also reported as, anyway, a 29-year-old Afghan national who entered the U.S. in 2021 via the Biden administration's Operation Allies Welcome program for Afghan evacuees. He applied for asylum in 2024, which was granted in April 2025 under the Trump administration. Oh, okay. I don't think I understood that part of the story correctly. April 2025, under the Trump admin, he was granted asylum. He drove cross-country from California to D.C. specifically to target military personnel, according to federal officials. He approached the guardsman in uniform, shouted Allahu Akbar, and opened fire with a handgun. There you go. One guardsman, unarmed except for a knife, fought back and stabbed the suspect. Other nearby guardsmen then shot Lakamal, who was wounded and taken into custody at the scene. No other bystanders were injured, though early reports mentioned a third shooting victim, unconfirmed. The FBI, led by Director Kash Patel, is spearheading the probe as a federal assault on law enforcement officers with possible terrorism ties. Authorities are examining potential links to international terrorist groups, though no manifesto or affiliations have been publicly confirmed. U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro stated that the case will be prosecuted at the federal level. President Trump, in a video address from Palm Beach, Florida, labeled the shooting an act of terror and a heinous assault, blaming lax immigration vetting under Biden, vowed a very steep price for the perpetrator, ordered an immediate review of all Afghan evacuees admitted to Operation Allies Welcome, and requested deployment of 500 additional National Guard troops to D.C. Trump also sought to overturn a recent federal court ruling deeming the Guard's D.C. presence to be unlawful. And some people are saying, oh, well, this is your false flag because there was a federal court that said the Guard's D.C. presence is unlawful now. So you need a reason to keep them in there, so they're going to stage something. That doesn't mean it's all an act. It means that it could be planned, paid for, mind-controlled, MK Ultra, who knows? The CIA presence, special operations. There's a lot of accusations being thrown around and question marks. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser called it a targeted shooting and urged calm, emphasizing community safety. Other officials, Homeland Security, released the immigration history, criticizing unvetted entries. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth echoed Trump's call for more troops. Afghan evacuee advocacy group Afghan Evac condemned the attack and warned against broad backlash against the community. Shooting coincides with the controversial Trump-ordered Guard deployments to D.C. for mass deportation operations, criticized by Democrats like Representative Jasmine Crockett, who compared them to slave patrols just a day prior, and Senator Lissa Slotkin, who alleged random shootings by troops. Conservatives, including Representative John Rutherford, have blamed D.C.'s soft-on-crime policies. Media reactions vary, with the White House criticizing MSNBC's Ken Dilanian for a beyond sick initial tweet downplaying the incident. No charges formally announced. Streets near the White House remain partially blocked with heightened security. Okay, so that's what we know. And that's what we're going to unpack. These stories and more on today's program. So let's get things started. And we are going to have a great day. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Be cooking some food. Having a grand old time. The TNAM Daily Show starts now.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. As I mentioned previously, we are going to have a marathon today. We're going to get to all these stories. And I swear, I know that's how it goes. Do you know what song that is? I don't know how well I'm singing it. Now I'm looking for the show that I had pulled up. Okay, this is the one I want to. Oh, I guess I need to. Okay. Encountering a new technical thing. In order to play this, I'm gonna I'm gonna have to go back into my YouTube studio. And then take. Oh boy, how do I do this? Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. I'm just realizing I need to turn monetization off for this piece of work in order to play it. Otherwise, they're going to put ads in it, and then they're going to flag my live stream because of the ads that they put in their own content. My own content on their own network, they would flag the same ads as copyright infringement. It's like beyond the looking glass. It's through the looking glass. It's beyond goofy. Hello, Dennett. Hello. All right, I think we have it figured out now. We're going to play this for you. Share this instead. Let's pull this up on the screen. This is our documentary. Pop that off for a minute here. This is Declassified, the unreleased J6 interviews. This is when we traveled to January 6th to talk about what was going on and get a finger on the pulse. Is there a reason why I can't full screen this? And then YouTube's weird this way. Well, it's the best we can do. Let's do it. Starting from the top. Here we go. I'll be back in a couple. On January 6th, 2021, the New American Media filmed a series of interviews with attendees of the Save America rally featuring President Donald J. Trump. In the months surrounding the 2020 election, the New American Media social media accounts and contributors were banned and content was erased without warning, explanation, or ability to appeal the decision. Accordingly, our January 6th interviews were never released until now. Under duress, to avoid the possibility of any further censorship, we refer the viewer to cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views.
Brian Engelman here with the New American Media because the old American media has failed you. We cover events, we show up because we just want to talk to the people and find out what's going on. You can watch Fox News, you can watch MSNBC, and they'll tell you what they think is going on. But I just want to talk to the people in real life. I want to see it in real life, and we want to show you what's going on. Where'd you come from? What brought you out today?
By Denver, Colorado.
Excellent. And for what reason did you make the trip?
Trump said he'd like to have his supporters here. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do. He just said he wanted the support, so we're here.
How's it going? I'm JC. I'm from New York. I came out here 4 hours and a half away because I will not allow them to steal the election. It's not even about Trump or Biden anymore. It's about the American people. We need to stand up. This is all we got. This is it. The media is censoring everything. You can't post anything that is pro-Trump because it'll censor you, but you can post all the pro-Biden stuff and you won't have any issues.
Chris Salo, I live in Utica, New York, and what brought me here today was to support my president, to stop the steal. I feel that this country, the Democrats have gone so far left to blatantly steal an election, presidential, to happen in America. This happened happens in the Soviet Union. Putin's elected for 37 years now. Okay, but come on, this is crazy. Insurrection Act. He needs to use the Insurrection Act, take over all the media, lock them down, send them all to Gitmo, and pick up all the generals and all the Kirk Comey and all those people who started this false bull crap back when he first got into office, before he even got in office. Who spies on the President of the United States? Who? And gets away with it. Are you kidding me? That's insanity. Pure insanity. Trump, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act.
All right. Well, I was going to say, what's your message to President Trump? But I think I just heard it.
Act, martial law.
My name's Mike Jones from Elizabeth, New Jersey. And I'm out here feeling that the election was not a fair election. And I'm supporting other people who have a similar mindset. I just think the numbers don't work for me. If I felt that this had been a fair election, I wouldn't like it, but I accept it with no problem. I've never come to a protest, a political protest.
Right.
But this can't happen in a democracy. This is the freest country in the history of the world, and I see that slipping away.
And if it does, where else are people going to turn to?
Exactly. Alex de Tocqueville. When America ceases to be great, the world will no longer be great.
I'm out here fighting for President Trump, all of our military, and our great United States. That's why I'm here from Ohio. And God bless us all.
Thank you so much.
Honey.
Appreciate you.
Baby.
South Carolina.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I guess your hands are full, so I'll do both.
My name is Dave. I came here from South Carolina. I came out over concerns about our elections, a concern about the direction of our country. There's nothing more important than election integrity and the free press and a fair and honest press. That's very important. And so I'm out here today to show support for everything that President Trump has done for the country, and to show a little bit of a protest against the way some of the elections have went and some of the media coverage has went. And I'm hoping for a better direction for our country in the future.
What's your name? Where'd you come from? And what brought you out today?
I'm Paul Stearns, and I'm here to support President Trump. Well, hey, I gotta go.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure thing. Brian Engelman here with the New American Media.
Nice to meet you, Brian.
Thank you so much.
Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia. Actually, not D.C., D.C., but right here in the nation's suburbs.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I missed the name?
Dennis.
Dennis, all right. Dennis, what brought you here to this event today?
You know, I've been to a lot of Trump rallies, and this is the last time I'll ever see Donald Trump. But actually, I decided to attend the entire week from the 5th to the 7th because I actually lost a lot of good Republicans that were hardworking lose in unfair, rigged local elections. This is no longer about the president to me. It's personal. And these people are my friends. They're at my church. They're hardworking American Republicans, and they've been outed by the media, by criticism and stereotyping of Trump supporters. And I think it's really unfair that hardworking people lose their job just because they support Donald Trump.
And so what is your message to the social media, the information dissemination services across America in 2021? Our Facebook page was deleted without cause, without explanation. On election night, I was silenced. Then they deleted our page. And it's like, if we can't even talk to each other, it starts to get dark. What do we do
That
with
is a great question,
that?
Brian, from the New American Media. And the answer to that problem lies in the solution. It seems that Twitter used to back Donald J. Trump. In fact, I love Twitter so much that the Washington Post had less information about what the government did in the last 3 years than Twitter. Their owner sold us out recently and told Trump, after they was pressured by Facebook and the political social media giants, that his message can't be used unless it's fact-checked.
My name is Paige. We're from Florida, right there by Daytona and Orlando. We came out because we're patriots. We want this election fraud to stop. We want to stop that steal, and we want to be free. We don't want our rights taken away. You know, and the people that are coming out, they're not just Republicans, they're not just patriots, they're not just white supremacists like they want to call them.
Of course.
These people are Democrats. They're not just on the right, they're on the left, they're in the middle. They're not coming out because they're lying. They're coming out because they want it to be a real election. They want it to be fair. Now, I want Trump to win, of course, but I want it to be fair.
My name is Marcus Aurelius. I'm born and raised on a little farm in Colorado on the Eastern Plains, not in the mountains where it's all beautiful. And I grew up in a Democratic family because it made sense on a farm.
Right.
In that time, in that era. I'm here for this. So I'm just an ignorant American here to try and understand something, to gain some wisdom. I know nothing, and I'm here to see what it's about, what's going on. I need to know for myself. I gave due to family reasons, I gave no shit about politics until about 3 years ago when it started affecting me.
It affected you in which way?
Well, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. I've been a small business owner my whole life. I really started to prosper in the last 4 years. And to actually have a say in it, to have some clout in it, for it to matter to you when you own something like that.
Some skin in the game.
The skin in the game, it matters.
My name's Ashley. I'm from Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
Yeah. Just out here standing up for our country. I do a lot of stuff in Portland, obviously, with the craziness going on there.
Portland's an interesting place, isn't it?
It is very interesting.
But the trek across the country to D.C., why did you do such a drastic thing?
This is actually my second time out here in the last couple months. I really believe that we the people need to stand up for what's going on. I mean, it's been proven time and time again that there was fraudulent activity in this election. And if we let this go, it's setting a precedent for what our country is going to turn into.
Well, my name is Michael D'Antonio, and I'm from South Carolina, the upstate. And we're here because we love Donald J. Trump. That's right. He's the best president we've ever had. And I'm so proud to have him as my president. And we need election integrity. We need it. And he's helped my life and everyone's life more than they know. And we need more people like him. And it's gonna, 4 more years. It's gonna be good.
What do you hope happens? What do you expect happens?
Well, I don't want them to put Biden in at all. I think they need to postpone and bring it to Supreme Court.
There's been overwhelming evidence.
Good.
There's been overwhelming evidence, and it's shocking that the Supreme Court has turned a blind eye to it, and we're pissed. We the people are pissed. And it could not be more clear that Donald Trump has won. There's never been more energy for any president ever. He's done more for this country than any president, and we stand with him today. He's fought for us, so we're just happy to be out and fight for him as well.
My name is Hallie, and I'm from Colorado Springs, Colorado. And I'm here because I've watched my state change over Democratic politics, and I'm seeing it happen all throughout the United States. It's been happening for a while, and all of a sudden it was kind of like the rug just ripped out from under us. I've watched every election during my lifetime, and I've never seen a fiasco like one that happened on November 11th or November 3rd. I believe that people out here believe there's bigger things going on. We're hoping for some things to be declassified. We're hoping, that this gets changed. We're hoping that Pence has some pride in this country and contests this election. I believe there are going to be other people that are going to contest the electors. So we're here. We're here hoping, praying, and holding the line.
Michael Zatelli, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm also a veteran. I'm here to stop the steal because, election rigging has been happening for a long time, but it's never been this obvious.
Right.
When President Trump came to Pittsburgh, there was 30 to 100,000 people at his rallies, and I went to the one in Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that same week when Joe Biden came in, there was 8 people. Not even enough to fill like a half school, like those mini school buses. What I think will happen is more of the same, where Congress is going to do whatever they're paid to do because they're paid from the highest bidder. A lot of them are on the Chinese payroll. They are. Mitch McConnell's wife, actually, she has all these ties to the CCP. And so what's going to happen is the more they rig elections and lie to us, the more people are going to stop following the laws because the government's breaking its social contract with the people. So when 300 million people just stop following the law, like we've been this whole time, the government can't do anything but fall apart. Everything will fall apart. We don't want that to happen. We want it to stick together based on biblical principles. You don't lie, you don't steal, you don't bear false witness against your neighbor, but they're lying to us, stealing from us, and bearing false witness against us every day. So they need to go to jail. They need to go to the funny house, and they need to be, they need to be held accountable. But they're above the law.
My name's Martin Dreisbach. I'm from South Carolina.
Like this. Let's get it. Okay.
From South Carolina, and we're just here to support Donald Trump and stopping the steal. I served 15 years in the military, and I think it's really sad. That we can't have a fair and honest election, or one that people can have faith in. If you don't vote, if you don't get out here and pick a side, you really can't complain about the way things go in the future.
Brian Engelman here with the New American Media. Thank you for taking a minute to join us today. What is your name? Where are you from? And what brought you today?
My name is Matt. I'm from Pittsburgh. No, what brought me out here is just the amount of corruption and everything going on in the world, and it's only going further down. And I think the more people that stand up and make a movement and speak out, the less likely shit's going to go bad,
And you fear that. You're concerned about this.
And, I'm not saying it's not bad now, because it is, but until bodies start stacking, that's when shit gets bad.
Maggie Kelty from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Go Browns.
Go.
Ah!
Married to a Browns fan.
Oh, you're a smart lady. You must have a wonderful
I'm
man.
wearing Cleveland Brown pajamas, but I'm telling everybody that.
Fair enough. But what brought you today?
I love my country. I love my country. And I've realized that we have generations that don't know civics, don't know the Constitution, and really blindly follow the media. Otherwise, decent Americans are losing their country. They're out of fear. We're being programmed like the Chinese, who are suffering. The Chinese Communist Party, the billions of suffering people there. So I'm here to say we're not morons and we're not blindly following Trump. He's just a bull at China shop. He said, wake up the establishment, take back your country.
My name is Greg Sesselman, and I drove down here from Muskegon, Michigan with some friends from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm here to be with all these patriots. I want President Trump to be our president with every soul and atom in my whole body. But it pales. My desire for him to be president pales in my desire for the constitutions of the United States to be followed. The U.S. Constitution and the state constitutions. If they followed their laws, we wouldn't be here today. All of us would be home. But they cheated and they broke laws. Governors and secretaries of states broke the law where the legislatures are supposed to set all the voting rules, and they broke the laws, and we're standing around watching football games. It's disgusting. And that everybody in America, not just Republicans or independents or libertarians, everybody in America should be absolutely disgusted with this. Because by true votes, Trump is the most popular president that's ever been elected by over 6 million votes over Obama himself. And they say that this guy got more than that. He couldn't fill 6 circles both times he came out in the public. This is a disgusting travesty is what it is. And I'm sorry that this is happening to America. I'm glad I got to live in a free state, at least for a while. And I cry for my children and my grandchildren. God love America just a little longer.
Bill Powers, and I'm from Ohio.
Okay.
And I come here today to support our president. And I believe that the Supreme Court is not doing the right thing. I think they're trying to lead us into anarchy, which can be a bad thing. But I just can't understand why, if they can find one cheating vote, how much cheating is enough? They wouldn't cheat one just to be there. They would cheat to win. And that's what they're doing. And how can they let that go? I mean, if you can prove, I thought the vote was supposed to be sacred. It's not sacred, it's mail-in.
My name's Alan Norton. I'm from Robesonia, Pennsylvania, and hopefully we're here to stop the steal. Yeah, I hope we can make it out of it. This needs to happen. I hope there's 10 million people here today. I hope. I don't know if it'll happen, but
we'll see.
It needs to happen.
Well, what would you say, finally, our final question, what would you say to President Trump directly if he could watch us?
Keep going. Listen to Alex Jones. Whether, people like him or not, he's been on target.
Because I feel that the elections were stolen, and I hope Trump is going to be another 4 years president and is going to clean up the corruption of here. So we're going to have freedom for the rest.
And where did you come from?
New York.
From New York. What would you say to President Trump directly?
He should stay in the White House for another 4 years and take care of all the corruption. So drain the swamp.
What message do you have for the president?
Don't concede.
You think there's still a chance?
Oh, big time.
Is it happening today?
Yes.
We're going to find out.
Okay.
So what would you say to him directly?
Well, for one, I love you. You're doing a great job. Keep going. Don't give up. We're all behind you. There's so many people here. Like, we are here. We're willing to do whatever. A lot of people are done.
Done?
Done
Just
with
done.
all of this. Yes.
Done and over it all.
I would love to see this come to a peaceful resolution, but I 100% don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately.
Soon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I've been through a lot when it comes to the things that have been going on in the country the last couple years.
Same here. Same
I
here.
lost a really good friend to the violence in Portland. And
I'm so
Aaron,
sorry.
we love you. Aaron J. Danielson. And I see it turning bad if something doesn't happen. I really do. And it's unfortunate. I don't want to see that in our country.
What is your message to President Trump if he would have a chance to see this?
Thank you for everything you've done, President Trump, for our country. We really appreciate it. The silent majority really appreciate it. You've done so much, and I hope that you will get a chance to do more. Keep fighting.
President Trump, please stay there if you can. We appreciate everything you've done and been a great leader. Thank you very much.
Talk to him directly. What would you say?
President Trump, we love you. Do not concede. We don't want you to concede. If you have to call martial law, do it. We are behind you 100%. You see all the patriots out here. You see all the Americans out here. We stand for you. We'll be with you. And we have your back 100% forever. And we want Don Jr. to run next.
16 more years.
That's right. 16 more years.
So what is your final message to President Trump if he could hear this message today?
Keep a movement going. This can't stop with this. A protest today. Keep a movement going, and we move forward and push on to the next election.
What would you say to him directly?
My God, we love you. You have such an opposition coming to you, and I was completely apathetic. It was my own fault that I gave no shit about politics up until it started affecting me in the last 4 years. But just to finally have evaluated the situation and taken it from a scientific perspective where I analyze everything, I'm a skeptic of all. You're taking on so much that's important to America head on. It's beautiful, and we respect that. The people are behind you, and I'm sorry, I grew up in a Democratic family. I had to walk away. My father's telling me I'm following Trump BS around the country, and I'm like, no, I'm following history. Marcus Aurelius out.
And what would your direct message to Donald Trump specifically be?
Hey, you're the first person that I, that's held that office that I've actually believed in.
Don't quit. You don't have to be in office to keep preaching. He's already started something. I'll be honest, I don't completely agree with him and some of his decisions, but I love the fact that he's brought so much of this to light. Corruption and everything that's been shady going on for years and years, and the movement he's started bringing stuff to light is what I'm fully behind. I don't want to see Biden in.
Of course.
But at the same time, it's the better of two evils. So, take what you can get.
What would you say to President Trump directly?
Oh, wow. I have so much love and respect and admiration for our president. He's incredible. He stepped out of a billionaire lifestyle to be ridiculed every day just to save this country. And I think that there was no better time than right now, because we are on the verge of, the Great Reset or whatever they want to call it. We are on the verge of global socialism if we don't do something now. And where will anyone turn if America's not here? And Trump he's the president of the world. People love him all over, especially people that have dealt with socialism and communism. He is a hope, a beacon of freedom, and just he touches people right in their heart. So that's why I'm here.
At the real Donald Trump, I hope you're tweeting right now, and I hope they don't fact check you.
Talk to him directly.
It's kind of weird because I do love the man. I thank him for his courage. I thank him for having there's some words I could use. I'll try to use kind of family-friendly words to be able to shake up the establishment, the media, the power, our Republicans and Democrats who've sold out the middle class and the working people of this country with lies and propaganda. And I love him. We're here for him. We're praying for him, unabashedly and unashamed. We support him.
What would you say to the president?
The best news I could give President Trump right now is the news that Hillary Clinton gave to Joe Biden. Don't ever concede. Fight to the very end, okay? Because this election is rigged. They've rigged it against Donald Trump, unfortunately. And this is much bigger than Donald Trump. This is like this is our whole country. This is actually the world, because the whole world's been affected.
It's the truth in the censorship.
You know, so like, just do the right thing, President Trump, and do not concede, just like Hillary told Joe Biden, under any circumstances, and let the truth come out. Declassify all those classified documents that the government doesn't want to come out. If they're gonna do that to you, only you can do that. Only you can declassify everything, audit the Federal Reserve, and expose. Just bring out the truth.
President Trump recently announced his third bid for president, and the New American Media will cover the 2024 election cycle as well. Share our content, subscribe, and stay tuned. Brian Engelman, co-produced with Blake Wally, for the New American Media.
Okay, let me pull this off the screen here. Okay. It should be off the screen. And this is okay, I'll share this tab instead. Thank you everybody for being here. My name is Brian Engelman. I'm very thankful on this Thanksgiving for all of you who have found this show compelling. Let me put this up on the screen. And we'll put this. You are watching the TNAM Thanksgiving Marathon to give us some thanks via donation. There we go. Save it. And let's put this up on the screen. There we go. You're watching the TNAM Thanksgiving Marathon to give us some thanks via donation. We're in all these places. Patreon, the New American Media. Super Chat, Rumble Rant, subscriptions on Rumble and YouTube. We also have Venmo Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman, as spelled underneath here. There we go. Had to change that. And also PayPal. That is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. If any of you are enjoying your time in the bar or have enjoyed your time in the bar in the past, we have our tip jars out. Thank you so much. And yeah, these donations, all of these documentaries, like when you just pick up and go to DC for a week, you know, there's very real expenses involved with making documentaries, going to Hurricane Helene on the donation run that we did. But your support makes all this happen. You know, I'm kind of weirded out why I can't full screen. Oh, there we go. Now it'll let me. It gets glitchy sometimes. All right, well, this right here, this is Hurricane Helene. Help on the way. You're on the TNAM Thanksgiving Marathon.
There was no notifications going to your phone, like an Amber Alert, like evacuate. I get alerts from Denny's. There actually was a bunch of houses right here that aren't here now. You can see, look how big the river is, like the riverbed. Holy, look at this Dollar General, bro.
It blesses your heart to see the way people have come together.
Yeah. I heard like 4 different people talking about like how everybody's just worried this initial hype's gonna die away and people are just gonna forget about it. And really none of these communities can afford to be forgotten.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
My name's Grizzly.
drop off some donations. We're going to be going through some pretty flooded out areas. Really, we're going to kind of go in and check in and try to make some connections with some people down here. And we're taking a big load of supplies, and then we're going to head over to Newland and hopefully get some volunteer in and just kind of see what people need. I don't really know what to expect until we just get down here. Everybody that I know that has been down here has said, like, it's like worse than, you know, you can really imagine, or like watching it on a camera doesn't really give it any justice. So I guess we're about to see for ourselves kind of the real situation. There's no organization. There's no like feds stepping in to even help kind of rally and help organize the people. It's just like completely community driven support between all these counties. I think there's like 28 counties, they said, and 26 are in like a pretty devastated state. So
FEMA's response has been underwhelming, or it's been zero, it's been non-existent, something along those lines?
I can't say it's been zero, but from what I gather, nobody's even seen any of them, period. Like unless you're in Asheville, they've went to a few places to do like assessments, whatever that means, to see if they can get funding, and then basically they're like, oh well, we can't, so bye. At this point, basically people are just being told their lives and their towns aren't worth the extra money from the government. So
thank y'all so much for coming.
Yeah,
we just opened yesterday.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to, if anything, we're just helping people find their way to family and telling them what roads they can take to get around roads that are washed out, and keeping up on
people want to help, but it's so hard to get a hold of anybody and figure out who needs what, and nobody's really stepping in to like try to organize the people, and it's just people helping people the best they can. So.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know how the economy is going to build back here, because most of these towns are Appalachian Trail towns, so they're really dependent on the tourism, on like people coming to hike and bike, and a lot of these towns are on the trail, so people hike through and like stay there, and that's when they make all their money, is during that season. The whole Appalachian Trail is like, there's landslides, like the trail's gone, there's new waterfalls, there's so who knows how many people are even just like lost in the woods right now, and not being searched for because everything else is going on.
Do we know how many people are missing and unaccounted for at this point?
There's the mainstream narrative. As far as I know, there's, you know, still like 10, 15,000 missing or unaccounted for, and it's hard to say what those numbers will look like.
Fill up any jugs with water you can. Water.
Good point.
And batteries for flashlights. Things that you can eat without heating up.
Yeah.
You know, that's a good thing. And
always be prepared.
Always be prepared.
We're probably going to see like a year from now before they do like official tests and stuff. And that's just kind of a way, I think, for, you know, by then people will kind of forget about it, and there'll be another thing happening, and they'll kind of release it, and people will just be like, oh, well, that was bad. My mind's blown that how many places there was not like any federal rescue mission, period. There was just no rescue effort. And now they're just saying like, oh, we can't afford to do recovery, it'd be too expensive. You know, that's just so mind-blowing to me. It's sick. We're supposed to be the richest country, the most powerful country. We got all the resources, and they didn't do it. So now it's up to us, you know, what do we do with that information going forward? Because it's just a matter of time before more things happen like this. And do we want to keep like paying these people? The most positive thing is this is forcing people to remember what they're capable of, and it's forcing the people to come together. And it's a reminder of what's important, and it's these communities are devastated, but now all they have is each other, and there's a power in that, and there's something special in that too. So, but what hurricane like gets all the way into the Appalachian Mountains and is still a hurricane? You know, like usually by the time it's here, you might get like a tropical storm or something. You might get just some like heavy thunderstorms, like heavy rains, but like hit this place, it was a freaking hurricane, you know, like straight up, like didn't break apart at all. Because usually they'll hit the coast of Florida, and by the time they're at mid-Florida, they've like weakened significantly. So how do you get all the way to Asheville? But there was no notifications going to your phone, like an Amber Alert, like evacuate, like this town, this area, evacuate. No, I just happened to look at Facebook and was like, oh, holy fuck, like, do I know anybody that lives here? Like, I need to call them, you know, like, get out of there. Like, nobody knew about the shit. It just came like in the nighttime, and just a lot of people just went to bed and just didn't wake up, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I get alerts from Denny's like once a week, and I haven't eaten there in 20 years, and I don't know why they have my number. So why the fuck can't the government text me that there's a damn flash flood? You know what I'm saying? That's insane. Like, if Denny's can do it, the feds can fucking get their shit together. That's all I'm saying. Like, this whole area, the Appalachian Mountains, this is the place that I've always felt safe, and the place that I love, and all these towns, it's literally like a nuke went off, and they're just gone. And now everybody's having to figure out how to put that back together. Nobody has the right answer, and we're not getting any guidance from anybody else, but there actually was a bunch of houses right here that aren't here now. You can see, look how big the river is, like the riverbed. Holy fuck, dude. That's like a pretty small river too, man. That's like none of that. Happy to see some places that are okay, and then obviously there's a lot of people that aren't okay, you know, even right there. It's just like one little spot. There's definitely just like a bunch of houses that used to be there that are just completely gone, you know. Yeah, I think the biggest thing going forward from here is hopefully people will be aware of how difficult this is going to be for all these communities to recover. It's going to take years, and it's basically coming down to other small town communities that are going to be sponsoring individual families and bringing resources from their communities directly to them, spending their gas and their time to make sure all these communities stay alive long enough to rebuild the entire infrastructure from the ground up and try to open up the Appalachian Trail and get tourism back. I mean, that's going to take years and years and years. This is going to be a long process, and hopefully we can get people to come together and support some of these families that aren't so close by, because it's going to be eating up and just be taxing on everybody down here. So really, it's hopefully we can bring more of the country together to realize this is going to be an ongoing issue.
Yeah, I feel like there needs to be an efficient supply chain.
Yeah, no, the way that it's going right now is not going to be sustainable, especially through winter, because the moment it starts, it snows down here quite a bit. The moment it starts snowing, it's going to be, for people like me, it's going to be that much harder, and everything's already muddy, like everything's been like washed out. So once there's snow on the ground, it's going to be nearly impossible to get to these people. So we got like a good month and a half, like a month maybe, to like really figure out how to get thousands of people set up to survive the winter. They're not going to be working, they're not going to have any power, they're not going to have clean water. Some of them, a bunch of people aren't going to have electricity even a month from now. So this is far from over, man. Like, I really don't, it's not going to be sustainable unless the feds or some really big private individuals start like doing some organized, directed relief and response, because towns like mine can't keep helping forever, you know. It's just not going to be sustainable. So most people are like still having to try to work while trying to help everybody else. There needs to be, like I said, this is,
yeah, imagine if we had a federal emergency management agency that could, like, you know,
that would be crazy. Like, what if we all took a little portion of our money every like week or month and like gave to something like that, so if anything happened, oh wait, Oh, it's gone?
There should be a coordination of resources.
Oh, there's no...
From full-time people whose job it is.
There's no money?
To do this.
To do it? Apparently from the federal government. So, yeah.
But congratulations, $157 million to Lebanon.
Yeah.
Not North Carolina.
We're in Weaverville. A lot of these guys, most of them are like volunteer firemen. They're basically taking donations here to put on these different trucks. This was a safer place relatively, but it's kind of right in the middle of a lot of heavily hit towns. So from here, they're able to get donations onto these trucks and deliver them to the other towns around and in Asheville. So.
Emergency supply chain.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah, this is what it looks like.
All right, let me check. Thank you. Hey, you said that name full, baby. Yeah.
Feels like we're not getting the real story here.
Everybody can lose a house in no matter what situation, fire, storm, wind.
Yeah.
But to lose your whole livelihood and everything, I mean, that's the part that's kind of griping me. Is
And your whole community.
Yeah.
Lose the entire neighborhood. That's what we're just here trying to do, is let more people hear the story.
Yeah.
More people need to understand, like, this is not okay.
It's not being put out there enough, for sure.
And it's not fixed. You know, it's like people have moved on to new things, and I don't know.
I think it'll be long since this hurricane hits Florida too. That'll be their focus. You won't hear anything up here.
Yeah, it'll be washed out of the news cycle.
Go
in
and you'll see the...
Being prepared is one thing, you know, something like this comes along once in a lifetime. Wasn't nobody ready for this.
No.
I've been fortunate for where I'm from. You've been there. We've been very fortunate. I got no... You won't hear me complain about nothing. I worry about the other people. And I admire Hunter's. He has a passion for it.
How did this first drop off go? How you feel about it?
Very good. Went good.
We got the things that they asked for.
Yeah.
As much as we could.
We're still going to need probably blankets, sleeping bags, stuff like that to bring back.
Okay.
But right now, I think it went well.
Heck yeah, awesome. On to the next place again is what?
Newland,
Newland,
North Carolina.
All right.
Apparently, they got hit pretty hard. So, where we're going now, I know the church we're going to had 2 feet of water in the church. I think the pastor lost his home. So,
okay.
I think they got it pretty rough. Just do whatever you can to help somebody else. You're gonna make me cry.
Well, that's what it is. We're all just trying to do something.
Yeah.
Are we going to sit here and watch? Like, we're just going to ignore it?
Yeah. Well,
we're going to ignore it?
People are.
I know, but those aren't people.
No.
I don't know what we call them, but like those aren't people.
I tried to raise him to be, you know, always do for somebody else.
Yeah.
Because it could be us next time.
There, but for the grace of God, go I. Exactly.
These people could be in our town the next time doing for us.
The golden rule: do unto others as you wish they would do to you.
Exactly right.
Just try to pay goodness
My
forward.
mom always told me, you treat people how you want to be treated.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do.
Well, this is good. On to the next one.
Yep.
Let's crush it.
Ready? Newland.
In a time like this, they're busting ass. They have good people behind them, but there's just not enough. I mean, you guys are talking to the locals, and nobody else is helping. Just because people here are strong and capable doesn't mean they don't need a ton of help right now, you know? So that's why I'm not encouraged. I'm honestly just more and more disappointed that there's not more being done from big picture. Like, they're even saying, like, this is not sustainable. Like, we're worried about what's going to happen in a couple weeks or a month. Like, that's what's on everybody's mind here. Like, yeah, we can do this for a while. Like, we got each other's back, but when winter gets here, and also like to rebuild a city or a town without aid from like big, you know, the government or huge corporations with billions of dollars, like if you have to do that out of your pocket, like, and what I'm hearing is they're supposed to be refrigerated trucks to be like temporary places to hold these bodies. They're supposed to just be kind of like filling them up with body bags. And they're supposed to be like sitting until people can identify them. Until they do that, they don't really have to claim that there's a death. But a lot of these places don't have power or reliable power. So I'm hearing that like basically the bodies are sitting there rotting and they're not going to be identifiable. So who knows how long it'll take for an accurate body count, or if they'll just count those as missing people and just move on. Like, but yeah, it's basically what's happening from what I'm gathering. He confirmed that he knows there's trucks like full of bodies, and he was super surprised. Like, he didn't know, he's a local, he was surprised that the narrative is being told of like, you know, a couple hundred here, like 40 people here. He was like shocked, and he was like, man, there's bodies full of people that just they can't be identified. So that came from him. It's not just a supply line. The community's doing the cleanup, the community's doing rescue, the community is doing supply support, the community is digging up dead people and trying to, you know, sort through that. So, which is really dangerous. Like, people are also like reporting getting really sick around some of these areas and stuff. That's why if you're gonna like dig in the mud or do anything, you have to wear like full PPE, like mask, full suit, rubber gloves up to your elbow, tape it up, you know. Wow, that's a lot of mud.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Look at this Dollar General, bro.
What are we even looking at here?
Basically, you're looking, you can see the water line. You see the water line?
Oh, jeez.
Look, you can see the water was on the side, up there on that second window.
Oh, man.
That's so much water, bro. If you think about that.
Yeah.
Like,
from that creek, that little ass creek that wouldn't even go over your ankle hardly right now, was on the second story of that house less than a week ago.
And if that place hasn't been treated, you could probably just condemn it.
Oh no, all these houses will have to just be, because they're full of mold. Like, if you don't rip that shit out immediately,
yeah,
you got a week, and I mean, it's done. Like, it's just so full of shit and mold and chemicals and everything else. Like, will never be safe to breathe and live in there. Even the houses that are standing are just gonna have to be torn down. That is crazy, the water line on the roofs like that.
And that's from like this little creek down here.
Little tiny creek.
Waking up to knee-high water in the upstairs bedroom.
Yeah.
Come on. That's a bad day.
I was just saying, like, it speaks a lot that the mainstream constantly, all they do is like show people the worst shit going on in the world that they should be afraid of all the time. And then an actual situation happens that's super horrible, like a natural disaster, catastrophic, and all they're doing is telling people, oh no, there's nothing going on, nothing bad happened. You know, like, they're usually, that's the fuel they're looking for to scare people. And now they're just like super underplaying it, which is such a different move than what they do all the time, you know? Like, we just
Drop-off center. Entrance temporarily closed to the RV resort. Oh, jeez.
This whole gas station's modded out, even, you know, like. Oh wow, look at This gazebo's there. Always good. Oh shit. You know, these are all local businesses. Almost everything.
Okay, and then just, you can set out stuff right here. It'll be great. Thank you all, and God bless y'all so much. Y'all are awesome. We appreciate it. Yeah.
This is my son. They're all with us.
Oh, okay.
We've got it.
So this church was flooded and all this stuff has been taken out of the church and just put outside from the flood damage. Very sad situation.
The fire department knows more of that kind of
Yeah.
need out. We're just trying to, anybody who comes by here, to get the word out that we're here with supplies.
You guys got your
And
hands
then
up.
we have a crew that's in the church doing, but yeah, we've got a crew. We got a schedule for every people to keep out here going for a while, as long as we
Do
possibly
you all
can.
have a need to get stuff here to people that can't?
We have had several trucks that have come and to get, like the other day we had somebody that said, oh, there's people across the creek with no bridge, that they're taking their ATVs, so they loaded their truck down from our stuff and then taking it to them. So we've tried to spread the word, come here, get whatever you need and take it to whoever, if you know of somebody.
You know,
Yeah.
there's so many rumors going around.
Oh, I know, and there's a lot of untruths, but then there's a lot that unfortunately is true.
I'm trying to
around
disconnect
here,
with real
yeah.
people, see what they need.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm trying to make ourselves useful.
Yes.
But we got a bunch of stuff we need to get rid of, get in people's hands too, because I think it's going to be more than just 2 or 3 weeks. It's going to be months.
Yeah.
You know.
So there needs to be some sort of middle step toward rebuilding. Like they just need to stabilize room and board, sanitation, electricity. Just
And you know,
the
our
basics.
county manager and sheriff and emergency personnel are awesome.
Yeah.
They've been doing such a good job, and I'm sure they're just exhausted too.
They have to be.
Yeah.
And the Fed support is here, like you said, it's here somewhat.
Yeah. I guess.
I just feel like more could be happening.
Yeah. But you know, we've seen so much rain on tops of mountains.
Yeah.
That
unusual.
Just waterfalls coming down mountains, falling in, you know, going in the creek and feeding the river basins and stuff. And it was just overwhelming. So you never dream of mountaintops get enough water to flood, and then you got the landslides on top of that. So
yeah, and it all rolls downhill.
But you know, it's really blesses your heart to see the way people have come together.
Yeah.
And to help each other.
It's the best of humanity during the worst of the times.
That's right.
I like your system. It's very organized.
So I'm still alive today, and my son has a big passion for helping people. So we're supporting him in this and trying to help him. But this has broke my heart sitting here watching this today. But the power of prayer is still working, and I'm living proof, walking, talking, living proof. This man is too. He's been about dead 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times. Yeah.
So we have
He's
a lot.
raised me up again too.
Yeah, we just got done dropping off some supplies at the Church of Jesus Christ in Newland, North Carolina.
And we're now entering Tennessee.
And yeah, we just entered Tennessee. We were able to, they still really need a lot of stuff. It was a good connection to make. The whole town pretty much got wiped out by this little creek, and 6 of the 8 restaurants that were in the town are completely destroyed. The church had 3 or 4 feet of water in it, so they're having to completely trash everything and cut out all the drywall and insulation. Everybody's just trying to kind of band together and take care of each other. And most importantly, we're getting to talk to real people and make real connections. So as we plan going forward into long-term recovery, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Just have some people I can reach out to and see who needs what. And these communities are going to need support for months and months to come. So feel good about it. It's good to get down here, good to make some connections. That town was considered to be like kind of mildly affected comparatively, and even to say that, like, because that town is completely like devastated, like as far as like their economy and a bunch of families, and like basically the whole downtown just got flooded out. So it's weird to me, the disconnect between the reality here and what's being projected to the rest of the country. And people down here don't even know, and people up there don't know. But people down here, they seem to be holding hope, you know, and they're holding
food distribution. Yeah, a lot of these places, as you drive past, there's so many points that are collecting supplies.
I heard like 4 different people talking about like how everybody's just worried this initial hype's gonna die away and people are just gonna forget about it. And really none of these communities can afford to be forgotten. Especially, they've already been forgotten by the federal government, so we're just gonna have to keep making noise about it and keep trying to get people help. And this will be like a lifetime thing for some of these places to just remotely get back to what they used to be at all. School is gone, bro.
That high school got hit.
That school is gone, bro. Really, the biggest thing is we need honesty, transparency, and communication, you know? And then we need people to take initiative and just make it happen, because nobody's gonna do it for us. It's gonna take a bunch of people that care about people, not about money, like care about what's right, and do that. You know, if you can help, then help, do what's right.
When my team pitched the idea, I thought it was impossible. A pan that sears like stainless, lasts like cast iron, and doesn't use toxic coatings, but it's real. The non-stick is constructed, not coated. It's actually part of the pan. That means it'll never wear off or leach chemicals into your food. Even Michelin star chefs have called it a game changer.
This is the coolest innovation of our lifetime.
We pushed titanium to the limit. We heated it to 1,000 degrees, scratched it, hammered it, And with a lifetime warranty, you'll never need to replace it. That's why we created our Titanium Pro cookware. It's pro-level, toxin-free cooking that you can rely on for every meal, for the rest of your life.
The Greeks carved statues out of an ideal. Flawless human forms. To be revered and idolized. But if we continue to worship perfection, we'll always feel inadequate.
Trying to get additional information. We should expect a briefing within the next hour or two after they get the scene, under control. And first and foremost, make sure that those injured are getting the appropriate medical attention.
Of course, and we're going to continue to work details. If you don't mind, Pierre, make whatever calls, texts, emails you can to get more information so we can continue to confirm what we're hearing right now. I want to bring in our contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett along with you too, Pierre, as we are looking at live pictures right now. Just to set the scene, if you're just tuning in, it's pretty remarkable that we are so up close to these pictures. This is literally 2 blocks away from where our bureau is here at ABC News. Our photographer, Chris Plater, happened to be here along with our Jay O'Brien. They were able to run down the block. So that's why we're getting these live pictures. Chris is there on the scene.
All right.
As this is an
Wow.
active.
Well, I mean, this is one of the reports that we could play. I mean, let's give it a sec, I guess.
Situation. You can see the D.C. police responding. You see the number of National Guardsmen on the street because what happened, I actually got a text message from my nephew who was en route here to visit our news program today saying we see people fleeing, something's going on. It looks like a possible shooting.
So we'll get you some more information on that as we tear through the news. Okay, which one was playing? Okay, we're on this channel. I have a lot of tabs open, people. A lot of tabs. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for being here. We were doing a marathon, and I'm going to get to the news of the day. But it's Thanksgiving, so there's food and stuff. John put 2 Cornish hens on the smoker, grilled corn and pork belly. Yo. Yeah, that's where it's at. Put pictures. Everybody, that's your challenge of the day, should you choose to accept it. Take pictures of the food that you're making and tag us on X at American_media_. How's that sound? Come join. Are you using your honey? Are you using the apiary? Honey. All right, what should I play next? I think, well, maybe what I could play next. What page am I even on? Okay, so let's go to my channel. Let's search. See what comes up. Oh, no, that's not searching my videos for some reason. Okay, let's try it this way. Where's our big show? Well, I got these 15 minutes. 18 minutes, but where's our big video, our big documentary? I'm trying to locate it here. Where would it be? Wherever would it be? I'll tell you what. Let's play this one. Oh, I gotta keep changing this to undo monetization. Okay. I didn't fully have this prepared, people. All right. Work with me here. Work with me. All right, here we go. This is one of our more popular videos. Alex Jones gets spit on by Jimmy Dore after crashing the Young Turks show.
You know he's the biggest liar in media. You're the biggest liar in media.
Roger Stone takes over the Young Turks, getting into a heated debate in the media room here at the RNC.
He's actually you fucking coward. I think you should have come tonight.
You want fucking attention. Get off the stage, you fat fuck.
I want attention.
Yeah, you do. You
the Saudi Arabians were funny enough to hold jihad. First of all, hold on. We're against Saudi Arabia, you dumbass. We talk about that all the time. We talk about that all the time. You don't know shit. What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? Is that what you think? Now you're pissed. Is that what you think? You're the anti-liberal and you're pissed. Bullshit. We're being nice here.
You just want attention.
I care about the American people. Good. You're the one flipping out. Anybody hurt? I ain't mad. I'm not calling. Everybody get the fuck off my stage. Get the fuck off my stage. I have to spit my face.
What the fuck? What a fucking cowardly little bitch. Yeah, get the fuck out. I'm right here. Did you spit in his face? I'm right here. Did you spit in his face?
Right here.
Did you spit in his face? So I'm asking you, did you spit in his face? Was I see? Okay, fine.
Leave their space, guys. There's space. Let's do their staff.
Please get on my stage.
Sure.
Get on my perimeter.
Sure.
Get on my stage.
We're on our way. Thank you. Thank you.
How you feeling? You're all right?
So that was a pretty good one. A pretty interesting one. I'm trying to figure out which video to play next. I'm looking for... Oh, I guess there's that documentary I could play. Which one? Let's play this one. This is our Republican convention documentary. All right. Oh. I don't know why it won't let me. All right, good. Here we go. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you. What is going on there? Playing a documentary.
Hello, everybody. Brian Engelman here at the 2016 RNC convention in the City of Champions, Cleveland, Ohio. Thank you, LeBron James and the Cavaliers, by the way. I'm pleased to be joined once again with Michael Steele, former head of the RNC. How are you doing again?
Oh, great. Now, that wasn't partisan at all, was it?
I never claimed to be nonpartisan. I'm very partisan. Partisan toward truth. Partisan toward reality.
What is this, Brian? This is pretty cool. Renaissance Hotel. What is this tower up here?
Well, that's the key bank tower.
Cool.
That's a Trump tower right there.
Yeah. We'll all be Trump towers. Being in a position to have a national conversation around some important issues. Look, I've not been known as someone who talks in talking points. I just don't. I try to keep it honest, real. I try to learn and listen from people that I encounter across the way, like you.
Indeed.
Cool. All right, City Hall. First time in 52 years they could put a championship banner up. Good for Cleveland.
Helping people appreciate, in some sense, what I interpret from what Donald Trump means and what he's saying and how that plays out. So that for me has been kind of cool to be able to be in that space and not sit there and worry about, okay, I got to now do a press release because I just said something, you know, to explain it.
Look to the Donald to teach you how to get your foot out of your mouth.
Well, there is a lesson there. You just ignore it. Act like it didn't happen. Or just say, well, it may have happened, but I don't care. You know?
Man, Jimmy. Oh, he's got more costume. Oh, he's got a whole... All right, this is awesome. That is awesome. Where was that? 1970.
Engage people in a conversation, take some real learning from it, and then share that in the next conversation you have. Television allows you to do that. Radio especially allows you to do that. And so it's been good that way.
You think the awakening we've seen so far is big? This planet and the globalists have not seen anything yet!
I must tell you, I have never been more excited about a presidential campaign. I have never seen a grassroots uprising, an insurrection by the American people who realize that this election is unlike any other election that we have seen, and I'll tell you why. This is not the Republicans versus the Democrats. This is the elites of the Republican and Democratic Party who have driven this country into the ditch versus Donald J. Trump and the rest of America.
These are not liberals. These are anti-free speech, anti-freedom scum who need to get their ass to North Korea.
But now I think the American people are tired of politics as usual. They are tired of the BS from the career politicians who promise us hope and change but give us small change. And it is sadly the two-party duopoly that has given us endless war, erosion of our civil liberties, massive debt and borrowing. They have given us a foreign policy that is expensive and incoherent. And we are stone cold broke.
So I'm here to tell you, I don't like it when you're cheering me coming up here. I want to salute all of you that are out here in defense of liberty, standing against tyranny. I salute you.
So when Hillary Clinton decided to bomb Libya so that we could institute Sharia law to put the women of Libya back 2,000 years, we had to go to the national credit card to borrow the money for the bombing. That is how pathetic the Obama-Clinton administration has been.
The answer to 1984 is 1776.
In Donald Trump, the American people see a man who cannot be bought and cannot be bullied. They see a man who is not controlled by the special interests, the lobbyists, the special pleaders, the super PACs, the billionaires, a man who will answer only to the American people. Folks, I'm just warming up.
Joe, what is your take on this? Have we not defeated the people that thought they'd shut down our free speech? Have we not given them a big, giant, red, white, and blue middle finger? Yeah! Hillary for prison! Hillary for prison! Hillary for prison!
Now, in Donald Trump, we have a leader, a man of courage, a man of integrity, a man with the cojones to take on the two-party duopoly and bring real fundamental change to America.
Trump's a great guy and has amazing courage. But listen, we don't have to put our faith in any one individual. It's all of us together, the light of liberty, coming together. Nothing's going to be able to turn this around in the end. We're identifying the globalists. We're identifying their program of control. We're identifying what their operations are. And once the general public understands the paradigm, it's game over.
Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton think jobs are created by the federal government, and they will foster policies that have killed jobs in America. NAFTA, TPP, these phony globalist trade deals that have sucked the jobs and the spirit from the American people.
Hey, let's bring the Daily Show guy up here. Just bring the agitator on in here. Just, come on, bring him on in here. Bill. Hold on. Now let's all start a fight, guys.
Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't say a few words about Hillary Clinton. Let's be very clear. The Hillary Clinton you see on TV is not the real Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is a short-tempered, foul-mouthed, greedy, bipolar, mentally unbalanced criminal.
I'm not on the Daily Show. I'm on MySpace. Okay, well that's good. But listen, I mean, you seem like you're upset. I want you to have sex with my wife. So just trying to be shocking. No, not at all. Here's my hotel key. I want you to have sex with my wife.
Now, in the 1980s, when we had only ABC and NBC and CBS, you could suppress the truth from the American people. Today, we have the internet. We have talk radio. We have cable TV. We have Matt Drudge. We have truth tellers. And therefore, the truth can no longer be suppressed. And the American people do not know the facts about the Clintons.
Why does my pee-pee come out yellow? Oh, now I know why folks want to matter. This is an agitator.
Hillary Clinton holds herself out as an advocate for women and girls. She is an abuser of women and girls because Bill Clinton is a serial sexual predator who has attacked, who has raped, who has bitten multiple credible women. Juanita Broderick, Kathleen Willey, Paula Corbin Jones, Becky Brown, Helen Dowdy, Christy Zurcher. This list goes on and on and on. So I agree with Hillary. These women deserve to be believed.
I got a song called Don't Tread on Me. All to be edited. All to be edited later. This is all disinformation. Don't tread on me. Completely. Don't tread on me. All right, appreciate you, sir. Now you've disrupted. I'm on your side. All right, good. Thank you. You have nothing to say. Go on down. Just vulgarity.
The Clinton Foundation is the largest single money laundering scheme in American criminal history. This is not a charity. This is a slush fund for grifters.
This republic is rising. Humanity is waking up. And can you imagine all the dirty tricks they're going to try to keep Donald Trump out? But even if they're able to steal the election, it doesn't matter. Because the public is waking up to their tricks, and at the state and local level, people are understanding that globalism is about making us poor. Globalism is about controlling us. Globalism is about us not being able to have our own destiny.
The email scandal is twofold. Somebody made a decision that the public criticism that they would undergo from erasing the emails would be lesser than the public criticism that would show the nexus between the Clinton State Department and the Clinton Foundation, and that shows that every single decision at the U.S. Department of State was for sale.
Great job coming out here despite all the threats and exercising your sacred First Amendment. We salute you. InfoWars salutes you. And you are part of history. You are the future. God bless you.
In conclusion, for those, that small band of Republicans who do not choose to join our cause, you will be replaced by hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of new voters, of people who have stopped voting because they know this is a rigged system and that the Republican and Democratic Party leadership are in it together.
Andre, I'm here at the National Convention. You're watching Fuck My Way. You got another operator. I love those cameras. Yeah, these are cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, we stand on the cusp of history. We stand on the greatest and last opportunity for radical change to save our democratic system, our system of free enterprise, and the spirit and strength and reputation of the United States of America.
This is Fuck My Wife TV. Fuck.
We are on the verge of making America great again. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Brian Engelman here with the New American Media in the City of Champions, Cleveland, Ohio, for the 2016 Republican National Convention. I'm here with Miriam Nugem, and I saw the purple shirt. We were talking a little bit earlier. Blake Wally running the cameras right now. Say hi, Blake. Thank you. And I said, oh, well, here's somebody who's a never Trump. We'll talk to her. It's the purple shirts. It's the Goon Squad. And we started talking and found out there's a bit of a different story. Miriam, thank you very much for being here. Let's get into your story. Tell us about where you came from.
I come from California, originally from Egypt, and I'm a legal immigrant from Egypt. But I come from California all the way with my own money, my own expenses, to show my support for Mr. Trump, hopefully our future president. And the reason I support Trump is that, and I make a statement on wearing my SEIU t-shirt, because our union bosses do not talk and represent the majority, the silent majority, which is the members. And as we speak right now, there is a recall going on in California to recall our union bosses who give themselves 112% raise, and they didn't give us even 1% for our contract, and they are negotiating our contract. So we are for Mr. Trump to change the establishment. I agree with him. Let's put everything fresh and new.
Well, what it reminds me of is in George Orwell's book, Animal Farm. It says all animals are equal. Some were just created more equal than others. Some are just more equal than others. And that reminds me of the union bosses and big government. No, everything's equal, except we need to get a whole bunch more, and we're going to give you the scraps. And it always turns into chaos.
That is so true. That, in few words, you said that's exactly what's happening. For them, they get the money, but we get nothing.
All right. Blake Wally of the New American Media. I am here on the streets of Cleveland, Ohio for the RNC. I'm talking to a great activist here, Captain Doug. I want you to tell us what you're doing out here, what kind of message you're trying to relate to the public here.
Oh, hi, Blake. Thanks so much for interviewing me. I'm the founder and president of the National Alliance of Concerned Americans for the Well-Being of All People on Earth. And we are a not-for-profit 501c3 educational, environmental, and political organization. I have 37 years of international, national, bioregional, and local activism. And I'm here because for a very long time, at least 50 years, the two-party, one-party oligarchy, a poisoned political system has been dominating. And now it is time to change this, and the only way we're really going to change it is by electing an independent party.
And you said you're from Egypt. You're a legal immigrant from Egypt.
Yes, I'm a legal immigrant from Egypt. And the other reason why I'm for him is for the immigration. Because every time you get 5-10 million, there is a quota of immigration every year. So when you get 5-10 million of illegal, they cut and they cut in front of my niece and nephew waiting in Egypt, and it's not fair. So they've been waiting 15 years. If you get another 5 million, they're going to be probably thrown back for another 3 years. And this is what many Americans don't realize. Every time you get illegal, they throw to the back of the line those who are waiting legally, and it's not right.
The Democratic Party is now 90% poisoned and rotten, and when a tree becomes 90% rotten, do you cut it down and replace it, or do you try and save it? You cut it down and grow a new one, and now it's time.
Yeah, they're a bunch of dinosaurs, and yeah, they're down to Hillary and Joe Biden and John Kerry as your last hopes for president. They're all in their 70s. Yeah, they need to be reinvented. You know, Bernie had to switch sides. He had to, you know, as an independent socialist, had to run as a Democrat just to give Hillary some competition. So obviously, yeah, they need to change. There is a little bit of a progressive movement, but even like Elizabeth Warren is like 66 or 67. So, I mean, they obviously need a makeover. Maybe somehow like the Republicans split off and they kind of became like a libertarian faction, a Tea Party faction, and now they're kind of, you know, divided. Now they have Donald Trump basically, you know, reinventing the party as well. So, yeah, I think the Democrats will go through another transition. But, yeah, the two-party system, completely agree, totally broken.
Right, so Bernie thinks that he's going to be able to transform the Democratic Party from the outside. And I'm telling him, Bernie, you're going to be dismissed, you're going to be co-opted, dismissed, and deleted.
So we did a 90-second video for Mr. Trump, and somebody told me it was going to be played tonight from 7 to 8. So I don't know, but they told me at the convention, they told me it's called Illegals for Trump. Okay. And it's a cute 90-second. It's on my website, uniontransparency.com. And the video talks about the illegals that who is going to build the wall? Who's going to be in those treacherous conditions, the heat in Arizona and Texas? It's the illegal for minimum wages and low pay. So we want to make a deal with Mr. Trump. I read The Art of the Deal. They build the wall for you, and you give them a work permit. And they still wait at the back of the line for their citizenship, but they can stay here and work and wait for their citizenship. But it will be a win-win for everybody. They get to stay, they get to work legally, they build your wall so there is no more influx coming in, and then they are happy they can stay in America. Mr. Trump, what do you think about that? That's a great deal.
I'm a staunch independent. Okay, I understand that Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld, and the head of the CIA, George Tenet, and Colin Powell, okay, they all should have been indicted because weapons of mass destruction didn't exist.
The purple shirt, the SEIU, we all know how instrumental they were in getting Barack Obama elected, how partisan and how one-sided they are in their. So you work with SEIU. What type of retribution do you get for speaking out? Because I would have to imagine it's like that whack-a-mole game at the carnival. You pop your head up and say something, I'd imagine there's a union boss there pretty unhappy with it.
You said it right. Actually, I'm writing a book called DMV Asleep at the Wheel, talk about the waste of government, and I'm calling myself the guacamole. That's exactly what it is.
We did not coordinate this.
Heidi Kuda, did you hear him? She's my co-writer. She explained to me what was the guacamole. I didn't know about it, and this is where it came from, so it's really funny. But I want to be fair to the union. They haven't attacked me personally, but I am in a lawsuit with them since 2010 to see the books. I tell them, you want to show me, you say you like me, you care about me, show me how you spend my money, and I will decide how much you care about me.
Because it should be transparent, and you're a member of their group.
Well, you have to start someplace, and where we're going to start is with Hillary Clinton, because a former U.S. attorney and prosecutor who's an independent, impartial attorney said that she most definitely did violate the U.S. Constitution with allowing these emails to get out. And the law says whether you do it intentionally or by accident or just by happen chance, you're responsible for protecting state national defense secrets, and you cannot let them get out. And when you do so, you have violated the Constitution.
You fit two demographics: the immigrant and family ties to families still living in another country. Talking about immigration and the working class, the union worker, the just the blue collar, hard working person. You seem to take both of those issues and turn them into pro-Trump. To the people that are saying look, Trump's the bad guy. He's not going to help the working man. He's being against immigration. It's just racist and it's wrong. Speak to those people that just keep saying that over and over. You fit both of those demographics. Hit them back.
Okay, I want to ask them, you who says he's racist, he never said he's against immigration. He said he's against illegal immigration. I want to ask you, what would you say to my niece and nephew waiting in Cairo for 15 years, and if those 5 million come, it's going to be then another 20 years, what would you tell them? Wait longer in line? Just what would you tell to those waiting in line? Is that fair?
If you take a look at what she and Bill and how they used their foundation in Haiti to raise $5 or $6 billion, most of the money went to U.S. corporations, and also millions went to Hillary's brother, and several of that $1 billion has not been spent. So,
who knows?
So where's it going to? Her campaign? Who knows?
Exactly. That's why she was hiding it from the American people the whole time anyway.
Right, so the FBI should be investigating their foundation.
And there is one word Mr. Trump said that is 100% right, that the media is twisting. He said, I'm flexible. He can be pro something and then change his mind. There is nothing wrong. I could be pro something and change my mind as long as it is for the best of the cause. So he believes in flexibility, not like the right-wing Republican who are stuck in their abortion law, and this is bad. This is why there is no communication, because they are stuck into their ideas. So flexibility that he believes in is very important. Trust him, he's flexible and he's going to go with what is best for us, the Americans.
You should go to...
By the way, yes, thanks for being here, everybody. In the NFL, it was a pretty good halftime show. In Detroit, and had Jack White of the White Stripes from Detroit, and it had Eminem came out. So that was pretty neat. Where we at here? 17-14 Packers with the lead. David Montgomery with the touchdown. Jamison Williams with the touchdown. How are the Packers getting their points? Romeo Dobbs. Okay, good. Dontavian Wicks. All right, we'll get back to this. We're hanging out here. Thanksgiving marathon. I'm still cooking food. I'll be back in a few. You're watching our 2016 RNC coverage. Myself, Blake Wally, in Cleveland, Ohio, when Donald Trump accepted the nomination to become president of the United States.
GoFundMe, indict lying evil Hillary.
Nice.
Okay.
I like it. I appreciate your time. We'll get. All right.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
It's been great being with you.
All right.
Carry on. Keep up the good work that you're doing.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
Miriam, I really appreciate your time. This has been awesome. I totally I totally misunderstood what it was. One more time, though, give us the websites of where you want people to go. One more time.
Okay, I'd like you to go to wearelocal1000.com. There is the petition to recall Yvonne Walker and her cronies. They say they are for us, but they double their salary and nothing for us. We are Local 1000, and go to uniontransparency.com. Two websites, uniontransparency.com and we are local1000.com. Thank you so much.
Miriam, you're awesome. Enjoy the rest of your day. And by the way, from the city of champions, the home of the Cleveland Cavaliers, welcome to the city of Cleveland and the state of Ohio. We're happy to have you.
Very nice people here. Thank you so much for giving us a voice. We are the silent majority. America, I love you. It's the best country in the world.
Thank you much.
Oh, that's Chuck Todd.
Being a Republican, working, as a lot of people say, behind enemy lines at MSNBC.
Yeah.
What's that like for you on a day-to-day? You know, Morning Joe, he's had his experiences on the party, but
yeah, man, it's cool. I mean, look at it. I get to go in and plant my GOP flag in the middle of that big old Democratic bastion. That liberal media, that lamestream media, all that.
Dinosaur media,
yeah.
Behind home plate in what used to be known as Jacobs Field. It's now Progressive Field. Whatever. Brian's doing an interview. And I'm hanging out with the bleachers. Actually, behind home plate would be the bleachers. Good seats. Seats I would never afford.
I get to go in, and these folks are my colleagues and my friends in many cases, and I enjoy that. The back and forth, the give and take And given the way MSNBC has changed its emphasis, shifting, to more news orientation and sort of putting that first, for someone like me who's an analyst, now I can actually get into the meat of a conversation because I don't have to go in, put the flak jacket and worry about the political, I'm out number 3-1, here we go.
With the cookie, so I gotta tricks ahoy these niggas. But I never iPhone Android these niggas. Use rubbers with them. These niggas. Ronald Reagan. I'll tell you a story after.
That's the theme. All the protesters that we see are probably teenagers, maybe slightly older.
I'm right now live with Luke Radowski. Give us a message. No shots not needed. Fuck Hillary. Fuck Hillary Clinton. Fuck Hillary Clinton. Hey, dude, fucking Luke, man. We'll see you later, brother. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Is this for Huffington Post?
No. This is New American.
We're gonna roll out if it's Huffington Post. Because they're gonna make us look like
no, we already
bigots.
have a daily show here. We caught that on tape right now that we're gonna film.
Okay, because we don't want to be associated with some homophobic bigot nonsense.
No. We'll give you cards too.
Okay, cool.
All right, Blake Wally of the New American Media. I am here at the Wolstein Center at Cleveland State University. They just wrapped up a Gays for Trump event, and so I am talking to some of the attendees, wanting to know, why do they support Donald Trump?
We support Donald Trump because basically the American media has lost their mind.
Yeah, I'm one of the organizers of the event, and there was 3 of us, and we put this together after the Pulse attack in Orlando, and after the left's response to that deadly attack where 49 gays were shot dead on a dance hall. We said we have to speak up, we have to do something. The left they're fine with collateral damage. They're fine with people dying as long as they don't have to change their political correctness, and we just disagreed with that. So we put this together because Donald Trump, he's going to go after the Islamists. Is Hillary Clinton? She won't even say radical Islam. Hillary Clinton's getting $20 million or something from these regimes where they...
$100 million from the Persian Gulf states alone.
There you go, where they persecute gays and hang gays and, put them in jail. And that's why we put this together, because we're for Trump. He's the one who's going to help the gays.
And so we are basically here to say we support Donald Trump. We support Milo Yiannopoulos, no matter what his sexual orientation is. He's speaking the truth, and that's why we're here.
Why do they support Donald Trump?
Well, there's a lot of things, right? Yeah. It's, closed borders, whatever, build the wall, not necessarily...
You're racist then?
No, not at all.
If you're not for wide open borders, you're obviously a racist. Okay, I'm just messing with you. Come on.
No, I'm really a fan of, wide open borders. No.
Journalist Charles Johnson.
Hello.
Hey. Good to see you. And we are here at the Gays for Trump rally, and this is also turned into a Free Milo event, as the gay conservative rabble-rouser on Breitbart has been recently banned on Twitter. So we're getting some opinions. So why are these guys out here supporting Trump?
I think the issue with a lot of the gay community is that they're very worried about their safety. So we just had the Omar Martin massacre in Orlando, and gays are starting to realize that maybe monolithically voting for a particular party is not necessarily a good move on their part. And I'm happy to be here. I've always supported gay rights. When I was a kid, I was favor of it in Massachusetts, where I'm initially from. And so I wish them the best. And frankly, I just came because people invited me. They invite me to stuff, I go to it. What the hell? And there was a good open bar.
Oh,
So you don't
that's
feel
not-
threatened by the racist, bigoted GOP?
But it's not.
Donald
It's always all like the liberal media. Where you're from?
agree. I
what?
totally
Where
agree.
are your
That's what
credentials from? What is this?
I'm a
Newer American media.
I'm a former liberal.
And social conservatism is dead. We support gay. I don't give a fuck what you do in your own house. I don't give a fuck. All I care about is that people's rights are protected.
No, wait. Who said he was racist?
No, I'm just messing with you.
Oh, no. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about this because this is a problem with this media. It's
These
MSN.
ignorant people. Most of these protesters are under the age of 20. They think they know
I
everything.
think what he said
Yeah, right.
was like, let's like slow down on that, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't say, I mean, we're a country of immigrants, right?
Yeah. I don't care what, gender you are, what nationality you are, what social orientation you are. I care about people's rights being protected, and I think Donald Trump is the best candidate for that. Donald Trump has spoken out for gay rights for his whole career. He's never had a problem with homosexuals or transsexuals or anything. And, the liberal media tries to spin it as he's an anti-homosexual.
Let's let people in. There's no problem with that. But the thing is, let's take some time and vet them,
Oh, absolutely. I'm in complete agreement with you. I know the liberal media is taking this thing and they're making a bunch of ignorant
Because
people.
you think he's racist? You're here.
Absolutely. No, I was just kidding with you.
Are you
That's
gay?
no.
Oh, okay, good. He is not gay. Let's make sure. Okay. What?
Just for the record. All right, anyway.
By the way.
We recently just saw this mass murder in Florida, and I think that was a big shock to many of the people in the gay community. And there's been the internet's been filled with everything that's going on in the Middle East with ISIS, and they're literally throwing gays off buildings and stuff like that. And I think I really believe that has a lot to do with why the gay community is supporting Trump.
Yeah, and gay Americans are starting to wake up, and it's cool to have them on board, and frankly, Trump has been very friendly to the gays, so I'm all in favor of it.
So why do you think the liberal media is so scared of conservatives or people that are voting for Trump that are gay?
Well, I mean, it obviously throws a wrench into the narrative. I mean, they want to believe that all gays are left, and in honesty, the gay movement has been part of the left for many years.
For a while.
And so if you challenge that, macro narrative, they're not going to like it.
So what do the people listening need to know about the liberal media and how they try to frame this argument?
Death to them. It's over. It's over, and they know it's over. They try and create as much division as possible between people like
Biden conquer.
Exactly, it's divide and conquer. It's like I believe in fiscal conservatism. I believe that we should not be spending money that we don't have, but somehow that's framed as you don't believe in homosexuality, you don't believe in this, that. I believe people can do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care what they want to do.
Why are the liberals so afraid of conservatives that are gay?
It's any minority group. If you don't march with lockstep with the left, they're going to attack you. If you come off the reservation, they're going to attack you. But I think this year they're in trouble because, for one, gay community is prime to go Trump. Blacks, we're probably going to see more blacks vote for Trump. Hispanics, they're in big trouble this year. Hillary's a horrible candidate.
And what do we get told? We get told that we are the racists. They are the racists.
We're racist, Islamophobes, all these buzzwords that they keep calling, any sort of conservative, anyone that questions the narrative, you're labeled as some buzzword. But in reality, none of us give a shit about your sexual orientation. You can do whatever you want at home. All we care about is that the safety of American people and that everyone has the same opportunity and everyone has an equal playing field. That's all we care about.
They want to associate Donald Trump with what they're used to, and that's the religious right and so on, but he's not. He's a nationalist. And he's not a Christian conservative or the religious right. He's something very different. He starts from a different place. And I think that upsets their narrative, because that's what the liberal media is used to.
The liberal media seem very panicked about anybody, any minority of any kind, whether they're gay or whether they're black or whatever, being in support of any kind of conservative, especially Trump. What do you think of that? What do people need to know?
The fact that they're panicked? I think the fact that they're panicked are because of guys like yourself who are getting out on the streets. We have this medium of communication now, this wonderful thing called the internet, in which people can actually find an alternative for getting their news sources. And many of the younger generation, the millennials, and many of us no longer, we've kind of tuned out. I don't even watch cable. I haven't watched cable for probably about 6-7 years. So people are tuning out, and they're finding that as soon as people tend to find that these scenarios are being misrepresented, they just tune it out, and they go to these sources that they find are actually covering the events and presenting them in the correct light. I think that has a lot to do with it. I think that's why they're panicked, and I think they're panicked because they're losing their power, and that's what they care about is their power. And now that they're losing it, they're kind of freaking out.
I think if we all move together as one people, we can
create a better world.
Create a better world and create so much more than if we are divided by our sexual orientation, our race, our gender, whatever. We all need to move together as a single unified people.
All right. Well said.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're totally welcome to stand here.
Yeah, thank you.
But you're not.
Why can't I film? This is a public space.
We have permission to film.
From who do you? Fine, you don't need permission. You can film.
Cleveland State. It's a public university. It's public property. Okay, how about this? I'm totally welcome to hang out. I'm asking you not to film just because it's for the television show. It's the reason we don't tweet photos of the studio or reason other things. It's the reason we don't put up clips online.
See, what I think you're doing is I think you're ambushing people.
And that's
our party.
I know, and I'm just saying you're totally welcome to stay and
That's
watch.
what I think you're doing.
Have that opinion.
I can film you ambushing people. I'm totally entitled to do that. You're here, by the way, for our event.
Yeah,
sir, we're completely honest with where we're from and what we're doing.
But you're not honest with the people you interview.
Yeah.
You splice and dice. This has been said many times.
We
and I've seen it
edit
happen.
like every single television show.
You edit to make people. You edit to
you're
make
not the
people.
one being
This is not
It's not your responsibility.
I can film you filming people at my home.
No, you may not. We're not going to film with
You have no. That's fine. And you can do whatever else you want.
Okay, well, I'll stand you until 4 in the morning.
All right.
You want to say a word about censorship, Free Milo? I know you were one of the guys. I was the first guy to be censored. I warned Milo that this day was coming. I welcome to the gulag. I have the corner bunk in the gulag, Milo. You can be on bottom as you like it.
Sorry. We're almost done with it. It's not worth it. Have a good night. Hope you had a good time. I don't know. I'm really just like.
Hope you guys enjoy embarrassing whoever you like to embarrass. Conservative, gay, whatever.
Do you want to talk to us?
I know you did. Okay.
The thing is, you actually don't, and we're inviting you to watch.
No, we're inviting you not to watch. We're inviting all of our members.
Have a good night. All right, good night. Have a good night.
This is the Daily Show, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it's the Daily Show?
They can't film. They're lying. They're trying to squash your First Amendment rights to public property. They can make fun of conservatives who happen to be gay. If you're gay and conservative, they're ready to make fun of you for being who you are, and showing up to a Breitbart party and making up rules about not being able to film on state property. Don't touch me. Step away.
Love you, Mom.
All right.
We're going to pack up.
This is a public no, I'm going to stand between you and my crew.
Yeah,
let's just go.
Yeah. Let's grab that.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Look, I mean, Milo's a good friend. I like him very much. I wish him the best on this stuff. But look, the basic problem is all of the social justice warrior companies, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, they're essentially using their platforms. They're pretending to be a free speech platform on the one hand, lying about it. They're not giving us any due process. They're taking the labor that we built up, the years that Milo spent building up a Twitter account, with I think like 350,000 followers. I mean, this is shameful. Like, we would not tolerate this kind of bait and switch and fraud in any other marketplace.
I wanted to film the Daily Show filming guests leaving our party. They'll be back because I have better things to do, but just to show people what they do. They wouldn't even let me film on state property where I have a right to be, where they have a right to be. And it's actually funnier than anything I've seen on the Daily Show. See what they do. Yeah. So bad for them. What they do is they interview people and they slice and dice it to make them look stupid. If you're gay and conservative, you must obviously be a racist or a stupid person. Even if you're not, they'll make you look that way when they replay it. So I wanted to see just one interview so that when they played it back on the Daily Show, I could examine what they'd done with the footage and if it'd be fair to the person who interviewed or not. Who just wants to be part of a program that they probably like and watch at home. Yeah. But they tried to make up some rule about how I can't tape them, and the one dude tried to push me out of the way and whatever. So that was kind of fun. I've enjoyed the Daily Show. I have friends who work for the Daily Show. But this is what they do. And if you don't play by their rules, they'll try to intimidate you. One guy pushed me, and it's just funny. But that's how it is. I'm glad you're here to report it. This is our party. You can do it 4 nights a week somewhere else. We're not doing it tonight.
I think that basically censorship, for me, the most important issue in my life, the one thing I'd be more prepared to give my life for, even in the United States of America, is the freedom on the internet. It's that important. And those of us who are, new media entrepreneurs, those of us who build businesses off of it, it's very, very, very important. And so I think it's great that Milo's in the gulag, and hopefully together we can plan a jailbreak.
All right, Brian Engelman here with the New American Media. I am with Joel Pollack. Let's see. Senior editor at large, Breitbart News. Joel, hi, nice to meet you in person.
It's 1 in the morning in Cleveland and I'm heading home. Let's cross the street.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you were just filming. This was a Daily Show crew was set up, and you kind of jumped in to have a few words with them, and it got interesting. We witnessed it in your own words. What just happened?
Well, they were trying to sandbag people coming out of our party.
It's the Gays for Trump party.
Right. There we go.
And it also turned into a free Milo event.
Right, and so what they do is, if you've seen some of what they do, is
Banned
they
on Twitter.
film people and then splice up the interviews and make them look stupid.
Right.
So I wanted to make sure that didn't happen, so I wanted to film the interview in progress and compare the raw footage to what they ended up with. Then they told me I wasn't allowed to film them, but it's state property, I can film whoever I want. First Amendment. And then they physically interposed themselves between me and the person they were filming, which they can also do, but I can also raise my camera. And then the guy tried to shove me out of the way, and it was kind of weird.
Well, I found it pretty
That's your own
interesting.
event. They're trying to, that was amazing.
Well, I found it pretty interesting. You were able to shut them down real fast. They packed up all their stuff
They
after
did.
about 3 minutes of it. But you were specifically saying that you're coming here to make our crowd look like what? About the Trump voter and about the...
They're trying to make the guests at our party look stupid. I mean, they're trying to make them look racist. If you're gay and for Trump, there must be something wrong with you.
Right.
So they're going to splice up that kid's interview to make him look dumb. It's just not fair. But, he's probably a fan of the show, wants to be on TV like most people do. So he's just going to participate and not know, and then he's going to be made to look bad. People who think like him are going to be made to look bad. People at home who might be conservative and gay are going to feel worse about themselves for being conservative and or gay. It's a form of intimidation and hostility, and they can do it. I'm just going to record it. That's fine.
I mean, do you find it weird that a left-leaning show like The Daily Show is going to be targeting that group?
Par for the course. Yeah. Anyway, good to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Right home. Yeah.
We actually shot some of that footage of Joel Pollack.
Yeah, that was us.
I'm happy you did that. I was just pissed I didn't think of it.
It's alright, that's bad. What is the next step now on Twitter? I heard you say he's going to war.
Yep, well, you're going to watch it and find out. I'll have my revenge, don't worry. Fair enough. Take care.
Oh, this was the camera we cut.
Yeah, that little camera was the one that was able to get us on the front page of Drudge.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
circus back here.
This is what America looks like under Trump! This is what it looks like under Trump!
He hasn't been elected yet.
No! This is what it's gonna be like!
It's like the last 10 years?
All right. Police state! You got it!
It's been this since Bush, brother.
We're at the RNC in Cleveland, Ohio. My name is Kenneth Lane. I'm from Amityville, New York, and I've traveled all the way here to Ohio for one reason, and that's one reason, to support and give my support to Mr. Donald J. Trump. That's why I'm here.
I think, I think he's our only chance as far as that goes. Hillary is definitely crooked and that whole side of things, but we'll have to wait and see. If he gets in office, I do think he is just somebody that's already bought and paid for. But,
Think so, or is he his own man? He's not taking some of the big money.
You know, Trump's been a multi-billionaire for his whole life and has made that money working with the establishment and people in that system. And it would really surprise me if he gets in office, if he gives two shits about a common guy. Waiting to see it, hoping and praying for it, but really, really skeptical about it.
If Donald Trump were elected, would you be concerned about him having access to a red button?
Yeah, I'm concerned with any of his decisions that he makes.
So who do you think he would use it on?
He would probably use it on everybody, specifically minorities. I
mean, like the nuclear option, like he would like.
Nuclear.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think anybody who'd probably say anything bad about him. He looks like a very impulsive guy, and he'd probably just be clicking it all day.
The world ends in the first week, or
basically.
It's put us out of our misery.
No, I'd be more worried if Hillary had access to a button. She's very war hawkish. She's pro-war. She started tons of war, Libya, Syria. She voted for the Iraq war. I'm totally against.
I definitely am concerned to him having access to the red button. I'm concerned with him having access to everything. I just think he's demonstrated that when he gets mad at somebody, he really goes after them. So, I mean, I think it's really scary. And I know he's the Republican candidate for president, but I'm really worried about it. So that's why I'm here. Dump Trump.
Trump is not a crazy person. That's something that the mainstream media has been pushing since the beginning of his campaign.
If Donald Trump is elected president, would you be concerned about him having access to a red button?
The only red button I want to have him hit is one of those things that Staples gives away. Where you hit it and it goes, that was easy. That was easy. But no, the real red button, we would keep that underground someplace where he couldn't find it.
Okay, we'd hide it from him. Okay, and then if he did find it, it would be the Staples one. That's a little trick.
That's right. Or maybe
it could be a funny moment.
Yeah, it'd be a funny moment, but it'd be less funny if he really had a real one, right?
Listen, there's no like debating this. This is the way it is. It's local. No one's allowed to have to join. No one's going to say the same thing. I'm sorry. I know it's inconvenient.
All right, so they're not even letting us through here. Into this cluster. Yeah, looks like a huge presence.
Are you in favor of having wide open borders, or are you a racist?
No, I mean, wide open borders it's scary. I mean, I don't think you could. It's a loaded question, of course, but how do you open up borders when there are people? And I know it's getting difficult to label people and to vet people, but I am scared. I mean, how could you not be? There are people in the world that want to slit your throat, want to slit my throat, kill my kids. What do you do with that situation? I don't know. I mean, if that's being a racist, I guess I might be a racist.
I respect other people's opinions about, border regulations and things like that, but, that's not what he's saying, He's calling Mexican criminals, he's calling Mexican rapists.
You did say that one thing off the cuff, and it was pretty bad, and yeah, I agree. I don't know if he really feels that way as a businessman, somebody who's a big employer, somebody who's been in the spotlight for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
I don't know do you really think that he's actually a racist?
If he isn't, he's definitely,
He needs to tone down the rhetoric. And
he's pulling those people out. You know what I'm saying? He's pulling all those racists out of
throwing a little red meat to the Fox News audience.
Even if he isn't, this is, all the racist people are coming out and showing their faces and being more open about it, and, even though, he's part of the problem.
I'm going to ask everyone talking about borders. I want to ask everyone out there, do you have a lock on your door? Why do you have a lock on your door? We put a lock on our door because we don't want just anyone just coming into our house. And that goes the same way with our borders. We don't just want anyone to just come into our country, especially when they can't take care of themselves. We bring them in here and we support them. They're on the mammary gland of the American tax-paying system. And that's why I want Trump to be president, so he could vet these illegal aliens the right way.
Wide open borders aren't a good thing, but I still think that at the same time we have to balance that with encouraging immigrants coming to this country, and if somebody has something to offer, and I guess there is a vetting process, and if you have people that have something to offer this country, they should be let in.
Well, I do want to say that we should make a wall built of a wedding cake, so that when people run over, they fall in love with you, and look at the good eating, or a wall made of Swiss cheese, so we can at least, if we get a couple pieces of bread on the way over, we can make a sandwich and eat together.
That's a great idea. Are you in favor of having wide open borders, or are you a racist?
I'm not a racist, but we're talking about law-abiding citizens coming here legally compared to illegally. So building a wall controls the border. That's all it does, is make sure you come over here legally. But that's not any form of racism. That's protecting our country.
Look at this. Would you look at this?
What?
Everywhere you turn. So on one hand, you definitely don't want agitators crossing. Oh my Lord, I've never seen it. We swim in there and see these things where it's like through the tree. Like SWAT or military or some sort of hybrid. You can't even tell the difference.
You're voluntarily under the judgment of God right now because you choose to sin. You'll never be able to blame God for anything in your life because God said in His Word that when sin entered into the world and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men. Man sinned against God willfully, and as you are here right now today, you're willfully sinning against God. You are willingly sinning against God, but God is not slack concerning His promises. Some men count slackness.
I was going to say thank you for allowing everybody to be here today. Thank you for everybody that has ever come to the First Amendment rights to be heard.
The boy, Chief. Best case scenario and the worst case scenario for Trump presidency.
Best case scenario, once he gets in office, he does have a public address and basically tells us that everybody is bought and paid for, and I would think at that point his life would probably be in danger, but that's best case scenario, and people rally behind him for true change. Worst case scenario, he's a scamming bastard like he probably is, but I'm rooting for the guy, but don't really believe it till I see it,
The best case scenario that he loses by about 20-30%, and then the jokes start. And I want him to have that same look on his face that he had when he was in the presidential correspondence dinner with Obama, and Obama got on his case. That look on his face, I want him to look like that for the rest of his life.
Best case scenario, worst case scenario of Donald Trump presidency.
Concentration camps, worst case scenario. I
really think concentration camps.
He's already talked about the mass deportation of whole ethnicities of people, and I'm not a fan of ethnic cleansing.
But to the people living here, you think he's going to round up the patriots and FEMA camps and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The ground's been laid out. The ground's been laid out for someone to do that, and the power is set there for someone to, but no one's actually taken that, authority yet.
But you think Hillary might do that, or you think Trump would do that if it was given between the choice between the two? Or you don't really?
between the two, I think Trump would do it more, but I also am not a fan of Hillary Clinton.
Well, we've known Donald Trump for like 30, 40 years as kind of an American icon. Do you think he'd really just go psycho evil? We've known him as, you know, head of The Apprentice. I mean, is he that? Where do you... He can be kind of an authoritarian, maybe an egomaniac, but do you really think he would go to that level?
He's an American icon in the sense that he panders to the wealthiest. He's not really an American icon to the middle class, essentially. Maybe with some of his pop culture stuff, but he's never really been an American icon in terms of somebody that I would embrace politically.
Best case scenario, worst case scenario of a Trump presidency. 8 years, 2024. What does the world look like? Best case.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be complete chaos.
Really? Either way, like the best case even?
The best case scenario?
With 8 years of Donald Trump, and then
is there a best case scenario?
Everywhere you turn. It's not God's will to send men to hell. It says that he finds no pleasure in the death of the wicked. But he said he's not slack concerning his promise. So I'm going to tell you right now, you are willingly against God, and you're willingly in your sin, and you choose.
I am willingly against God because I am filming these crazy people at Westboro.
Like God created you to be.
All these people are going to hell.
Repent of your sins.
Except for these guys. It's good to see some Trump support without people being like this, you know, full-blown cultists.
Sure, I love the whole idea of it. I love like the base that he's brought out to the elections and all that. And I just hope for America's sake that he is a real deal, that he does give a shit about us. But you know, obviously, I mean, we've been tricked so many times.
Right.
Mr. Trump, we're gonna hold your feet to the fire. You hear me, Mr. Trump? When you get into office, you do what the American people want, to take back our country.
Do you think Donald Trump would be running if the country was doing really well, or do you think he's running to try to save it?
I mean, I don't think the country is doing horribly. It's a complicated situation. It's like, yes, there are more jobs, but they're low-wage jobs, you know. So,
part-time jobs.
Yeah, there's part-time jobs. You know, when I talk to Trump supporters here, they're really, you can tell they're part of like a disenfranchised population that's left behind. So I think he's really instilling fear and running on sort of like this fear campaign. I mean, I've been talking to Trump supporters who are afraid that ISIS is going to walk into the country and rape everybody. I mean, so I just think he's stoked a lot of fear, and that sort of propaganda has been kind of successful. I think the country could do better. I think if ordinary citizens had some power, like regular people were part of the legislative process, then I think things would be a lot better, a lot more equal.
I support him. You're on my lawn. I'm wearing your gear. You understand, Mr. Trump? It's not about color. We're all in this together. And what's wrong with putting America first?
Let's make America stony again, right? Now, what we're going to do with money, because some people have so much money, some people have so little, we're going to take all the money, turn it into $20 bills. Everybody gets $20. Everything costs $20. Everybody owes you $20. And for God's sakes, nobody's going to kill you over $20, especially when they owe you.
Wow.
How about this? A slower...
My mind is blown.
He'll use the IRS. I think he can use...
But Obama's used they've had a lot of administrations. You think he'll keep that up, or you'll think he'll stop doing that?
Well, I think, you know, the Obama administration also isn't perfect.
Right.
The DOJ should have like jailed all the bankers that were responsible for the financial crisis in 2008, and they didn't do that.
Yeah, that's Bush Paulson, but it also carried into Obama.
Yeah, but the problem is that I just feel like Donald Trump is really divisive, and he gets really angry at people that counter him. So I feel like he goes after them. So I feel like that's a little dangerous, and that's also behavior that somebody running for higher office should not really exhibit.
Here, and as you see, I mean, it's just a show of force everywhere. It's the military, it's Secret Service, Bikers for Trump.
I just think the stage is set for World War III between America, Russia, and the former Axis powers and all that. So,
wait. If Donald Trump were elected, he's actually seems to be friendly with Vladimir Putin. So it might be an alliance between England, the United States, and Russia, kind of like World War II again.
So we want to put ourselves on the wrong side of history this time by accepting neo-Nazism and fascism into our country.
Can you explain that, elaborate a little bit more? Who was the neo-Nazi?
It's basically the same platform that Hitler got not
Donald
too
Trump
far with, but he's hate-mongering. He's just building people up based on the lowest common denominator instead of trying to raise the platform for everybody to live in a more stable nation.
You want to throw anything? A lot of what he says is just divisive behavior. He seems to be pandering and fear-mongering to those that may not necessarily know a whole lot about international policies, politics, and communities, and different social cultures and structures he doesn't really seem to know a whole lot about. And none of his answers are really direct, which makes me really nervous when it comes to him being a leader of the free world.
Sure. Okay, more so than Hillary?
They're both just garbage.
Okay, lose-lose scenario.
I just worry, like, none of the countries want to deal with Donald Trump. I mean, England had that, they were talking about...
Wait, no, they didn't. David Cameron wouldn't have, but now the new guard, the new people might want to work with him. I think Nigel Farage is scheduled to speak. So there could be a new axis, like back to World War II, because Russia, Putin likes Donald Trump, and then England being, getting out of the globalization, the trade deals. Yeah. So maybe those three, just like we had before.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
versus Hillary.
I know. I see what you're thinking, but at least with Hillary, I feel like there won't be the chaos that the Trump presidency will bring, But then under Hillary, the 1% will get even richer. That's what's going to happen with that. So, I protest against both candidates.
Okay, and she's into Wall Street. She's like, and I said, don't you do it. Cut it out. Like, yeah, right. She's like money. She's money. She feels entitled. She's business as usual. Bernie opened up this whole thing. This is history. History is being made now because of Bernie Sanders, because he gave an idea to the people of how things could be, should be, without really much effort. It's just like the mindset of the whole thing.
Yeah, it caused a rift in the Democratic Party. Yeah.
Right, and so personally, I might be called a conspiracist, but I think he was threatened in some way, and that's why he finally... I'm serious.
No, it wouldn't surprise me at all. With the Clintons, nothing. With the Loretta Lynch and the James Comey thing, and meeting on the plane, it's reached a new level.
It has.
I also have a problem with Hillary Clinton. I think she has tremendous ties to Wall Street and big business. And I also have a problem with the quid pro quo with the arms sales to Saudi Arabia, and then they donate to the Clinton Foundation. So, I sort of represent progressives in New York, and so we study this. We're part of, a activist group. We meet at Columbia University every week on Sundays, and we study both parties. So, we don't like Clinton either, but I feel like I don't know what to do. I'm really torn. The Green Party, Jill Stein, is looking better. She keeps looking better and better.
It's just going to be more of the same. Perpetual war. She's a big liar. She acts like she loves all people when she's really a hateful person and doesn't want her own Secret Service looking at her. They have to hide in rooms when she's coming. And no, she's totally fake.
You're not optimistic about us paying off a $20 trillion debt?
Not at all. Look at from when Bush got in, $20 trillion. It was $8 trillion at that point. Bush has doubled it. Now Barack doubled it again. Yeah, if you look at, it's $19 trillion. If you look at,
just in that those spent 16 years.
If you look at compounding numbers, this cannot go on. We're being scammed. The Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, and our monetary system's a Ponzi scheme. So if Trump's going to turn that shit around, we're all for him.
If you were the deciding vote between Hillary and Donald Trump, you had to pick. You were the deciding one. You went in the room. We all saw it.
I would not vote.
Really? You'd leave America at a tie?
I would.
You would. How about Trump just for the entertainment value?
No.
Okay. All right.
Immediately to my car. Can I have it for my dog? Please. My dog's walking
Redneck number 2. All right, you bunch of rebels. You are rebels without
is strong with this group.
God has given you life, breath, and all things.
For everybody that is here today, no matter what their cause is, no matter what their beliefs are, so we can stand together at the end of the day and love one another. I'm going to give us your sweet name. Amen.
Well, we're going to have a great celebration on November 8th when he receives that election candidacy. But, I mean, it keeps my constitutional rights. So that way we can still be a free America and keep doing what we're doing today. I mean, this week have shown everybody's constitutional rights. And that's what he stands for. It allows us to keep doing that. Without Donald Trump, I can't even imagine.
A slower bullet. Yeah, who invented this thing? It goes faster than people can get out of the way with. They didn't invent cars that go
like Matrix bullet time.
That's right. That's right. I'm in that movie, by the way. Yes, yes,
oh, really?
That's right.
You had a cameo in that?
That's right. That's right. That's right. Still get residuals.
What's the sign? What kind of message are you guys trying to share with everybody with the sign?
It's meant to invoke just critical thinking when it comes to a lot of what he says, draw similarities between the Nazis in the 1930s and a lot of what Donald Trump says today. I'm just flabbergasted that somebody hasn't like took away the microphone from him and said sorry about that. Doesn't mean what he says or whatever. I don't know.
Powers that be have been dividing and conquering people. They do that so we can fight among each other and not pay attention to the people up top who's controlling the whole paradigm. And that's why we need to come together as a nation, which Trump will do under his presidency, to make America great again.
I just wanted to say that I've done a lot of interviews today, and Blake's interview really made me think. But I think it's great. I think it's great. So, I just really feel if ordinary people had more political power, the world would be a different place.
Al Sharpton and I used to mix it up a lot and stuff like that. And that was fine because that was about knuckleball politics. But now I love the sophistication that, that the networks really seems to be playing with and doing very well with. When you have a Chris Hayes or a Rachel Maddow, which is, you got to do your homework when you sit down with her. You don't just show up and start talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make something very clear. Blue lives matter in America.
I know, a lot of the audience is largely liberal. I'm not. I'm a conservative. And I like to sort of bring that flavor, saying, okay, so this is how this conservative is looking at this problem. I don't speak for all conservatives, never have, never will. But I can at least speak from my perspective, my learning, and share, this is my value system. This is how I would solve that issue. This is why I think what you just said is crazy.
Right.
And
there's got to be a lot of that, I'd imagine.
Sometimes, yeah. And I think people respect that. They kind of go, okay, I can listen to that because you're not calling me a liar. You're not telling me I'm wrong. You're not judging me. You're listening, and you may not be accepting everything I'm saying, but at least we can begin the conversation.
I don't know what they're getting ready for, if anything.
In 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote passionately about the interrelatedness of all communities and states and about our inescapable network of mutuality tying us in a single garment of destiny. He spoke of the basic morality of the rule of law, provided that it is applied equally to both the wealthy and the impoverished,
both men and women, and yes, the majority and the minority.
Donald Trump set the tone from the beginning. Absolutely. From the moment he came down the escalator, he set the tone. And what I have found fascinating and what they will be teaching in civic and political science classes for a generation will be what happened from that moment forward. How did this man who walked down that escalator with 1% support wind up with the nomination 12 months later?
And a bunch of punchlines in between.
And a bunch of punchlines in between. Some of them very damaging to the party, to his candidacy, and yet here we are.
Dude, I'm not a communist bastard. What do you guys want to talk about?
All right, let's give you the story here. What happened with these dirty commies?
All right, so
and the
today,
flag and,
hold on. So today is, or earlier it was Wednesday, July 20th. July 20th, Wednesday.
Hey,
Cleveland.
you're lucky. It was East 4th Street, right? It was right
East
there.
4th Street and Prospect, yeah. So we were walking around. We knew there was going to be a flag burning ceremony. And I'm a goddamn veteran, dude. And I served 10 years in the military. I was in the 82nd Airborne, 1st Armored Division, 2 years in Iraq, 2 years in Afghanistan. And I'm not going to fucking let some goddamn communist bastard burn my flag. So I knew this was going to happen.
Make our nation safe again is a recommitment to a system of justice in which no government official, not even those who have fought their way to the marble and granite halls of Washington, no private citizen, no elected official, even Hillary Clinton, and no group of people, despite the fervor with which they press forward their grievances, can claim privilege above the law. It cannot happen in the United States.
Whether you're like them, don't, for them, against, that got you up off on, onto your feet to go, what the hell? What? Oh, he said what? Or now finally someone is speaking the truth. That's the dynamic of this election.
Should I go there looking for something? Yes, I did. I went there looking for the fucking asshole who's going to do it. There was one guy who came out, he was a decoy, and I knew he was a decoy because he fucking came out, distracted everyone, and then walked down the road. And immediately, I looked at my camera guy that was with me, and I said, this is a decoy, we have to leave. We ran back up the road in front of the RNC, and that's when this fucking dumb prick fuck pulled the flag out and burnt my goddamn American flag. And that's when I jumped over the fucking cops, ripped this fucking guy's shirt off and started fucking pounding and fucking setting off the fucking flag. I put it out. Burnt my hand in the process, but you know what? I love America. I love all the fucking veterans who fought for America. I'm a veteran, and that fucking communist scumbag deserves to go to hell. Fuck him. Fuck RevCom. Fuck Gregory Joseph fucking Johnson. You fucking dumb piece of shit.
Larry Elder here, Brian Engelman. What are your thoughts on Sheriff Clark?
Well, he gave a very passionate speech. He's become a star because of many appearances on Fox News. And I've appeared with him before on other things. What he's pointing out is this whole Black Lives Matter movement not only is bogus, but it's been fomented by Barack Obama. He has every opportunity he's had a chance to tamp things down, has done the opposite. From saying that the Cambridge police acted stupidly, if I had a son he would have looked like Trayvon, to invoking Michael Brown during a speech before the United Nations. Obama has fanned the flames of racial division in this country. And that's why Sheriff Clark was here. I thought he did a very effective job.
The country is slowly taking control of the political process. The folks who run and control that process don't like that.
No.
And so you saw the resistance with Bernie Sanders. You see the resistance even at this convention towards Donald Trump.
Okay. What is RevCom again? What is RevCom?
Revolutionary Communist Party. They're a fucking
and they're
bunch
just
of dumb
trolling this convention.
It's like teenagers.
No, they troll everything. They were in Ferguson. They were in Baltimore. They go
it's a
everywhere.
national group.
$15 an hour, right?
It's the largest communist party.
Is Soros funding that?
There's a Cleveland faction or Ohio faction that came in from national.
This is his name is B.A. Carl Dix and Bob Avakian. Carl Dix and Bob Avakian are the head of the largest communist party in America.
and I'm fucking suing them.
I thought that was Hillary that's in charge of the largest communist party.
No, I'm bringing down the largest communist party today. You guys are going down. Fuck you.
Welcome to Cleveland.
My head looks so gigantic in this thing.
I was thinking the same about mine.
I look like Charlie Brown at a beach.
Oh, there we go.
My head now fits my neck.
In the basement.
All right, well, we're going to do a chat a little bit later. Larry's broadcasting. You're going to be on Hannity tonight, right?
If they ask, yeah.
You're on deck. You're in the bullpen.
Yeah, we're in the bullpen.
Okay, well, we'll talk a little bit more later, but Sheriff Clark is awesome. Wait, what was that?
Peace out.
Yeah.
Peace out.
All right, take care.
Because I was hoping for a contested convention. Chaos.
That was it right there.
And it was a whimper.
Not even. It was more like a wimp. That's it. It was like a...
So basically the Trump train has left the building. It's a done deal, and now it's just to...
He's the nominee. Tomorrow's going to give a great speech, and that's it. Right? Ta-da.
I love you. Yes. I'm going to fucking eat your heart. Bob Avakian, suck my fucking dick, dude. I've got to... You know what I came in Cleveland? I didn't fly Southwest or United Airlines. I rode a goddamn bald eagle. And I'm going to fucking rape you.
God bless America, the greatest nation in the world.
Remember when they started to go after Donald Trump, both she and Bill, on the whole the number of wives and the women thing?
Oh, yeah, the Clintons have a pristine record with women.
And so what did Donald Trump do? He released one what was it, tweet, one twit, it's late. One twit.
Where's the beer?
I actually probably had way too many before we did this.
Same here.
I did, dude. I'm a bald eagle tamer.
That bald eagle had dreadlocks.
Hey, if you read my Twitter account, it says communist assassin bald eagle tamer. And I didn't put that up tonight. This has been forever. That's what I do.
He released one tweet and one Instagram and shut that shit down. I was like, damn, that's power.
I mean, I would see someone...
Shut it down. You remember? After that, reporters going up to Bill Clinton. So, Mr. Clinton, what about Donald Trump and his... Well, we're just not going to discuss that now.
What about Juanita Broderick?
Yeah, right.
Hello, everybody. Brian Engelman here at the RNC party. And look who walked by, Dinesh D'Souza. Mr. Souza, thank you for taking a moment to speak with us today.
Happy to do it.
So you have a big movie coming out. We all watched the last one. It's very important for people to pay attention for 2016, what's happening and what's going on, and who this other candidate not named Trump is. Tell us about what drove you to make this movie.
Well, the movie is called Hillary's America. It opens Friday, July 22nd, nationwide, 1,500 theaters, so it's a wide opening, as they say. I have a book of the same title. Basically, the book and the movie are an expose of Hillary and the Democratic Party. And by an expose, what I mean is it's kind of a narrative history that shows the underside of this party and the progressive movement and Hillary, things about these groups that are not well known.
Can I ask you a quick one, Alex?
Yeah, go ahead.
For what's going on with the Never Trump people at this stage of the campaign?
They're just Hillary operatives of the Pentagon that want to have war with Russia. They're a bunch of assholes. George Herbert Walker Bush dicks. And, Trump's not perfect, but they don't want nuclear war, so I'm backing him.
And my question for you, sir, is what do you say to the people that at this point are still Never Trump people?
There's so very few of them in the Republican Party, why would it matter? I mean, you're talking about a small handful of political elites. You mean the leaders, the Romneys and the Bushes, who have made millions and millions and millions of dollars out of the current dysfunction in this country.
Right.
But there's no evidence that there's a big Never Trump contingent among Republican voters. Just no evidence of it.
I think the goal of the party at this convention coming out of here is to play him up, to give him the support. That's why when I look at, the governor and others who stayed away, it's disappointing. I totally get it, guys. I totally get it. I'm there with you. But my head keeps going, yeah, but there's something bigger here. And that something bigger for me is the idea that Hillary Clinton could be president. Not that she's not qualified, not that she's not capable, but that I just think her policy prescriptions are not what the country needs right now. And so I want to have that debate. I want to have that conversation around those ideas that she's espousing.
So are you surprised that the CIA just kind of gave her a free pass with the email stuff?
FBI. I'm sorry. But yes, I think that the FBI decided not to do it, and I think the reason is that Comey works for Obama. You know, there are a lot of Republicans who are sort of like, keep our fingers crossed. We think the FBI will propose an indictment, even if Loretta Lynch of the Justice Department doesn't do one. At least they'll ask for one. But no, I mean, Obama's been signaling for 2 months. Hillary's my gal. I'm going to hand the baton to her. And so I think Comey got the message.
When she began to talk about being intimidated face-to-face by Hillary, and NBC producer jumps up and says, we're not interested in going there.
Yeah, every time somebody brings this up on TV, whether it's CNN, you name it, they cut the feed. You're banned on 3 networks this morning.
I am at the current time.
We got a coup at Fox News.
It's a badge of honor.
Comey really seemed like in those movies where the convenience store clerk is trying to say everything's going fine and there's somebody robbing him at gunpoint. He really seemed like a man that was trapped in his position, and he said everything he could without being able to do what maybe he wanted to do. Fair?
I think that's right. I think what happened at the end of the day is he kind of threw in the towel. He thought about his ambitions and his career. Rather, he didn't want to go down in flames, but he felt bad about that, and so he kind of did almost a verbal indictment instead of a legal indictment. Well, the good news is our film is a kind of indictment, and the American people have the capacity to do a different kind of indictment in November.
I guess the last word is just, look, this is an important election. And if you're anywhere between the ages of 18 and 35, get off your ass and participate. Don't take any aspect of it for granted. I don't care ultimately how you vote, although I like you to vote for Donald Trump because I think I don't want Hillary. But I've said that. I'm honest about that. But you go where you need to go and do what you need to do, as long as you do it.
Why is Hillary Clinton more believable than Juanita Brown?
Since she didn't have a private circle.
That doesn't make them untrue. That doesn't make them untrue. You're a
There's no statute of limitations in sex
You're a rape tonight. She's an abuser of women. This isn't one woman, this is 2 women. And squeezed her hand so hard that it hurt and said, who is more believable than Hillary Clinton? Was she under sniper fire in Bosnia? Did she lie about that?
Is she a Brian Williams hero? No, she's a Navy SEAL. She starred in G.I. Jane.
This is the space, the cake that they've baked. And so now, you know, some of y'all may want to eat it. That's good. I'd rather pass on that serving and go to my guy and say, look, let's bake a better cake. Let's do this a little bit better. Let's play the game smarter. Let's be as aggressive and get in the game and share with people the word you use, which is the most important, vision.
Do you think that there's any legs to what's going on with the Clinton cash movement, with all the books that are coming out, all the information, where it really seems like foreign entities have already controlled the policy if she gets elected? Do you think that might have more legs than the email scandal?
Yes, I think that the corruption in taking money, not just from foreign entities, but taking huge amounts of money from American entities that wanted something while Hillary was Secretary of State. I mean, we've had corruption at the local level in government, Tammany Hall in New York, the daily rackets in Chicago. But this whole concept of selling off American foreign policy, you know, want me to be for the Trans-Pacific Pipeline, you know, hand over some cash. You want some mineral rights in Kazakhstan, we'll send Bill Clinton over there to give a speech. And so this whole operation of putting American foreign policy up for sale, I mean, that's unprecedented. No one's figured out how to do that before.
It takes conspiracy theories and makes them mainstream. See, conspiracy theory is a pejorative term that they apply to anybody who doesn't believe everything the government says or the mainstream media does.
It's like a new heretic. If I don't believe that the world is the center of the universe, I'm a heretic. I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
It feels like you guys believe any harebrained Oh, our views are harebrained and you accuse us of trivializing your ideas?
No, if we question Hillary Clinton as a liar. If we question Hillary Clinton, we're not
Conspiracy theory is a pejorative term that you hurl when you disagree. And you think Hillary Clinton should be automatically believed over Juanita Brown. On what basis?
I think in today's America, information is power, and the typical Republican does not know the information that's in our movie. we also have a way of presenting ideas, not just intellectually, but visually and emotionally. When we made an entertaining movie, it's kind of a thriller, because Hillary Clinton is a subject as an element of horror. I think we trespass in the horror genre as well. But it's also patriotic. It's an unbelievably inspiring movie. In our premiere here, we had people standing up, applauding, a few people crying. So this is a movie that sort of, it works at the level of a movie, and it leaves you better informed than you were when you walked in.
You're going to say Bush didn't lie about WMDs? Right. Is that a conspiracy theory that Bush lied about WMDs?
I don't believe in conspiracy theories. No, we don't believe in conspiracy theories. We believe in the truth. The problem is you believe whatever the mainstream media...
Yeah, we don't like Bush either.
...chooses to report or not report, or what the government tells you.
Listen, this is I really enjoy this. I like the life of significant attention, and we had some of that today.
Thank you. You're a good guy. Hey, to take us both on, you got big huevos.
Follow me at Twitter. Listen. Again, I need the drink. Follow me at Michael Steele.
Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. That's the place you can watch the trailer. You can also put in your zip code, and it'll tell you where the movie's playing near you.
Excellent. Dinesh, thank you so much for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
All right. Hey, thanks.
I heard the phrase, activism is the rent that we pay to live on planet Earth.
Amen.
You know, so and Plato said, indifference to public affairs is giving a sanction to being ruled by inferior men.
Damn, he's quoting Plato. That's
well, I'm just saying. Hey,
because I was about to break down on some P. Diddy, so that's all right.
Well, Michael Steele, should you run for another office, I wish you the best. Should you stay on MSNBC for another 35 years, I wish you for the best.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, not another 35 years, baby.
Well, to be continued till our next chat, good sir. Thanks again for your time.
98% of national polls are police officers. I have to make one of you drop this.
No, that's...
Hey, what'd you put Hillary on the table for? That's
Hillary Clinton's platform right here.
I'll eat it. Thank you. I wanted to finish it.
We're joined by Alex Jones.
You know he's the biggest liar in media. You're the biggest liar in media.
Roger Stone, Jake Ogre, the Young Turks, getting into a heated debate in the media room here at the RNC.
He's actually mad. You fucking coward. I think you should have come tonight.
You want fucking attention. Get off the stage, you fat fuck.
I want attention.
Yeah, you do. You take it. Get the fuck off the stage.
Saudi Arabians are funny enough.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
First of all, this is bullshit. Hold on. We're against Saudi Arabia, you dumbass. We talk about that all the time. We talk about that all the time. You don't know shit. What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? Is that what you think? Now you're pissed. Is that what you think? You're the anti-liberal and you're pissed. Bullshit. We're being nice here.
You just want attention.
I care about the American people. Good. You're the one flipping out. Anybody heard of me? I'm not going. Everybody get the fuck off my stage. Get the fuck off my stage. I have to speak my face.
What the fuck? What a fucking cowardly little bitch. Yeah, get the fuck out. I'm right here. Did you spit in his face? I'm right here. Did you spit in his face? I'm right here. Did you spit in his face? So I'm asking you, did you spit in his face? Was I free? Okay, fine.
Leave their space, guys. There's space. Let's do their staff.
Please get on my stage.
Sure.
Get on my perimeter.
Sure.
Get on my stage. Get on my stage.
We're on our way. Thank you. Thank you.
He took a bunch of water and spat in Alex Jones' face.
I think it was iced tea or something. Yeah, Jimmy Dore.
I mean, like, everybody's like, I thought it was pretty funny.
Get the fuck off my stage! Get the fuck off my stage! I have to speak my face.
What the fuck? But did you feel like
I don't feel sorry
young
for
Turk.
them. I don't feel
Well,
sorry
nobody
for
feels sorry for necessarily Alex Jones, but do you feel like embarrassed for the Young Turk staff? Do you think that that was characteristic, or do you think less of them for that because of Cenk just blowing up?
We're against Saudi Arabia, you dumbass! We talk about that all the time! We talk about that all the time! You don't know shit!
And then Jimmy Dore's spitting.
Everybody get the fuck off my stage! Get the fuck off my stage!
Anna Kasparian, fat shaming.
Get off the stage, you fat fuck!
He
started being racist towards them first. He came onto their show without asking. It's been told by the TYT.
I think they invited him up just to say hi or something, and then he went over the top and he put that. Do you think
That's what he says. That's what he says. That's not what they say.
All right, I got a question for you. Do you think that they overreacted over to Bill Clinton's shirt?
No.
Because it wasn't like a live national broadcast or anything.
No.
No. Okay.
What is
But I mean, why would the T-shirt? Well, we don't have to film if we don't want. I'm not trying to make you look bad or anything, so we don't have to film. I'm just curious to get your opinion.
Well, my opinion. Everything sucks, and they were being racist. What else?
Well, wait. Who was being racist?
Alex Jones.
What did he do that was racist?
He called Helene Kasparian something absolutely horrible.
Oh, I don't know what he said at all. I wasn't
you a Saudi?
He might have said. What's that?
Are you a Saudi Arabia lover, you little jihad? And you think
Whoa,
that's okay?
no, I didn't. I don't know what he said. That's what I'm asking you.
Listen to the video. That's what he says.
What did he say?
Are you a Saudi Arabia lover, you little jihad?
The Saudi Arabians are funny enough, you know, jihad. First of all.
Who says that?
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that part.
And you think it was wrong of Cenk to overreact to that? That wasn't an overreaction.
Well, no, it's no overreaction to the Bill Clinton shirt. I mean, he brought that out and it said rape on it. He grabbed it.
He is, though. Going on
But it
to
wasn't a live
shows that he
national
wasn't invited to, flattering a shirt that is, it doesn't help anything. It doesn't help the discussion. It doesn't help the issue. It just says rape.
It was just a funny publicity stunt.
It wasn't funny at all. Do you think rape is funny?
I don't think it was funny. I thought the shirt was funny.
No, it wasn't funny.
I thought it was unusual that he got
No
went
joke
after
about rape
Roger Stone.
is ever funny.
Well, I
You
know,
shouldn't laugh about it.
but Bill, no, that's not funny. That's why Bill Clinton is known. He's
So you
settled
think
rape
it's funny when
cases.
he rapes people?
No, I don't. I don't think it's funny at all.
So you think it was
I think
funny
his
then?
shirt was funny,
So,
and that it was.
well, so it is funny when he rapes people then.
No,
so
it's
you can
not.
have it
Yeah,
on the
it's different
shirt and show it.
context.
It's
No,
not.
I don't. No, exactly. But it should be. People should know that Bill Clinton is a rapist.
They know that.
No, they don't.
They do.
I felt like Cenk was trying to hide it from his audience.
He wasn't. He thought it
Yeah.
was unflattering, disrespectful, which it was. And he took it down. Like you should.
He's actually you fucking coward. I think you should have come tonight.
You want fucking attention. Get off the stage, you fat fuck.
Yeah, but that's something the audience can handle, the Young Turks. I think they're a sophisticated audience.
Bill Clinton is a sexual predator. I'm sorry, I choose to believe Juanita Broderick, Kathleen Willey, Paula Corbin Jones, Christy Zurcher, Eileen Wellstone, Liz Ward Grayson, Becky Brown, Helen Dowdy. This list goes on and on. Sally Purdue Miller. As Hillary Clinton would say, these women deserve to be believed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sure.
It wasn't a live
They are
national
probably
broadcast.
just as pissed off.
Well, yeah, I watched it.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. Can you guys go away?
Sure, I'm just curious.
Go away.
All right.
Donald Trump, it's time to make America great again.
It don't matter, y'all gotta go out. Let's go, y'all.
A new set of thinkers to face our country's existing and future problems with fresh perspectives and brave new solutions. Come January 17, all things will be possible again. We can hope and dream and think big again. No one has more faith in the American people than my father. He will be your greatest, your truest, and your most loyal champion.
I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
I'm saying, you probably view lefties as when you don't have facts, you start calling names. He starts yelling, liar, liar, you're a liar. He's like, what have I lied about?
I will present the facts plainly and honestly. We cannot afford to be so politically correct anymore.
Then they start bitching the police. They almost arrest me. To add insult to injury, then they call the freaking cops on me after they do this.
Cowardly leftists. Let's face it, no one's watching their freaking.
Oh, they're pissed. They think they're circling the.
Nobody's watching.
We want to hear the corporate spin, the carefully crafted lies, and the media myths. The Democrats are holding their convention next week.
He flipped out. I thought it was an act. I thought this was an act. He's asking me to come up, and he looked crazier and crazier and crazier.
Yeah, it was pretty out.
Totally unprovoked.
Yeah.
Listen, wait till you see the footage.
Yeah, it's all on tape, so roll the tape, as they say.
Everybody get the fuck off my stage! Get the fuck off my stage!
Cowardly leftists. Let's face it, no one's watching their freaking.
Oh, they're pissed. They think they're circling the.
Nobody's watching.
No longer can we rely on those same people in the media and politics who will say anything to keep our rigged system in place. Instead, we must choose to believe in America.
Oh, man.
History is watching us now. We don't have much time, but history is watching. It's waiting to see if we will rise to the occasion and if we will show the whole world that America is still free and independent and strong.
I want to hear that he's going to take the foot off our neck and the economic surrender is open.
I have seen firsthand how the system is rigged against our citizens, just like it was rigged against Bernie Sanders. He never had a chance. Never.
Oh, nicely
But
played.
his supporters will join our movement because we will fix his biggest single issue, trade deals that strip our country of its jobs and strip us of our wealth as a country.
Hillary's a communist Chinese spy. I think that's what people need to hear, is that we've been sold out to China, we've been sold out to Mexico and others economically, not even Chinese or Mexicans, but their elites.
Big business, elite media, and major donors are lining up behind the campaign of my opponent because they know she will keep our rigged system in place. They are throwing money at her because they have total control over every single thing she does. She's their puppet, and they pull the strings.
And he is going to just open the floodgates again and let America be the dominant force in the world. America would already be dominant. The globalists want to bring us down. That's where man, because they can't have us always number one.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
So all I want is Trump to turn America loose and let us be free, and we will dominate, and that's what we're supposed to do.
It is time to show the whole world that America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever before.
All right, look into your crystal ball. Tell me what America looks like in January if Hillary Clinton gets elected.
Oh, she's going to go after the press. They already got this coup against Fox News going on. They're going to try to shut down talk radio, bring in the fairness doctrine, jack up taxes, start a bunch of new wars.
Her bad instincts and her bad judgment, something pointed out by Bernie Sanders, are what caused so many of the disasters unfolding today. Let's review the record. Egypt was peaceful. Iraq was seeing really a big reduction in violence. Iran was being choked by sanctions. Syria was somewhat under control. After 4 years of Hillary Clinton, what do we have? ISIS has spread across the region and the entire world. Libya is in ruins, and our ambassador and his staff were left helpless to die at the hands of savage killers. Egypt was turned over to the radical Muslim Brotherhood, forcing the military to retake control. Iraq is in chaos. Iran is on the path to nuclear weapons. Syria is engulfed in a civil war, and a refugee crisis now threatens the West. After 15 years of wars in the Middle East, after trillions of dollars spent, and thousands of lives lost, the situation is worse than it has ever been before. This is the legacy of Hillary Clinton: death, destruction, terrorism, and weakness.
You will probably disappear in the night without a trace.
Me?
Yes. Well, you're a known critic of the government, and you're on KABC, so you'd be typical kind of talk show host who would just disappear.
You think they'd kill me? All I know is that I want to interview Ann Coulter over there. And she's coming on your show next, isn't she? She is. Wait, no, I don't want to get in your way. So here, let's bring Ann Coulter over here with Roger Stone. All right. Come on, Ann. But later I want to interview with you. Come on.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate that.
Nice to meet you.
Nearly 180,000 illegal immigrants with criminal records ordered deported from our country are tonight roaming free to threaten peaceful citizens. The number of new illegal immigrant families who have crossed the border so far this year already exceeds the entire total from 2015. They are being released by the tens of thousands into our communities with no regard for the impact on public safety or resources.
What did you see? We just had an altercation with young Turks, aka the Turks, assaulted Alex, yelling at me, calling me a liar. And I said, what am I lying about?
I only want to admit individuals into our country who will support our values and love our people.
Well, it just happened 20 minutes ago.
Yes, and then they spit tea in his face.
Yeah. And it was unsweetened.
They invited me up and flipped out.
Cowardly leftists, you know how it is when they have no facts to refute your arguments.
The most important difference between our plan and that of our opponent is that our plan will put America first.
Excuse me again, Roger. I want to be respectful of what's going on right now. So I'm not asking for an official statement, but can I get an exclusive statement from you without saying the things that you know you can't talk about?
I don't think I should. I really don't.
Not commenting on the situation, but saying hello and kind of what you're thinking the next step might be for you.
Well, I think I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna just relax for a little while and take it easy.
You've been working a long time.
A long time. 20 years of Fox, so it's a long time. I need some time. I need some time away. So we're good.
My opponent asks his supporters to recite a three-word loyalty pledge. It reads, "I'm with her." I choose to recite a different pledge. My pledge reads, I'm with you, the American people.
I do golf. I like to golf. Maybe a little traveling. You know, I got to Cleveland. What can I tell you? So here we go.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, and for all of your fans out there, one final statement.
Thank you. Thank you for supporting.
Sure thing.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
We're surrounded. Wherever you go.
You got Ann Coulter right over there, too.
Oh, really? Ann Coulter's over there? Hold on a second. Let me just lean over and show you guys. There's Ann Coulter.
Man, you ought to just join the Libertarians.
Why?
Because you're a good guy. You're one of the people that's hard to hate.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try. I'm a good.
That's why I never got like Linda. Like made you the poster guy of evil.
You know, I think he was just bored that day. Maybe he had taken all his pills.
I would hear these shows like Van Jones. Over and over. Man, what did this guy do?
Yeah, I know.
Will join our movement because we are going to fix the system so it works fairly and justly for each and every American.
First of all, nobody is able to keep up with you or me because nobody keep up with the Joneses.
That's right.
Trying to keep up with
That's right, fist bump.
Exactly. Trying to keep up with the Joneses is very, very difficult.
It ain't happening.
It's never going to happen.
We must break free from the petty politics of the past. America is a nation of believers, dreamers, and strivers that is being led by a group of censors, critics, and cynics. Remember, all of the people telling you you can't have the country you want are the same people that wouldn't stand. I mean, they said Trump doesn't have a chance of being here tonight. The same people. Oh, we love defeating those people, don't we?
That's a very good line, son.
If we don't start talking more, and if we don't start actually having a real conversation, we talk about each other, sir, we never talk to each other.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's the worst thing you can do in the country.
I like the fact you'll actually talk. I'm a libertarian, not a Republican, but most liberals will not debate, or a lot of Republicans won't either. But I like the fact you're going to stand up and do it.
Donald Trump and Mike Pence. Number one, number two, everybody. Oh, here they go. That's it. There they go. All right. How many thousands of balloons is this? Oh, there's so many more though. Look up, look up, look up. There's so many more up there. Nice. Let it rip.
I'm not scared of anybody, but I think what we've got to be able to do is to start talking more to each other than about
Well, good. We're seeing me and Van Jones just got along.
Yeah, terrible. Yeah. All right, good. Well,
All right, take care.
Okay, good.
All right, good job.
Soak it up. Cleveland, you've done a wonderful job hosting this party. I gotta tell you, I'm impressed beyond belief. A montage. Roxy the Ferret. All right. That was our experience in Cleveland at the RNC. Good times. Good times. Let's go ahead and share this one. I think after this documentary, I'll give you today's news. Hit like, hit subscribe, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm thankful that we have this network here and that you enjoy checking out the program. Share it with a friend. Consider tossing something in the tip jar. Rumble Rants, Super Chats. We are streaming live. And now let's go ahead and bring you the demise of the Democrats at the DNC. Campaign Trail 2016. Blake Wally put this one together.
Blake Wally, the New American Media. I am here in FDR Park in Philadelphia talking to some of the people out here gathering in support of Bernie or against the DNC, watching the implosion take place. So I wanted to ask, why do you think Bernie endorsed Hillary?
I think he did it because they probably threatened him with something. I don't know what, but I mean, you could tell from his endorsement, it wasn't the most enthusiastic thing ever. It was more like he was doing it because it's like he had to.
What do you think about Bernie endorsing Hillary?
Well, at first it was like, oh my God, did he drop out just now? Did he concede to her? Because the wording he used was really like kind of muddy. And then after a little bit, after like about 24 hours, I was like, okay, maybe not, because he didn't hand over any lists or whatnot. But other than that, it kind of upset me, but I expected it at the same time. I didn't think it would be as bad as it was, though. I will say that.
Why do you think Bernie endorsed Hillary?
Was forced to.
So you think he was bribed or maybe threatened?
Threatened is what I think. Or if he really could, he wanted to give a speech. I don't know. I wouldn't have done it.
No, I'm moving on to Jill Stein. If he's not on the ballot, then it'll be Jill Stein. So that's kind of up to superdelegates to decide now.
Oh, well, here's your voice. You're obviously a Bernie guy. Is there something you'd like to tell Bernie? Because he's listening.
I told him already. I said thank you. That's it.
Are you not upset about him endorsing Hillary at all?
Wow. No,
you think he was paid off or threatened?
No, I believe he just knows if he wants to stay relevant and not be, pretty much ostracized within Congress, he's got to work with them.
Well, he's out of it. Is he retired?
He hasn't said.
He's got nothing to lose. He's never really been a part of the Democrat Party. He's an independent. Yeah. So he owes them nothing, and they've obviously cheated him now that the email scandal's been broken open.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why it's like all these different things is why I'll never support her. So, if he feels that he's most useful, backing that's on him. I can't speak for him. So all I know is I don't have to work with him, so I'm not going to give him my vote.
What do you think about Bernie endorsing Hillary?
You want that one?
Oh, that's a tough
Whoever
one.
went, doesn't matter.
That's a really tough one, I think, to be in the party and be on the floor of the convention. It's a job he had to do. I don't think it was his choice. And if you listen to him this morning talk about how if Hillary gets the nod, we should all vote for Hillary, he was almost booed off his own stage. Right. We are not voting for Hillary. We're not voting for Trump. We're prepared for President Trump. That's not what we want. But we're prepared for it because we won't vote for Hillary.
We'll take a bullet for Bernie, but we won't vote for Hillary for Bernie, for anybody.
I had credentials. I was at the RNC, but the DNC wouldn't give me any credentials, so I'm still going to show up anyway and do what I can. So, they won't let me in the media room. Yeah, I do. So, still do plenty of journalism to do out on the street.
While Hillary is not a real Democrat and she pushes for things that are much more on the right side of things than Bernie, she is still a Democrat and therefore accepts certain truths that the Republicans completely deny, such as, you know, global warming and the fact that, you know, some things are wrong with the country as opposed to, you know, just different priorities. And so even just having a Democrat in the office where she's pushed to have a Democratic agenda is better than having, you know, someone like Trump who just, you know, oblivious in their little bubble.
Okay, so you think that the Bernie people should join the dark side with Hillary instead of taking Trump or a third party?
No, I think we should go to the third party. The founding fathers never wanted us to have two-party system because they knew that it would be easier to corrupt.
A united party has more of a chance of beating Trump than a party that's divided between Hillary and Bernie. So I think, personally, my personal opinion, is that he tried to draw his supporters towards Hillary to get more votes for Hillary so that we can beat Trump in the election.
But it's not working.
But it's not working because we have huge divides in the party, as being shown in our streets when there's a lot of still Bernie, never Hillary folks out here claiming their allegiance to Bernie and to Jill Stein and breaking from the Democratic establishment.
Can you give us a brief explanation of what that is?
It's
like a nice big slip.
It's cedarwood sage and lavender, and the metaphysical and energetic properties of it is to clear negative energy and space and to ground things and create a positive space.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yep. So what it's used for, it's been used by indigenous tribes all around the world, people all around the world for centuries to cleanse space and to create peace.
That's cool. That's good stuff. What is that?
This right here, this is sage, cedarwood, and lavender.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
I still support Bernie. I don't think he's a sellout because I feel like he was in a, you know, stuck in a hard place because he has to go back to work with these people in this, you know, in Congress.
Isn't he retiring? I'm sorry. I'm not 100%.
No, I haven't heard anything about him retiring.
I thought he was going to step down, but he's going to run for president because the Democrats had nobody else to even like throw at him. Because he's an independent. He owes the party nothing. So that's
Yeah, well, from what I've heard from like his interviews, he ran basically because he didn't see any progressive running. He was not going to run if Elizabeth Warren ran, but since she did not run, he was like, well, there's no one else that's going to do it, so let me do it.
Do you think his supporters should listen to him, or do you then join the dark side, or should they find another candidate?
I would normally say F no, but I don't know if this is like, you know, I can actually curse on this, but, so fuck no, because Hillary is still like, I personally believe that, but I personally believe she's worse than Trump. Where Trump is outwardly like, you know, hateful, Hillary is kind of behind the doors hateful.
Do you want to experience it?
Sure. Thank you. Anything you'd like to tell Bernie if he's out there listening?
Yes. Get out of the Democratic
Please join the third party, go green, and join Jill Stein. We'd love to do and vote for that.
And we'll vote for you if you do that.
What do you think? Has she picked a running mate yet, or can she pick Bernie?
She would like to have Bernie, so she's offered it to him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, twice.
Yes.
She said she's ready again to, when this is done, he can join with her, and we wish he would.
Even after he endorsed Hillary, that still didn't make me want to vote for her. Like, just because he endorsed her is not going to change my mind. I wasn't planning on voting for her at all.
All right, I'd just like to say that, you know, while this here is saying against Clinton and Trump, it's not necessarily for Bernie. I don't believe people should be writing in Bernie. I believe that if anything, we should be voting for third parties. And even if a third party doesn't actually make it, what's extremely important is getting enough percentage of the vote for the third parties for them to achieve minor party recognition. It increases ballot access for down-ticket candidates in both the Green and Libertarian Party. Right here in Pennsylvania, neither the Greens or the Libertarians are recognized as a minor party. They need to have at least 5% of the vote to be able to be recognized in a national election. So if we can get Jill Stein and hopefully both Gary Johnson that 5% this election, then that will increase the chances for third-party candidates up and down the party ticket to be able to be there.
but I do think that people should be pushing for the 5% that the third party needs to have proper representation and federal funding overall, so they can be on more ballots.
Right, I agree with you. I think it's like 15% in 5 national polls just to make the debates. Yeah, make it almost impossible for them to get a voice out there.
Even if he doesn't become the president, he's done so much to make the younger generations politically aware and active and pushing them to move forward as Democrats in the future, and also just to push Hillary Clinton's agenda far, far more to the left than she would have been otherwise. You know.
You think that's the way we need to go, is to the left or get outside the box?
Whatever Europe's doing.
Well, that's interesting because you got the Brexit, and then you might see other countries following suit. So they're kind of going from that sort of big...
Sorry, can I clarify? Whatever Scandinavia is doing.
I think Sweden might be popping out of there too. It might be a lot of countries failing and being more independent because they're not.
They still have the highest rate of happiness in the entire world. That might be going down right now. And also Finland has the best education in the world. So if we can take some clues from them, I think we can just be overall better. Everybody has their problems, but we certainly have more than Sweden right now.
What about Switzerland?
Switzerland's dope.
Okay, that's totally different, but it's still doing very successful. Kind of a small government, different policy maybe. We'll look into it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll look into it. All right, so is there anything you want to tell Hillary or the DNC, Debbie, or anybody?
Step down, both of you. You're corrupt.
If I had something to say to Hillary.
Or DNC Debbie, or the DNC in general.
Debbie and Hillary are disappointments to women everywhere. They're a disappointment to Democrats everywhere, and they should be ashamed of themselves. However, they are just humans, so, you know, who knows what situations they were put in, but they should be ashamed of themselves.
If you found out they weren't human, would you be surprised? Like it was like V and they took off their human masks and they were actually like lizards or robots?
I believe that Hillary might be a robot constructed like the Hillary 3000. However, I do think that Debbie's a real person. Maybe it's just because of her curly hair, but I can kind of relate to her.
She's a useful idiot. They kind of use her.
She's definitely a pawn. I mean, they found somebody who was already kind of in works with the DNC and was like, hey, I need you to be super gung-ho about Hillary, but just keep it on the hush-hush. Yeah, and then she, at the end, after this convention, she's going to resign and she's going to become, that's just kind of her collateral. They were like, hey, we'll let you do real work if you just kind of fudge all the stuff for us.
Right.
And
so pretty much just working for her the whole time anyway.
Oh, I mean, obviously. I mean, we all knew that, but the world didn't, so that's just kind of where the, you know, problem lies.
So screw you, DNC, screw you, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, screw you, Hillary, and screw you, everyone on Hillary's campaign.
Forgot my last question. That was video editing.
Snapping, but I was in the moment, so
Yeah.
I didn't care.
There was like
well, you were seeming to be riled up with just the press in general.
You're telling people all these flags, violent encounters with the police. You're fucking liars. You're liars, and you're part of the reason why Hillary is the goddamn nominee. You're the reason. Oh, the press is the reason. You're the fucking reason. I heard you say that guy. Oh, flags were being brought. One goddamn flag was burned. Don't fucking blow that. And I said that's all the press will put on TV.
Yeah, well, you were seeming to be riled up with just the press in general. So
I am with the press in general because
well, we can talk about it on the camera.
Sure.
Can you tell me about some of the flags we made burned?
There was one flag burnt, and that was the communist.
And I'm curious about the black and red flags here. What are those flags?
Anarcho-socialists. I don't have to. I don't answer questions from people. Okay?
We like to give everyone a voice and hear.
You're full of shit. You're a fucking lie.
Who's that? Look it up, goddammit. Who's that guy? Ignorance is not an excuse. It's what's destroying our fucking country.
Whose side are you on? The white supremacist side? The press is helping to destroy this country.
We're willing to talk to anyone.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, cherry pick what you fucking say, too. No, nothing's my stuff's not going to be chopped up. You're going to cherry pick like the mainstream media and just.
Sometimes
make it sound like I was representing something other than what I was.
No, I mean, I have that video, and I was wondering what I should do with it, because I wasn't sure, because as we were going, because I was asking you, like, who, you know, that outfit they were with, or who, you were very upset that they were
One American News
representing you. Or
anyone here who wants to be interviewed,
Are you racist? We don't need you here. Don't talk to the press. Don't talk to the press. Don't talk to the press. nothing's my stuff's not going to be chopped up. You're going to cherry pick like the mainstream media and just
sometimes
make it sound like I was representing something other than what I was. And
no, I mean I have that video, and I was wondering what I should do with it because I wasn't sure. Because as we were going, because I was asking you like who. That outfit they were with. What outfit are these guys with?
You're just gonna twist it.
What outfit are these guys with?
I don't know. USA One or some crap.
USA Today or something? Okay, USA One.
No, I already told USA Today off over there.
Right.
That's right. That's what I'm trying to tell them. Go away.
There's a lot of alternative outlets. I'm just trying to figure out who they're with.
No, I heard him say to the kid he was interviewing, all these flags being burned, this violence with the police. He was fucking making shit up.
Oh, okay.
What?
There was a flag out the road.
One flag. I was there. I know. I was with the guy that burnt it.
Fuck Bernie Sanders.
Fuck the press. Fuck the press.
And you were just like, down with the press.
No, what happened was I saw the guy start to interview this kid, and I knew this was going to happen after the flag burning. And the first thing he opens with, all these flags are getting burned. There's been aggression towards the police. Can you tell me what you know about that? And so I'm like, see, I knew they were going to spin it like that. So when he was done with his interview, I said, the press is part of the problem. The press is part of the reason why we have Hillary.
Okay, gotcha.
The people that I argue with on social media never get off their couch. And after a while, you're just like, wait a minute, I feel like I'm debating with the television. You know what? You need to shut off that TV, get off your butt, and get down here and see what's really happening.
Hillary supporters right there.
Oh, that's right.
I understand, but there's still people that have the right to be here. Will you help us keep this civil? Sure. All right, let's do it right now.
See?
All right, I guess let people walk in. Or you want to share this?
I didn't insult you. I didn't insult you.
What's your name in town? I want to get up. And why did you just insult me? Did you recognize that James O'Keefe in the blue shirt? I don't know what he's doing. Oh, that's Kid Daniels.
Will you help us keep this civil?
It's great. We're doing great. Actually, let's unplug the mics. I'm not interviewing anybody.
You gotta fight for what you believe in. You can't be scared.
I couldn't do it without her.
Don't even be scared of Trump.
I want Trump to lose. That's why I'm voting for Hillary.
We don't have terrorists.
Israeli flags.
Oh man, can I have one? I can burn it. Huh?
You guys want to talk?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, interview?
Sure. Let me light a cigarette real quick.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry, I'm a chimney.
No worries. Right.
I like the rose though.
It kind of completes the look. I don't know.
It does. It's a little accent. I like it. Yeah.
Like, I mean, even though it's the Bernie thing, and I'm like, Bernie doesn't like Palestine. I have to ruin everything with my rude politics.
Yeah.
No, I mean the fact that not all party members are supporting Hillary Clinton, the Democratic choice. Well, there's not.
I think that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is, she supported Hillary Clinton, and that's what's, really telling. I mean, that's really important. I mean, I don't know why people are so concerned. Clearly, Hillary Clinton won the nomination. She has the support of, the people who are in charge of the party, and that's what matters.
No, but Bernie loves you. He doesn't love Palestine.
They're ready.
Flip the flag. Ugh.
Don't think these people
who are still supporting Bernie need to get over it. He didn't get it. Move on.
I think they need to move on. It's time. I mean, at this point, what difference does it make? We are here. We are the nominee. Let's win this thing. We can defeat Trump. And she's the first female president. We're gonna break the glass ceiling. We care about pro-choice issues, women's issues. workplace quality issues. She's the candidate for the job.
We're the Zionists. Let me get one of them Israeli flags.
They're not giving you one, I promise you
I
that.
guarantee you that.
They're not giving me one either, probably.
Guilty by association.
Yeah.
The pedal fell off. Oh well. Are you worried though that the party is not all unified?
I mean, the Republican Party is also disunified, but Hillary is far more qualified candidate, far more stable candidate, and that's why we're voting for her, and that's why we're walking around the convention with this sign. And apparently people don't like it. Someone attacked us earlier, but we're here.
Who are you guys with, and what do you represent?
We are with ourselves. We are actually with a contingent. We are just socialists who are out here wanting to make our presence known.
Well, yeah, there should be some kind of confusion because some people were saying whether there was just confusion, whether it was communism or socialism or I think it was anarcho-socialism, and someone was yelling at a reporter for like, do your research, you don't know what that is.
I'm curious about the black and red flags here. What are those flags?
Anarcho-socialist. I don't answer questions from people. Okay?
We like to give everyone a voice in here.
You're full of shit. You're fucking lie.
Who's that? Look it up, goddammit. Who's that guy? Ignorance is not an excuse. It's what's destroying our fucking country.
Whose side are you on? The white supremacist side?
So we thought we'd come and actually ask and figure it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Educate everybody on what the philosophy is.
Yeah.
Socialism is state stage communism.
Yeah. Anarcho-socialism isn't a real thing. I don't know who said that. That was a very bad idea.
Anarcho-socialist.
I don't answer questions from people. Okay?
We like to give everyone a voice in here.
You're full of shit. You're fucking lie.
Who's that? Look it up, goddammit. Who's that guy? Ignorance is not an excuse. It's what's destroying our fucking
country. Whose side are you on? The white supremacist side?
Wow, that's ideologically unsound to begin with. Anarcho-communism is a very real thing, and it's usually late-stage communism.
It's the goal of communism. Anarcho-communism is late-stage communism. It's after the state begins to fade away.
Right.
The eventual elimination of a state to no longer have states and borders and militaries because we won't be fighting anymore.
Okay.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't like the last days of East Germany.
No. It's the goal in a world where we don't have states.
Right.
So like kind of a one world thing, like the old one world conspiracy theory, one world government.
The government.
The government thing is a problem because under late stage communism there won't be a government. There won't be a need for one.
Okay, so
So
when
it's a means to the end.
socialism is a means to an end, communism is the end.
Well, they grabbed the sign and I fell to the ground, but this is actually our second sign. Someone stole the first one earlier.
When the Communist Manifesto was written, what Marx and Engels defined was a dictatorship of the proletariat that would slowly whittle away.
So we're here and we're proud of it. I'd say people are very nice. People offer us water. Thank you for the water.
Oh, absolutely. Anything we can do to make you comfortable.
But some people have said some terrible things about women, and that's been very offensive. Yes, people have been saying awful things.
We can go over the footage.
They called Hillary a C word earlier before I met you.
Socialism is the transitory period. So as we see more and more nations become socialist, it opens the opportunity for cooperation. As we eliminate states, we see more cooperation building because capitalism is inherently built on the ideas that racism, misogyny, xenophobia, transphobia, queerphobia are all positives because they are designed by, capitalism was inherently designed as a system by cisgendered heterosexual white men. It's a fact. And to an extent, that has been what's allowed them to benefit from this system.
So it was a little disturbing.
Break the glass ceiling! Break the glass ceiling!
This is a small viewpoint of what happens in this neighborhood.
They can't take care of people here right at the freaking convention. What makes us think they're going to take care of people in this country? It's not going to happen.
I think it's just corruption, like big banking families, the Federal Reserves, stuff like that. More like a corruption, like gone from a free market capitalism to what we call the crony capitalism that we have today, where it's Wall Street and mixed with the government, and it's crony. It's all working together. It's almost fascistic in a way.
Free market capitalism somebody still has to lose in that system, because there are still business owners that profit off of other people's labor, and they did not earn that labor. They are exploiting their workers.
You gotta get a Philadelphia treat you can't get anywhere else. Philly water ice. It's like our cheesesteaks. You gotta try it at least once. Come on, get free sample. I got coconut, I got pineapple, and I got coconut, pineapple, and I got cherry.
That sounds delightful, baby.
Come on and try it out.
It happened with the United States, where we had big industrialists, working the railroads or other corporations that exploited their workers, and it led to the rise of the unions, and so they got paid more rather than working 60 hours a week for nothing. They do the same thing now in China.
I'm actually really glad you brought up unions, because unions are like a huge advantage. Unions are entirely built by communists originally. Like, we see it all the way back to the Haymarket Square riots, where we earned our 8-hour workday. It wasn't liberalism and voting that got us our 8-hour workday. It was taking to the streets and fighting for it.
Duping delight is when people feel like they're really getting away with something, and they end up smiling because they feel like they're getting away with something. I'm not saying that you are or not.
Who are you getting paid by to?
Have you guys seen any other?
Derail us?
I'm a volunteer. I flew here from New Orleans to be a part of the process, and I've been doing a documentary about my journey, of which this is the culmination, since I drove from Tucson to Milwaukee.
Great.
Let me ask you another question. We'll switch gears a little bit. So you got the East Germany hat. Just hypothetical, would you guys, and I'm not sure, do you subscribe to the communist philosophy? Is that like something you think it's a good thing, or in theory? Well, would you rather, say, live in Stalinist Russia, East Germany, I don't know, Cuba, or the United States?
I would love to go to Cuba right now. If I could go to Cuba right now, I would go to Cuba.
Maybe right now, but like maybe during the whole, Fidel Castro regime, like the height of it.
The Fidel Castro regime was under strict economic sanctions by the United States. I can guarantee you that if it weren't for the fact that the U.S. was constantly trying to undermine them, they would have been a lot more successful almost immediately. And they still, to this day, are under harsh economic sanctions by the United States and by the U.S.'s allies, and they aren't being allowed to flourish. But
that is a good point. What do you want people to know about this?
Ultimately, it's been read by great thinkers, like you see on the back, Thoreau, Emerson, Gandhi. Nelson Mandela memorized the entire Gita. And ultimately, it teaches, if people are able to assimilate these teachings, it teaches how there can be real unity, real peace through a higher consciousness on this planet. So ultimately, if people learn to see through the eyes of the Gita, then there'll be no need for, oh, this person's white, this person's black, because then you can understand that we're all souls. And on that platform, it doesn't matter what you look like on the outside, because we know the inside.
I did.
We found both of the Hillary supporters. They're right here.
Hillary.
Have you seen any more supporters?
Hillary. Hillary. President. Hillary.
What I will say for the USSR that I can't say for the US is that after the USSR destroyed East Germany, they also helped rebuild East Germany, whereas after the US destroyed countries like Afghanistan, we did absolutely nothing to help rebuild.
Right.
I put some McDonald's and some Walmarts in. Okay.
That's actually probably right. I mean, if we're being honest, yeah, that's what happened.
They are paid. Break the glass. Break the glass. They are paid. They are paid. They are paid. They are paid. They are paid.
If Bill Clinton signed the crime bill that destroyed black communities throughout this country, why shouldn't he be held accountable? And why shouldn't Hillary be held accountable on joint venture laws? It makes no sense. And all I keep getting is that's politics. Are you kidding me?
A Marxist business would be the workers own the shares in the company, not some CEO who doesn't do any of the work, but the workers themselves would get the money that the profit from the business.
And we can already see examples of that in the U.S. with things like co-ops, where workers are owning everything that they're making, and it's workers-owned co-ops.
That's good. Eventually, that'll hopefully translate to the large scale.
But has this process worked where they're in these other communist examples, these countries, where the workers were really thriving really well?
Venezuela
before the U.S.
Before the collapse?
Before Clinton.
Yeah.
Before the global recession and Clinton.
The average person did really well, making their high wages.
They were under capitalism.
Significantly better than they were before.
Under the exploitation of crony capitalism, probably.
They were doing a lot better than they were under capitalism, and that's.
Well, that may be. I'm not
an example.
debating that. I just want to know where I haven't seen an example of where there's a thriving population under a communist regime.
We also try our best to suppress every socialist government.
Right.
So it's really hard to find an example when the U.S. and U.S. allies are doing their best to keep these governments from thriving.
We want to see all the emails. We can't wait for Russia and WikiLeaks. How about those Wall Street transcripts? You really are with her. Oh, I thought it was a fake sign.
No, it's real. No, it's real.
No, I thought it was. Oh, you're paid to do this.
I don't know.
So who would you want to run everything if we were going to be under a communist system?
People. The people.
People. But usually it's going to run under kind of a dictators and kind of an oligarchy, isn't it?
No.
The Inner Circle, Stalin.
The party. I mean,
have they all been running? Has every communist regime been run under like a Castro or a Mao Zedong or a Stalin?
Hugo Chavez had 15 elections while he was president. He had one every year, and
I think during the last election, it didn't seem like the people were kind of poor, but they looked up to him because he gave them, free blankets and food. And that was like a big deal, but it's kind of like you're weakening everybody, and then to the point where they're looking for handouts, and like you're the nice guy that's letting them live.
That's not what he did. That's not what he did.
Towards the end.
Not towards the end. Towards the end, the U.S. government intentionally undermined them. So the idea that, he just manipulated his people by giving them free stuff completely disregards the fact that the U.S. government was involved in destroying the Venezuelan economy by driving a wedge between Chavez and his advisor team and all their allies.
And it ignores the fact that the GDP grew 12% every year up until 2009, when it took a 3% hit during the global recession.
What do you think about the emails that were leaked? Do you have an opinion on that?
Everybody has hiccups every once in a while, and
Hiccups? I mean, emails that were leaked? Debbie Wasserman Schultz had to resign.
what difference does it make?
It doesn't. That's Hillary's line. What difference does that make?
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference.
What difference does it make?
That they were intentionally trying to steal the election? It was admitted?
What difference does it make?
Who do you want to rule if we went to communism? Because you'd have to have somebody, obviously, that you would trust to run the country. So is there any...
No, we don't.
Right.
We have the dictatorship of the proletariat. It's ruled by the people.
Yeah,
the people, workers.
This hasn't worked yet, but there hasn't been there's usually been like one prominent leader for every communist regime. There hasn't been like a conglomerate of direct democracy or anything. Yeah.
Do you have an opinion, sir?
We have to support her because we have to beat Trump. And I think she's the best candidate to do it. And I'll have the last laugh when she wins.
You have
going to have a real breakthrough.
In the leaked emails?
What's that?
The leaked emails. That they were intentionally trying to steal the election.
No, I mean, I think
from Bernie.
We've got a new
and I'm not
chairwoman now.
biased, by the way.
We've got a new chairwoman now, and I think we'll get beyond that.
What happens is the dictatorship of the proletariat withers away as the proletariat withers away.
In theory, has it happened?
No, but every socialist country gets choked by the United States, so it's kind of hard to make that assumption.
Okay, we'll get beyond that. Yeah. But do you think the election was stolen from Bernie? That's what these people feel. Do you feel that way?
I don't think so. I think voter fraud is a right-wing myth propagated to try to...
strong words there.
It is.
So communism in theory would work if we didn't have United States. Right, no, I'm just saying it would if the United States wasn't...
It would work without interventionist policies.
Right, without interventionism, communism would be perfectly successful.
Pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty colorful.
Compliments her.
I don't know, it kind of makes her look like...
I think she looks really pretty.
Oh, it's like a rising red sun behind her?
Yep.
Yeah.
She looks like Sharon Stone here.
A little bit.
The turtleneck thing, I'm not sure if I'm happy with that idea.
They're a queen of the Hunger Games right there.
There you go.
Nobody wants to live under Stalin, but people would want to live like they are part of the decision-making team and they get to rule over the rest. As long as they're like in the club, then it seems okay.
There is no club. Like that under true communism, there is no club.
I definitely wouldn't mind living under Lenin. That was.
Oh, I would have loved to live under Lenin.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
Very different situation.
Let me. Yeah, totally different. Let me live under Lenin. That's perfect. Send me back. I'll live my life.
We'll send you back so we get to do it over and we get to go in under the Lenin regime rather than the 20th, 21st century America.
I'm going to say that really the death of Lenin was a big turning point for the USSR and a huge problem.
It was a huge problem.
If he hadn't had a stroke, things might have gone a little differently, but, you know.
Did he murder a lot of people, though? Or am I wrong?
Well, it was a revolution. People die.
People die in revolutions. Revolutions are violent. That's just how that's the nature of revolution.
Witnessed a publicity stunt there with James O'Keefe, Project Veritas, author of Breakthrough. It's pretty funny, posing as a Hillary supporter.
How many people? How many people?
That was both of them. We were wondering, were they Hillary people, aren't we? We found both of them, and they weren't actually supporters. Yeah, Mike was asking me, oh, we got to go find there's a couple Hillary supporters. Let's go check it out. And just gather around, and yeah, it turns out, I was like, wait a second, isn't it James O'Keefe? Yeah, it was.
I think some people
His cover
caught on.
was kind of being blown. They thought they were using some sort of right-wing plant, but yeah, no, I didn't want to totally blow his cover, even though I asked him if he was making a real breakthrough. So anyway, good times.
They had, the only thing that the Southern.
I already heard you say you're Trump supporters, so I would prefer you didn't.
The only thing.
We're just trying to, understand, get the perspective.
Right.
Exactly. It's all civil communication. We're having a good discussion, right? All right, I appreciate your time, guys. It was a good chat. Full communism.
German.
It's Palestine.
No.
Palestine. I collect memorabilia.
Oh, okay.
That's why
Parting words, parting advice.
Yeah, everyone should chant Hare Krishna. Make him happy.
Hare Krishna.
Chant Hare Krishna and be happy. Yeah, we're
All
monks.
right.
Yeah, take care, man.
Good enough.
Nice to meet you, man.
You too.
Yeah.
Mikey, this is South Philly, right? This is South Philly. We're getting to the area. It's a big march over that way.
Dude, you got.
All right, Mike and I will cheers. Mike is from Philly, so he's got that mustard on there. It's like a Philly tradition here.
Hey, ho, ho! This corruption's got to go! Hey, ho, ho! This corruption's got to go! Hey, ho, ho! This corruption's got to go!
If the election were held today, if you had to vote for Hillary or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
None of them.
It's too easy, right? I'll let you off the hook here. All right, how about this? What would it take for them to earn your vote? What would it take for Donald to win your vote?
Oh no, he will never have my vote.
Like, let's say if he walked something back, like if he said, I'm really sorry about that time. I did the escalator and I said that thing about the wall and the Mexican. Right.
Never, ever. I'm a Latina and I can't. Will never vote for him.
So you're in a room and it's a deciding vote. You got to pick one or the other, and you have to live with it.
That's the
All right.
problem.
Okay. What would Hillary have to do?
Well, she's not gonna have my vote.
Sorry I'm so phony. I'll start doing press conferences. I'm sorry about all the stuff that happened with the DNC and the emails and the scandals. Would you please forgive me and vote for me? Would you do it?
No, I will have an answer. Maybe I will be like, okay, if you release the transcripts, finally, I may think about it.
Okay. All right, fair enough. So that's okay.
She's not gonna do it, so I'm not gonna vote for her.
That is true. Okay.
Nonviolent action. Nonviolent action. Gives the people hope. Gives the people hope. Gotta give 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 the people hope.
Why don't you tell us about what you've got here? I like the sign here too. The Demex. Can you tell us about the Demex?
Yes, tomorrow we are doing a massive, we just want to drop out of the Democratic Party. We don't want this. This is not for us. They rigged the election. They don't need us. They need to just, go and rig the election again. If they're so afraid of Donald Trump, why don't you do the same thing? Just go and steal the election again. I'm not going to vote for her, and the Democratic Party is dead to us.
Hey, hey, oh, oh. Superdelegates got to go. Hey, hey, oh, oh. Superdelegates got to go.
We're going to build something else. We have a strong movement, and we're just going to keep going to elect a brand new Congress and new people in the government that work for us.
Sounds good. So tell us about the handing out cards.
Yes, for a brand new Congress. It's a new movement. We're using the grassroots organization that we used for the Bernie campaign. It's all Bernie volunteers and staffers, and we want to create a brand new Congress in 2018. Normal people like you and me, we just want to elect people that are not paid for corporations. We need to take money out of politics. We need to end superdelegates, but I think we need a government that works for us, so we're just going to elect new people in the Congress to change the system. And this is the best moment to do it, We're angry at the system, but we need to take steps to change the system.
I said money ain't speech, corporations are people. Money ain't speech, corporations are people. Democracy springs, the movement's coming to you. Democracy springs, the movement's coming to you.
We actually need to organize on the local level. We need to organize in cities like Miami, like wherever you are.
Are you from Miami?
Yes. So we need to organize volunteers the same way we did for Bernie. We need to organize. Everyone has to go out and make sure they know that we're coming from them. And we got into the WikiLeaks, so they know we're coming. BrandNewCongress.org.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Did I give you a card, right? If the election were held tonight and you had to choose between Trump and Hillary Clinton, who would you pick and why?
If you put a gun to my head and there were no other candidates and it was just Trump and Hillary, I would vote for Hillary.
Really? Why is that?
Well, I can't say on camera the other man because I think my mother would see me saying this would just kill over and die because she's so rabidly supportive of Hillary and she's a boomer and I don't want to see my mother die.
Election fraud! Election fraud! Election fraud! Election fraud! Election fraud! Election fraud! Election fraud!
What would Donald have to do to gain your vote or your mom?
Kill himself and appoint a new vice president.
Not a big fan of Mike Pence.
I think that he probably started running as a publicity stunt, and then that publicity stunt backfired on him, and now he is very nervous that he might actually become the president of the United States.
There he comes. That's this guy.
There he is. There they are.
Like it. All right.
People who say that this is a
think this election is a circus. It's a cool, like, it's true, it's kind of a circus, but the circus isn't out here, it's in there.
Election fraud! Election fraud! Election fraud! Election fraud!
You know, this is like, we have to do this because we have to draw attention to the fact that this election has kind of been stolen. Corporate control, the party was not fair at all to Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders is a stronger candidate in the general election because of so many Americans are independents.
Who knows? I think it's water. And then just people started running, and the cops started moving in. Why are you burning an American flag? Why are you burning an American flag? You want to be on camera? Why are you burning an American flag? What are you doing now?
I protected free speech and it's legal.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking.
Why aren't you?
I'm just asking you why you're burning a flag. You can tell us.
Cop just took it.
Yeah.
So there it is. That's
Hey Luke, do you know what that was in the balloons? Why did everyone start running? They opened the door. Oh, somebody opened the door. Okay. I'm surprised you found me. Let's guess they were trying to get out of the gate or something.
Arresting people throwing water balloons. A couple people snuck in.
Wow.
Press, sit down! Press, sit down! Press, sit down! Press, sit down!
Let me cover up my name. I'm a delegate, so I gotta.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Because there could be a small fire. So why do you let the small fire happen? Don't be trolled by the symbolism and just let it go, okay? Let's breathe the room, give the people some breathe the room, let them exercise their First Amendment rights. Once again, my name's Schumer Supreme. back so you don't get watch it. She's still standing. No, get your hands off. Guys, come on.
Touch him. Yo. Let's make some space for my brother. Let's make some space for my brother. Step back. I will step back.
But it is some drama, so let's just yeah, I know, man. Hey guys, give it down. Step back a little. Step back a little. Also, if someone steps back, please, come on, more space. Come on, guys. Don't breathe it, bro. Hey, Matt. Right. Well, maybe it's not. Hey, excuse me. Maybe it's not so safe to light it up just here. I'm just saying that.
You know, it's pretty safe to me. Let's take a vote. Do it.
It just might not be safe. I mean, if it seems like it becomes safe.
Big Tanner now, I guess.
But if everybody's in crowding and trying to get pictures of it, whatever. I don't want to see. I don't want to see you crowding a fucking little fire. So please cooperate. If they light a little tiny fire, just don't crowd. We're all standing on lighter. One step back. 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 One step back.
Back up. Back up, guys. You can get hurt. Back up. Seriously, back up, guys. Everyone back up. Step on the fucking fire.
Yes. Tactics that are misleading.
Big trouble.
I'm so proud of you.
They clearly didn't put gasoline on it. If you're gonna burn it, it's supposed to put gasoline on it.
Right? Activism 101.
This is dangerous. It could burn down your house. To all the children who are watching.
Why's your damn hair on fire, you idiot?
Good lesson learned. Activism 101. Don't burn flags. Do stand back. Don't use lighter fluid.
Burn that shit the fuck down! Burn that shit the fuck down! This is a First Amendment event. This is a First Amendment expression. The Supreme Court has guaranteed us the right under the First Amendment to burn the American flag. Burn that shit the fuck down! They hate us! The fuck you doing? They hate us! Protect that rag! I thought it was America. They hate us, my man.
The majority of American flags are made in China, not in America.
Don't do that, man.
It's called regular charge for terrorism.
They already burned. Where are we together now?
Oh, that's their flag.
Not controlled by free speech people? Thank you.
Yeah. You see it? Smash the stage.
Only to burn people.
That is their sole purpose.
Divide and conquer.
Burn all flags. Burn the black flags. Question all forms of authority, especially your own.
All nation states, the symbols of all nation states is what we decry. We believe there should be no such nationalism. We believe that no piece of cloth should...
What does us sit down do? What does us chanting do? I don't give a damn if they burn the flag. And over there. Like 5 minutes from here, over there. I don't care. Burn that flag all you want. It doesn't make us look. No. We're here now.
We can take it down. We can take it down. We can take it down. We can talk, but...
Occupation stop. Unfortunately, this occupation is wrong. It's criminal what's being done towards the Palestinian people, and is causing danger for the Jewish people as well. We lived in Palestine before the state of Israel, and we lived in peace. We can live in peace. We don't even need a state of Israel to protect us.
So you wouldn't mind if it was a two-state solution, or even dissolved with the state of Israel?
We would prefer to be dissolved totally and have the indigenous population of the land choose their own government, whatever it's going to be.
Do you think that would be okay? What about the people living there now, the Jewish Israelis? Do you think they would have to coexist, or they would have to live in the diaspora for their own safety or for their own comfort?
I strongly believe that the vast majority, at least the vast majority of them, would have no problem to live there once they do admit that the state of Israel is wrong, and they would be ready to rectify and to rethink all what has been done, and they would be willing to give it up and to work towards peace and coexistence.
We're fucking waking up. All you're doing is inciting violence. All you're doing is disrupting the peace. We are here for peaceful protest.
Just respect opinions. If they're going to be violent, allow them to do so. Just respect opinions. Just leave it.
This is a very simple, clear message. It doesn't take that much to understand it. It's not that difficult. Start this election. Understand that supporting Palestine is not anti-Semitic. Once people understand that what the state of Israel is doing is not Jewish, it's not supported by all Jews, then people will not be fearful to speak up against these crimes.
Try to attack the guy who had this before me. Oh my God.
Right? This is allowed.
Let's hear what they're saying.
What they're saying is violence. What they're saying is fucking ridiculous. They're not saying that just
You can't call for violence,
just
though.
let them do it. Because now you guys are becoming a violent party as well. I'm not being violent. I'm not swinging fists. I'm not attacking.
I understand it. What do you think of Netanyahu then?
Well, Netanyahu is the most wicked person.
I call him Israeli Cheney. Yeah.
Okay.
Dick Cheney. Yeah. He's not a good guy.
No, and especially when he stands up and insists to call his state a Jewish state, it's really ridiculous and embarrassing to me as a Jewish person.
Yeah, because he had that land for like what, 1,000 years or 2,000 years, and all of a sudden they wanted to make a claim on it, right? And then the British Empire fell, and then they.
Unfortunately, this state is not Jewish. It doesn't reflect the
same bloodlines. Isn't even. I don't even know if it is the same bloodlines, but they say they should have a homeland, which is interesting. But they kind of took it from Palestine, or they invaded.
This is a whole story for itself.
You know more than
if we really want to go back to history, and if we want to relate to the land on a scriptural basis. Now, let's go back a step.
Right.
This state of Israel, this movement of Zionism, is using or misusing religious concepts to justify an anti-religious movement. Now, they are claiming religious history to the land in the time that they are going in a total 180-degree contrast to what Judaism teaches and what Judaism is. Now, Israel is officially a secular state. Transforming Judaism from a religion into a political movement, disregarding everything what Judaism stands for, and still insisting to call it a Jewish state, and still insisting to people to believe that it's Judaism giving them the legitimacy to occupy the land, which is a total hypocrisy. And this is truly embarrassing to Jewish people.
I understand that.
Yeah, she
Three hugs. All right.
I totally
Three hugs,
understand that, but I do see someone saying stop nonviolence and he's marching through the crowd, hitting people. That's not nonviolence. So you cannot say you're doing something and you're not doing it.
I haven't hit a single person.
I didn't say you. I said some of the people over there. I done seen them. Well, one guy in particular, he's just marching through and nonviolence and he's hitting people. That's not nonviolence. Yeah, that's not nonviolence, and that's getting them upset.
Is it part of your understanding of inevitability or prophecy that the Jewish homeland will once again be Israel? Or is that a hope?
Well, this is also a problem with Zionism, that they are transforming and misconstruing basic ideas within Jewish teachings. Yes, there is the idea of the Shona Yerushalayim coming here in Jerusalem. There is the idea of the ultimate redemption where Jewish people hope for, which is, as far as Jewish teachings, is the future which is going to be a purely spiritual future. And all mankind will form one bond to be in peace and harmony and serve Almighty God together. Now, this is not about fighting, this is not about occupation, this is about a spiritual, peaceful future. And unfortunately, this whole concept is being transformed into a political, warriors movement of fighting other people and committing all these crimes. It's a total embarrassment.
We all need to recognize the fact that there are ways in which we can be aggressive and yet peaceful at the same time. A protest, if we want change to be effective, we need to do more than just this. This is empowering and inspiring. However, we need to go the extra mile and actively do something against the corrupt political system. Taking that gate down right there is both aggressive and peaceful. We are not hurting anyone. We are helping those and giving those a voice that need to be heard. If we were to take that gate down, lock arms with each other, and sit down in front of those police officers, it would be much more profound than sitting behind a gate.
Yeah, it was a big mistake, and to ever start that country in the first place, probably. It's nice, in one sense, you think it's nice to have a homeland, but it was for the wrong reasons. And what Netanyahu and a lot of people have done to the Palestinians has been pretty atrocious, and people need to know that. So hopefully they can find some way to coexist better. I don't know if that's can happen. Not with somebody like Netanyahu who's not
the only way that will work is simply give up what is wrong. Just stop it. We can very easily South Africa.
Just give the land back to Palestine.
Apartheid South Africa. End it, and people are in peace.
Yeah.
This is exactly what needs to happen. This occupation has to stop, and people as people will be able to live. They'll work out the way.
Like Native Americans coming back in like 1,000 years and saying, hey, that land used to belong to us, so now we want it back, and then they're going to start driving. Yeah, in a way, is that a bad analogy?
We can. There's many ways to
I'm trying to, figure it out. It's a complex issue. Like the sign.
Black lives matter! 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 Black lives matter!
How people are being brutally beaten, guess by whom? By the official police.
Your anti-Zionist comrades, I guess, they're being attacked by the Israeli
government. Yes.
Wow.
Physically attacked. I'm talking about brutality.
So what would it take for an internal dissolution of the Israeli nation state for them to do that on their own?
The leaders have to wake up one day and decide that if they truly want to please God, if they truly want the security of the people, the only solution is going to be to stop this rebellion against God to stop these violence against other people, and to stop all of this. Very simple.
I just want to thank all of y'all for coming out and showing what true solidarity looks like. Because this is what it's about. When we say true solidarity, that means you found out from a flyer, from your friend, from Facebook, from whatever, that there was a Black Resistance March in Philadelphia. And wherever you were, wherever you came from, whatever you're doing, you were like, I have to be there. And all y'all people are here right now. All these people are here. All these people are here. And that just means a lot. Because it's not about...
Get out of here!
Because it's not about... It's not about stuff that looks fucked up. The police is part of the systemic problem to perpetuate the violence and the corruption and the death of Black and brown people. So fuck your Bernie Sanders campaign if that's your mentality.
I'm very happy. It's my honor to be here to protest the stealing of our election. And I'm here from Boston. I'm running for state senate. My name's Tara Fredericks, and I wanted my body to count because my vote obviously didn't. Thank you.
It's not about getting distracted about bullshit. It's not about feeling good because you had that really witty fucking Facebook post. It's not about feeling good because you finally unloaded all your white guilt. It's not about feeling good because you think, well, I'm Black, but I have enough money, so maybe I'll be safe. No, it's not about any of that shit. This is about solidarity, and this is about what it means when you say Black Lives Matter. And what it means when you say Black Lives Matter is that when a Black person is speaking about his experience, you shut the fuck up and listen.
Hey guys, what's with the candles? Oh, it wasn't like some Bernie, like, that's what I thought. It was like some vigil or something. It could be. It should be, maybe.
White police kill innocent Black lives. Put them in prisons and jail. Now. Today. This is what we ask for. Justice for all Black lives. Because Black lives matter. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
The original plan was a candlelight vigil to commemorate the death of democracy.
Because for all these motherfuckers who are upset and mad because now we have Trump 2016, we've been telling you for fucking centuries that this country is racist as shit. And y'all didn't want to believe us. We've been telling you that the cops were killing us, and y'all didn't want to believe us. We were telling you that the legal systems were rigged, and the schools were underfunded, and the houses were being torn down, and y'all didn't want to believe us. And now, when shit hits the fan, now y'all want to come to us and be like, well, I don't want Trump. No, that shit should have happened 40 years ago. That shit should have happened 400 years ago. So when I say this is what real solidarity looks like, this means you don't get to come and be in solidarity because, oh, now I'm at risk. Oh, now I'm worried about me. Oh, now I'm worried about my Black friend. No, you should have been worried. You should have been listening. That's what solidarity is. That's listening. When people are saying we're struggling, you listen. You don't make up excuses. You don't look for whatever evidence you can find to dismiss them. You fucking listen. Yes.
We are living in a time that where literally the DNC will break its own rules to go and promote a weak candidate that has a track record of being a extension of the corporate establishment and has a track record as a Secretary of State of being a horrendous warmonger. But the real reasons the Republicans hate her is because she gets away with shit they would love to do.
She bring her down. They bring the whole system down.
She gets away with the weapon sales to Saudi Arabia that do human rights violations internally and abroad. She gets away with helping overthrow a legitimate democracy in Honduras and installing a military coup that destabilized the region. She got away with screwing Haiti, but it's beyond even that. That's the attitude, that arrogance of the Democratic Party.
I want to thank all of y'all for coming out here. Yes, and for supporting us. And I want to thank y'all ahead of time for the work you're going to do in the future to support this movement, because that's what it's about. Fuck Donald Trump, fuck Hillary Clinton, fuck Bernie Sanders, fuck Jill Stein. Support the people, fuck the politicians. Support the people. People for people.
You also joined Bourbon Supreme's Dank Bean Stash. There's a new Dank Bean Stash, y'all. Alright, what happens on your stash? Oh, just fucking dank beans, bro. All your base belong to us. That's all I'm saying. Yes. I appreciate you. Ponies.
We are Jill, not Hill. Because even if she doesn't win, we just get her into the debate stage. We just get her there. That's what we're fighting for. Get her on the debate stage. It'll change the narrative.
Beautiful, y'all.
These people sat in a circle and sang Kumbaya 100 yards away while their brothers and sisters were being hauled off in handcuffs, and they couldn't even bear witness. I don't expect anybody to come out and fight the cops if they don't want to. I don't expect anybody to rush the gates. I don't expect any of that. What I do want is a show of solidarity for the people who are their brothers and sisters who are getting arrested in peaceful protests. They can't even come out and watch. That's what pisses me off. That's not solidarity. That's abandonment. And that pisses me off.
What were they doing to get arrested?
Sitting down.
That's it? Oh, they were just sitting down in a spot?
Yes, it was civil disobedience. It was a peaceful act of civil disobedience.
Okay.
And these guys couldn't even come and watch.
Okay.
That's what
they weren't climbing the gate or anything?
No, they were sitting
just
down.
Sitting there?
Just sitting down in an act of civil disobedience.
Okay.
Civil disobedience is generally non-violent act.
Right.
Where you either lock arms or you sit down or something like that.
I heard there was people like just climbing over the fence peacefully, but they know they're not supposed to do that.
Well, even
so they
then,
were, right.
Why not?
Watching the people peacefully get arrested. It's the most peaceful arrest I've ever seen. Just climb over the barrier and get zip tied, get escorted down the hallway. And there's all sorts of different people.
Yeah, people from everywhere. Yeah, I think they want to have more of a cause than that. I guess not. Yeah, especially on the first day. You just got here and now you want to get arrested over something silly.
Right.
But, oh.
I asked one gentleman why he did it. And he said, why not? As he was getting led off by the police.
Yeah, he's probably changed his mind now that he's taking a ride in the car now. Like, oh man, I should have waited at least till the last day or something.
I mean, the air conditioning's got to be.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe he doesn't have any hotel accommodations, I guess.
Did it for the accommodations, yeah.
Well, if they want to, but I mean, it's not a good cause to me. But I mean, if they want to, that's up to them. But that's all I was thinking.
That's my point. I don't expect anybody to go into something they don't feel comfortable with, ever.
Right.
Ever.
But if they're just sitting there minding their own business and they're in a perfectly good spot, then yeah, it would be totally bullshit if they took them away.
Well, that's not what civil disobedience is.
Right.
Civil disobedience, as according to Martin Luther King Jr., is an act of nonviolent protest in an effort to either generate attention to a problem or to stop a problem.
So what were they trying to bring it up? What were they?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
They were trying to shut down the subway to prevent the delegates from
they were trying. Well, okay, so they were trying to shut down the subway.
Civil disobedience, though.
I got you, but that's somebody's cause. But does everybody have to join the cause because somebody does? Was it justified?
That's not what I meant.
Okay,
that's not my criticism.
Okay.
My criticism is not that they didn't join in.
Yeah.
My criticism is they didn't bear witness.
Okay.
All they had to do was stand up, stop humming, and turn around. And they couldn't be bothered to do that.
Right.
We did not come to take sides. We came to take over. You got to own your space. You got to know you're sovereign. You got to stop being slaves to the system. Stop allowing the programming and indoctrination, because that's what it is. You've been enslaved. You've been indoctrinated. Weapons of mass distraction. Okay? A lot of this stuff is to distract you, to keep you from owning your space. You gotta know who you are. You gotta know that you are the answer, that the power is with you and in you, and you gotta own your space. You gotta be unafraid and unapologetic. 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 We're in this together. It's up to us. It's up to us. It's up to us. We are in this together.
My assumption is we're all part of the same group here because we're protesting the coronation of Hillary Clinton. That's I mean, whether or not Black Lives Matter or PLA or something like that, we're all here protesting the convention. So when somebody gets arrested, when somebody gets taken by the state, held hostage, essentially you're a political prisoner at that point. Right. And if these guys over here that are preaching peace, that are preaching peaceful revolution or whatever they want to call it, if they can't even come and watch, that's abandonment. That shows to me that this is a flighty fucking concept. And they think that sitting here and humming is going to stop these billionaires from stealing our elections, from starting. These people are starting wars for profit, and they think humming is going to stop that?
Don't say fuck the police, say help the police, because they tools and slaves too to this system. They are tools and slaves to this system, and they need help. They need help too.
And the thing is, I mean, literally, they're pushing the paramount established candidate against now many people know that was rigged. We knew it was rigged, but now it's a hard fact. It's
you got proof? You think Putin did it?
No, honestly.
How about if he did it, do you think we should thank him?
Yeah, because, you know, the irony, you know why? Because Putin's a terrible human being. But Clinton has all the mentalities of the Soviet ideology.
Black Lives Matter, and the whites that are on our side matter.
We are in this together. A peaceful revolution. A non-violent revolution. To the racist system. No good cops to the racist system. No good cops to the racist system.
I do understand that, but how do we make the change? How do we change it? How do we change that is the question. You got to change the system. They all slaves and tools, just like everybody else to a certain degree.
Congress, that's how we change it.
Now, we are Congress. We have to understand that we are the answer. People are the answer.
Came in for love. Came in for love. Let's go. Came in for love, y'all. Let's bring it.
I'm just so tired of this. This accomplishes nothing. This makes them feel better. This is
what do you think they should do?
If you were circle jerk.
Right, if you were the leader, what would you do with them?
Probably sit in a circle, hold hands, and go.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love each other and support each other.
We must love each other and support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
Ashe! Ashe!
Ashe! Ashe!
What's being portrayed on the media is definitely not what's been going on here. Because I think it's so interesting, like, one of the news channels were posting about how, like, violent, how tensions were down here, and all you can do is hear us singing in the background.
Well,
you know,
and
so
that's why we rushed down there, because it's like, we did hear about some flags being burned,
That's not you guys. That's the RevCon people. Pretty sure.
Yeah, we heard about it, so we came over and we're like, dude, we gotta go. Like, peaceful
No, it's
presence,
like,
let's be here.
I haven't seen any Bernie people burning flags. You know, I haven't seen it. It's
I feel the burn.
It's the, you know...
Dirty commies. All right, did I say that out loud?
It's more of the communist groups that we see burning flags and, like, you know, attacking police. You don't need violence to fight what's going on right now.
Exactly.
Like, what's going on is extremely messed up, and I think that resonates with most Americans. It's like, you talk about the actual issues, you talk about the emails that have come out, it's like, you have an entire political party. We have a two-party system, and one of those two parties is, exactly, yeah, pretty much. But anyway, the Democrat Party has been rigged from the beginning of this election. You know, they've rigged it for Hillary Clinton. And like I said earlier, I'm not a Bernie supporter, but it still frustrates me no end, and all my coworkers, that this election's just been stolen. And another thing, the way they seated people, they seated all all the Bernie people, all the states that went Bernie were seated around the top essentially, and all the states that went Hillary were at the bottom.
This land is your land, this land is my land, from California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me.
But you see in the mainstream media, you see people at CNN, you know, and MSNBC credentials on cheering for Hillary. It's like, we know where you've been this entire election. You're supporting Hillary Clinton.
We are all in this together.
Breath heart hugs.
Okay, 3 breath heart hugs.
All right.
Okay. Demonstration. All right.
People, when they go in for a hug, they go right arm up. So this aligns with spleens. Your heart's to the left. So if you start going to hug with your left arm up, you say heart hug. So this way your hearts are more aligned when you give a hug.
Oh, okay.
So when you go like this. So the thing is, it takes 20 seconds to release oxytocin. So most people are like, I'm not going to touch a stranger for 30 seconds. But 3 seconds is doable. So we're going for a hard hug. And we're just going to take 3 breaths. That's how you hug a stranger.
Love it.
We are in this together.
It's seriously so fun. I go into a restaurant, anywhere I go, and I'll ask if they hug a stranger. And they'll say no, well, do you want it? If they say yes, you say, do you want it? And if they say no, I don't touch people, or my husband will be upset. But then they still want to know about it. So if just one person goes home and like hugs their loved one that way.
One people, one nation, one tribe. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one tribe. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one tribe. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one tribe. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one tribe. One people, one nation, one family.
There it is.
Can you just state both your names?
My name is Blake Wally, or Blake the Eccentric, Gonzo journalist.
I'm Michael Kostelnik.
Great. Thanks a lot, guys.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. We're going to get to the news shortly here. In the meantime, let's play you this gem. Actually, why won't this...
Your guide to the truth, the new American media.
Our conversation with John McAfee. Happy Thanksgiving.
Broadcasting to you live from the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, California, Los Angeles to be specific. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special episode of Agree to Disagree here at thenewamericanmedia.com, and the new place where you come to get information, the new way of digging into a story, the new way of hearing about things that are happening. The corporate propaganda, that machine is broken down, crumbling, failing. It is done. It's over. It's never coming back the way that it used to be as long as we have an internet. Let that sink in for a second. As long as an internet exists, we are never going to be ruled by the corporate media elites ever again. So now I've done shows with Stuart Rhodes from Oath Keepers, and we talked about the internet being our best weapon in defense of liberty, freedom, having fun, doing the things we want to do, having a good time, being as responsible as we can be so as not to harm another individual, but still living our own life our own way, not being told what to do, not being spied on. Unfortunately, the United States government has been creeping outside of our windows, looking through the bushes, lurking, listening to your family, watching your family. You, what are you up to? What are you saying? WikiLeaks has done, yet again, something amazing. It's, I can count on a couple of, it's only a few times where vindication, that's probably the best way to phrase this, vindication has occurred. I would say Edward Snowden with the NSA revelations. And this one is a big one. You know, I've had tape over my camera for a long time. I've known about this stuff for a long time, but it sure is nice to get some vindication. So you're not the crazy guy with the tinfoil hat in the room, oh, you're so paranoid. No, man, it's just happening, and I've been researching and paying attention. Shouldn't you have done a little bit of that? And at least if you're not going to do that, maybe not make fun of the people that are doing the heavy lifting. Well, look, I'm blessed today to bring in John McAfee, American computer programmer. I mean, this guy, we interviewed him during the Libertarian run. He was in contention, trying to become the Libertarian candidate for president in 2016. And that didn't happen, but him and Judd Weiss definitely got a lot of people thinking and talking. And we've been talking with him ever since, and I just said, look, man, you're my phone a friend for this type of thing. Walk me through what we know about this leak, about what WikiLeaks has done. Give me all the information that I can get about Weeping Angel, about this Vault 7 data dump. Umbrage. Umbrage is the one thing. Man, is this the most important thing. I'm just going to bring John in and we can talk about it. Seriously, I could do a show yapping on my own, but why have a guest if I'm just going to ramble? So let's get John into the program. Maybe we'll start with Umbrage.
Hello. Hello.
Good word.
Yes, it is a good word. John, you are live, sir. Welcome to the program on Agree to Disagree here at the New American Media. It's a pleasure to have you back. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm not very agreeable tonight, so I may not agree.
All right, then we can agree to disagree on that point. Well, let me. Yeah, you heard me talking about umbrage in the open, and I think that's one of the most significant things about this data dump from WikiLeaks. I'm just going to kind of step aside if you can maybe set us up on what do we need to know about what just happened today. We all woke up to a different world, I think.
Well, I think the CIA just got nuked. Literally. I do not see how they are going to recover from this. We have a new administration who is likely to dismantle that entire organization and restart from scratch, and which I pray to God is what's going to happen. So basically, WikiLeaks dumped an astonishing variety of records on us. That indicated that the CIA has basically been a puppet for Obama for the past well, who knows for how long, certainly the past 4 years, to the point that the amount of money he was dumping into the hacking group that was hacking American citizens and American businesses was so great that they created a GIF showing Obama showering $100 bills in the air, as sort of a thanks. I mean, it blows my mind.
Yeah, what we have seen right now, back to the umbrage, that, man, I got so many questions. We only have you for a half hour, so I got to try to be as quick as I can here. So forgive me if I'm sped up a little bit. But with what Obama's been doing with CIA as the puppet, real quick, it's a question I just thought of as a follow-up. Does that make it even more remarkable, whether you like him or not, does that make it even more remarkable that Trump was able to beat Hillary Clinton?
Yes, good heavens. It makes me wonder about my sanity. Because, how could this have happened? I think what happened is that I think the old administration became so prideful in their powers, given that the CIA was listening to everybody,
right,
or at least had the power to listen to everybody. Every Windows system in the world, every Android system, and every iOS system, the CIA could instantaneously get into your operating system through a secret backdoor. And when businesses stopped cooperating with the CIA, they would plant employees within those businesses that would create those backdoors. So, they had you by the short curlies either way. But if you had any of those systems, then if they wanted to watch you, listen to you, read your emails, your text messages, look at your contacts, listen to your voice, watch you, piece of cake, trivial. And they have been doing this. I'm still trying to find out when it started. I don't have a clue, but certainly for the past few years.
All right, I got another question here then. Whether Pizzagate, and we go to another famous dump, but this was actually more of Podesta falling victim to a phishing scam. So this wasn't even hacked, by the way. At least that's my understanding, John.
It was a phishing scam which he fell for.
Right, he fell for a phishing scam. But whether it's Pizzagate or whether it's all of the child abuse rings that are happening, whatever you want to call it, it just makes you wonder sometimes about the people that are doing heinous things and getting away with it. If allegedly the good guys are listening to everything, you think about the Pablo Escobars, who just came out and said he was a CIA asset. I mean, everything's hitting the fan right now, John. I mean, where do you pick some of the most significant things that are going to shake out of this? There's so much to talk about.
Well, I think that there will be a total restructuring of our covert agencies. Whether this will reach into the military or not, I do not know. But certainly, even externally, even without these dumps, it became really clear that the FBI and the NSA, at least, had so overreached their constitutional bounds that it was unbelievable. And the ambition that James Comey and the FBI had was so far beyond acceptable that it boggled my mind that they were asking for the things they were asking for. For example, the San Andreas iPhone, that they went to Apple and said, we would like a master key to all iPhones so that when this happens again, we can just get right into it. And I called bullshit. You know, I went on CNN last year and I debated the FBI mouthpiece, Mr. Rogers, one of the slickest men I've ever spoken to, by the way, for 15 minutes. And finally, at the end of that 15 minutes, he said, "Well, sir, maybe we can work together on this." And I knew that was bullshit. The FBI would never even, acknowledge that I existed outside of the realm of television.
Right. I mean, I remember being there at Judd's when I first met you, and we talked about that a little bit, and then we brought you in in the run-up to Orlando when you were running for the Libertarian presidential nomination. And yeah, the whole San Bernardino thing was really weird. It shot your spidey senses tingling from the very beginning.
Absolutely.
You didn't believe a lick of it.
It put shivers down my back. I said, this can't possibly be happening. Isn't this America?
Yeah.
But yes, it was happening. It was happening, and it was happening apparently not just in the FBI and the NSA, but in the CIA and perhaps every one of our covert agencies. We have turned inward. The bulk of the CIA hacking was not done against a foreign power or a hostile power even, unless each individual American citizen is viewed as a hostile power. No, it was done against us, American citizens, American industry, to the point where when industry would not cooperate, as I said, the CIA would manage to get one of their agents planted inside, a brilliant young hacker perhaps, and the first thing they would do is put backdoors into all of the systems they were creating. This includes Google, Apple, Microsoft. Almost every one of our high-tech companies in America have either willingly or unwillingly cooperated with the CIA to the point that none of us are safe from spying on any aspect of our lives. Knowing where we are, what we're saying, what we look like. Are we having sex with our spouse? Who are my contacts? Who did I last call? How long did I call, and what did I say? Are any of my... And by the way, they have data analysis systems so that you don't have to have a human listening. All of this data is being filtered by massive supercomputers that analyze and look for keywords, key phrases, using AI to determine if what you're talking about should be listened to by a human being. And if it should, then they kick it out. I mean, do you hear words like congressman, senator, whatever they're looking for? Then it would go to a higher level of AI analysis. And at some point they say, this person's probably doing something that we don't like, so put the alert out and let's have a human step in and start monitoring this bastard full time.
And that is really how they've put this machine together. It's very Terminator 2. It's very, it starts to become automated, and it just becomes this thing that's omnipresent. It's all over, and it just works on its own accord. It's Skynet.
Yes, it's Skynet. And I have no doubt that as we dig deeper, we are going to discover that everyone who has a smartphone, a mobile device, a laptop, or a desktop computer is being electronically monitored, potentially monitored by a human being. Now, what they have done is developed a system that will allow a few number of people to monitor everyone, not just in America, perhaps in the whole world, and are doing it.
Wow. And we're paying for the privilege of it. It's not even the Orwellian TVs that watch.
That's right.
We shell out $900 for it.
Yes, $700, $800, $900, plus special software that you're buying, or even if you don't pay for it, the software that you're downloading. Trust me, sir, there's nothing free in life. So when you download a free app that looks like it took millions of dollars to develop, then something's wrong. It isn't free. Maybe you didn't pay money for it, but you're paying something far worse than money. That is the total loss of your privacy. And for these things, there might actually be a real human listening, watching, monitoring.
But even if they're not, John, even if they're not, it's being stored. When you get flagged to a certain level, now they're putting your stuff onto the hard drive. Now they're using up their valuable data space for you to be used at a later date to pull something out, to get some leverage, to make you do what they want and dance to their drum.
Yes, absolutely. Or if not that, I mean, the bad hat hackers are going in and emptying your Bitcoin wallet, or they're watching you while you do online banking, and if your balance is above a certain percentage, they kick that out as well. Because it's not just the U.S. that does this; it's organized hacking groups throughout the world. It's just that the U.S. has become the world's master at monitoring its own citizenry.
And you think about Facebook and Zuckerberg getting into China and the different kinds of internet that they're going to allow, where they're going to have corporate control of things that can be, filtered and slid away from the rational debate. They called it the Overton window of the allowable realm of debate. They will just kick certain ideas to the curb. And this really is newspeak. This is new thought. This is Orwellian. I mean, everybody now that we know that our devices, I mean, Weeping Angel was telling us that the Samsung smart TVs are listening to us. We've been covering up our phones for years with these little cameras. We've known they were spy phones, but only now we're not crazy. For the first time in a long time, there's not tinfoil hat on our head, John.
I know, and see, I've been saying this for years. I had no idea it was happening to the extent it was happening by our own government.
Yeah,
I had no clue, but I knew it was happening. I mean, I published my telephone number in Business Insider last year for one reason only. I want people to hack me because I need to keep up with the world of hackers and their new techniques. And just this past year, I've been hacked probably 5 times, where it is so sophisticated I cannot possibly unravel it. And now I can understand why. I mean, my tax dollars have been funding the program to spy upon me and you and every citizen. It is horrific. I am dumbfounded. I've been thinking all day long. I'm in an acid flashback. This has to be it. But the more I dig into it, then the more horrific it becomes. And the most horrific of all for me was the image that these hackers put together of Obama showering them with $100 bills. You know, the largesse. They were thanking the administration. You can imagine they were.
All right, hang on. We got a little bit of a glitch there. We're back. John, you still there?
I'm here, yes, sir.
Okay, you had a glitch. If you could repeat the last thing, maybe the last 10 seconds of where you were at.
Right. It's just that, as I said, I felt like I was having an acid flashback because the immense invasion of personal and industrial enterprise privacy is beyond imagination. And the thing that horrified me most was the image of Obama showering hackers with $100 bills.
Yeah, I can.
That was created by the CIA hackers.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's almost like the teardrop tattoo. You're letting everybody know that they know that you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, well, what about this one? This is what I think might be the most significant portion of all of this, and I think it comes down to this umbrage. What can you tell us about this part of the WikiLeaks dump, umbrage, and what it means regarding the Russian narrative that we've been hearing ad nauseum for months and months?
Yeah, well, this is the most insane of all. It's pretty clear that the CIA was doing it, and simply putting it on the Russians. But this part, this is what mystifies me about this, and something that I have to dig deeper into. The actual program used, for example, in the phishing part, there were two major programs involved. One was a phishing program, very sophisticated, that was actually created by a group called APT28. I mean, there are these large hacking organizations now have numbers and letters, but APT28, which is well known to be a Russian hacking group. However, the version that was used was a year and a half old, and it has been in the wild for a year and a half.
Okay.
Meaning that it's been on the dark web, and every hacker in the world has a copy.
So this would be the equivalent to your phone number on the internet once you did that stunt. You put it out there. It's compromised. It's out there for everyone to use.
It's out there for everybody to use. So the fact that it was a year and a half old told me that, okay, now seriously, the state hackers within Russia can't possibly be stupid enough to target something as important as the DNC and then forget to use an updated copy of their malware. That's just beyond belief. However, it also is kind of beyond belief that our CIA would have made that slip in trying to point to the Russians. But maybe, here's just maybe, they've become so arrogant that they go, it doesn't matter. Just grab a copy of that old stuff and we'll blame it on the Russians. And they just picked up the wrong version. Why? Because it's not their malware. They did not develop it. They were not paying attention. So they are not gods, at least, even though at the moment, to many in the security community, they look like it. I mean, the miracles that they can perform with their software. For example, all of the encrypted chat programs, WhatsApp and so on. Yeah. It made absolutely no difference. They bypass everybody's encryption. Everybody's.
All of it.
And so, all of it, every piece. Well, I know how they do that. I demonstrated that myself last year. However, for them to be able to do this in a way that is totally not detected it's mystifying, baffling, admirable, and certainly in a technological sense.
And John, there's a part of us that says we want our guys out there getting into North Korea's stuff. We want them to know what China's up to and what Russia's doing. We need that information.
Yes, no question. But we also need to protect ourselves from the use of that weaponized software against us as American citizens, as American businesses, as American enterprises. Surely we have to have that safeguard. It's like having in the Pentagon the weapons program to develop the first megaton nuclear weapon and say, well, let's test it on Kansas City. It's exactly the same thing. Only they're not testing; they're actually using it live for their own purposes, for their own gain, for their political machinations and ambitions. Now, this is what boggles my mind. This has gone way beyond what George Orwell had ever anticipated when he wrote 1984. Way beyond that. Because in 1984, you could hide in the corner of the room, which is where the hero or anti-hero of the novel wrote his diary.
Yeah, the telescreen can't quite get to you in the corner.
Yeah, that's right, in the corner. Also, you could go outside the city and hide in the woods. Try doing that when you're carrying your cell phone with you. So, no, it's overwhelming. It's omnipresent. It is grayish black, no matter what view you want to take of it. There is no way to look at this in a light that uplifts the human spirit or uplifts any sanctity of life. No, this is horrific.
Well, let's talk about horrific, because there's another component that came out in this WikiLeaks dump. You guys, Vault 7, just take a look around. This is what the internet is here for. It's infinite information while we have it. Let's talk about it, because Michael Hastings, this is something you and I, we've discussed in the past, and it came out that, well, I'm not sure the best way to phrase this, but that the CIA had been working on ways to remotely gain access to vehicles and make assassinations look differently. So what can you tell us about that, what we've learned today on that?
Yeah, okay, so a year and a half ago, it was demonstrated in Wired magazine through an organized and arranged story how you could hack into a Jeep and remotely take full control of it. Well, the CIA can take full control over any automobile produced that has online capabilities in the past 4 years. Every vehicle, whether it's foreign or whether it is domestic.
This is going to be the death of the industry. This is going to be the death of the industry.
They have the ability to poison our water supplies remotely using internet. And how do you do it? By tapping into the chlorination system so that you add so much chlorine in such a short period of time that all of your pipes rot out and start leaching in all the poisons that are outside the safety of those pipes. No, all of this stuff is in there. I mean, it's like weaponized software, not just to spy on us, but to destroy us, if so desired.
Wow. Yeah, that's why this stuff is real. That's why it's real important. That's why, I don't know, I think that's why a lot of people work so hard and do what they do and spend the amount of time researching, because I think we see a wolf outside the gates. I think we see trouble on the horizon. We see dangers, and that is the problem with the Edward Snowden, with the Julian Assange. It is, well, by releasing this, you're giving our worst enemies with the biggest firepower an opportunity here. And I can understand and appreciate that. However, that Fourth Amendment is pretty damn sacred to me, and there's supposed to be clear-cut guidelines. There are supposed to be checks and balances and buffers between, like you said, the government turning its eyes inward onto the citizen. And that's why I wanted to get back to one of the things you originally brought up here about the dismantling of the CIA, something that Trump might be doing here, what might be an intelligence agency civil war. Why is it so important that this be dismantled, John?
Well, I think you said it by saying, they're supposed to be focusing on our biggest enemies. Given the information that was just put out, who would you say our biggest enemy is? Our enemy. We, as U.S. citizens. Has the Russia done this to us? No, not to my knowledge. They have more important things to do, I think. No, our government has done this to us. They are our worst enemy. Please, people, wake up. They keep on pointing out, but the enemy, with Edward Snowden and WikiLeaks and these people are helping the enemy. Well, you are the enemy. Please. You are the enemy. Wake up and do something about yourself before the American citizens do something. Like, why do we vote these idiots into office to begin with? And please, God, let Trump have one shred of self-respect and character so that he will do something. And I think he will, because, by the way, he was a recipient of this as well during the campaign. Obama had instructed the CIA to bug all of Trump's offices and campaign quarters and the Trump Towers. Good God Almighty, people, who is our enemy here?
So you're willing to take the information that we have and just put it out there and say, I know enough from what has been reported to know that Obama and the CIA, on one level or another, however it was communicated, it was definitely given the green light to spy on the opposition candidate during the middle of a presidential campaign. You're at that point.
Yes, absolutely, without any shadow of a doubt. And by the way, we didn't even need WikiLeaks to tell us that they have already dug up the court records where Obama requested this information, denied once, and then given the red light later. Given the green light later. So yes, absolutely, this is true. This is not some gossip that I'm talking about here. Look into this yourselves, people. This is another thing we have to do. We have to wake up and stop believing everybody else and start using our own heads. You have enough information here in WikiLeaks that you can do some searches and see the truth of this yourself. But many of us prefer to stay blind, where you have to actually believe something rather than see something. Only blind people have to believe in sunlight, because if you experience sunlight, belief has nothing to do with that experience. It is an objective reality that you simply cannot doubt, and this is the same thing. Go onto your computers, get that WikiLeaks report, dig into it, spend 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 hours, and if you spend that much, you're not going to get out of it. It's trying to stop watching Black Sails in the middle of the last episode. You can't do it. It is that entertaining on a very sick, dark level.
I've never seen anything like this. This is what is happening at the CIA. It's a civil war amongst itself, or what? Just, okay, how about this? John McAfee for dummies.
Go ahead.
John McAfee explaining it for dummies, the whole Russian thing, who's spying on who authorized what are just the main bullet points of this timeline here? What got started? What's happening? How is the CIA eating itself? How do you see it playing out? Just down to brass tacks here, just in the core components of this story. What is this about?
All right. Well, you know, at the risk of alienating one half of the American public, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I think the Oval Office reached during the Obama administration, and I'm not blaming Obama specifically, but just the Oval Office, that the power and reach of that office reached such a level that the person sitting in that chair got sucked into what we've been warned about for, 5,000 years, that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And during Obama's administration, and there's been 8 years of incredible technological growth in cybersecurity and weaponized software and malware during that 8 years, finally understood, good heavens, I could rule the world. I could rule the world. And I saw it when the FBI first brought suit against Apple and demanded a master key that they could access every phone in the world. Every phone in the world. And the smoothness of Mr. Rogers, the FBI mouthpiece, who I debated on CNN, was so unbelievably polished. It was frightening. When I found out I was going to be debating him, I went and looked at some of his videos on Fox and ABC and CBS and everybody else.
Do you think this guy could have been? Do you think the guy you debated could have actually been an artificial intelligence, CIA created cyborg that already knew your moves 2 steps in advance, like a master chess player?
No,
like Watson?
He didn't, because here was the mistake. It was so polished. No, it was so polished that they made the following mistake. They believe that if we're polished enough, and this is our opening argument, and his argument was this: well, listen, you have to give up a certain degree of privacy in order to have security, please. And he said it just like that. So, but he had said it on every single station he was on. So I go, in my mind, I'm not playing that game. We are not going down that path,
right?
Because he will slaughter me if I go down to privacy versus security. So I did. Instead, I structured my own attitude, and when he went first and he said, Mr. Maxfield, seriously, do you actually believe that we can give you the security that you need without you giving up some of your privacies? And I go, I don't know. It never occurred to me. That's not my problem. Nor that's the thing I wanted to discuss. What I want to discuss is security versus less security. Because if you get the key to open every iPhone on the world, that will be in the hands of hackers within weeks. And you know it, sir. And he was kind of stunned. You could see his programming went, glitch, now what? So he just gently tries to pull me back to reality and says, well, yes, well, of course, but really, sir, be honest about the privacy and security. I said, I don't know about that. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in you making me less secure. We went on for 15 minutes. So that level of arrogance, where you think you know everything about everybody and you know exactly what to do. Well, they may know everything about everybody, but they haven't figured out exactly what to do yet. Thank God, that is our only hope.
Yeah, and so how does this shake out? I know we only had you for about a half hour, so we'll start wrapping this up. So how does this all shake out? Knowing what we know now, how deep does this go? Does Trump survive the administration, or is he going to be JFK'd? Are any repercussions going to come of Valerie Jarrett and Barack Obama?
Okay, I met with Rosine Gauji today. I don't know if you know who she is. You people should Google her. A fascinating woman. She was the woman who, very well known, a journalist who accidentally, in the late 1990s, married a Syrian terrorist. Found out about it after she had 2 children, and the man came home and said, I will kill you if you do not, you and the children, if you don't convert to the Muslim faith. She went to the FBI. The FBI didn't believe her. She hired lawyers, filed for divorce. It became a nationwide, headline thing. And then she began working for Donald Trump in various in his campaign, and actually founded the Working Mothers for Trump organization, which is a nationwide organization now. So she came, and we spent 2 hours talking today. A brilliant, brilliant woman, and both she and I agreed. The real problem in America now is how do we keep Donald Trump alive? Because he's our only hope, and maybe he's not our hope. But we have nobody else, because everybody else has already been dipped in the ink of this power corruption thing. Not that Trump does not have power, but it's a different type, and it's certainly not the political power that Obama has been blessed with for the past 8 years. No. So that's it. How do we keep his ass alive? Because if we don't, we are doomed. And now that the CIA has been outed, do you not think that the most dangerous, when I say dangerous, I mean in a really insidious way, someone able to remove you without a trace and without question, do you think that the most dangerous organization in America, which has just been outed and is likely to be chastised beyond description by the current president, do you not think that right here, right now, wherever they are sitting, that they're contemplating how best we remove this bastard?
They're probably thinking about a way to blow up an American airline and then blame it on the Cubans.
Yeah. Well,
so
that's
to speak.
something else the CIA can do. They can really hack into your airlines and crash them. That's another thing that they can do.
Yeah, but you're onto something there that we are probably pretty close to that cornered animal lashing out one last time because it knows it's done.
Yes.
What do we do with that?
Absolutely. And it's done. When I started out by saying this, the CIA has been nuked. It has been nuked. And those remaining in the bomb shelters, which are certainly the commanders and the forward thinkers, I know, are considering this. You know human nature, my friends. You know human nature. You know this is happening as I speak. And probably I'm on that list too now. So
I've been on that list for a few years, John. I'm okay with it. It is what it is.
It is what it is. So yes, how do I think it's going to shake out? In the most horrific fashion, no matter which way it shakes out. But please, God, let it be in the way that gives us as American citizens at least the opportunity to retrieve our dignity, our privacy, our fundamental humanity from the government that we have created in the image of us. And that's the other problem, in the image of us. Because we are all what the government is in a tiny little way. We all have love and hope and dreams, and at the same time we have fear and greed and animosity and jealousy. Well, you know, when people get angry, a bloody nose results. When government gets angry, what happens? Entire civilizations are wiped out. When people get greedy, you stop inviting them to dinner. When government gets greedy, nations starve. So governments are us, magnified by the power we choose to give them. Let's take that power back.
I like that.
And I'm sorry, I have to run.
Indeed. John, thank you so much for your time. Tell everybody what you're up to, where they can follow you in the months to come.
Oh, yeah. I'm on Twitter at least once a day, not as much as Trump. My Twitter handle is official McAfee. I have the same handle on Facebook. You can always get me there. If you want to call me voice, dig out that Business Insider article from last year. It's got my phone number published in it, and the title of the article from John McAfee. Here's my phone number. Don't call me. So there you have it, sir. And thank you very much for inviting me on.
Excellent. John, you have a great day. There's nobody we would rather speak to on a day like this than someone who's spent so much time in this world. So thank you so much for taking a few minutes, and we will do this again soon. You have a great night.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, there he goes, everybody. Man, You know, it's so challenging on days like this because I am a proponent. I am a big fan of the long form interview, and it's like you just want to get into peel back every layer of the onion. And sometimes you go, man, all right, I don't know. There's too much going on, and you just chop the thing into a couple pieces and just, all right, what do we got? That's what we had with John McAfee just there. And thank you so much, John. I really appreciate the third opportunity you've taken to talk with us here at the TNAM Radio Network at thenewamericanmedia.com. Whew, my. You know, I think I'm going to be able to do shows about this for a while, but man, what if this is the final laugh of Michael Hastings? If you're not familiar with Michael Hastings, you can look up, I know I did a show with John B. Wells about it. I think I talked with John McAfee about it, but he was the Rolling Stone journalist and worked with BuzzFeed. And then mysterious car crash. And then what came out today with the WikiLeaks data dump was that, well, they can take over your car and make you go 115 miles an hour and smash into a palm tree. I wonder about that CIA story that he was ready to release and what was in there. Is it similar to what just happened with WikiLeaks? I don't know. But I'm telling you, for anybody in power, and I use that in air quotes, that is borrowed power. You want to live a good life? Hey, you live a good life. You better be doing that the libertarian way without harming other people, because it's over. It's over. Your reign of terror is over. It's time to build a different planet. And I know that you're out there thinking some of the same stuff, or else you wouldn't have found this program. You wouldn't be listening to us right now if a part of you didn't have hope. Now, I don't mean that phony baloney hope from Barack Obama, who appears to be waist deep in radioactive waste here. Well, using waste twice in the same sentence. Good one. Look, there's so much information to sift through on this. I encourage you to sign up and join all of our different social media platforms. Do a search for The New American Media on Facebook. We're at American_media_ on Twitter. TheNewAmericanMedia.com, of course. But subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to YouTube.com/TheNewAmericanMedia. That's one of the best places to stay. Actually, it's all good. And Instagram. Instagram.com/TheNewAmericanMedia. Really, check out John McAfee. He's a brilliant mind. We appreciate the hell out of him joining our program today. My name's Brian Engelman. I appreciate each and every one of you for listening. We will talk again soon. Stay safe. Peace.
Hi, everybody. You're listening to Agree to Disagree with Brian Engelman, and this is John B. Wells reminding you that not only is Brian Engelman a cool guy, and not only is the NewAmericanMedia.com a very cool platform, but here's a cool idea for you, too. Are you alone? Not really. Do you like dogs? Do you like cats? You do. Of course you do. Everybody does. One or the other, maybe even both. You know, there are a lot of dogs and cats that are at shelters right now, and if somebody doesn't take them home, they're going to wind up euthanized. That's a nice way of saying they're going to be killed, because there's simply not enough room. I guarantee it, the best dogs and the best cats, the best pets, come from shelters. There's something about dogs and cats. They know. They know where they are. You walk through one of them, and certainly at least one is going to look at you and go, I wish you'd take me home. I'm in hell. Please take me out of here. It'll be the best thing that you ever did for your soul. You'll feel good about it. And not only that, but you have a friend for life. Doesn't matter if you got money, you don't have money. Well, it doesn't make any difference to a dog or cat. All they need is the sound of your voice and maybe even the stroke of your hand, and they're fine. Maybe a little food every once in a while. The sweetest sound that those pets ever hear is your voice. Think it over and adopt a cat or a dog from a local shelter today. I'm telling you, you'll be glad you did.
Oh.
Huh? Nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I have to bring up, I can't go anywhere in this world without people stopping me and saying, I'm
All right, I was a couple seconds late. What's up, everybody? Awaken Blake. Here, stop sharing that. Hey, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy to see you. Should we do the news? Let's do it. Let's actually roll through the news, see what's going on today, shall we?
Your guide to the truth. The new AmericanMedia.com.
Ooh. Hello, and cheers to ya. Wearing an Ohio State Buckeye shirt. OH, baby. I-O. Buckeyes take on that team up north on Saturday. Super excited for it. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here on Thanksgiving. Yeah. Doing some cooking and some entertaining. Now it's time for me to be entertaining. Hit like, hit subscribe, please. Let me share what's on our Instagram feed. We told you about this. This is stuff from the shooter. The patch he's proudly wearing in old photos. NSU-03. Kandahar Strike Force. Quick Strike Force. This is the Afghan who ambushed and critically wounded 2 National Guardsmen in Washington, D.C. Huge story. And with all the connections to military, is this guy an asset? Was this a false flag? Is this a war that's being set off by Democrats who are encouraging treason and sedition? The penalty of which is the most severe penalty you could imagine. To the Democrats acting outraged that the president would suggest what he suggested. Yeah, that's the penalty for going against the commander-in-chief. All right, what's this? Yeah. So there's some leaked telephone call. And it's interesting. They say C3 says presidential phone calls leaked over the last 50 years. Carter in 4 years, none. Reagan in 8 years, 1. George H.W. Bush in 4 years, 0. Bill Clinton in 8 years, 0. George W. Bush. I'm sorry, George Herbert Bush. And then George Walker Bush. In 8 years, 1. Obama in 8 years, 1. Biden in 4 years, 0. Trump in 5 years, 10 plus. Tell me the deep state isn't real. That is sedition. On this latest edition, it's sedition. Let's check in with Tucker. What's he up to?
Christians, who are the largest group of Israel supporters in the United States.
And their view of Israel is colored not just by sentimental attachment with this, which is fine, or trips to Israel, which is great, no problem, but by a Christian heresy, the oldest of the Christian heresies, which is that God somehow prefers some people based on their DNA. And of course, the whole point of Christianity is that that is no longer true, that there is no chosen people.
People are people who choose Jesus.
Yeah, the chosen people are the people who choose Jesus. I'm going to quote that. The chosen people are the people who choose Jesus. Do you agree or disagree with that?
The Christian message right there. It's not an anti-Semitic message, but
Yeah, it's weird. Christ is king, or the chosen people are the ones who choose Jesus. There's nothing anti-Semitic about that. That's pro-Christian. It's the Christian message, the core of the Christian message. And there are many self-described representatives of the Christian faith. Some among the largest are sending daily messages that are different. We need to be very clear. Whatever this is, it's not Christianity, it's heresy. And among the many examples we could pick, we're going to go, because we couldn't control ourselves, with Lindsey Graham. Watch what he says.
In my party, I'm tired of this crap.
Says, Israel is our friend. It's got music in the back. I'm just trying to avoid the music.
They're the most reliable friend we have in the Mideast.
And they're a democracy, surrounded by people who would cut their throats if they could. This is not a hard choice. If you're an American, it's not a hard choice. If you're a Christian, a word of warning. If America pulls the plug on Israel, God will pull the plug on us. What a weird thing to say. Tucker doesn't understand it.
Will kill you if you don't support Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah. That's a bold take. That's what Lindsey Graham's saying, and there's cheers, unfortunately. Cheers when he said that. God will K you. He'll pull the plug on you. Like a quadriplegic in intensive care. You're going to flatline unless you support the secular abortion-on-demand government of Israel. That's the Christian perspective. Really? That God loves some people more because of their DNA? That is not a Christian message. That is the opposite of a Christian message. The Christian message is universal. That's the whole point of it. The chosen people in Christianity are those who choose Jesus. The entire New Testament is that story, and anyone who says otherwise has not read it or is lying. God does not prefer you because of your DNA or anyone else because of their DNA. Period. It's the fact that people can stand up in the United States and say in 2025, invoke the power of God as a weapon. He will K you. He will pull the plug on your country. Unless you go along with this. We need more war. Listen to yourself. And it's not just Lindsey Graham. It's the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. It's a lot of people, some of whom are very nice people. People have dinner with them. They seem perfectly normal. But this is a heresy and it's deranged. And you know it's deranged? Because it's a justification for K-ing the innocent. And in Christianity, if there's one thing that's crystal clear, it's that Christians cannot abide the killing of innocent people. There you go. I would have rather listened to Tucker, but they had goofy organ music in the background. So, question of the day, type it in the comments. Do you agree or disagree with Tucker? All right, people. Let's see. I will have to do that. All right, here is Joe Rogan. They're talking about the UK needing rescuing.
Literally can't believe it. When I tell people that don't know that 12,000 people this year were arrested in Britain for posting things on social media, their jaw drops. Like, what? I go, dude, they're going crazy over there. Like, you have to pay attention. You have to pay attention because this kind of shit is contagious. And if it gets into Germany and then it gets into Spain or it gets into other countries, like, it can become a real fucking problem. Like, then you have full-on military dictatorship in England. Because that's what it always leads to. It 100% leads to military dictatorship. If you're telling people they can't do things and you're trying to install socialism and then you get it in place, there's only one way to keep it in place. You got to use the fucking army. That's the only way. You got to get men with guns to tell people you can only make so much money. You have to give away this. We're going to take that. We're the only ones who grow food. We're the only ones who do this. We're going to assign you a job. Like, you fucked up. You fell into the age-old trap that's been exposed by history over and over and over again. again. And people are like, we're going to do it right this time. And they got blue hair and a fucking mask on and a cat t-shirt. And they're morbidly obese. And they're just marching down the street. And we're going to let them run the country. Like England, which used to run like most of the fucking world. One island of savages ran most of the world. And now you're getting overrun with nonsense. And you're arresting people for saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't have rape gangs. We literally can't.
It's madness. It's madness in Europe. Will they find their spine and reset their oppressive government abusers? It is really that bad. Here's Tucker and Pierce Morgan talking about the UK.
What's actually happening here, as I think you know, is the society is being changed by its leaders against the will of the population. The population hates it. They've always hated it. No population wants radical demographic change. None. And so it's been so profound since 1997 under Tony Blair that you're not allowed to note that your country is being taken from you. Okay? So you can criticize trannies all you want. You cannot criticize Israel, as you know. You're not allowed to criticize demographic change, and you can't criticize the rest of the fabled LGBT community. And if you don't believe me, listen to this story, which is like, it's unbelievable. This is from the Daily Mail, which is like kind of a ridiculous publication, but I love the Daily Mail. I do too. There's a lot about it I like, but I mean, it's like absurd. But anyway, Elizabeth Kinney from Tranmere. Have you read about this? Go on. She's a mother of 4. I think she's a nurse, and she gets beaten up by her boyfriend. He beats her up. She goes to the hospital, and she texts someone, a buddy of hers, a friend of hers, a girlfriend of hers, and describes the man who beat her up and sent her to the hospital as a, quote, faggot. It's a faggot. And she's arrested and convicted of a hate crime. The guy who beat her up is not arrested or convicted. And then she goes through this whole kabuki, which is now required, where she prostrates herself before the judge. I'm sorry, it was not a homophobic rant. By the way, you're allowed to be homophobic if you want in a free country. You can have any view you want. But no, because she used the word faggot, she's arrested, and the guy who punched her in the face was not. That story tells you everything.
Well, I don't know that story. If it's exactly
Daily Mail, baby.
Okay.
Pictures of her and everything.
I'm not doubting it. I'm just saying I need to look into it. But if that is how you've told it, obviously it's ridiculous.
Would you say the word faggot on camera?
No.
Why?
Because
you don't want to get arrested, do you?
Doesn't want to be arrested.
Because it's so harmful to people?
No.
Is it like gay bashing? What's wrong with that?
No, actually, my whole issue with the whole trans debate, for example, is you don't need to slide into actually saying derogatory stuff about trans people to make the point that women's rights should be protected. You don't need to.
Well, I agree.
So what? I don't believe.
No, but it's a magic word.
I don't believe in needlessly sneering.
Well, I'm not smearing anybody. I just think.
But what would you use that word?
Faggot?
Yeah.
I just did.
Yeah, but would you
faggot,
use it?
faggot.
Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to, because you're...
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say, I love gay people. Faggot.
I'm allowed to. I just choose not to.
This chick just got arrested for it and convicted.
Right.
So that doesn't have a chilling effect on your ability to...
There are people watching this who will be offended by the use of the word
I'm sure
chick.
they will. I'm not anti-gay. I never have been. I can use any freaking word I want.
Offended by the use of the word chick.
Chick. Okay, whatever.
How dare you be so sexist comparing women to chicks?
How about... What's actually happening here, as I think you know, is the society is being changed by its leaders against the will of the population. The population hates it. They've always hated it. No population.
Interesting point. Yeah, I don't know when America or why people started thinking that it was okay. Why Great Britain, England, Europe started thinking it was okay to punish people for speech. You're allowed to say what you want. You're not allowed to attack. You're not allowed to be physical and violent. That's the line. The First Amendment is the best amendment. And it really should be a global amendment. I would like to see some sort of global adoption. Wouldn't that be great if we could go on a campaign to get all nations to approve of this? Wouldn't that be great? I wonder how many nations would sign on for a robust First Amendment. And who would not? Yeah. John will say it, but I bet YouTube would exit. I know. They might do it because Tucker said it on this video. Who knows? God, in the late 90s, like, that word was everywhere. All right, what is this? Christopher Hitchens talking about your deadliest enemy. Okay, Christopher Hitchens. Let's take a listen. The difference between Europe in 2009 and in 2024 with Keir Starmer.
Give it up or give it to your deadliest enemy and pay for the rope that will choke you.
Never mind, there's music in the back of it. Too many of these are being ruined by music, but it's still on our Instagram feed if you want to follow us. Okay, Newsweek reporting that the National Guard shooting suspect worked with the CIA, the director says. CIA Director John Ratcliffe told Fox the National Guard shooting suspect had worked with the CIA. He said Lackenwall and so many others should have never been allowed to come here. It didn't make sense then, and it didn't make sense when you handed all those weapons over to Afghanistan either. You surrendered where you didn't need to surrender, and you left all the equipment that you should have brought with you. That felt like an intentional act of sabotage against the United States. That was done by the Democrats, the Biden-Obama regime. Obama's puppet mastery, pulling the strings on Biden. All right. I think I falsely attributed this quote to Javier Milei, but it is Nayib Bukele. The comment at the top says, this will remain relevant until a judge rules that we can't share it. So in response to leading report saying judge has dismissed the charges against New York Attorney General Letitia James, Nayib Bukele posted a while back, if you don't impeach the corrupt judges, you cannot fix the country. They will form a cartel, a judicial dictatorship, and block all reforms, protecting the systemic corruption that put them in their seats. It's time to impeach the activist judges. Brazil has a big problem as well. I think Bolsonaro just got thrown in jail.
Illegal orders, like the one ordering us to get COVID shots? No, not that one. You must refuse illegal orders. Like the one ordering us to get COVID shots? No, not that one.
This is perfection. Those illegal orders the Democrats loved. They had no right to push that stuff. All right, Tucker talking about humiliation and why mass migration is very intentional with Piers Morgan again.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know. But these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish? Oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are. And that's real. And no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School. And look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? Population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that.
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I humiliate and do. Well,
Yeah. Obama's been on the scene for about 20 years, and he's been fundamentally transforming nations across the globe, working behind the scenes with NGOs and other governments at the top of the grand conspiracy. Have you noticed that the left has retreated from the Epstein files? It happened when they realized that Donald Trump isn't in it, but Democrats are. Imagine that. Huh. Who knew? Who would have thunk it? This was 10 years ago. New Age Crusader put this up. Who is in this? Okay. Oh, this is Lauren Southern.
Islam protected, and yet criticism of Islam is regarded as somehow dangerous.
Because we fear Islam. Islam is the dominant cultural force right now. Right now, the West has an identity crisis. We don't even know what our laws are going to be. We don't know what our values are. We've kind of rejected Christianity. We're erasing our statues, tearing our history down, changing our anthems like we have in Canada. We have an identity crisis. Islam knows who they are. They know what they want. They want a global caliphate.
Domination.
And so Islam is dominating the Western world. And right now, this is just an inkling of what the future is going to look like. They're still a minority in Western countries. And while all these people will tout open borders, multiculturalism, as soon as Islamists become over 50% of your population, you will see your country looking exactly like any Islamic nation in the world. And suddenly the LGBT activists won't be as happy about this open borders situation. Suddenly the liberal women that are being stoned for the crime of rape will start to realize what they've gotten themselves into. And I fear that it may have to get to these horrific points before people wake up and open their eyes.
But Lauren, let me ask you, I mean, we've seen, for example, in Sweden, that the native-born white Swedes will be a minority, I think by 2040 is what they're saying, but in part, not just because of migration, but because of the fertility of the immigrant population. If a culture is simply much more fertile, then doesn't it deserve to inherit the earth?
Well, not when it was never put to a referendum. No one in Sweden or Canada or Australia, for that matter, was asked, do you want people with a completely different culture to immigrate here and create their own cultural enclaves? No one was asked. We believe in the right to sovereignty for every nation and every people in the world. And we respect that. No one is ever telling the Japanese, destroy your culture. You must bring in tons of Koreans. You must bring in tons of Africans. Or, right, well, people have to understand where these religions came. If someone said it was a highly Christian area, I wouldn't be concerned because Christianity is actually what formed much of the West and most of our freedoms. And the reason for that is Christianity is based on choice. You can choose to follow God. You can choose to say goodbye. You choose to eat from the tree of good and evil. Right? It's all based on these choices that you make, and God gives you that free choice. Whereas Islam has always been based on submission. You submit to Allah, and you cannot leave, or you will be killed. So is that a religion that is compatible with Western culture? No. And very well, have your faith. If everyone agrees with you and wants to live in a society under Sharia law, have that. But there was never a referendum here in Australia to bring that here. It was enforced and imposed on us by a small group of elites, as it has been all over much of the Western world.
Is Islam protected, and yet criticism of Islam...
That sure echoes what we've... That sure echoes what we've seen across Europe and North America. I mean, the shooter allegedly yelled, Allahu Akbar.
Welcome back to the
I mean, this is violent attacks, violent Islamic attacks. How long have we been saying this? How long have we been discussing this issue? It feels like we're in Groundhog Day again and again and again, because that's what happens.
program.
All right, we're talking here. This is Benny Johnson and Mike Davis about judicial overreach.
Obviously, you know what we're going to talk about here. You've got to be pretty frustrated by this, and I am too. I guess my question is, what's happening here exactly? Is the judge correct in that Lindsay Halligan is not rightly appointed? The floor is yours.
No, not at all. You have an Obama judge who's the chief judge on the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court for the Eastern District of Virginia, where these charges were brought. Hand-selected a Clinton judge from South Carolina, and this Clinton judge came in, and the fix was in to dismiss both of these indictments against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Big Tish James. The evidence is overwhelming in both cases. Remember, before Lindsay Halligan became the interim U.S. attorney for 120 days, the prior interim U.S. attorney saw this evidence and was either too cowardly or too corrupt to do anything about this. And the evidence is overwhelming. He was told good riddance, and they brought in Lindsay. They finally had to find someone with balls, because the male Republican attorneys don't have balls, particularly in Washington, D.C., so they have to bring women in who have balls like Lindsay Halligan. And she got a grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia to indict both Comey and Big Tish James. Now, this is a suburb of Washington, D.C. that's loaded up with partisan Democrat operatives. And Lindsay Halligan still produced enough evidence to convince these grand juries to indict. In James Comey's case, the evidence is crystal clear that James Comey lied to Congress and obstructed a Senate investigation into Crossfire Hurricane, the biggest scandal in American history, where Obama, Biden, Hillary, Brennan, Clapper, Comey, and so many other bad actors politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement to take out their political enemies, Trump, and to help their political allies, Hillary. That is Republic ending. When you do that, that's what you do in third world Marxist hellholes. And Obama brought his third world Marxist tactics to the United States as the president of the United States. We also have overwhelming evidence that Big Tish James, who went after President Trump and tried to bankrupt him for the non-fraud of President Trump, paying back sophisticated Wall Street banks in full, on time, as agreed, with interest. Big Tish went after President Trump and said that Mar-a-Lago was only worth $18 million somehow. Mar-a-Lago, you've been there many times, Ben, is worth close to $1 billion or more. It is 20 acres of the most prime real estate on the planet. It is the only piece of property in Palm Beach that touches both the Atlantic Ocean and the intracoastal waterway. A tennis court at Mar-a-Lago is worth more than $18 million. Big Tish, as part of the Democrats' lawfare, including Crossfire Hurricane, with Comey, tried to take out Trump with a mortgage fraud case. But guess what?
That's stupid.
Big Tish had her own mortgage fraud problem because under New York statute, she's required to live in New York. She's the attorney general. She had this second home in Virginia, but it wasn't a second home, and it was an investment property that she allowed one of her nieces, her scumbag nieces, to rent from her and paid her as an investment property. Well, she lied to banks, she lied to mortgage companies, she lied to insurance companies about this because she wanted better rates. And guess what? When you lie to mortgage companies to get better rates, you create risk for the entire mortgage system. We saw this with the mortgage crisis back in 2008 when we had a lot of people lie about their income.
I think we need major mortgage reform. There's no reason why 90% of what you pay in your mortgage should go directly to the banks while you barely pay any of your principal down. Who in the hell decided that's okay? That is robbery. We need to stand up against that. There's a lot of mortgage problems, and a 50-year mortgage where you're a permanent renter, that ain't it. How about a 0% mortgage? A 1% mortgage just for a little bit of overhead. So, you know, some people will have to process paperwork and there'll be a little bit of expense and some employees needed. After 1%, everybody in America should be able to carry 1% mortgage at all times. Make that happen. Watch what happens. Watch how we start fixing this country. It will not take long.
Lie about the use of their properties. They got better rates, and then our housing market imploded and caused a financial crisis. Well, Big Tish got caught lying about this mortgage down in Virginia. She said it was a second home when it was an investment property, and so she got indicted. Right? This Democrat-dominated grand jury found the evidence overwhelming enough to indict her, and you have again this Obama judge teaming up with this Clinton judge and misreading federal law, creating a conflict between the branches, a constitutional conflict when you're supposed to avoid constitutional conflicts when you're interpreting statutes, and essentially said that the president and the attorney general can only pick their interim U.S. attorney for 120 days, and after that, it's these Democrat judges who get to control the U.S. attorney's office for the rest of President Trump's term. That is utterly insane. This will get reversed on appeal, but in the meantime, they have sabotaged, these Democrat judges have sabotaged these righteous prosecutions of James Comey and Tish James. And this is why I've said all along, these are the appetizer indictments, Ben. We need to get to the main course, and the main course is the conspiracy against rights down in Fort Pierce, Florida. That grand jury is going to get impaneled in January. And I'd say to these lawfare Democrats, you better lawyer up, because justice is definitely coming. I'm going to make damn sure that happens.
So yes, would you mind, just for a simpleton like me,
and the whole question there is there any basis where the ruling to throw these out would make sense? It's like, oh, they screwed it up. Did they? This doesn't make any sense. If you're appointed to the position, you should be able to do the job. That's it. But it's like they said with the accusations against Trump. What was his crime? Oh, he took out a loan and he paid it back. Oh, well, it took him too long. No, he actually paid it early, and they were really happy with it. Where's the crime? Well, we have to ruin him somehow. So here we go. That's not right. That's not okay.
explaining like you would to a very loyal Labrador, but somebody who just, is gonna need a little explanation. Why is it that they can rule that James Comey can argue and the judge can side with James Comey that Lindsay Halligan is only a private citizen and is not actually a representative of the DOJ or the Trump administration?
It is a misinterpretation of federal statutes that creates a conflict, and it violates the separation of powers. These judges think that they can read a statute that allows concurrently the attorney general and or the courts to appoint U.S. attorneys when there are vacancies, but you defer to the attorney general's pick when there are vacancies. You can't have the courts say we're gonna toss out the president and the attorney general's interim U.S. attorney and put in our own. There are elections in this country, and elections matter. We elect a president of the United States, and he gets to have a team who helps him carry out his executive functions under Article 2 of the Constitution, and you defer to the president's pick for his teams, right? Subject to Senate confirmation, but for these interim picks, you defer to the president. The courts would only step in when there's not a presidential or an AG pick. And what these Democrat judges are doing is they don't like the president and the attorney general's picks because they have a policy disagreement with the American people, and the American people elected the president to end this lawfare and bring accountability. And so these Democrats, judges in these Democrats districts are trying to sabotage that because they want to put in a U.S. attorney, for example, in New Jersey, that will do the Democrats' bidding instead of Alina Habba, who will carry out the president's electoral mandate. They want a U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia who's controlled opposition by the Democrats.
This is such a problem. The judges are supposed to just be looking at the law and making a determination, but they're acting as agents of the deep state, the globalists.
Instead of someone who is a bold and fearless warrior like Lindsey Halligan. This is a big problem. It's unconstitutional. The Supreme Court is going to have to step up and fix this because this is unacceptable that these corrupt Democrat politicians and other operatives can get away with their obvious crimes for which Democrat-controlled grand juries found there's probable cause to move forward.
So how does this look from a landscape perspective and moving forward? So the appeal goes directly to the Supreme Court now?
No, the appeal goes to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is controlled by Democrats, including this Chief Judge Diaz, who hand-selected the Clinton judge in South Carolina to get rid of these two indictments against these Democrat politicians. Look, the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court needs to come to this realization that these Democrat judges appointed by Obama, Biden, even Clinton are Democrat operatives in robes. They don't like the fact that the American people elected President Trump in this last election. And so they're doing everything they can to sabotage the president of the United States, sabotage the will of the American people.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to, the federal judiciary is going to lose its legitimacy and lose it very fast. And when the federal judiciary loses its legitimacy, it loses everything. It does not have an army to enforce its orders. And when it loses its legitimacy, that's when that's when the American people start demanding that Congress do something about it, whether that is cutting the federal judiciary's funding, whether that means cutting.
What options? Shouldn't every option be on the table at this point? You talk about the deep state, it's not just replacing the president. This is every organizational structure everywhere. You know, I get frustrated that we're not moving faster. It's like, go, 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 go. Like, let's go as fast as we can. Let's get as much good done. But there are still so many pitfalls and piles of quicksand in the way, puddles of quicksand.
Judicial seats, just eliminating judicial seats. And so you get rid of these judges by elimination, by holding aggressive oversight hearings, by holding impeachment hearings. There has to be accountability for these rogue Democrats judges, these rogue politicians in robes who are sabotaging the will of the American people. It is a red line. It's unacceptable. It cannot continue to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think back when Colorado threw Donald Trump off the ballot.
Yeah. Can you believe they were allowed to, Colorado was able to throw President Trump off of the ballot? Since when?
That would be a wake-up call. Was that 9-0 at the Supreme Court? It's like there's been so many wake-up calls. Donald Trump getting the National Guard thrown out of Washington, D.C. Like, you don't have the right to. I mean, we don't have a chief executive, frankly, if he can't
what is that
be
about?
commander-in-chief and order the National Guard. We don't have a chief executive if he can't appoint prosecutors. And then, of course, you have what's happening in Texas right now, which is also just wild. The Republican judge that Ted Cruz appointed and nominated is now striking down the electoral maps in Texas. What's your read on that?
What is that?
It's unbelievable that I don't know why Ted Cruz thought it would be a good idea to pick this judge, to recommend this judge. And again, we have this process, the blue slip process, which is this bogus process where that's been going on for over 100 years, where these home state senators have veto power over nominations for U.S. attorney, U.S. district judge, U.S. Marshals. So these senators have too much power as it relates to picking these spots, particularly when you're talking about like a U.S. attorney and a U.S. Marshal who are Article II officers who are working for the President of the United States and the Attorney General of the United States, and they can't do this.
And they just keep getting blocked from doing their job. Either there's a job to do or there's not. I get frustrated doing these deep dives, learning more and more about just how many booby traps there are laying around. They all turn rhino, says John. Well, a lot of them do.
They can't do their jobs. You have Pam Bondi who has U.S. attorneys who are appointed by Democrat judges who she has to pull their teeth to get them to do anything. It's unacceptable that this is happening in our country. This is an intentional misreading of the statutes to give Democrats more power and to protect their own corrupt officials.
What's going to happen in Texas? That was a big one where this judge, this Ted Cruz appointed judge, struck down.
Why is Texas not allowed to make that determination?
The constitutional reapportionment that has, of course, under all rights of the governor and
the thing that happened in California
and the House and the Senate there in Texas was passed and ratified. This seems like the perfect representation of the people and the will of Texas. This went through without any problems, without any real major political consternation. A couple Democrats cried about it and flew to a much more gerrymandered state like Illinois to protest it. And it was all comical and farcical and silly and stupid. And then a Republican, Ted Cruz, Donald Trump appointed judge goes and strikes it down. Like, what's going to happen there, Mike?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And you have Fifth Circuit Judge Jerry Smith, who was on this 3-judge panel, who wrote this scathing dissent, how this Ted Cruz judge played the process, misrepresented what he was doing, misrepresented his position, didn't let Judge Smith get out his dissent when they put out the opinion. It's just unbelievable. I don't know what's going on with Ted Cruz lately. He's picking this judges like this terrible judge, and Ted's.
Well, a lot of people are saying they don't know what's going on with President Trump lately. Yeah, a lot of people are second guessing a lot of things.
Ted Cruz is also pushing this AI amnesty for these big tech oligarchs so they can harm conservatives, communities, children, creators, so they can get amnesty, federal amnesty for AI oligarchs. I think Ted Cruz needs to come back to the conservative wing of the Republican Party instead of doing these AI oligarchs bidding, instead of picking these terrible judges who are going to hand 5 House seats to the Democrats, hand control of the House of Representatives to the Democrats so they can impeach President Trump and make the last 2 years of his administration living hell.
Why?
I know Alito has put a stay on that. What do you think is going to happen there?
I think the Supreme Court, Justice Alito has stayed this decision until the Supreme Court rules. I think the Supreme Court is going to side with Texas and say that they absolutely had the right to do what they did. But the bigger problem is how is Ted Cruz picking judges like this who would come to these just absolutely lawless, head scratching rulings that it would have been so damaging to our conservative cause? Why is Ted Cruz pushing AI amnesty for these big tech oligarchs? Again, Ted Cruz needs to figure out who he wants to be when he grows up and become that person.
Yeah, there needs to be some sort of accountability for the social media companies and AI for their slant, for going after our side. This is what we endured under Biden. We can't go back to that. We can't let them do that to us ever again. We need guardrails.
Does he want to run as a moderate Republican, a pro-big tech Republican for president when he runs against JD, or does he want to run as a conservative Republican? It's not looking good for Ted Cruz right now.
Yeah, I think we all know what's going on there. Obviously, he wants Trump to lose the midterms and to get impeached, and he wants JD to be damaged so that he can run for president. It's like pretty plain and obvious. But it's terrible for the country, and you wish more people stood up against it. And I guess, Mike, that's why we're glad we have you standing up against it in the most important arena, which, as you've alluded to, the Southern District of Florida here is going to be a huge case, the grand conspiracy case. We've been hearing little drummings of this, little like you've been.
This is a long interview here. I feel like we're watching the whole show.
Placing a breadcrumb trail for us for a while.
It is important.
3 years, just 3 years, Ben.
For just 3 years.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get this question every single time you're on. What is the update there from Jason Redding-Quinones and his team in Florida?
Jason Redding-Quinones is a good friend of mine. I recommended him for the Trump U.S. attorney position in the Southern District of Florida in Miami. President Trump listened to my advice during the transition. And I pushed very hard and got him confirmed. And I have Jason Redding-Quinones is the perfect guy for this job. He comes from a family of Cuban refugees. He comes from a working class, blue-collar background like me. He is bold and fearless, and his family escaped politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement in Cuba. So I think it's in Jason's DNA that when Democrats politicize and weaponize intel agencies and law enforcement in America, that's a very bad thing, because where did the Cubans and other refugees go if America falls to these Marxists? And so Jason motioned the court to open a new grand jury in both Fort Lauderdale and Fort Pierce, Florida, according to the court's order that was granted. And those grand juries are going to be impaneled in January. And I have pushed very publicly since the Mar-a-Lago raid more than 3 years ago for a criminal investigation, a grand jury in Fort Pierce to investigate all of this Democrats' lawfare, this weaponization of intel agencies and law enforcement to go after Trump, his top aides like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, who went to the clink, Jeff Clark, who's getting disbarred, his supporters on January 6th, who were persecuted under the Supreme Court's Fisher decision. This is unacceptable. These lawfare Democrats took our country to the brink. This is an ongoing criminal conspiracy for the last 8 years. Covering up the conspiracy continues. The conspiracy, there's no statute of limitations problem. And I'm going to push very publicly over the next 3 years for these lawfare Democrats to be held accountable. And that means severe legal, political, and financial consequences. Again, I've been saying this almost every day since the Mar-a-Lago raid more than 3 years ago. The Democrats made me and you, Ben, a front and center election issue, saying that this is what they're going to promise to do. And the American people liked what they heard. And so 312 electoral votes, all 7 swing states, the popular vote, kept the House, won a comfortable margin in the Senate. President Trump and his team have an electoral mandate to make sure that these lawfare Democrats are held accountable, and that includes putting them in prison.
We're all waiting for him to go to prison. But if the judges are blocking that, how is that ever going to happen? Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of hurdles that President Trump needs to overcome. It's not really anything that makes any of us feel good. We want to just get to work. But instead, we just feel kind of stuck in quicksand, you know? All right. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Thank you for being here. We're hanging out on a Thanksgiving marathon. Maybe this will be our longest show ever. I don't know. We're playing old clips. We're live right now. This is us live. But yeah. We're hanging out here at the bar on Thanksgiving. The tip jar is out. If anyone wants to clank a super chat or a Rumble rant or a Venmo or Cash App, it's all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Appreciate all of you. All right, let's look at our X feed, shall we? At American_media_. Also, let's check the score. Oh, we got ourselves a good game, don't we? 21-20. Chiefs are barely up on the Cowgirls. All right. Might look forward to watching the end of that one, perhaps. And, of course, Jordan Love threw for 4 touchdowns today. Since I didn't start him in my fantasy football league, he goes for 4 touchdowns. Yeah, that could have helped me win this week. Oh, well, maybe my backup will do just as good. Who knows? All right. Right here, pinned at the top, is our Patreon link. This right here is John B. Wells and I talking about God, Trump, Biden, the deep state, and World War III. So please hit like. Please share that. Please consider signing up to be a monthly member. It's the end of the month, so this is our donation run. We're making a push to finish the month super strong. And then we're going to be into December before we know it. Man, does it happen fast. All right. Mike Benz keeps driving at a point which somehow very few people seem to grasp, saying that there's a whole other dimension to the immigration crisis pretty much no one in MAGA is paying attention to. The Somali immigrant crisis in Minneapolis happened because of Pentagon operations, assisted by the CIA in Somalia. The Haitian immigrant crisis in Ohio last year happened because of Pentagon ops, assisted by the CIA in Haiti. The Venezuelan immigrant crisis happened because of Pentagon ops, assisted by the CIA in Venezuela. The Afghan and Syria immigrant crisis happened because of Pentagon ops, assisted by the CIA in Afghanistan and Syria. The reason these programs politically can't be stopped is because at the military and paramilitary logistics levels, there are ongoing operations. Good Lord. What's this say? Euro states halt the Syrian asylum claims. Like the UK, Germany, Austria, Italy, France, Greece, and Sweden also immediately suspended the process of Syrian asylum applications in the wake of Assad's toppling. Europe for 15 years was plagued by a flood of Syrian refugees. It was politically impossible to stop the Syrian flood, says Mike Benz. Then on December 8 of 2024, the CIA, Pentagon, USAID-backed rebels achieved regime change in Syria. The very next day, December 9, 2024, the flood stopped. Most people don't understand the primary purpose of refugee programs is to assist in CIA, Department of Defense regime change operations so allied fighter networks and shadow governments can be capacity built. One day post-coup, Germany, Austria, and Greece have stopped processing Syria refugees. Scott Adams, prayers for Scott Adams. I believe he's in the hospital. He had to stop doing his show after 15 minutes. He's having a bit of a rapid decline. Dear Lord, be with Scott. Give him strength, the power to survive and heal if it be your will, and if not, to give him peace and strength on his transition. In your name we pray. Amen. Scott Adams from the hospital shares this. He goes, okay. UAP Reporting Center shows Tim Burchett talking about UAPs. What?
Ocean floor on this planet. Is that accurate?
I would say that's pretty accurate.
Can you go into more detail? How long have they been here? Where are they?
Well, I'm extrapolating all this with my East Tennessee vernacular. So we've got five or six deep water areas of our oceans. We actually know more about the surface of the moon than we do about these areas. And these are areas where we have a high frequency of UFO or UAP sightings. We've had naval folks have told me pretty high up that they've actually tracked these things. Now, we have stuff that can go underwater probably 30 to 40 miles an hour, maybe something a little faster that the Chinese haven't stole from us yet. And we've tracked things big as a football field going 200 miles an hour. Now, I realize in the water you extrapolate that to knots and all that, but just for good old East Tennessee common sense, 200 miles an hour is something the size of a football field. And we don't know what it is. And these are in these areas. So, yeah, there's something going on there. And whether it's something that's been here for millennial or whatever, and I'm not afraid of it. I'm kind of like Dr. Loeb. I love to study this kind of stuff. It's the scientific material there is he's the one that disclosed some things that were found that were extraterrestrial in our oceans, and he's brave enough, I believe, to come forward with those. So I'm looking forward to some more talks about this. But I think I've kicked the hornet's nest because it was just in a casual conversation with a blogger, and I discussed it. It wasn't in a classified setting, so I could talk about it. But I always remember the last thing this one high-ranking official told me as he left my office. He was right close to me as I am to my phone in my barn right now, and he said,
Yes, that there are.
So I want you to know one thing: they're real. The skiff here shows election fraud cartel. What's this?
Rigged in multiple countries. The big picture synopsis is that we now know explicitly that our elections are rigged. We know how they're rigged. We know they've been rigged in multiple countries. The data
and we know
is
they
there.
target battlegrounds. That's the key.
They target the battleground states: Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan,
Wisconsin,
right?
North Carolina.
And while this
Ohio,
might just be like 30% of the market share, it's enough to flip a presidential election.
The mail-in and the illegals voting and the voter ID, but mainly the computers, they have it. They're getting ready to go public with it, and it is. And then they read me in on all of the chips in them and all the rest of it, which we knew before from other sources, and confirmation here and there. But this is like the government has this. And they tracked it back to China and all of it.
So check this out. Scott says this is persuasive. It's 18 minutes. I'm not going to play it here, but it's worth checking out. Valerie Ann Smith. This is talking about Lyme disease. Not sure if this is true, but by the way, on anything health and elections related, go get your countervailing views. Look on the screen for countervailing views on health and elections. Go to cdc.gov, who.int, and visit cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. There's no such thing as Lyme disease or ticks or, whatever you need me to say. That's what I'm saying. Go get your countervailing views. Oh, no. No, elections aren't rigged, especially 2020. Well, 2020 was the only one that was definitely no funny business. Those are the countervailing views that Google wants you to know.
How many people have Lyme disease, including people we know? Where did Lyme disease come from?
And there's music. Dr. Marty McCary saying that it was created in a lab 257 on Plum Island. 1,300 new daily sufferers deserve truth. Government bioengineered weapons of war through ticks, mosquitoes, fleas, and the ever-famous rat deer. So I don't know if any of this is true. But it's worth taking a look at. Because adults are allowed to have conversations, whether it's true or not. It's been revealed, says Eric Daughtry, that a nonprofit... there we go, let me change it. A nonprofit linked to George Soros is fomenting sedition within the military around the same time a script went out to Democrat members of Congress urging rebellion within the ranks against President Trump. There are also links to Antifa. On November 11th, just days before the video, the National Lawyers Guild published a page urging service members who refuse illegal orders. The same talking point in the video. Win Without War has put up billboards in North Carolina urging chaos and dissent within the ranks, a group linked to a 501c4 backed by Soros's Open Society. The group was previously named New Security Action. As per Data Republican, Win Without War is partnered with National Lawyers Guild, and they're a supporter of Antifa. And to wrap it all together, Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat Arizona, said on national TV a script was sent to him. He ended up not participating, but admitted it was coordinated from an external party. There it is. Rope them all into this investigation. This runs deep. All right. I'm digging. What happened to all that money that Pete Buttigieg got? This is a conversation. I don't know who this is.
Where are the roads and bridges? They spent a trillion, $800 billion in that infrastructure package I told you that my former congressman who I ran against, he championed. It was all supposed to go to roads and bridges. And then we had the Build Back Better, Inflation Reduction Act. We sent a ton of money to roads and bridges. So outside of the normal funding, we put $2 trillion into road and bridge funding. I'm like, where in the frick are the roads and bridges? Like, what the hell did you do with the money? Because I don't see beautiful infrastructure in this country. You're spending the money, but I think Americans have to demand we get something back for it. I want a new grid. I want new airports. I want new roads. I want this shit to work. But to do that, you have to elect smart people who are not focused on DEI and climate. They're actually focused on providing for the American people. Where are the roads and bridges? They spent a trillion, $800 billion in that infrastructure.
Where did that money go? Judge Sarah West is being called on to unseal the case records and bring full transparency on why Minnesotans are dealing with the fraud in Hennepin County after the judge overturns a jury conviction of Abdi Fattah Yusuf, the man who allegedly stole $7.2 million from taxpayers through a Medicaid fraud scheme run out of a P.O. box. Jurors are stunned, so they're taking action. So, Slotkin is referencing the National Guard and protesters in front of the White House near Lafayette Square, just 2 blocks from where National Guard were shot. How much of this falls on the shoulders of the Seditious Six? Kind of feels like more than zero. Bill Kristol allegedly in 2021 said almost every Afghan refugee will turn out to be so much better an American than Charlie Kirk. Mike Lee said he said that and he meant it. He likely still does. They're accelerating until extreme measures are taken to stop what they're doing. This Slotkin was saying that National Guard are just going to randomly start shooting people. And then the next day, the next week, very shortly after, we have an assassination.
Look at these videos coming out of places like Chicago. It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see people in law enforcement, people in uniform military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians. It is a very, very stressful situation for these law enforcement and for the communities on the ground. So it was basically a warning to say, like, if you're asked to do something, particularly against American citizens, look at these videos coming out of places like Chicago. It makes me incredibly nervous.
Yeah. Huh. She knew this was a lie, yet she said it anyway. Judge Janine with an update.
In the best possible way. We have been in constant contact with their families and have provided them with every resource needed during this difficult time. The 2 National Guards men that we're talking about are Sarah Beckstrom, who's 20 years old, and Andrew Wolf, who is 24 years old. They were uniformed members of the West Virginia National Guard, and they were in D.C. to keep D.C. safe, pursuant to President Trump's executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful. They answered the call, they took the charge, they volunteered, they put their lives on the line for people they don't even know. And that, unfortunately, is becoming a reality more and more for the members of law enforcement. Yesterday on Thanksgiving Eve, in the best...
Shame. And we're dealing with it now. Let's talk about immigration real quick. Who's this? Tony Bone, 677?
Seized for illegal entry in other countries. So if you enter...
Yeah, there's music. If you go into other countries, Singapore, you get 6 months in prison. Russia, 2 years in labor camp. India, 8 years in prison. Pakistan, 10 years in prison. North Korea, But if you go in Canada, US, and even Europe, free housing, free healthcare, free education, free food, free public transportation, free cell phones, and free cash. Come on, guys. Country can only be a country if it protects its borders. Immigration is not bad, but illegal immigration should be penalized at the full extent of the law. Brianna Morello says a female U.S. service member was assaulted by a group of Afghan refugees on a military base. Pentagon referred her, Brianna Morello, to the FBI. FBI under both administrations have refused to say if the suspects were arrested or deported. FBI won't answer the email when they ask their media team directly. They said to fill out FOIA. They filled out several Freedom of Information Acts and keep getting blocked from obtaining any information on the status of the investigation. Jen Psaki had thoughts on how thoroughly the people coming in from Afghanistan were vetted.
You've talked about this a little bit, others have as well, but there are, of course, concerns among lawmakers, experts who've tracked this. They're saying previous arrivals of large numbers of refugees from different parts of the world, inevitably there may be a handful, small handful, who are eventually deemed a security risk of some kind. What reassurances can you make about the screening process and the attempts to make sure that somebody like that doesn't make his or her way here?
I can absolutely assure you that no one is coming into the United States of America who has not been through a thorough screening and background check process. And there are many individuals, as you noted, who have not been through that process, and they have gone to lily pad countries as that process has been completed. It doesn't mean that that's because there is a flag. It means they have not completed their paperwork, and we were working to save tens of thousands of people, hence we evacuated them to these third countries.
And then on you've talked about this a little bit, others.
That aged like a gallon of milk that you forgot in the back of your car for quite a bit in summertime. All right, I think that's the extent of the news I wanted to talk about today. Cowboys are up 28-21 with 8:45 left in the game. Go Cowboys, actually. Hello, Danette. Yes, thank you all for being here. Having a marathon, having a good old time. I made that dessert. It was good. It's not as good as the one my mom made. I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. Not entirely certain. So I recommend getting some, I recommend that you get your recipes in order. I really think that would be one of the best things you could do. Pass on those traditions. I wish I had some of those recipes. I just don't know how to get them exactly the way they made them. You can make versions of it, but like the stuffed cabbage, like I would love to get that the same way. That dessert, I'd love to get. I don't have them. So it is a challenge. Hope you're having a wonderful Thanksgiving. Did you have a favorite piece of food, a favorite dish today? Mine was that dessert, of course, but everything was delicious. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. What I'm going to do now is play some of this show. I got to feed the guys and do a couple things. I'll be back. We're just having a good old time hanging out. We're dropping in, hanging out in the chat. Have your conversations. Chat it up. Ask me, questions of the day, or ask me anything. It's a random day. Let's have some fun with it. So here's this. I'll be back in a little bit. And I know I'm on mute on this. I said I know I'm on mute, but I'm dancing. I'm aware that I'm muted. I was rocking out to this song. Love this song. Rearranged. Limp Bizkit. Woo! Just that little drum and snare hi-hat stuff from John Otto. I think I did a good job describing the bass line coming up right here. Otto. That bass line. Oh, so good. When's the last time you started your day with music? And then the second part of it would be, are you starting your day with good music, positive music? I probably had a time in my life where most of the music that I listened to was, Is it nourishing for the soul or is it brain rot? Well, who knows, right? Who knows? No, I can't turn the music on. YouTube is waging a war against music, I tells ya. Nimbus is down here asking for third breakfast, so I'll give it to him when I launch the intro to this show. What show is this, do you ask? Well, now, let's tell you about it. I will tell you all about this show. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere north of Mexico. Isn't that all of America? I guess, okay, maybe we got some islands, but anyway, my name's Brian Engelman. Today is Wednesday, November 26, 2025. Buddy. And this right here that you are watching is called the TNAM Daily Show. There it is. TNAM stands for the New American Media. Happy to have you today. Candace Owens in the crosshairs. Or has she gone crazy? That's the debate. She's got the #1 podcast. Everybody wants to know what's going on. Taking a week off of the show, saying the French president, Emmanuel Macron, and whoever he is partnered up with, she's made some very specific claims. And she said, I would stake my entire professional career on this, all of my integrity. I've researched it that much. I'm that confident that the Macron partner is a dude living as a lady who was an older man that groomed him as a kid, something along those lines. That's the accusation that Candace makes, has been making for quite some time. And now her show's off the air. She's saying that she has evidence that they've placed a hit on her and that they were involved in taking out Charlie Kirk. What do we make of this? Love to get your comments. Type them in the comments section. We'll put the comments up on the screen here. Hello, Droopy Dog and Marion and Lake Leon and John. Yep. John, cool. Got an ad. You done good, lad. Hey, you done good, laddie. Hi, Nimbus. You look like the Sphinx over there. Very handsome. Very handsome. I brought Nimbus a chair because he'll enjoy sitting on my lap or sitting up here and typing on the keyboard. He loves typing on my computer keyboard. And he loves laying to the right or to the left, but then I can't use the mouse because, cats love mice. So I rolled the other chair. I put a very festive, very colorful. Yeah, let me see if Nimbus wants to look outside. Let's do this. Now he can look outside. How about that? Aww. It's one of the finer things in life, just being able to be in the presence of a gato. Not bad. Of a gato. And just knowing that you're giving them you're doing what you can to make their life nice. Even just now by opening the window. I mean, he's up. He's like seeing it windy and blowing out there. Almost like he can smell the breeze. This late November breeze, Turkey Day Eve. They say it's the busiest bar night of the year. One of them. And I can tell you, it traditionally has been. I spent a lot of time in my life slinging drinks, bartending, a lot. I've enjoyed it. Various establishments have various requirements and needs and clientele. Yeah, it's a fun time. It's Turkey Day Eve. So, of course, preparing. Are you prepared for food? You know, there's that dish that I've told you about. It's that Jell-O thing with the cream cheese, whipped cream topping with the nuts on top. It's got like cranberry in the Jell-O and pineapple in the Jell-O. I think I'm going to have to make it. I keep talking about it. It's just when I think of Thanksgiving, I think of that thing. Yeah, and I don't really have a stack of recipes from my mom. And she's gone, so I can't ask her. That's a good gift idea. Like to make a recipe. It's easy to make your own books now. There's plenty of sites that'll do it. You can upload pictures and stuff. Maybe I'll do that. Stan Store is a place where you can make like digital products. And I think I'd like to do that. But yeah, Thanksgiving recipes are how you pass those family traditions around. What are you most excited for on Thanksgiving? Type it in the comments. QOTD, what are you most excited for? Very curious. Marion, it's TNAM. Oh, doggone it. Got to change the graphics, edit the theme. Why can't I lock the theme? I would love to lock the theme. Ooh, all these fonts. Look at this. Is there a font that I love? Well, that's wild. Here, we'll do it like that. Yes, this is the new American media because the old American media has failed you. You know that. We know that. I know that. You know that. The American people know that. So question of the day, what are you most looking forward to? John says, a day off is what I'm looking forward to the most. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Howdy, 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 howdy. At the bottom of the screen, to all the newcomers, all the first-time viewers, all the, well, regulars, everybody. Welcome to the bar. I'm your bartender, and if you're having a good time, we do have tip jars available, Rumble rants and super chats, subscriptions on Rumble and YouTube, and just letting the advertisements play. Let the ad play at some point. That you know, the algorithm knows. The algorithm knows. I hit my lip and I gave myself a stutter. The algorithm knows. So that's always appreciated. Patreon subscribers, thank you. It's nearing the end of the month. We usually post about 2 things. You know, I think maybe I should do some unique original content over there. I don't know if it'll be an Ask Me Anything. Not entirely certain. But I do want to maybe, because I do have different content on different sites here at the New American Media. That's for sure. But yes, all those places are places you can throw something in the tip jar, as well as, what do we have? Oh yeah, direct. A little direct. You know, you ever see a family member or something? They'll just like slide a 20 into your pocket. I had a great aunt. She had a bit of a mangled hand. It was kind of, it was like a stumpy kind of, you know, pseudo. It was sort of like this, something like that. It was not fully formed. And she would have a $2 bill, and she'd kind of hand me a $2 bill. I got a bunch of $2 bills there. Actually, you know what I discovered? A stack of $2 bills. I forgot that I went to the bank a while back and got a stack. So I need to put some of those in the wallet. If you ever want to be remembered, give somebody a $2 bill. I heard that President Trump was thinking about doing a $250 bill with his face on it. I know that sounds douchey and whatever, but then when you realize it's to commemorate our 250th anniversary, it's kind of clever. It's kind of neat marketing, I think. I'd spend a $250 bill. And if anyone wants to put a $250 bill into my pocket, what is it? It's I'm trying to remember all the things. Venmo and Cash App is just my name, Brian Engelman, and then PayPal is, what is it? fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. It's all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. But yes, Marion, this is the new American media because the old American media has failed us. It absolutely has failed us. Do I like these graphics? Here's another question of the day. Do you like these graphics at the bottom of the screen with the new? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. But yes, that is why I started the New American Media, because I was lied to. Hello, David. Welcome, David. Kenneth, turkey lurkey dee and a turkey lurkey dow. Turkey lurkey doo and a turkey lurkey dap. I eat turkey, then I take a nap. Thanksgiving is a special night. Jimmy Walker used to sing Dynamite. That's right. Oh, Adam Sandler. 1990s Adam Sandler. As the holiday began, are we actually in? Is everybody off today? Is everybody working today? I love working. I love coming in here and talking about the news. I've tried to reduce the amount of time that I spend consuming news outside of here. I'll share things and grab things all day long, but I'm like, let me do a deep dive in it during the show, which is why sometimes when it's the end of a show, when it's maybe on the end of the week and I don't have a Saturday's show scheduled, it's like, I still have stuff to talk about. I shared all these stories. I want to share them with you. But it is important that you're following the New American Media in multiple locations. I see that almost everybody following here, as I'm fighting off a sneeze, is on YouTube. But if YouTube went away, and it did before, it's important that you follow us in the other places because the show will go on. But yeah, quick note. I did mention it yesterday, and I just want to thank you all again. Letting the show roll, watching additional content, it helped boost us to monetization. And then 3 months into it, now we got our first AdSense deposit into our business account. Now, these are like little steps. Like 15 years in, you go like, well, how is it take? I've explained to you the amount of attack the New American Media has faced. Deleted by Facebook, demonetized, content removed, shadow banned. You literally type in the name for it. Brian Engelman, the New American Media, Larry Elder, for example, like some of the just memory hold you can't find. Brian Engelman, John McAfee, and you're like, where are these interviews? Where? So just this past, let's just call it this past year. Rebuilding and establishing these things, getting Rumble payments through, getting Patreon payments through, getting YouTube payments through. They're massively important. I mean, you couldn't possibly work a job that didn't pay. And we were having this discussion in one of my group threads, group chats, about working with a company. And then when somebody describes that they just want to, they have it in for you, they get off on the power of ruining your life. It's tough. It's tough to team up with a company. It's tough to team up with other people. And that's why it's been super important for me to, I don't do this on my own, but I do this on my own. Because I have to build a pathway that's going to work. Of course, it's not on my own. It's like all of you are just crucial to this project. Deeply appreciative. So as Thanksgiving is tomorrow, I want to say thank you to all of you, the regulars, the first timers. It's like every day something is happening now. There's different. You get a Rumble rant, you get a super chat, you get a new Patreon subscriber, a new Rumble subscriber, a new YouTube subscriber, something dropped in the Venmo direct, something dropped Cash App direct. It's like, it's great. It's all friggin' great. And now it's time to grow the show. So please text a friend, grab the share link to the show, and just text somebody. Text somebody smart. Text somebody, go, hey, we usually meet over here around noon. And by the way, the show could change the time at some point. Maybe at some point it would be an early morning show. Maybe at some point it would be an evening show or a late night show. I don't know. But daily we gather as trash pandas. Oh, where's that? I did share that. Maybe John made a TNAM trash panda. I'll have to find that graphic. It should be when I go to my X feed. But yeah, we're just a bunch of little trash pandas here, rifling through the rubbish of the day, separating fake news from fact. It's getting tough to tell. It's getting really tough to tell what's true and what's not, but I try. I try to decipher it the best that I can. Candace Owens, it's tough to tell. Trump, it's tough to tell. Epstein, it's tough to tell. All of it. So anyway, question of the day: what are you thankful for? You know, if we kind of bow our heads or put our heads up to the sky and put our hands together, like, what are we grateful for right now? What are you thankful for? Type it in the comments, please. I would love to hear from you what you're grateful for. All right, Marion, a couple days off, 4 total. There you go. Yippee. Kenneth, looking forward to feeling better. Had a bad cold. Now, I don't give medical advice, of course. But do you take vitamin C and D and zinc by chance? And if not, can you? I know some people use the IVM. I don't think that's a taboo topic anymore now that they sold all their Vs, right? Yeah, but Kenneth, you were traveling. You get around a bunch of people, and it's easy to catch something. But it also it gives your body a chance to fight, build antibodies, and it you know. I guess the best thing to do is sleep and rest, and fuel. Good fuel is super important. So hang in there, Kenneth. I hope you feel better too. Here's some green tea. Tea's good. I have so much tea. Some people suffer from low T. I have a lot of tea. T is in TEA, not testosterone. Hello, Danette. Did you say Danette for 2? Do you mean like a dinette? Is that what you mean? Yeah, already gobbling. Can I make a gobble noise? Something like that. Oh, Marion, your dad was known for handing out $2 bills. Really? Yeah, I've always said if you want to be remembered, give someone a $2 bill. But if you're ever on the run, if you're ever on the lam, do not use a 2. Do not use a 2. Yeah, our dad used to pay us back in the 70s with $2 bills. I give them to grandkids for birthdays and Christmas. Yeah, $2 bills are great. Them's the best. All right. What else? Can't really work and watch. Hey, wait. I can't really work and watch the show because I work from my phone and my calls are recorded. We got to get you a setup. How can we do this for Danette? Yeah, you don't want to be like an earbud, maybe. It's earbuds, right? You just need a device that can play the show. And then when calls are occurring and you have to be on the phone, like the earbuds are out, the headphones are off. People are going more to wired headphones now. Maybe it's a good idea. I don't know. Kenneth likes the people, but not the work. Well, there's that. Kenneth is thankful for the good people he knows. Nice. John is thankful for family and freedom while we still have it. What did Ben Franklin say? A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. He knew. Marion, thankful for friends and family and good health. David is thankful for family and friends. Okay, Kenneth did take the IVM. There you go. David appreciates being here with you all. Hey, you know what? We are a family. And every time I would bartend, and I was told the last bar that I worked at, guy's been a general manager for a long time, and he said, I've worked a lot of places, a lot of years, and I've never seen anybody as good with the customers as you are. It's the best. It's the best. You show up and you make people feel happy. It's kind of what I do here is sort of what I was doing as a bartender. Now, I made a lot better money as a bartender, I'll tell you that. This is a labor of love. But I do have like a faith. I have like an unshakable faith that this is the path for me. This communication with you and with new people, it's going to be the thing, and this will grow. This will be the thing. But we become a community. The regulars become a community. And then the regulars are there, and then a newbie sits down. All right, who are you? Never seen you before. But then your goal, my goal, is to get people talking. You know, so as you guys chit-chat, I hear power tools out there, seeing if it's the neighbor that needs it. It's not. But yeah, you get people talking, and you do questions of the day, and you do trivia, and it's just, you have fun. You make people have fun so they want to come back. This is our bar. I do enjoy the bar. I love this bar. Who sings that? Question of the day. All right. Thankful to you all. Thankful for health, wealth, wisdom, and I pray for health, wealth, wisdom, and love. And that's also what I'm thankful for. So my understanding of how God and the angels work, they appreciate being appreciated. Wouldn't you? Of course. It's sort of what, you know, it's one of the best things you can do in politics is to make someone feel appreciated. You know, it's sort of the Trump thing. If you praise Trump, he's going to be one of your favorites. You know, you point out, hey, this guy, look at that thing that's a great thing, and I'm so appreciative of that. He's like, I like this guy. You know, that's how life goes too. But my understanding with angels and God, it's like they like to know, as we do, they appreciate being appreciated. And that's with gratitude and thankfulness. So on this eve of Thanksgiving, thank you all who have found the New American Media and the TNAM Daily Show. Thank you to everybody as well who watched Strictly Football yesterday. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. Had another fantastic roundtable discussing last week in football and then the week to come. So check out that show if you're a football fan. Share it to your friends. They said, sir, I gotta work on my Trump. I gotta sit down and just do it. I think I want to go with the nasally Trump. And I kind of campaign Trump. A little riled up. But there is that moderate one. Someone was asking me the other day about my Bobby Kennedy impression and said it sounds like it's maybe getting a little better. And I did say the thing that I've been working on is maybe doing it while seated, standing, laying down, various versions of it. It wasn't always easy, but with a little bit of work, it becomes a little bit more natural. But it's repetition, it's reps. You want to get better at free throws? Shoot a bunch of them. You want to get better at shows? Do a bunch of them. More than 1,900 videos in 14 and a half years. So I'm trying to deliver the best show possible. With that, let's launch today's show. The TNAM Daily Show begins right now.
guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
All right, everybody. Let's get into it. All right. I'm going to share the show on Instagram. Let's share the screen of our Instagram feed. Let's kind of set you up with where we left off yesterday. Candace Owens said her show will be off the air this week. Both the White House and their counterterrorism agencies confirmed receipt of what she reported publicly, that Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize her assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French legionnaires were also involved with Charlie Kirk's assassination, per a source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, but they did not act alone. For all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look to the President of the United States and our intelligence communities to issue a statement to confirm whether I am telling the truth. Kenneth, you said you feel like a flag on a windless day? That's a good phrase. Hang in there. Hope you get better soon, Kenneth. For sure. All right. Let's continue the Instagrammage. Here we go. Progressive Minnesota Judge Sarah West has overturned the jury's conviction of Abdi Fattah Youssef, a Somali man found guilty of stealing $7.2 million in Medicaid PCA scam while allowing him to walk free. The law only exists for white people, says Right Angle News Network. Is this a report?
He heard evidence that he ran his home health care company, Promise Health, out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located. Yusuf and his wife, Lol Ahmed, were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant, or PCA, scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money on luxury items for themselves. Despite the jury swiftly convicting Yusuf, Judge Sarah West last week decided they got it wrong.
It's reversing or overturning a jury's verdict.
Defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who's not affiliated with this case, reviewed the decision and analyzed it for KARE 11 News. He says Judge West ruled that the state's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and that she believed the state did not rule out other reasonable inferences.
That, in fact, there could have been other reasonable theories other than guilt in this case. That's what it comes to.
At the August trial,
there could have been other reasonable theories besides guilt?
For Abdi Fattah Youssef, the jury heard evidence that he ran his home health
down to.
Despite the ruling, even Judge West wrote that she is troubled by the manner in which fraud was able to be perpetuated at Promise Health.
I was stunned.
State Representative Kristen Robbins, chair of the House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, says she's now reviewing if any state laws need to be tightened.
I'm not entirely familiar with the details of the case. I'm not sure I'd jump to the conclusion where they say the law only exists for white people, although we've discussed on this show over and over and over again the decades of anti-white policy, anti-white discrimination that's been just a matter of course. It's just been the way things are for decades. But this type of fraud is happening at far too many places. Doge has uncovered a lot. Minneapolis is just full of fraud, money laundering, theft, and abuse. So they're wondering, should they tighten the laws? Oh, yeah, you should tighten the laws.
We want to strengthen state law so that we can get prosecutions out of these cases, because clearly a jury thought he was guilty.
Jurors in the case can't believe the decision.
By what right do you overturn a jury's decision? I mean, you should have to have the most compelling claims. You should have to prove. In this news report, they're not really saying, oh, well, it could have been other things. It could have been, well, like what? Like, what are we? I'm going to need a better synopsis. You're going to need to really explain yourself on this one. If that 7.2 million was taken.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked based off of all of the evidence that was presented to us and the obvious guilt that we saw based off of the said evidence. It was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably 4 hours at most based off of the state's evidence that was presented.
And I've been a jury foreman before. It was awesome. I recommend it to everybody. Oh my gosh, is this Nick? Nick, haven't seen you in a while. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. Guess what? Well, if it isn't my old friend, Mr. McGregor, with a leg for an arm and an arm for a leg. Yeah, if you have the chance to be a jury foreperson, it's awesome. It's just a great experience. Obviously, everybody will have different experiences, but mine was great. I got to, and it was fun. Like they asked, would someone like to serve as the foreperson? I'm like, yes, I would. I absolutely. And I was like right in the thick of me being in my homeowners association. You get 5 people on your board, and it's just yappity, yappity, yappity. And you're like, guys, we got work to do. What can we do here? What type of work can we do? And I knew which direction I was going. It was an insurance case, and they were trying to claim something ridiculous, and they didn't make any case at all. And so when we went back there, I said, all right. We listened to all of that. And I'm trying to remember how I did it, because I didn't want to be heavy-handed. The one thing you learn in a homeowner association or in a jury or on a board of directors or some sort of, you're trying to get things, you're trying to, here's a task, I want to propose this. You get 3 competing bids. You look at the information in a jury. You got to sift through what's what. All right, then you make a determination. Then you actually have to make a decision. And the decision-making can be tough. And sometimes if you're a little too heavy-handed or a little too eager, it's just a thing where people are going to automatically push back on you for no good reason. It's like how Scott Adams often says that 25% of the people on any poll are going to get every question wrong. It's a different people. It's not the same 25% are wrong on everything. But when you tally it out, roughly 25% of the people are wrong on every poll. Some people will just oppose you for the sake of opposing you. So all that to say, I'm trying to remember if I asked, because I didn't want to tell them that was crazy. Maybe I did, because I can't remember anything else I said. But what I do recall was saying, all right, we could either have a long deliberation or we could take our time and really unpack the details of this, or maybe it's possible that we have a decision right off the bat after watching what we watched. Is there anyone in this room that would, and by a show of hands, across the table, would you raise your hand if you feel as though the accuser did not present a case worthy of merit, and we could all go home immediately and tell them, why did you waste all of our time? Could you raise your hands? I didn't do it first, but I said, anyone? And everybody at the table did that, and I said, yeah, me too. I can't believe they wasted our time on that with no evidence. That was awesome. Sorry, that was just me remembering that moment, telling this insurance company, you guys are awful. That was my Luigi Mangione moment. You don't have to be violent. You can just be on a jury and tell an insurance company, go pound sand.
I was beyond a reasonable doubt.
The attorney for Mr. Yusuf.
And it was a beyond a reasonable doubt for me and the rest of that jury. I mean, instantly we walked.
Ian Burrell sent me a statement today that says, in part, Judge West's ruling affirms what we have maintained from the beginning, that our client, Mr. Yusuf, was wrongfully accused and did not
down to.
Despite the ruling, even Judge West commit fraud or racketeering. The Attorney General's office filed an appeal this afternoon. So the Minnesota Court of Appeals will take a second look at this decision, Julie.
So, Lou, did Mr.
So if they're going to have a second look at this, I'm curious to see if they're going to overturn that, undo that, or overturn that. And you saw the ruling with James Comey, and Letitia James. They threw those cases out. One judge did, right? And they said, oh, there's something procedural. You can't put somebody into office and then have them bring this case. They need to wait 120 days. It's like, huh? You're telling me a judge can't be a judge for 120 days once they're appointed? Like, they have a job to do, and this is the work. Go. I believe that's going direct to appeal. This whole legal process with the judges overturning what's going on, I understand it's supposed to work for us, but how often does it work for us? I don't know. I've never been more skeptical of everything in the entire system before, though. I'll tell you that much.
Tamburino, did he have any kind of emotional reaction? This is pretty stunning. This does not happen.
Yeah, he leaned towards the idea that this was kind of a one-off and that it would have a good chance at appeal. But the worry is that there's so many other cases just like it where somebody's in the exact same position as Mr. Yusuf but is charged with fraud. And if the judge...
Yeah, why have juries at all if judges are going to be like this?
Judge can determine that maybe they didn't know that the fraud was going on underneath them in the case, then other judges could throw it out just like this one.
All right. Do you know how quickly the Court of Appeals would take this up? Any idea?
Probably months.
All right. Thank you.
Commit fraud or racketeering.
All right. Well, look, I'm very eager to see the update on that case because we know Minnesota is just rife with fraud. All right. What is this one here? Meet the Chicago judge. Here you go. Here's the Chicago judge who released a 49-time arrestee who then set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Vice President for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equal Opportunity.
The first time I came out on the bench and the deputy announced, all rise, the Honorable Judge Teresa Molina, the whole courtroom stood up and I was all excited.
Do you see how these social justice warriors get giddy with power? Like, what are her qualifications? But being announced as a DEI hire, I believe that's what that guy just said.
Walking out there, and I saw an Illinois State Trooper. He was African American. He had a sleeve covering his tattoos, and he was standing there. And
Oh wait, is there music behind this? I can hardly hear it. I'll have to turn it up a little bit.
He looked at me.
There is music behind this, but this is worth hearing because who in their right mind would release this guy?
And he nodded, and I knew what that meant.
He nodded, and I knew what that meant. It's all about race for her and that African American. What was it? A bailiff?
And so I looked at him and I nodded back, like, "That's right, we're doing."
That's right, we're doing this. Teresa Molina Gonzalez.
This, and it felt so good. It felt so good. So to me,
it felt so good.
Me, a fine of $354.
The piano. I just want to hear what she's saying because it doesn't.
Which is our normal no insurance fine. That's a lot of money. And
do I keep playing this or I have to? It doesn't have the caption on here, so I can't just read it either.
Some of the judges that
you know what? I can't even. Here's what I have to do. I have to stop sharing. So she's talking about how $354 is no big deal to some people. But in the courtroom it is. So she offers community service. Here she is talking about being a Latina in the office. People would tell me, don't you feel like you're prosecuting your own people? For the life of me, I don't understand looking at a white criminal and saying, oh, well, that's my people. I got to protect my people. No. There's a dirt bag. You put them away. No, I feel no connection to that person because of skin color. Zero. I don't get why other groups are so obsessed with what's between their legs, who they lay down with at night, the melanin content of their skin. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is the actions that you have on this earth. Let's listen to a response. I know you can't hear it, but it's true. There are a lot of defendants that look like me. However, as a prosecutor, I had the ability to work on which cases came in, to decide which offers were appropriate. Community service. So anyway, the point that they're making on this one is, think of this when you're wondering, who are these idiot judges who keep letting repeat criminals walk? Anyway, I tried sharing it with you. I just doggone stupid piano in the background. All right. Oh, that was Toby Keith. I love this bar. Bar. Doesn't he say bar weird? I love this bar. Maybe it was like that. Hello, Pat. Oh, is this a two-parter comment for Pat? You just jumped in. Pat, did you have a first part to this? I don't think you did. Maybe you copied and pasted the wrong thing. I mean, maybe you can take a screenshot and get paid for it still, but I mean, it is a blessing to know that our show is on the radar of the paid propagandists. If you're taking flack, if you're taking flack, it means you're above the target. Pat Johnson says he shows no mercy toward any of his enemies, like Mark Kelly and the other real heroes in America. You think Mark Kelly's a hero? Unlike Trump and his phony bone spurs, they fought for their country and are actual real heroes. Encouraging sedition? Make someone heroic? Not quite sure what you mean there. But thanks for coming. Take the screenshot. Go get paid your $20. Yes. Nick Adams. Good to see you too. Been busy, life and such. Nick, are you still doing your show? I remember you said you got the da-da-dun-da-dun. You ate the spinach. You're like, I'm gonna do my show. That was awesome. You said you made a comment that watching this show was like, thanks for the reminder. I want to do my show. So that was pretty cool. Kenneth almost got picked as a juror. Yeah, a couple of times I've gone and sat through the thing and they don't need you and you go home. I was actually excited to get on this one, and especially since it wasn't going to be, this is going to be a 3-month-long case. I'm like, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got money for that. You're going to pay my bills in the next 3 months while I do this? I'll gladly do it, but, I can't, I'm not, so you can claim hardship there. But if we're going to have a jury system, it takes normal people. The power you have on a jury to nullify, jury nullification, I mean, it's powerful. Just show these district attorneys they can't get away with anything that they want. Super important. Kenneth says, the Lord will judge you, lady. Yeah, some of the hate toward the judges that are letting dirtbags back out, some of it goes a little too far, because you can't ever know what somebody's about to do. And that's a real dangerous game to play when you think that you can. Real dangerous game to play. But, you know, when you get into the violent stuff, the violent, crazy people, you put them away forever. You don't play nice with the kids on the playground. You don't go out to recess anymore. That's it. I saw what you did. You know, you kick them out of school, which, you know, you kick them out. All right, you're out of society. Go. You get to stay in a mental home because you're a crazy guy. John, you said the fines are high for a reason. What reason is that? Marion, a criminal is a criminal is a criminal. It's not about race or gender or proclivity or religion. It's just doing dirtbag stuff. A lot of piracy in Minneapolis, doesn't it seem, though? David, at this point, I think most of the criminal judges have shown themselves, and it should be enough for the military to step in. I mean, we're getting very close. A lot of what's happening and the frustration comes down to there is no plan versus there's a plan. See, that's the beauty and the stupidity of the plan. You can never prove it. Oh, no. See, that not happening fast enough. See, that's part of the plan. And you go, huh? Like the Kool-Aid drinkers. Oh, it's going to end this week. It's going to end tomorrow. December 12th, December 20. What was the Mayan? What was the Mayan calendar end date? December 21st? Go with December 21st. 2012. Yep, December 21st. The Mayan long count calendar completed its 13th Baktun, a cycle of roughly 394 years. But yeah, if the military tribunals are going to happen, and if this is sedition, this is a criminal conspiracy, the grand conspiracy, you have traitors in the midst, you get National Guard pre-deployed, you're getting a lot of these illegal alien invaders out. By the way, if people are in this country illegally, you've been told, go to the CBP home app and self-deport. That's the plan. Lights are on in the club. Hey, if you don't have your wristbands on, everybody out. Everybody out. If you don't have a wristband, put your hand up. If not, out the door. And if they don't walk out on their own, that's what ICE is doing. It's not on ICE. That's on the trespasser. Nick is still uploading once in a while, banned from TikTok and almost everything other than YouTube. Well, I guess, Nick, it's that's the trick, Nick. Can you say what you're saying without saying it? Can you allude to it? Can you? Do you remember Howard Stern? All the way back before he went on, where did he go? Sirius XM or whatever satellite radio. He wasn't allowed to say a lot of the raunchy stuff on air. So they'd have to get very creative, very clever with how they said what they said. And they're still saying it. And I thought some strategically placed vulgarity or cursing, I understand it. I get it. I deploy those tactics from time to time. Because if it feels like that's an energy I'm trying to convey, I'll let it out. I don't overthink it sometimes. But it was very funny when you couldn't say a lot of stuff, so they would say very hilarious ways that you knew what they were saying, but they weren't saying it, so they weren't getting in trouble. So, Nick, that's a long way to say. Yeah, because then if you listen to Stern after and you could say all the things, you're like, I don't know. Now I'm hearing it. Now you're cussing too much or you're being vulgar too much. But when you're joking about it or alluding to it or tiptoeing around it, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny. And I think they lost that when they were able to say everything. Marion has sat on 2 juries before. One was drug possession. The other was contractual disputes. How did you rule on those? How did you vote? And what was the verdict? Was it the right verdict, or how did that play out? Kenneth got picked to be interviewed. Nick would love to be on a jury once. It's great. It's great. Great experience. Oh, are you saying something definitely changed around that time? Are you talking about December 21st, 2012? Yeah, I remember December 22nd, 2012. I was a guest on Coast to Coast AM with John B. Wells. And because I'd interviewed Dr. Jose Jaramillo, he was at the Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles, and we talked about the Mayan long form calendar. He's like, well, it's just like any other calendar. You go to the end of the calendar, and then you move on to the next day. It doesn't stop. It's just then it goes into the next cycle. And so I went on Coast to Coast, and I called it, well, here we are. December 22nd, 2025. We're going to call this National Hangover Day. National Hangover Day. The world's ending. The world's ending. Let's get blitzed. Let's drink ourselves into oblivion. It's all over. People waking up the next day, with a raging headache. By the way, I did go to a wedding yesterday. I feel like I'm operating at a slightly diminished capacity. I don't usually stay out late imbibing on a Tuesday. But congratulations to both of them. Glad they were able to do that thing. But yeah, people say something changed around that time, December 21st, 2012. Some people say it's CERN, the Large Hadron Particle Collider. And holy shit, people. Question of the day, type it in the comments. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe. Rumble rants, super chats are available for anyone to toss something in the tip jar. Is time moving faster? Question of the day. Is time moving faster? I feel like time is moving faster. I do. David says, how much more is needed for martial law to be called? There's criminality and collusion on all levels. The rot runs deep. And my suspicion is that they're trying to get through the midterms and bolster the numbers, kick some more Democrats out, have a little bit more power, and then go. I don't know. I don't know if that is the strategy. I don't know if it's a good strategy if it is. What do you say? I, for one, am concerned. Okay, that's funny. Nice one, Kenneth. Marion, never a fan of Howard Stern. David never liked Howard. That's the trick, Nick. No need to be coy, Roy. Oh, okay. Nick didn't tune in to Howard Stern when he switched to satellite. Yeah, it was. I feel like it was a funnier show. And to be fair, I was never like I was never a power listener to Howard Stern. I'd catch some stuff from time to time. I like the Howard Stern movie. But yeah, I used to laugh a lot when they were saying dirty things without saying it. I thought that was one of the best parts of their show. So, it's just yeah, I've heard that banned on TikTok. I still haven't even started a TikTok. Maybe I should. Maybe that's what will propel me to the next level. I just always thought, like, what do I need that Chinese app for? And then they force a sale, and then it's like, well, what do they accuse of? They say the Jews own TikTok now. Now you can't criticize anything. And you're like, so it goes from China to Israel to what even is TikTok? Why is TikTok needed in my life? Do I care? I don't know. I should probably be on TikTok though. David says to me, Howard is just another deep state creep. Oh, I mean, now, yeah, you listen to him now. It's very, I can't listen to Howard Stern now. He's just very angry, bitter, lefty. It was a drug possession guilty verdict. How many other possessions jailed for? Was that like with intent to sell, like dealers? And look, like I'm fairly libertarian on a lot of things. A lot of things. Little L libertarian. I just there's pragmatism. I told Dave Smith this face to face, shook his hand, said I appreciated your pragmatism, trying to encourage libertarians to link up with MAGA and get a few things accomplished. Work on MAHA. Work on, there are things we can do that will overlap and help. But if you don't, you're going to put this Democrat in there that's going to ruin everything. What's better? That's pragmatism. But big L libertarians, that's beneath me. I could never vote for such a thing, for I am pristine. And you go, come on, man. That's not how the sausage is made. That's not politics. You got to. Yeah, that is a great date to be on Coast to Coast. Nice. It was. I was also on Coast to Coast AM when Kelly Thomas, who was beaten by the Fullerton police to death, unfortunately, I had to report that they were not found guilty. That was one of the worst cases I've ever covered. The audio and just watching that cop put on gloves so that he could pummel this guy to his demise, and the pool of blood expanding out and him crying for help, calling for his parents. And then the cries got less and less and quieter and then silenced. These two cops beat this dude to death. One of the worst cases I've ever covered. Just that audio. I never want to see it again. But it's important. That was Kelly Thomas, and I was on Coast to Coast for that as well. I was also on as a guest, or as just like a call. I was on as a caller a couple times. And I was told my ghost story on Ghost to Ghost AM on the haunted Queen Mary. That was pretty fun. Kenneth, did I get lucky at the wedding? Is that what you're asking? Okay, question of the day. Yes, indeed, Nick says. And like McKenna predicted, novelty is increasing exponentially. Okay, so you're feeling time moving faster. What do you mean novelty is increasing exponentially? Can you expand on that? And time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. David says time is moving faster, in my opinion. I'm gonna fly like an eagle into the sea. Let the carry me. The contract dispute, the plaintiff lost his suit. Defendant won, hands down. Oh. I was literally thinking a dispute with somebody at a dry cleaner who lost their suit. Days and nights fly by. Did not saying I can't open live chat on my desktop. You can't? You should be able to. I mean, I have it open, I think. I know Howard did become a big libtard. Maybe he always was, but it's just the insufferable crew. The Keith Olbermans, the Howard Sterns, the Rosie O'Donnells, the worst of the worst. Just it's sad. It's very sad. It was the flow of information they were trying to control. Mm-hmm. Nick says, the libertarian in me screams, legalize and regulate all drugs. Hey, like I said, I'm fairly libertarian, but there are real world ramifications. What was it, Seattle or Portland? One of them just said, guys, we can't give out crack pipes anymore. This is nuts. You see San Francisco, all these zombies standing around. They're like, just, having a smoke or a drink and relaxing like that, whatever. But like, there's a problem with hardcore drugs. It's poison, and it's all poison to one degree or another. But yeah, I definitely get the libertarian urge to legalize and regulate all drugs. And it starts to become one of those, it's part do as thou wilt, and then it's also, but harm no man. You know, what was the Thomas Jefferson quote? If it neither breaks my leg nor picks my pocket, what do I care? So there's some of that. There's a lot of that. I mean, have you ever lived around somebody, very close to somebody who's engaged in prostitution and all the sketchy ass weirdos coming in and out? Oh, I've dealt with that on multiple occasions. It's not good. Have you ever been next to the drug house with all the sketchy criminals coming by, the zombies who will rob and break into everything not nailed down, steal every package, every piece of mail, break into homes, junkies? The whole junkification of America, it's not good. And then you mix fentanyl in, and then it's just random poison pills to take out the population. Like, that's not cool. So I guess if you regulate it and you sell it at 7-Eleven, it won't be, you know, if you open up a can of Budweiser, you don't expect it to be laced with fentanyl. Just like if you do your drugs and they're coming from a source, you go, okay, at least I know they're clean. Okay, fine. I know that's a tough one. But no, you do not want to live where those junkies are coming. They got to get their next high, and they got to find ways to do it, and they don't have money, so they're going to take yours. You do not want those in your neighborhood. So that's tough. That's tough because it's not pragmatic. It's not a real world thing. Just live and let live. Who cares? No. The whole neighborhood suffers. We all care. Your personal lifestyle has become an us problem. Now we have to get involved. So yeah. Danette, I loved Coast to Coast. I grew up on Art Bell. Yeah, I've interviewed George Norrie. I've interviewed Ian Punnett, rest in peace. I have interviewed, obviously, John B. Wells, one of my favorite people. Very gracious, very, very intelligent, one of the best radio voices of all time, by the way. Who else? I don't know, probably a bunch. Oh, Jimmy, not Jimmy Dore, although I've talked to him too. Why can't I? Fade to Black Radio with Jimmy Church. Interviewed him multiple times with Anomaly. We were at a music convention hanging out with Jimmy Church, and that was fun. I think he's kind of anti-Trump too. Now, at least. Space Ghost to Ghost. Oh, now that would be a good branding opportunity. Time flies when you have a gun. Who sings that? I've never heard of that. David agrees with Nick, but how can you regulate the harder drugs? It's when you get into the wonky stuff that gets tough. It's one thing to have pot stores and mushroom stores. Yes, that's one thing. Danette says, I feel like time is faster. I can sit and make a call, and before I know it, what felt like 2 minutes is 5. Oh, yeah, I'll glance at a clock and go, what? No way. I feel that time is different. And in this office, I have a clock on the wall. I need to take a picture and list it, put it on eBay. I've had it up. It's a Boston Red Sox clock. I'm not a Sox fan. I'm an Indians fan. They stole my team, called them the Guardians. But I need to take a picture and list it, put it on eBay. I think this week it's going to be a mega listing week. But I hear the secondhand ticking. Tick, tock, tick, doo, 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 doo. Nick says, novelty in this case is weird, new, strange things occurring. Weird, new, unique, strange things occurring. McKenna, it's Thomas McKenna, right? Am I remembering his name? Thomas McKenna? That doesn't feel right, though. McKenna. Yeah, the LSD guy, right? He had a theory of time called time wave zero based on this increase. Very interesting. Is that like spiral out, the Tool refrain? Keep going. Everything's a Fibonacci sequence spiraling out at a mathematical rate. Okay, Danette says she couldn't comment on your desktop. You couldn't comment on the YouTube channel? That's weird. Oh, the guy lost 3 convenience stores? That's a wild story. Kenneth Mon says, legalize it. Now I want to listen to some Sublime or 311. McKenna, Time Wave 0. All right. Wait, did you say you grew up in those houses, the crack houses? Or the prostitution houses? Oh, geez, either way, Danette. Yikes. Well, if you can get through it, anybody can. You're a walking proof, all right? You are a walking proof that doesn't matter where we came from. What matters is what we're aiming at and what we're doing. Instead of this constant grievance culture. Everybody's a victim. Woe is me. Just figure it the fuck out. Figure it out. Get a game plan. Oh, you grew up in those houses, though. That's... Danette says it would still be bad even if it was regulated. Yeah, drugs are just bad. Just anything in large... Someone was telling me, here's a question of the day. Does anyone in the group, anyone here at the bar today, nicotine pouches? Do any of you use nicotine pouches? I've heard a lot of things about them. I've heard a lot of good things about them, actually. Focus. Better REM sleep. Not a salesperson. Don't have a sponsor. Although, I need to get some sponsors, don't I? Yeah, the most that I sponsor is just to occasionally remind you, I have a Patreon if someone wants to sign up for a couple bucks a month, and I have tip jars out. Venmo, Cash App, and Rumble Rant Super Chats. For now. I wouldn't mind getting like a shotgun sponsor. I don't know. I don't know about Zyn or one of the nicotine, but I've heard it really. And I used to be a smoker. I haven't smoked in so long. Occasionally, I get the urge. I'm like, oh, but it didn't react well with me. It didn't react well with me. If you're lighting up a cigarette and then you're reaching in for an inhaler, you're going, what, if I just don't do this, I don't need this. But yeah, there's something about nicotine, like focus and work and clearing your head, and having been a Ritalin kid for so long, it sort of messes up your brain chemistry, I think. People say, hi, Ken. And I reply, not currently. Who's our listener, Ken, that would call, who was our regular that popped in from time? Was it Rachel or Stephanie? Who was the one that would hike in northern Florida, Georgia? Who was that person? I haven't seen her in a minute. Nick says, responsible drug use is a thing. Stay informed and make decisions wisely. If you aren't free to be a junkie, you aren't free at all. Didn't NoFX have an album called Drunk in Public or Punk in Drublic, I think it was called. I think it was NoFX. Yeah, to personally do the things that you want to do. I'm very like that. That's very close to my heart. You do you. It's just the filth and crime in public because of it. That's where it gets past responsible drug use to that's where you would say that's no longer responsible drug use. That's just sloppy, dangerous drug addiction. And it's hard for people to balance. As a bartender, you're supposed to not overserve people. You got to be very, very aware. You got to be very cautious not to, when someone starts showing the signs of like, you got to try to sell them some food, greasy food. They said like, fats, the best thing to eat, it's not pretzels. And it's like, oh, I need some bread to soak up that alcohol. You go, no. You need like mozzarella sticks. You need a cheese pizza, or no, better yet, a greasy pepperoni pizza. That metabolizes. It helps metabolize the blood in your bloodstream faster. It's not going to fix much of anything, but it will help. In Canada, they tried to allow people to carry small amounts of hard drugs, but people abused it and did the drugs openly. See, I was close. I doggone it. I knew it was Terrence McKenna. I'm like, Thomas McKenna. No, that's not right. I got the T part. Terrence McKenna. Thank you. David, and also by allowing people to carry small amounts of hard drugs, you're kind of telling people it's okay to sell them, I guess, because you can't buy cocaine from a government store. Kenneth sees the synchronicities on the clock all the time, like 1:11. 6:07. I think God is winking at me. Oh, yeah. 11:11 is a very powerful time for sure. Nick, we can still have laws for public consumption and driving like we do with alcohol. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Danette says, I did grow up in one of those houses and it wasn't fun. Well, like I said, Danette, you're a walking testament that we can get through tough shit, bad stuff. We can get through. So that's kind of the best thing you got there. Like you got all those tough, shitty memories, of course, but all right. Push on, carry on. You know, people get stuck looking in the rearview mirror too much. You can glance at it. That's why I think therapy can be it can be a bit of a weird thing. To hyper fixate on just, I want to dig deep and find all these things that I'm mad about. And I want to keep reliving them and reliving them and reliving them. At some point you go, all right, I got it. Put that into a box, set it in there, acknowledge it, learn from it. All right, I got it. Close the box lid, set it up on the shelf. It's there if you really need it, but come on, you got other things. Put it up on the shelf. You'll never remove it from you, but yeah, don't hyperfixate on it. That would be that's not for you, that's for other people, Danette. You're doing great. Nick does the nicotine pouches the only time I've noticed the stimulant effects of nicotine. When you say the stimulant effects of nicotine, some people can say, I feel my heart racing. In a bad way, what stimulant effects of nicotine did you notice in particular? Canada, you have franchise-run pot stores regulated by the government. Yeah. California, that's where I was at. They're doing it there. Marion tried one of John's nicotine pouches once when I was very young and about puked my guts out. That might not have been a nicotine pouch. That might have just been a tobacco pouch, though. Different. I believe. Yeah, different. Kenneth suggests try the CBD gurus like Mike Barrett. Oh, for a sponsor? I mean, hey. Actually, one of Mike's people did send me some stuff. I need to get back to her. She sent me a care package to our P.O. box, as some of you have done, by the way. Thank you. Do enjoy a mighty fine gift from time to time. Yeah, this was the animal stuff for Nimbus and Mr. Bean. Nimbus knows I'm talking about him, maybe? Laying over there. Nick does Lucy nicotine pouches. All right. David says, but the better pot and higher THC and CBD stuff is on the native Indian reserves with no taxes. Oh, okay. Yeah, they sort of lose the plot when they say we're going to tax the shit out of it. Come on. If it's cheaper to get it from a drug dealer, you're still going to have the drug dealer doing it then. Make it cheap. Put a tiny little amount of tax on it and call it a day. Yeah, I've watched that happen where they overtax it. And it's like, you guys have not fixed the problem you think you did. Yeah, instead of legalization, we got taxation on our pot. That's all. Yeah, great. Kenneth likes gummies over alcohol. A lot of people do. And even the drinks, those THC drinks. I mean, okay. Those are popping up now. Huh. Kenneth, ever had a 2,000 milligram chocolate bar? Oh, I went camping once. And someone I was with had a little bit, but it apparently was a little bit too much. Ooh, Ooh, that was a tough couple of hours, let me tell you. Ooh. For this person, not for me. There we go. Now, Nick notices faster thoughts, clearer speech, maybe a slight euphoria. Clearer speech. Do you mean the art? Do you mean the way that you're enunciating your syllables? And yes, I know I'm pronouncing my syllables as syllables intentionally. God, that shouldn't have been so tough to say, but it super was. Do you mean that what I've long said about Eminem, like, yeah, he's fast, fine. He's clever, fine. He's funny, fine. But compared to a lot of rappers, I appreciate that he enunciates the words that he is saying. That you can really understand what he's saying. I like that. Just this mumble rap shit. It's for the birds. But are you saying, where'd that go? Where'd that comment go? Clearer speech. Does that mean that you're finding the correct words to use when you have a thought and it's coming out very clear? Or do you actually mean the way in which you speak with clearer speech? Next jumping in warning. Yeah, by the way, we're making no recommendations for health or anything. We're definitely not encouraging anyone to use any illicit substances. We're just having a chit chat, folks. Kratom is pretty nice instead of alcohol as well. Yeah, I gotta say I'm pretty unfamiliar. Danette says those edibles take her to space. A lot of people say that. Yeah, they're in the most popular chocolate bar brands. Yeah, I mean, they'll make like a Nestle Crunch style one, it's a full industry. I mean, is it better than drinking a fifth of tequila? You know. Then again, it's all mixed in with you eat a cookie and you don't know what it is, a laced pop brownie. And you're like, school kids getting sick. Like, you don't want that stuff. But I don't know. Kenneth is getting a bad tolerance to Delta, though. Yeah, I've heard that. Okay, you become more articulate. All right, you recommend that I try it once for the show. Remind me, what are we talking about? We're talking about a nicotine pouch and try it for the show? That would be, that would be interesting. Yeah, Tucker has a brand of those. Bobby Kennedy uses those. I mean, nicotine has been very popular for a very long time for probably a lot of reasons. Okay, the Nick pouches, that is. Yeah, because we're talking about kratom, we're talking about mushrooms, we're talking about pot, we're just talking about all things. I'm like, wait, do I need to try everything? Everything at once? Wasn't that a movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once? Okay, on today's show, I'm going to have some coffee. And I'm going to rip this bong. And here's a nicotine pouch. I've heard you got to do like the 3 milligram one, not a 6, so you don't get sick or something. I don't know. Would you start to THC things if you take all that? Yeah, so you'll start to THC things. This is a great idea for a show. Just random talk. I enjoy this. Yeah, I've been Kenneth asks, wait, Nick is with a teen? Hold on, Epstein. No, Kenneth, not like that. We're saying nicotine. David saying, with all the bullshit going on, it's great just to talk. Yeah. And that's what that bar manager said. It's like you talk to people and you connect with them. They came out for a social experience and someone on their phone and they're being You got to test the waters. You got to, lob a tennis ball over the net and see what they do with it. Are they just going to let it bounce, and not pick it up, hit it back? Or are they going to hit it back immediately? Like, are they busy, or just they don't want to appear like they're a loser, so they don't want to interact? Like, you got to get them out of their phones a little bit. It's a great crutch, but man, anybody who knows me knows how much I love just chopping it up. I love talking to people. The randoms, just anybody really. So, yeah, that's my jam. This is a video game. Walk next to somebody and press the button to talk. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. No, Nick, I'm not definitely going to try mushrooms for the show. Oh, my God. I wonder what that would be like. Oh, my Lord. Might be a lot of laughing. Was at a Wendy's once. Tears streaming down my face in laughter. Tears. The funniest. Everything was hilarious. Couldn't order the food. I'm like pointing and pushing money. I could not do that on a show, but man, would that be interesting. Tequila hangovers are the worst, says David. Yeah. You know what this is, Kenneth? This is sort of, remember we did an Ask Me Anything during the live stream? Kenneth joined for, what was that? Was that our Sunday live stream of the Cleveland Browns? Shador Sanders got his first win in the NFL. Good job, young man. Let's get another and another and another. Win out the rest of the season. Go 9-8. Make the playoffs. Yeah, and I was like, all right, let's do an Ask Me Anything. Kenneth was hitting some random questions. But yeah, we're having a fun random chat. This is great. We're all playing tennis. We're playing pickleball. That's more like ping pong sound, but yeah, tequila hangovers are the worst. Bourbon hangovers can be difficult too. Some psychedelics don't hurt once in a while, perhaps. By the way, for any conversation, make sure you get countervailing views on anything regarding health at who.int and cisa.gov/rumor control and cdc.gov. Okay? None of this is meant to be an encouraging anything. It's just a chat, pondering, pontificating, discussing. YouTube is just quietly looking over my shoulder like, you like being monetized again? You didn't enjoy when we stole thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars from you, do you? Then be very, very careful. Be very, very careful. I'm hunting Wabbit. What's that from? Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting Wabbit. Come on, someone type that in the comments. You know what that's from. I'm the talk of the town, Brian. All right. No, we're not doing a mushroom hour, but thanks. I used to have the coolest. And I sold it. Got a good amount for it, I believe. It was a, geez, what was this? How do I describe it? It was a mushroom lava lamp. Oh, that thing was neat. I sold it when I moved out to California, though. I'm like, how am I going to, I don't want to break the, I'll just sell it. But that was cool. Lava lamps are neat. Yeah, all right. Everybody gets it. Elmer Fudd. Fuds these days refer to other things. Those are like goofy, gun nuts, right? What is the definition of FUD? Is it a federal agent, or it's a informer, or it's a dopey gun owner? It's a pejorative. Elmer's Bud. Yeah, that could be a brand name. All right, let's continue rifling through the rubbish, shall we? What is this?
I have a dream.
Rush Hour 4 has been greenlit at Paramount after a push from President Trump. Paramount will team up with Warner Brothers to distribute. Brett Ratner, who just made a documentary about Melania Trump, will return to direct. Rush Hours were awesome. I love the action. I bought those on DVD. The Jackie Chan, like, he's just so clever in the scenes that he comes up with. How to choreograph, you're climbing up things and things are falling. It's just, it's like Charlie Chaplin. Like, if you watch these physical comedies, some of the best. Love it. All right, Toria Brooke has a few stories here. Polymarket, breaking, President Trump shows support for sweeping new proposal that would ban foreign-born citizens from holding any elected office in the United States. Hey, can we do that? And if we can, would that be good? That's a good agree to disagree question. So let's ask. I must ask you a question. Yeah, I'm going to ask you. Do you agree or disagree that we should ban foreign-born citizens from holding any elected office in the United States? Agree or disagree? Question of the day. Type it in the chat. I like that stinger because it's my music. By my music, I mean it's my brother's. He wrote it, but I have to be the custodian of his music now. Toria Brooke says, in a Maha win, the CDC has appointed Dr. Ralph Lee Abraham as second in command. Abraham, as Louisiana's Surgeon General, ordered the state's health department to stop promoting vaccinations and has called COVID vaccines dangerous. The Vindman brothers, says Zero Hedge, Vindman brothers, who helped impeach Trump in 2020, are now under investigation. Oh, couldn't happen to a better set of brothers. Eugene Vindman, a representative, a Democrat in Virginia, and his twin brother Alexander reportedly under investigation for illegally acting as paid brokers for U.S. defense firms seeking business in Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine. Pentagon General Counsel Earl Matthews alleges that Vindman and his twin brother Alex did not have approval from the U.S. government before seeking to act as paid brokers for American defense firms pursuing contracts with Ukraine after Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. The Washington Post revealed over the weekend, sending a November 19 letter for War Secretary Pete Hegseth. The letter does not explicitly allege the Vindmans received money from the Ukrainian. It cut that off. Eugene Vindman confirmed the investigation on X Friday. He claimed it's politically motivated in response for his calls for the White House to release the transcript of a recent call between President Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The tweet being, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth just launched a sham investigation into me for my support for Ukraine, all because I demanded Trump's call transcripts with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman be released. Instead of transparency, I was met with retaliation. However, the Trump admin has signaled that it may investigate since before Trump took office. Investigate since that happened before Trump took office? That's not spelled. That's not written properly. Last November, billionaire Elon Musk accused Alexander Vindman of treason. Vindman is on the payroll of Ukrainian oligarchs and has committed treason against the United States, for which he will pay the appropriate penalty, Musk said in November on his platform X. Ken Silva. Ken, are you related to this guy, Ken Silva? Brian, that's not how it works. That's his first name. I know. Vindman could be in real trouble. Politico revealed in 2023 that Alex Vindman is heading a group called Trident Support, which wants to send American military contractors to Ukraine. According to the documents, Vindman, who is of Ukrainian origin, is seeking $12 million for his project, $2 million for initial operating capability, and another $10 for full operating. While such a scheme may not be illegal, it demonstrates that Vindman brothers are war profiteers who benefit from an escalation of war in Ukraine. Keep your eyes peeled. All right. Charlie Kirk with Ryan Helfenbein, July 15 of this year.
If Bibi Netanyahu, if he does something I don't like.
And if I criticize something Bibi does that I don't like, am I like a bad Christian? Absolutely not. So what I find strange, says Charlie Kirk, is we're able to criticize the American government, sometimes in the Christian world, with more freedom than the Israeli government. And where there's this blind trust of what the government of Israel does, we shouldn't give any power structure blind trust. To be pro-Israel means you believe in the nation of Israel, not necessarily the government of Israel. And I think those are two different things. For example, when Joe Biden was president, you and I, we loved America, but we detested our government, says Charlie Kirk with music playing in the background, so I can't play it. Israel, Hamas. You don't want to allow butchers who are going to go into a music festival and slaughter 1,200 people to breathe any more air. They have to be taken out. Do you take out the whole country? That's they're being genocided. Oh, you mean like from the river to the sea, like they were trying to do to the other side? Yes, they hate each other and they keep fighting, and I don't want to see fighting. I just don't want to see war. That's my general policy without picking a side. Yeah, well, who do you like more, the Red Sox or the Yankees? Fuck them both. I'm an Indians fan. Don't make me pick a side here. I mean, Red Sox over Yankees, I guess, the evil empire. That doesn't mean I'm a fan of the Red Sox, but his point about during Joe Biden, I loved America, but I wasn't with Joe Biden. I criticized everything Biden was doing. You're allowed to do that. And by the way, criticizing, critiquing, that's our duty. Like, that's the necessity. Nobody has a magic invisibility cloak. Nobody has a magic shield where they're immune from critique or criticism. That's just not a thing. But yeah, I could understand the mentality of being sick and tired of absorbing terrorist attacks and just going, just wipe it off the map. I'm so sick of them. I get it. Turn it all into a glass factory. Boom. I get it. But on the same token, I don't want a foreign government who's upset with Joe Biden last year, for example, to destroy the entirety of the United States because Joe Biden happens to temporarily have stolen the election. Oh, by the way, for countervailing views on health and elections, go to cisa.gov/rumor control, because they'll tell you 2020 was a completely fair election. Wink. They seized control. Biden was in charge. And it's like, no, don't judge me based on that. Don't do that. Don't judge everybody in Palestine because of Hamas. Don't judge me based on Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't represent me. You can't do that. You know, it's trying to have intellectual clarity and honesty, consistency, intellectual consistency. Sorely lacking. I'm sorely lacking, says David, the Canuck. Just kidding, David. I love you. Not like that. But the intellectual consistency for me as well. Looking at Mark Kelly and the Seditious Six, who came out and said, yeah, they're really just low-key telling the military to not obey Trump's orders, which is very reckless, very dangerous. But wasn't I a supporter of Oath Keepers? At least in concept. I don't know about how the organization was ran particularly. Actually, I need to get Stuart Rhodes on the show. I interviewed him in January, but I've been meaning to get him for a longer sit-down. I've interviewed Stuart Rhodes several times. But I generally supported the Oath Keepers' message. It's like, yeah, you don't obey illegal orders. Your duty is not to listen to an elected official. It's to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's the goal. Not to take illegal orders from Obama, Biden. And if I supported their right to say that, to remind them of their oath, that's all it is, just reminding them of their oath, then it would be hypocritical of me to bash the Seditious Six. And I know what the Seditious Six were doing specifically about Trump, using weasel language, saying, no, we never called for them to disobey legal orders. And no, we didn't say there were any legal orders. We're just, they're doing the same weaselly shit they did with the Hunter Biden laptop. 51 intelligence officials, we're not going to say it's fake. But by the way, that Hunter Biden laptop, it has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation and misinformation. It's Russian propaganda. It has all the earmarks of Russian propaganda. They say that, and then the telephone game changes that on MSNBC and CNN to be something very different. Oh, look, 51 intelligence officials said that's not true. Nope, it's a lie. It's disinformation. It's a lie. No, they didn't say that. They described it as having all the classic earmarks. I didn't specifically say it. We're playing a game of Simon Says. So, anyway, back to Charlie Kirk. Where's he at?
Coexisted.
Yeah, you never once said.
Never once said, hey, I'm out on America. What they don't want is they don't want to be called bad Christians if they challenge a foreign government, which is what happens so often. If you have a question about a foreign government, that creates backlash that I don't think people understand. Well, he's telling you. I think that's weird. All right, what's this report from WMUR9? Oh, this gets interesting. Check this out.
Now, the mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew has been taken into Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody. A source confirms to News 9 tonight. Now, Leavitt grew up in New Hampshire. Much of her family still lives here. Our aerial metropolis spoke to Leavitt's brother tonight, the father of that boy, about this arrest. She joins us here in studio now with all of this. Ariel.
Steve, we spent almost half an hour with Michael Leavitt tonight and his young family on their front steps. He didn't want to go on camera because he says he's concerned about his son's privacy, but he says he simply wants the best for him. Now, a source tells us that Bruna Caroline Herrera was taken into custody in Revere, Massachusetts. She's currently being held at a Louisiana ICE processing center. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Ferrara is from Brazil originally, and DHS says that she's overstayed her visa by 26 years. DHS also says that she has a previous arrest for battery. Michael Leavitt told us tonight that his son has lived with him here in New Hampshire since he was born. He says he has always tried to help him maintain and facilitate a relationship with his mother. An attorney for Ferrara said that she's a great mom, and he's fighting to get her out of custody. He also says she's not a criminal.
A fight to get her out of jail. She should not be sitting in a jail, hours away from her family and taken from her child's life. She's a great mom, and I think from what I heard, he's been a pretty good dad.
Now, we were in touch with Press Secretary Leavitt tonight. She declined to comment.
Okay. And what is this? Carolyn isn't related to her at all. She's the mother of a child with Carolyn's brother. The father has full custody with his wife. Carolyn hasn't even talked to or seen this woman in years, and this woman has been convicted of battery. Okay. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what one of the comments said. One of the top-rated comments. This is just kind of funny. I'm going to war. Okay. Don't talk to any girls there. Just such a wholesome, goofy interaction. Kenneth says, agree. about banning foreign-born citizens from holding elected office in the United States. John says, agree, get the hell out of here. Well, but if they're now citizens, foreign-born, if it's good enough for the president, shouldn't it be good enough for everything? Shouldn't there be 2-term limits on every position? If it's good enough for the president, why can't it be good enough for Congress, mayors? Why not? I don't know. I'm open to it. Marion, agree. Danette, agree. What is this comment? Jammer. What do we got? Hello, Jammer. Did I miss part of the conversation? She said she was years ago when she left Daily Wire. Oh, Candace. Oh, yeah, she was facing all sorts of stuff. Dave says, absolutely agreed. Ban foreign-born citizens. So current citizens. But if they're foreign-born, it's like, I'm not trusting your motives there. Kenneth, criticize BB and you'll get a boo-boo. That's so weird. How in hell did we end up in this spot where some people think it's okay? Where some people think you can't criticize certain groups. Everybody gets criticized. Everybody. Muhammad, Jesus Christ, anybody. Danette saying Israel had foreknowledge of the attack and did nothing. That has been alleged many times. I don't know that I've seen it laid out in a manner that, like, I've heard that accusation. I get it. I would ask, where is the evidence of that? I've heard that. Well, a bird couldn't land on the border without being known. You think people are going to use paragliders and come in? And I mean, I get it. Was it a 10-hour response? I don't think it was 10 hours, but I think that's what they say, a stand-down order given. I'd be very curious to kind of lay it all out with the best evidence. Is there somebody that does that in a very succinct manner? Too long, didn't read version. Lay it all out. Very curious. Kenneth, am I doing a show tomorrow? It's a great question. I like doing shows. There's going to be a lot of cooking and stuff, so I don't know. However, maybe I'll just do... You know what tomorrow might be? Maybe I'll do a stream all day. Like all day. And pop in and pop out and have other people pop in and pop out. Cover the football games. Cover the news. Back and forth, in and out. Okay, now we're getting a little graphic there. Ew. Maybe I'll rebroadcast a previous show. Maybe I'll pop in and out of rebroad. Ooh, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll pop in and out of rebroadcasting a previous show. Not entirely sure. Awaken with Jax. Hello, Jax. New viewer here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. We hash this stuff all out. I'm very curious to get your thoughts. Hit the subscribe button real quick. You say Candace is on it. And I've said this about Candace. I don't know about any of the specific claims. How could I? She seems confident. And confidence is attractive, and not just in a hot way, but like it's a magnetizing force. Confidence can move mountains. This guy over here, he's getting ready to go to war with confidence that can move mountains, topple empires. Confidence goes a long way, but I've met literal crazy people that think that they're Batman. They're not correct. But what I've said my long-standing opinion on Candace Owens is, especially on the Charlie Kirk thing, The Macron thing I think is super weird, and I'm interested. At arm's length, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, does it look like a dude? Does it look like that dude? I mean, okay, I can see it. Maybe. Okay, let's see how this plays out. But with Charlie Kirk, I hope that I have a friend that gives a shit enough to lift up every rock and consider every option and figure out what happened if somebody ever took me out. I hope all of you would do that to the degree that Candace is. She's a pit bull that is not going to let this go. I appreciate that so much. So let's talk about all of it. Awaken with Jax. What is Awaken with Jax? Do you do a show? Is that a company of yours? Curious. Hit like, hit subscribe, Jax. Candace will get to the bottom of the plot. She's not asleep anymore. Watching her wake up is amazing. These aren't the Jewish people. These are the elite. The agendas are real. When in doubt, follow the money. Okay, John was saying, well, if there are foreign-born people currently holding office, get out of office. Okay. Not get out of the country if they become citizens, but they should leave the office. Yeah, all this stuff in Minnesota where it's just pro-Somalia, Somalia. It's like, what are you talking about? This is Minnesota, United States of America. You like Somalia so much, go. Be gone with you. Anyway. Danette says, brainwashing of lukewarm Christian and diehard Republicans is exactly how we got here. Yeah, I need to get Uncle Bruce back on the show again and get into this topic. That's sort of where neocon and MAGA separate. Big Brain Black Rock says, waste of time. New viewer, Big Brain Black Rock. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. By the way, we have Rumble rants and super chats if anyone wants to toss something in the tip jar. To you, what I tell all of the regulars here, and Awaken with Jax, I'll tell you as well. When you type a comment, please type it as a sentence. I don't know what that 3-word comment means. What is a waste of time? What? John wants me to stream 24 hours of cat farts. I'll get on that. I don't really hear my cats fart like ever. I've caught them doing it a couple times, but like for the most part, they're not very gassy. Oh, now Kenneth asking, did Candace have an affair with Charlie? Whoa. I doubt it. But you never know. I'm going to war. Okay, don't talk to any girls there. I interviewed this dude. Not Nick Shirley, but this other guy, Andre. Twice at the convention circuit. At the, what did I say, convention? I guess it was a convention circuit, the Libertarian. I talked to him outside the Republican and the Democrat conventions last year, I believe.
I saw you
in Chicago.
Trying to throw down here in the middle of the street. Hey, man, listen. These people hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. We have to oppose them everywhere they go, all right? Black or white. If you're a Christian in this country, these people hate your way of life.
They're in Dearborn, and he's saying that the Islamists that are trying to change the United States hate you, and they hate your way of life.
They oppose your existence. We can no longer allow this. They come over here with their Ford Fusions. Go back to your country, all right? Go back to Somalia. Bye-bye. Go back.
You think any of this is fear-mongering from the right?
No, it's necessary. You know, it's not fear-mongering. We need to do this because we're looking at what's happening across the pond in Europe, in Berlin, and France, all over, in London. Do we want to be like that? No. And black people, guess what? This country that you live in, you benefit from it. You should stand with your Christian brothers. Stand with our white brothers and sisters. This is our country that we've built together. We lose it, we have nothing.
There is an effort to change this country. We're just 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America, said Barack Obama.
We lose this land, there's nothing else. You're not going to go to Africa and survive. You're not going to go to the Middle East and survive. Guess what? America was built by Christians. White people conquered the land. Black people benefited from it. We have to stand up for it. That's important.
I saw you about to throw down here in the middle of the street.
Hey, man, listen. These people hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. We have to oppose them everywhere they go, all right? Black or white. If you're a Christian in this country, these people hate your way of life. They oppose your existence. We can.
All right. Yep, that's Andre Williams. I don't think I'm following him. I'll follow him. I've interviewed him a few times. I think I got a card from him.
I saw you about to throw
somewhere. He's got a lot to say. He's worth having a conversation with for sure. Oh yeah, here's your daily reminder how terrible Wikipedia is, and this is unfortunately how a lot of people think. Do you understand how toxic this is, what we're calling out and trying to change? Demanding a change on? Wikipedia. The topic is Black Pride on Wikipedia. Black Pride is a movement which encourages Black people to celebrate their respective cultures and embrace their African heritage. Wikipedia says Asian Pride is a term that encourages celebration of Asian ethnicity and culture with various interpretations and origins. White Pride. White pride is an expression primarily used by white separatist, white nationalist, fascist, neo-Nazi, and white supremacist organizations. Are you noticing yet? The war on white people? What a weird time to be alive. The war on whites continues. It's about time we had this conversation. It's been simmering for a very long time. The Warwick report. This is Jade Warwick. Came out of nowhere. Now she's everywhere. She's talking about some problems in society. What say you?
You guys really aren't ready for this conversation, but Europe may need a dictator. Careful, Jade, you're starting to sound like an extremist. I'm gonna report you. Yeah, well, when mass immigration is allowed, dangerous individuals enter our societies. They grape, unalive, and commit heinous crimes. And what does the government do? F***all.
And there's a tiny little bit of music under there. I hope it's not too much.
Allegedly, a young Italian couple was surrounded by 3 Moroccan migrants that smashed into their car and forced the boyfriend to watch as they gang raped his fiancée.
3 invaders did that, according to Jade.
Let me read that to you again. 3 people who should not have been in Rome gang raped an 18-year-old woman in front of her 24-year-old future husband.
Good Lord.
The 3 attackers dragged him out of his car. He didn't stand a chance, and nor did she. And I'll keep saying this. Our cultures are not compatible. How can any liberal feminist sit back and make excuses for this behavior?
I'm waiting to hear a coherent response as to why we need to open up any country to people who hate us, that are going to come and harm us. No, not everybody, but there's a lot of great immigrants. We know that. So go to the port of entry, do it the right way, get properly vetted, come in, and don't harm anybody in this country, or GTFO.
European women need to stop virtue signaling. It's literally ending us. It's better to be racist and alive than not racist and not alive. What frustrates me is that in a couple of...
But that's even like the problem with that term. She's saying it's okay. It's similar to it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. You'd rather end up in court than in a pine box being buried. But it's not accurate to define the interpretation of data as racist. Like that's not the right term. If you don't like the conclusions drawn from said thing, so be it. But it's not a bad thing to note every time someone who was not invited into our country harms one of our people, be it in Europe, be it in America. And that's not racist, that's realist. So I would just push back on a little bit of that, but she's saying it obviously a little tongue-in-cheek because she hears that from the wacky left.
Of weeks this will be forgotten news, and the governments will have done nothing and probably protected the attackers. We need to close the borders, conduct mass deportations, and start the process of remigration and assimilation. For legal purposes, this video is all satire, none of it's true, and I'm not calling for anything, because I know you governments are just after me. Anyway, let me know your thoughts. Okay, thanks, bye. You guys...
What's this comment? Check out what El Salvador has done. The president's incredible. Turned it around from being the most dangerous country to now the safest, thanks to super prisons. The president has done something wonderful, yet he gets called a dictator by the press. Check out Nayib Bukele. Does he have an account? All right, I'll follow him.
You guys really aren't ready for this conversation.
I toss around follows like crazy. This Jade really does remind me of somebody that I dated a lot. The accent, the hair, a lot. The energy. You ever have a cat, and then 20 years later, like that same cat shows up in a different form? I had an outdoor cat named Les, a tabby. I mean, he was a dog. He would walk around with, I mean, he was, you know, some people say, oh, I had the coolest pet. You wouldn't even understand. Like, and then 20 years later, I got a cat, just showed up one day, Ray Charles. His eyes were shut. He had like an infection. He ran into a dumpster. Like he got scared. Like he couldn't see. Fixed him up, and he just became the most loyal buddy you could ever hope for. But yeah, so she reminds me of somebody that I used to know. Kenneth, in Boston, they say, I got to take a Wikipedia after all that beer. A wicked pisser. Wikipedia. That's pretty close. There's something there. Then that's like, no, can't stop it, Kenneth. You can love a friend and not have had an affair with them. Anyway, this isn't a mass migration crisis. This is a planned overthrow of sovereign nations. Call it what it is. All right. Well, here's Delegate Stacey Plaskett from Virgin Islands, who was caught texting Jeffrey Epstein while they were trying to frame Trump.
That Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a real friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what...
Oh, yeah, you would like to. We don't want you to. You're in Congress texting the guy while you're trying to take out Trump?
What we as American people should do is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand.
Wait, huh?
No, what is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. Well played. Golf clap for that shit. Bravo. There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. Wiped it? You mean like with a cloth? Hillary Clinton after erasing her hard drives?
And as a prosecutor, you get information from people where you can. I believe that Jeffrey...
While they were actively trying to frame Trump. Please don't infringe. It says there's 1,013 deportations per day. There's 1,600 H-1B visas per day. Those deported probably did not live in the house you wanted. Those 1,600, though, probably did. So no, home prices are not going down, and they are not trying. How big do you think the housing gap will be for your children? Median household income, $23,000 for baby boomers. Median home price was 4 times that, $83,000. Now millennials, the average median household income is $74,000. So 4 times that would be $280,000. Whoa, it's $468,000. Wow. So affordability is going to be the major factor in this next election because we're all seeing it. Here you go. Breaking. Protesters have taken over the intersection outside LAX, a place I've been 1,000 times. On one of the busiest travel days of the year. Travelers are desperately trying to get through, yelling, "I'm going to miss my flight. Shut this insanity down."
These are people's lives. You need to stop.
Arrest every MFer that's going to block traffic. No debate. No bullshit. Arrest the people. You have no effing right to block people. No sympathy. Get some people. We don't hate traffic blockers enough, was my comment.
I haven't seen.
Well, look, for the Trump supporters, it's time to have this chat.
Here's a question for all the trust the plan, white hats are in charge people. At what point do you realize that there is no plan? Like, I saw people react to my video today and post about the Donnie Q drop AI images as if this is like, look, guys, it's right there. It's like, okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of Trump's biggest supporters, like her or not. And in her video where she resigned from Congress, which I'm not even weighing in on because who cares? It's like, she's like, there's no plan. She was in there where all of the plans would have been. She was probably part of the aforementioned plan. Yet still, after all this time, people are like, the United States is a corporation and Pompeo is in the Vatican. It's like, what the hell are you talking? Like, at what point is the plan trusting over? Like, I don't understand. Like, I honestly feel like they'll tell us that after Donnie's out of office, they're like, no, just wait, Patriots. Wait till J.D. Vance's second term, Patriots. Like, where's the plan? What plan? I followed along on this Nancy Drew mystery in 2020 when don't worry, Patriot, he's going to flip this election. Just wait. He's going to bring 100 court cases and the election's going to get overturned. And then it didn't, though. And then it's like, oh, and we only get him back in office. They're going to get the FBI and they're going to end the IRS. And it's like, what do we get after that? It's like, we did the thing, we fell for it the first time, we played along, we got them back in, and what do we get? We get Bibi in the White House, we get money shipped overseas, we get 600,000 foreign students, we get H-1Bs, we get 50-year mortgages, we got Lindsey Graham Cracker playing golf with them, we got endorsements for Randy Fine, we got MTG is a traitor, we got the most conservative members of Congress, Massey and Ron and Rand Paul. They're evil. They're bad. We got the Poopstein files that didn't come out, fighting them for months, closing down the Congress, and then to come back and say, okay, I'll release them after you're forced to. You got people already saying, fire Bondi, fire Cash, whatever. Poopstein didn't do anything to nobody. You know, by the way, the videos that were in the thing as Cash is on Rogan, I never heard about that. What the hell are you talking about? If you want the Poopstein files, I don't want your support. All right. And now the Congress votes on some bill saying socialism bad. Why, they literally want to take the tariff money and just socialism out, $2,000 checks. That's social. Like, what are we even doing? And it's just like, at what point do people actually start to really hold them to account? Like, at what point do you say, okay, I'm going to admit that, like, these things are pretty bad, though. And the best thing anybody can come up with is like, what do you prefer, Kamala Harris? And then Donnie in his first term pardons a literal spy, espionage, 30 years in prison, pardons him, and now he's meeting with Mike Huckabee, and we're just supposed to not care about that? No, who cares? A person that literally did the thing? It's like, once you pull the veil of plan trusting and white hats being in charge back, and you take a real objective look at what's going on, even though you know it's better than what it would have been, can we not just acknowledge that these things are bad? Could we maybe stop AI image Q drop trusting and say, hey, this is bad, and I'm willing to say something about it? I have a serious question for all the trust the plan, white hats are in charge people. At what point do you realize that there is no plan? Like, I saw people react to my video today and post about the Donnie Q drop AI images.
Look, I'm going to type it in the comments, and I'll tell you. We've been having this exact, gotta capitalize exact, conversation with many different people for a while now. WTH is going on. He is right. On a lot of regards, I don't get it. I don't get why some of these obvious things are not happening. For the life of me, I do not understand. So, do you agree or disagree with this guy? Ah, that was a fun stinger, wasn't it? Danette says, yep, he's right. Look, I don't just do culty things. I share different opinions that contradict even the other ones. Remember when Ned Flanders, his life's falling apart, and he's like, I don't know, God. Like I do everything that you ask of me, even the things that contradict the other things. So I'll share the things, even the things that contradict those things. What's Kaylee Ashland saying?
Let me know if you notice a trend here. Bethany McGee was a 26-year-old white woman who was set on fire on a train by a black man who's been arrested 72 times before. Irena Zarutska was a 23-year-old white woman who was stabbed to death on a train by a black man who's been arrested 14 times beforehand. Julie Schunel was a 59-year-old white woman who was walking her dog in the park when she was stabbed to death by a black man who's been arrested 2 times before. And Logan Federico was a 22-year-old white woman who was shot to death by a black man who's been arrested 39 times with 25 felonies. And for the sake of doing your own research, all you have to do is go on X and type in white woman attacked, and you'll be able to see 100 more crimes that have been committed that nobody's even talking about.
Okay. Serious question. Are you about to do some whataboutism? Oh. Have you ever seen a black woman set on fire by a white man? Have you ever seen a black woman get her throat slit by a white man on a train? A bus, whatever, or train, yeah. I feel like those would have been really big stories. I've never seen this. You burned your pizza. Don't blame us for your pizza problems. Careful, we can't talk about pizza. That's what got our account into a lot of trouble before. You know, protecting kids bad or something. Unfounded conspiracy theories. No, you can't even type that, John. And I can't remove that comment either. But look, I don't know of any cases where white people are just going around abusing black women, Latino women, Asian women. I don't see it. Where is this universe where white people are bad? Show me. Because I feel like it would be front page news nonstop, and the Democrats would be burning cities because of it, right? That's how they do things now. I don't see the universe where there's any equivalent to the attacks that white women, in this case, are subject to. Why is that? Why isn't this a bigger national outrage?
This is something that should be addressed considering the fact it's happening in the United States repeatedly. We can talk about illegal immigrant crime on white crime. We can talk about black on black crime in Chicago. We can talk about all these things. But as a blonde white woman in America, I should be able to go out in public and feel like I'm not going to get stabbed to death. And we should also really highlight the fact that these career criminals who've been arrested over 10 times are still out on the street because we've created a system where we should feel bad because of their skin color, and we should let them go because it's racist to keep them in jail. So unless we want this to keep happening, maybe we should bring up the fact that it's not racist to keep somebody in jail if they've committed repeated crimes over and over again just because they're black. Let's say the quiet part out loud. Let me know if you notice a trend here.
It's a damn shame. And you wonder why. Is this a result of decades of brainwashing from the left?
Mr.
All right, we're going to talk about the Seditious Six here with Jesse Waters.
Miller, what should happen to the Seditious Six?
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation? Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors, telling them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message? As you said, it's to create a color revolution.
Mr. Miller, what should happen to the Seditious Six?
Well, they should be held accountable under the law.
People in the comments, nothing will happen. It never does. There's just so much frustration. The bad guys just keep getting away with bad stuff. Over and over, rinse and repeat.
10
fraud found in Minnesota. Shocking.
years in prison for one of the Feeding Our Future fraudsters convicted
10 years in prison.
in the first trial for the pandemic meal fraud scam. Abdi Majid Noor and his co-defendant.
Abdi Majid Noor. Oh, they stole $47 million in Minnesota. Minnesota needs an enema. What in hell is happening?
Defendants stole $47 million in their part of the $300 million scheme. They claim to serve 18 million meals at phony sites like the small Empire Cuisine and Market in Shakopee. Noor's job was creating the fake meal counts and invoices, plus the rosters filled with made-up names of kids. He used fraud money for a trip to the Maldives and to get a college degree, spending money on the website paymetodoyourhomework.com to finish it. On top of it all, Noor played a key role in trying to bribe a juror in hopes of getting a not guilty verdict in his trial. Lead prosecutor Joe Thompson said in court, this country offered the defendant everything: the opportunity for a life, the opportunity to live in peace. And he paid us back by playing us all for fools. I'm Lou Raguse. Follow for more news. 10 years in prison for one of the Feeding Our Future fraudsters convicted in the first trial for the pandemic.
It's everywhere. Yeah, 10 years is not enough. 10 years for 47 million ain't mathing up, says Tom. Yeah, all the comments, 10 years, not enough. Joe Biden, I did that. America needs an enema button. That's to flush out all the shit, right? America needs an enema. Another one of those in Minneapolis. Here's John Odermatt on
Wikipedia.
About Wikipedia. We were just talking about Wikipedia. He's on his Lions Liberty podcast. I've been a guest over there before, and he's been a guest over here before. In fact, he'll tell you I was the first show that he ever did, which is pretty cool. Now he's been doing his Finding Freedom and Lions of Liberty shows for a very long time, which is super cool. Yeah, kind of like Nick Adams. He's like, hey, you sort of encouraged me, inspired me to do this thing. I'm like, neat. Same with John. John's always wanted to do his thing, and he's doing his thing now. Wikipedia. What is Wikipedia? Well, we showed you the difference between Black pride, Asian pride, but white pride is evil. Okay.
As I sometimes say, it has become an engine of defamation.
Wikipedia.
So if you have an enemy, if you are important enough to have a Wikipedia article, they can go on the article about you and edit it. And if they can make slander or libel, if it's written, stick in the article, then there's nothing you can do. If they're operating anonymously, you can't sue them. And you can't sue the Wikimedia Foundation because the Wikimedia Foundation is protected by Section 230 immunity. So there's no one to sue. And there are, over the years, I have heard from dozens and dozens, probably well over 100 people who are reasonably famous enough to have Wikipedia articles. And they have complained to me and asked, what I might be able to do to help them solve these problems. And ultimately, there isn't anything that you can do other than essentially pay a PR firm to go in and, probably use some of their fee to pay off people to make things happen on Wikipedia. That actually works.
That's crazy.
Wow.
It's absolutely insane. I really never thought of it that way. But yeah, it's a license to defame, a license to slander.
Created by law, by the way. Section 230 immunity is what creates the situation. I should say it's the combination of that and Wikipedia's policy. So Wikipedia has, as I sometimes say.
So by the way, Grokpedia is going to be taking over. Grokpedia is being formulated as we speak to replace this. And look at what they've done on X. They replaced that garbage Twitter situation. Now X is something you can use again. X is worth spending some time on now. It's one of the best sites to have.
Look,
by the way, make sure you're following us on X. We're at American_media_. Here's Scott Jennings talking about the problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene and President Trump as he sees it.
Believe and know to be true about the Greene situation. And look, I don't know her, and so I'm not going to tell you the story to disparage her. I'm just going to tell you what I know to be true. She wanted to run for statewide office in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
The White House knew this. She, I think, asked for their advice. The president heard about it. He had a poll that was somebody gave him about the situation in Georgia. He discreetly and privately transmitted this information to her. And it showed her losing to John Ossoff by 20 points. It showed that if she were to run statewide, it would end in disaster and embarrassment. So he didn't exactly tell her not to run, but he gave her the kind of political information that you would interpret as, hey, this is not a good idea for you, and it's not a good idea for the party.
If the poll is accurate.
Since the transmission of that information, which, by the way, he was doing her a favor. He was saving her from humiliation. Since the transmission of that information, she has opposed the president on his Middle East policy. She didn't like it when he bombed the Houthi rebels. She didn't like it when he took out Iran's nuclear facilities. She opposed him on deportations. She went on The View and attacked him. Over and over and over and over, she became a policy and political opponent of the president. And they believe it all goes back to that moment where they showed her a poll to try to do her a favor. Now, when he withdrew his endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene and basically said, okay, if you're going to attack me, I'm going to withdraw my support of you, what happened? She dropped out of Congress just a few days later. And so to me, this is really a story about political power and who controls it, who has it, and who has influence. And look, a lot of folks have been arguing Donald Trump's a lame duck. All I know is he withdrew his endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and like a week later, she's resigning from Congress. Look, what I believe...
I don't like it. I don't like President Trump going after Marjorie Taylor Greene, Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, a few of the only decent people in Congress. They're consistently close to having a high batting average. I don't like it. It's not a good look. Tim Pool is commenting on, well, when we do try to finally do, when I say we, I mean normal Americans. Oh, you consider yourself to be a normal American. How narcissistic of you. Yeah, I do consider myself to be a normal American. When you go after Jim Comey and Letitia James, and it's like, well, finally do something. Will you finally do something? Well, they do it, and then they toss the case. Tim Pool is laying it out.
The case against James Comey has been dismissed on the grounds that the prosecuting attorney was unlawfully appointed. Of course, many people on the left had been arguing that the prosecution against Comey was going to be weak and would likely be dismissed. It is being dismissed without prejudice, meaning they can bring this case back up. But as of now, it is defeated. Now, I think it's apparent to most people when you're reading the news, James Comey had to have known about what was going on, making his statements apparently lies. The question is, can you get through this system? As the story went, the initial prosecutor, the attorney in this area, refused to bring the charges, so this person was fired, a new individual was hired, and now here we are with the breaking news. Let me get right to it for you guys. From CBS, judge orders James Comey case dismissed after finding top prosecutor was unlawfully appointed. They say a federal judge on Monday ordered the criminal charges against former FBI Director James Comey to be dismissed on the grounds that Lindsay Halligan, the interim U.S. attorney who secured the indictment, was unlawfully appointed to the role. The ruling from U.S. District Judge Cameron Curry is a significant victory for Comey, who has argued his prosecution is retaliatory and motivated by President Trump's efforts to punish his political foes. And the case against James Comey has been dismissed.
So what comes next here? The appeal? Does an appeal come next? Was there anything wrong that warranted this being tossed? Why can't the Trump admin seem to ever dish out justice to the bad guys? Frustration mounting. Germany closing Christmas markets because the security is too expensive. All while spending $30 billion on the illegals who are the security threat. Pretty much sums up Western Europe. Make it make sense. Button. Yeah, shame on Europe. Ian Carroll says, wow, I did not see this coming. Respect to the Officer Tatum. Evan Kilgore put this out, says, holy shoot. Officer Tatum now says he's seen the evidence regarding the assassination threat on Candace Owens. He's now convinced. He believes there need to be serious consequences for the French government.
The American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace. I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI. They got to do something. And I'm going to tell you what they will do. It doesn't matter right, wrong, or indifferent. They have to investigate this. They have to investigate this. And I think that if it is found to be true and the proof prevails, which I'm convinced, after talking to Candace and the stuff that we talked about, I'm convinced, then that means that there should be dire consequences for the French government and whoever else was involved, the Macrons or whatever, dire consequences. I'm talking about the American government should go after them like never before. Then, brother, the American government, I don't care how much you don't like Candace, I don't care how much you've been trashing the American government and the FBI.
All right. Well, let's see how this plays out. A little surprising that he is coming out like this, but good for him. Let's see what's going on here. See by whom you laughable. Okay. All right. Let's jump over to our. Yes, John. Yes, I did. There we go. President Trump did announce that U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom of Summersville, West Virginia, one of the National Guardsmen who was savagely attacked yesterday in Washington, D.C., has just passed away. So, dear Lord, Heavenly Father, this stuff never makes any sense. And it makes a lot of people walk away from you. It's a whole topic for another day, but for now, please give strength and peace and healing to everybody impacted by this senseless, unnecessary attack. Amen. Front burner, what do you say to a llama going on a picnic? Let me see. What do you say to a llama going on a picnic? Alpaca the snacks. How about that? Alpaca the snacks. Nicely done. Who's this guy? Who's that guy over there? Let's hear from him again. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We're doing a bit of a marathon. Our X feed at American_media_. Kenneth asking if Marjorie Taylor Greene is about to go on The View. That is a possibility. Definite possibility. Danette says all this stuff happening, it's the groundwork to lay down martial law and electronically tag everyone. Same with the food stamps. So they can divide people enough to see one party is wasteful and then give away liberties of the entire country because now one demographic will be monitored and can be controlled monetarily, which lays the groundwork for Bitcoin and social credit scoring for everybody. Yeah, I hope we can make a better world instead of a terrible place. I don't know if it's possible. I really wish we would try. Here's our episode of Strictly Football. Please check it out. It's on the top of our X feed. Right underneath the pinned content, that's our Patreon page. If anyone would consider going over there and becoming a monthly subscriber on Patreon, it's a great way to support the TNAM brand. All right, let's see what we got. Breaking news here. Everyone please join Libs of TikTok in congratulating Andrea Thompson, who is the rightful winner of the World's Strongest Woman Championship. Because if you saw this, a man pretending to be a woman just won the title of World's Strongest Woman at the World's Strongest Woman competition in Arlington, Texas. The lady who came in first but had to stand in the second place spot says, "This is bullshit. Can we go?" Reminding you here, this post, the weakest men compete with girls, the weakest minds celebrate it. I agree. Riley Gaines says the South Park meme has officially and accurately been recreated. Just brilliant. But that was overturned, I believe, right? Pierce Morgan said, many congratulations to Jamie Booker, who has won the world's strongest woman competition in Arlington, Texas. The fact that Jamie is a biological male with a massive physical advantage over the actual women competing shouldn't detract from this well-earned victory. Yeah. 9.9 million views on that post. But I think they reversed it. Let me ask Grok. World's strongest woman winner reversed. I thought that was the story I shared, but I didn't see it. Initially crowned an American athlete, man, Jamie Booker is the winner, beating Britain's Andrea Thompson by a narrow margin across 6 events. Awarded the title and trophy. After the event, allegations came up that Booker is biologically male. I don't know why you need to put assigned male at birth. Like, come on, we're adults here. We know what this means. And identifies as transgender. Competitors, including 3-time winner Rebecca Roberts, publicly expressed outrage, claiming no one, including organizers, knew of Booker's background beforehand. Thompson was visibly upset on the program podium, reportedly walking off after muttering frustration. Then on the 25th, yesterday, organizers disqualified Booker for failing to disclose. Okay, why does it say her biological sex? You cannot write articles like this. Okay, I'm going to tell Grok. This is me trying to change this. Can you see this? Yeah, South Park predicted it again. Andrea Thompson retroactively declared the winner, marking her 2nd overall title. I'm going to put negative. Tell us more. You cannot refer to a man as a woman in this article about a man pretending to be a woman. In parentheses, anyway, not sure if it'll matter, but it gets so convoluted. This man got kicked out of the women's competition. Thompson herself acknowledged the nature. Like, what do you... They're kicked out for pretending to be a lady, but then they keep referring to this person who's a man as a herself. Anyway, well, congratulations to the real lady that won this. Bravo to you. Congratulations. Here's another entry in the daily embarrassment that is Afton Bain. She's being recorded here saying that prayer makes her uncomfortable.
And I think, you know, especially as someone who is more secular, I have a hard time when religion is at the core of everything we do in the legislature. And so, for example, on the House floor, we say a prayer every session. Some committees open up with prayer. We also stand for the pledge. And there are also prayer groups in the legislature that meet routinely. There are Christian pastors that have a lot of say and proximity to power in the legislature and dictate a lot of what the power players do. And it is uncomfortable. And
Yep. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father above, please make sure that Afton Bain does not garner the votes to have any power and control in Tennessee. In your name we pray. Protect Tennessee. Amen. There you go, Afton. Let's see whose power of prayer is stronger, ours or yours. Your lack of prayer or my prayer. Let's just see how that shakes out. Okay, Nick Sorter reporting. This is good news, I think. The Trump Department of Justice has just filed with the Supreme Court to strike down state laws banning the public carrying of firearms. California, New York, Hawaii, Maryland, New Jersey, and other states have laws which would be impacted by this. A win in this case will restore Second Amendment rights for millions of Americans, AG Bondi said. You want to come up here, bud? You want to come up? Here he goes, Mr. America. Hey, you can put your pause on there. Nimbus, everybody. Johnny Midnight shares this. A state attorney, what is this? The judge figures out that state officials are lying to take away someone's children from them. Committed perjury. The state's attorney doesn't seem to care. I wonder how many people lose their children to these people. It's a 2-minute clip, but watch it. My God. Here's Thomas Massey talking about what Kash Patel has done. Take a listen. At the FBI.
Also, I'm going to say this here on camera because it's important. One of Kash Patel's staff threatened my staff with a criminal investigation if we didn't straighten up and play ball.
I was going to ask you about that, but since you brought it up, and I didn't
I'm bringing it up.
Okay, you brought it up.
And so, like a criminal investigation having nothing to do, he said it was going to be a fraud. We're going to investigate one of your staff for fraud. Right. And he told another one of my staff this. If you guys don't straighten up, if you want to play hardball, if this is how you want to play it or something like that, this member of your staff is going to get criminally investigated for fraud. A very specific threat.
So what's going on? Why is Kash and the FBI weaponizing to go after Massey and his staff? Oh, look, here's this one. At least that's the accusation. Patriot Warrior, Texas. John put this out. Look at this. Look at that. Happy Thanksgiving, TNAM Trash Panda family. If you know, you know. We are rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's great. Thanks, John. Yeah, that's a tiny turkey for a raccoon. Elon here says the president is absolutely right. President Trump is talking about the problems going on in America.
We saw all the crime that took place last night, the night before. The woman with the burning, they burned the woman. To be talking about that now, they burned this beautiful woman riding in a train. A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. The liberal judges will let him out again. But we're ready to go. You know, we've been moving toward Chicago. We have a governor that thinks it's wonderful that only like 7 people were killed this week. But we are moving toward doing it, and we're going to, if crime gets, it's horrible what's happening in Chicago. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there. And if you look at the crime that's taken place in Chicago in the last 2 weeks, just take a look. It's on the front page of every newspaper. It's out of control. The mayor is incompetent, and the governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us.
Come on, Trump. Remember when I said earlier that the best way to your heart is by a compliment? I know he's a big fat slob, but you can't call someone a big fat slob and say he ought to invite us over.
The governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us in, say, please make Chicago safe. We're going to lose a great city if we don't do it quickly. Make Chicago, we'll do the same thing as we did in D.C., the same thing as we did everywhere we've gone.
Chicago is a mess, though. Too much crime everywhere. A reminder, this is what's going on in Chicago. Here's the Chicago mayor, Brandon Johnson, with your lunatic comment of the day.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence.
Yes, you can.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence. We've already tried that, and we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world without solving the problems of crime and violence. The addiction on jails and incarceration in this country, we have moved past that. It is racist. It is immoral.
Jail is racist. Okay. No, criminality must stop. That's it.
We have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the way to drive violence down.
Yeah, the way to drive violence down is take the violent people away. Elon says murderous thugs should be incarcerated so that they can't murder people. Doesn't matter what their race is, obviously. Agree. Gunther Eagleman says they have had over 10 months to pass secure election laws and impeach rogue judges, but they've done nothing. Both are tagged. Let them know. Leader Thune, Leader Johnson, step up or step aside. Shame on you. Did I have anything else I want to talk about today? Department of State. State Department says mass migration poses an existential threat to Western civilization and undermines the stability of key American allies. Today, the State Department instructed U.S. embassies to report on the human rights implications and public safety impacts of mass migration. Mass migration is a human rights concern. Western nations have endured crime waves, terror attacks, sexual assaults, and the displacement of communities. U.S. officials will urge governments to take bold action and defend citizens against the threats posed by mass migration. Okay. It's about time we took this issue seriously. Robert Sterling posts this. Apparently, this is from the New York Times. 2 men, 1 identity. They both paid the price. Thousands of undocumented workers, illegal aliens, rely on fraudulent Social Security numbers. One of them belonged to Dan Kluver. So Robert Sterling points out 1 man is an American who lost tens of thousands of dollars after his identity was stolen. The other man who stole the first man's identity is an illegal immigrant with multiple arrests, several DUIs, and 3 deportations. The New York Times thinks they're both victims. Can you believe that? Who wrote that for him? AOC? I don't know if you're talking about Brandon Johnson or this one, but both of them are lunatic thoughts. Bernard Stanford said, this is one of the craziest framings of a story I've ever seen. 1 man paid the price by having his identity stolen, tens of thousands of dollars, made his life hell. The other guy paid the price by being arrested and charged for the crime he knowingly committed. Reminder from libs of TikTok, Elon Musk, and the New American Media, the only reason anyone would be against voter ID is if they want to cheat. This is a list of full or partially democratic countries that require ID to register, to vote, or cast a ballot on election day in all districts. Yeah, that's just common sense. Elon says the standard for judges should be the same as any job if they have a track record of making terrible decisions Not a few isolated incidents, but many terrible decisions. They should be asked to resign. It's not that complicated. Agreed.
And I think it's really important for people to understand, Margaret, that the
This is that Mark Kelly trying to justify what he did with the Seditious Six.
Message he sent a couple days ago was he declared that loyalty to the Constitution is now punishable by death. Those are serious words coming from the President of the United States.
Calling out sedition and treason and insurrection, you know.
He's trying to intimidate us. But, Margaret, I'm not going to be intimidated.
Ooh.
You know, you just heard Jason Crow. He's not going to be intimidated either. We both served our country. We swore an oath. All we said is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law, that members of the military cannot follow illegal orders. And I think it's really important for people to understand, Margaret, that the message he sent.
We'll see how it shakes out. But we said, you know exactly what you and your Seditious Six are up to. It's another deep state operation to kneecap President Trump. You've been wacky for a while, which is fine, but you did this to yourself. Gunther says, let's be real. Our government will keep effing us. They are corrupt and make way too much money to stop. Am I wrong? TV's Blake Wally says, don't be stupid. They have a good thing going. With the little reference to Breaking Bad here. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, I'm seriously leaning toward doing a show tomorrow. Some sort of a daily stream, and maybe I'll jump in to talk about the football game. Maybe I'll jump in to read some news. You doing a headbutt or no? Just, you want a pet? Okay. I know. So we'll see about tomorrow. Question mark for tomorrow. But if you see the show, jump on, pop on. Hi. Yes, that is Mike. Great character on that show. Maybe there could be a whole series about just Mike. If I could be like Mike, I wanna be like Mike. Mike Jordan. All right. Thank you all for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe. We do have Rumble rants and super chats if anyone wants to tip something before we shutter this location for the evening. Marion probably won't be able to catch the show live, but watch it at a later date. Muchos gracias. Muchos gracias. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, if we don't see you tomorrow. Yes, be blessed and be safe. Thank you, John. All wars are corporate sponsored anyway. Ugh, I can't believe it's a money-making endeavor to slaughter humans. Planned Parenthood. Did I say that out loud? Oh, yes, I did. Marion, happy Thanksgiving to all. Stay safe and eat bunches of good food. Good food. Sounds good. I am hungry. Question and the Mysterianism. Yes, indeed. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you yesterday's program. How about that? Let me go to content. Let me go to live. Let me go to... I could play Strictly Football, but I won't right now. Maybe I'll rebroadcast Strictly Football later today. But I will play this one about Candace Owens says her... Oh, but this is a short show. You know, I'm going to play this show, Past the Sedition. Oh, actually, I need to skip. Actually, here, let me close this. I need to get rid of monetization for this one. Past the Sedition, monetization off. It's so weird. YouTube won't let me play content that's the ad that they run on YouTube because they say it violates copyright. It's so goofy, people. It's so goofy. But all right, monetization off. Click on it. Can I share this tab instead? Yes, I can. Let's get this pulled up. Thank you, everybody. Have I hugged a turkey today? No, but I'm gonna hug the crap out of one tomorrow. We all here would and will also soon be known as political dissidents and held to the same accountability that some would cheer for currently. That's what we're trying to stop. We got like one last chance, and it just doesn't seem like we're getting enough done. And if Trump can do it, who will? Is it an unstoppable? Are we just sliding down a mountainside of ice? I don't know, but I'm trying. I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to ideas. We're trying to make this a little bit better. I share that concern. I really do. That's one of the things that drives me. Probably the biggest thing that drives me. But for now, I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much for jumping on the show. Here is yesterday's episode. Can I full screen it? Hey, I can. Thank you so much. Coffee. Bueno. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Oh, I got to remember to do something here. This is a daily challenge to remember to go into my YouTube channel, go to the YouTube studio, go to the content, click on live, find the show, and click that I want monetization. Of course I want monetization. No, I'm going to show up to work every day because I want to work for free. I think it's awesome, the concept of working for free. You know, who needs to pay thousands of dollars of bills every single month? I don't know why I can't just click a button on YouTube that says, every time I do a show through the Restream app, monetize the content just like Rumble does. Once again, this is this is behind the scenes. What do they call it? How the sausage is made. You don't need to know about this, but now you know. Welcome. I was trying to do my intro, but now I can try the intro. And it's interesting, I see a whole bunch of comments already in the chat room on YouTube, but I don't see it on Restream. There are known unknowns and there are unknown unknowns, said Donald Rumsfeld. I've got a grab bag of both. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. Hey, at least I'm not on mute. I had like a 2-week stretch where every show started on mute. Occasionally, I'd get a few minutes into a monologue and I wouldn't even glance at the messages yet because I'm trying to stay focused in my tangential way of doing wide weaves and connecting dots that seem dissimilar, and I was crafting something from scratch. But it was muted. So at least that's not the case today. All right, so for the third time's the charm. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere out there. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Monday, November 24th, 2025, and this right here, the program that you have stumbled across today, it's called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM. What's that stand for? The New American Media, because the old American media has failed you. On today's show, we're going to talk about Thanksgiving. Pass the sedition, please. Pass the treason. Yes. We're still going to be unpacking what the Seditious Six were out there saying. On one hand, they sound kind of just like Oath Keepers, and I support that. And on the other hand, there's no unconstitutional orders. So what is the purpose of this campaign to try to get military to go AWOL, to go treasonous, go seditious? I don't know, but we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving. Why is she leaving? She just crossed over the 5 years, so she's going to get a pension from the government now. Okay, cool story. That being said, is she going to go on The View? Is she going to run for president? Like, what is the plan? And how did the good people in Congress, there's not many, Rand Paul, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's a few. How are they all on President Trump's shit list right now? Is that an indictment on President Trump or an indictment on these people? I don't know. I feel like if you grade their liberty scores, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they had good scores. And now there's just this battle brewing, and I'd love to mend some fences and try to get some. I'm once again calling for a bourbon summit. I'll go to D.C. I'll do it in Kentucky. Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, President Trump. I want to break some bread. So you call me, I'll host. Very hopeful we can do that. But, you know, some people are losing hope out there. Some people are getting frustrated that it's taken too long to take out the traitors. And you see that Adam Schiff, that's ramping up. He's about to, my guess would be, with all the smoke around Adam Schiff, he's going to be next. But why is it taking a year? Why has it taken a year? The treason, the treachery, it seems obvious to me what we've been looking at. But there's a lot of stories to get to. Hit like, hit subscribe. Join us today on the program, and let's get it started right now.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Good Monday morning, everybody. Hey, look at that logo. People were giving me grief about the last one, so I switched it. It's more crisp. It's more sharp, right? It's more bold. It's more vivid. The T-Nam Daily Show with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. This is the one we were rocking with, the T-Nam Daily Show with Brian Engelman, the New American Media. But yeah, it's garbled. It's a little sloppy in that the New American Media part. We had this one, the T-Nam Daily Show with Brian Engelman, the New American Media. That was okay. I do kind of like this one a little bit better, I think. Kind of, sort of. American flag background. Just kind of washes away. Oh, by the way, it looks like quick programming note, Strictly Football here on the New American Media, brought to you by the Unhappy Hour. I believe that's going to be tomorrow, Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. I assure you there are reasons for this. Or did I say 2 p.m.? I think I said 2 p.m. Let me double check here. 2 p.m. Eastern is looking like what we're going to aim at. Got to move some Lego pieces, some Tetris pieces around. Okay, getting some good feedback from this logo. Yeah, I think it's all right. I think it's kind of good. It works. Oh, I can't have two at once. There we go. That's what happens. Okay. All right, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Also, it's a new week. It's a new chance to toss something into the collection plate. This is my sermon. This is my service that I give, not just on Sundays. I do it Monday through Friday. And the occasional Saturday show. I did a 2.5-hour Saturday show. That was fun. Had a lot of news that I wanted to get to. The Mom Donnie thing, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, just the Seditious Six. There's stuff on Saturday that I had shared on the New American Media broadcast on the New American Media Instagram account, that if I didn't address the topic in 24 hours, the content was going to leave. And I'm like, let me just do a show. Figured maybe I'll do 45 minutes. I did 2+ hours. But I am the bartender, Brian the bartender. Look at all of the screens behind you. We're going to talk about the stuff on there. And if you're enjoying yourself, reminder, we're ending another month. So it's a good opportunity to maybe sign up as a subscription on Rumble, YouTube, or Patreon. You set a monthly amount, and then you say, set it and forget it. And I'm a proud supporter of the New American Media. We appreciate everyone who has and everyone who may. Additionally, we have Rumble rants and super chats. If anyone wants to peel off a couple of bills and toss them in, or clank some coins in there, we appreciate all of you. As well as Venmo, Cash App. That's just my name, Brian Engelman, or on PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All of that is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Not going to get any tips if I don't explain that we have tip jars out. So please consider doing that. Let's go ahead and pop some chat up on the screen. Now I'm actually seeing the chat. John, Fine, Picking, Marion. Hello, everybody. Lauren. Yes, very nice logo. It does seem cleaner. It does. Sharp. I'm not building these from scratch. I'm going, hey, Grok, let's do this. And I try to work with it, and I'll give it a prompt and then another prompt and then another. But it's almost like the movie Multiplicity with Keaton. What was his name? The Batman. I can't think of his first name, because I went to school with the Keaton, and I'm seeing that name. Wow. All I can see is the name of the kid I was in 6th grade with. I won't tell you his name. Keaton, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Michael Keaton. Whew. That took a little too long. There's a movie he did called Multiplicity. There's a scene where they're talking to Steve. Hi, Steve. And he's a little simple guy. And they're like, what happened to number 3? They go, will you ever take a photocopy of a photocopy and the resolution isn't quite as sharp? Meet number 3. Hi, Steve. When I work with Grok, instead of refining and making it better, it gets sloppier and sloppier and more confused and more like garbled. I would love to see some improvements with X when it comes to that. I know what the problem is. I would love to work with the engineering team. I actually did, by the way, reach out to X. There was a position that looked very interesting. And I was like, I would spend hours a day working with this group. That'd be fun. But yeah, there's a lot. The game plan is to turn X into the everything app. They're headed. Like, that's where they're headed. So I'm very interested in that. But he's never been called Mike Keaton. Has he ever been referred to as Mike Keaton? You're correct, David, though. Michael. Lauren, two-pardon J6 protest. You could call them rioters. I mean, protesters were arrested. Andrew Johnson abused an 11-year-old allegedly. John was charged with napping and aggravated assault. Tell you what, share that story on X at American_media_tag us. We'll take a look. I haven't heard of these stories. Hey, do you want to look at the Democrats who were arrested last week? Lauren, do you want to? Do you want to look at the Democrat rioters who were arrested last week? Hey, you know what? I got plenty of Democrat criminals that we can talk to you about today, including the beatdown. You know what? Let's just turn the news cart upside down, shall we? Let's jump into all the stories. There's a lot to talk about. And there's only so many hours in a day. You always appreciate having Lauren come in to push some left-wing talking point. takes a snapshot, a screenshot or something, sends it off and gets paid. Like, aha. You know, at least we're important enough to be on the list where you get paid to troll our account. I do appreciate it. And lets us know we're over the target. All right, so what are we looking at here? Hey, let's take a look at what liberals are doing, Lauren, since you want to talk about the Democrat rioters. Let's talk about the Democrat rioters. Well, here's some civil disobedience. Isn't that so good? Breaking 911 here shows a video allegedly of liberals in California. And by the way, every video I show is allegedly. Perhaps something could be misrepresented. And if so, let's make a retraction. We take every story, every video, every assertion with a grain of salt, as you should. And you should correct me if you find things that turn out to be inaccurate. I would love to clear that up. We're a bunch of trash pandas over here. We're a bunch of raccoons rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's just what we do. Liberals in California reportedly lining up at a Home Depot to buy a single 17-cent scraper and then return it, and then repeat the process in an effort to slow sales to protest the store's cooperation with ICE operations.
You can't get a virtual drummer. That's what actually was.
Why are there so many people in Home Depot overalls, though?
Can everybody's attention, please? If you're purchasing something,
I've been volunteering with.
You can come to this side. Come to this side for the customers to walk through.
No to ICE. Yes to invaders. Why would somebody say no to ICE? Why do you want to leave your home windows open, your home doors open, for people to ransack and cause problems, chaos? And by the way, this is so simple. This was explained somewhere. I talked about it on the show a week or two ago. There are two potentialities with illegal aliens. Either they're working or they're not working. So if they are working, they're taking American jobs. Oh, I know it was great for South Park to go, they took our jobs. They took our jobs. Oh, look at these country bumpkins. Oh, they took their jobs. Let's laugh at those poor people. Ha, ha, ha. Your jobs are gone, you dopes. They took your jobs and you're complaining. Oh, aren't you so cute? We're South Park. We take $1 billion from Paramount. Oh, and then we just do very lazy sleeping with Satan, tiny penis, Donald Trump jokes. Oh, we're so highbrow. I've been big fans of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Why are they not roasting Jasmine Crockett every single day? She is a literal cartoon character. But they don't. To my knowledge, I don't know. I haven't been a regular viewer for a bit. I try to catch some of this stuff. It's hard to find the stuff anymore. Everything's on a different network, and you need a $15 monthly subscription for that. And you're like, everything gets a subscription. The only subscription you need is right here at the New American Media. Patreon. Oh, I think I don't think that reminds me. That does remind me. I'm going to publish this video. This was left uploading. And I am going to publish it right now. What a good reminder I just had for myself. I'll share it on X. And I will say, here's our TNAM Patreon link, because your support helps us pay the bills, not deceptive pharmaceutical advertisements or any of the other crap that keeps the lying legacy media afloat. You keep us afloat. And we appreciate every monthly supporter. There we go. Hey, thanks for the reminder, Brian. No problem, Brian. By the way, in the world of football, the Cowboys stage an epic 21-point comeback to beat the Eagles 24-21. Marjorie Taylor Greene to resign from Congress in January 26. Giants fired defensive coordinator Shane Bowen after their latest collapse. And Shedeur Sanders led the Browns to a victory. First Browns rookie quarterback in his first start to win in, I don't know, what was it, 30 years or something? That's pretty ridiculous. We'll get back to this video here. What is this? Lauren says, Trump's approval rating has fallen. Huh. I'd love to double check your sources on that. By the way, Lauren, go ahead and share a link to the report that shows that. I'd love to look into those numbers. Tag us on X at American_media_. Back to the people who are targeting the Home Depot. But the options are this. It's a binary choice with illegal aliens. They are either working or they're not working in America. So if they're working, they're taking an American job. Oh, those are just low skill, low wage jobs. Yeah, we have teenagers to work those. Yeah, we have people, first job, second job. You get a lot of job experience. It's good. You get different skill sets from working these jobs. We're supposed to be working at an early age in high school. We're supposed to be working. I did. I was a busboy at 15 and I haven't stopped since. So they're either in this country, and by the way, there's probably some amount, some small, marginal, specialized roles. You can name them. Service industries or farming, agriculture, the traditional jobs that we hear it's difficult to fill these spots. So if there are people in a part of a very narrow program that want to come into America and have a full criminal background check, I mean, we're doing the DNA samples, we're doing the fingerprints, we're going to check your country. Have you been up to no good? Are you going to be a net positive? Are you bringing your problems and your proclivity to violence or theft or abuse into our country? If that's the case, you are automatically excluded. And what the Democrats have tried to do, along with the deep state rhinos, Republicans in name only, they have tried to bypass the process where we get to screen for poison. Screening for poison is literally the least you can do. A requirement to make sure some monster doesn't slip between the cracks, to come in and do some monstrous crap in America. Ain't having it here. In fact, I've called for the death penalty for immigrants that come in here and want to take the life or severely harm, abuse Americans. You want to be from another country, come into our country and hurt our people? You should face the death penalty. Not just for eye for an eye. I'm talking, more than moderate misdemeanor type stuff. Like if you come in here and you mess around, you need to find out. We need to mark an example. Mark the moment by making an example. People need to be thinking really long and hard before they try to come into this country and abuse the people of America. But that's not what's happening in Somalia. I mean, Minneapolis, mini Somalia, Minnesota. Lots of waste, fraud, and abuse. Lots of theft. It's piracy. So either an illegal alien is working a job that's taking a job from Americans, or they're not working and they're being handed money from some government program, some slush fund, some non-governmental organization, some Democrat city, some blue governor, congressperson, clergy member. There's 100 variations of how illegal aliens are being handed our own money, taken away from our school systems, our healthcare systems, given to them, sneaking in and not working, but being handed free cash. Oh, you want to talk about resentment from the American people? If you're taking our own resources, and giving them to people that don't belong here, weren't invited here, haven't been screened to make sure that it's safe for them to be here. And nobody can know in the future, like future crime's not really a thing. But if you're a known problem where you came from, no thanks, country's full. We don't need any more problems. We got enough problems. We're overflowing with problems. We don't need yours. So they're either working and taking American jobs, these illegal aliens, or they're not working and they're stealing our money. Either way, get out. This lady holding her sign, no ICE, no ICE. So you don't want any immigration control. You don't want any customs control. You just want everybody. Wouldn't this lady be pickier with how she spreads her legs and allows any man or woman, any human to go inside of her? I know that's a little graphic, but that's the point. Your country needs to be discerning in who we allow to enter us. There's names for women that open up for anybody. They're not good names because they're not good reputations. And they're going to make you ill really quick. You're going to have a really bad time real fast if you have zero discretion with who you let inside. I know that's a little much to say out loud. It gives me the heebie-jeebies, but it should. That's why everyone must be vetted. And we want the best of the best. This should be like a college application. We want people who are going to be likely to come in and make something out of themselves. Contribute instead of take. We have enough takers. We have enough problems. Look at the SNAP situation. My God, what I saw during these SNAP videos, people, oh, my SNAP card turned on. I got to go hurry up and spend it. They have to spend tons and tons every single month or else the money's going to go away. So they get things and they sell them for half price and they take the money and they do. It is such a scam. It should be proteins, fruit and vegetable. That's it. No sugary drinks, snack cakes, mozzarella sticks. The audacity to think that food is appetizers and desserts. Those are luxuries. A sugary drink. Have a water. Because then you're going to get a bloat on 100 extra pounds. You're going to have tons of health issues. And then our healthcare system's going to have to pay to fix those health issues with all those Frankenstein ingredients that you're loading your shopping cart full of. It's a mess. It's a mess. And I thought that what would be cool is if participating grocery chains could find a way to create like warmed meals, like how you get a rotisserie chicken or something. You go to a lot of these grocery stores and they have like salad bars and warm food, prepared food. What if there was like you could load up, you pick your protein, pick your vegetable, pick your thing, and it's like you get your school lunch. You go to Kroger, or you go to Meijer, or wherever you happen to be shopping, and have a meal. But it's no bullshit ingredients. It's just here's some food you need to eat. Here's some food. That's your government cheese food. Yeah, maybe it's not the best, but maybe it's actually decent ingredients. Maybe it's not going to make you sick. I don't know. Davidson, great for the Browns. That's for sure. Yes, I'm going to do a Browns standalone show maybe later today. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., strictly football. Looking forward to it. We did a live stream yesterday, which was fun, of the game. And then afterward, Ezrael Robinson, he was kind of giving us the play-by-play of his favorite team, the Cowboys, coming back. I can't believe they came from behind to beat the Eagles, but they did. So we'll talk about that later. Anyway, these people that are saying, no, we shouldn't check for problems. I don't understand the mentality of this. How many masks do we have? Lots of masks. People wearing Home Depot shirts. Why are so many people wearing Home Depot shirts and Home Depot smocks? Are these employees or part of the a lot of Home Depot t-shirts. Are these workers or did they get shirts? Protest shirts? Still have like a good amount of the actual logos, or fake logos.
What are you buying?
Nice scraper. What are you buying?
We are buying ice scrapers.
Right.
Thank you.
What are you buying? Nice scraper. Sorry. What are you buying today?
I'm buying ice scraper.
Oh, yeah. What are you buying today?
I am buying an anvil putty knife.
An ice scraper.
Yes, ice scraper.
So, subversive living, great way to piss off everyone just trying to shop. Bravo for turning more people against you. Rogue Republican says kick them out. We said American jobs opening up for Americans to work and help America. You know? It's an easy fix. Make this item non-refundable. Okay. Natalie, imagine doing this on your day off. Oh, wait, I forgot. None of these people work. Another comment. Go to church. Hey, there's a good use of your time. Surveyor, this is the most triple-vaxxed mask-wearing thing I've ever seen. This comment, you have the right to refuse service. All right. Well, that's happening. If wanted to show you that. Hey, we're seeing what people are talking about. Here's Tucker Carlson. He has thoughts on the zeitgeist of the country, the mood or feeling of the times in America.
If you want to understand why young people are getting radical, one of the main reasons is they are being exploited by the most unscrupulous, richest people in our society and then being blamed for it. And no one says a word about the rich, unscrupulous people who are doing this.
Okay, that's very true. This has gone into bizarro world right now. Things feel off. They feel obviously off. The massive spike in inflation hasn't come back. Lauren over here wants to say that she thinks people are blaming Trump for the economy. The ship already hit the ground and you're trying to blame him for being the pilot, the captain? He wasn't in charge for the 4 years that this stuff went bonkers under Biden. That was Obama's team. Puppeting Biden. Biden didn't know what was going on. Neither did Kamala Harris. She had no idea. This was Obama's team. They got exactly what they wanted for. They got exactly what they wanted during that time. He's obviously helping the economy. But these things take a moment to cycle through. And one of the biggest problems is inflation. What are we doing about inflation? Or a currency that can replace the Federal Reserve note, because there's no reason we need to only use a Federal Reserve note. You guys want to keep digitizing trillions? Then choke on them. I don't want them. Oh, wait, but we're the bankers. We're so clever. We're the bankers. No, you're trapped. You're our slaves forever. We're slave holders, slave owners. Now I get to sit back and just gather my gold. You can choke on your Federal Reserve notes. What the fuck do I care about your monopoly money? We don't care about your monopoly money. We can trade in purple seashells for all I care. But this inflation, what's happened to buy up the homes and make everything unaffordable for anyone to live anywhere, it's unsustainable. Unsustainable. David says it's all an illusion at the moment, in my opinion, and everything is out of control. Indeed it is.
Because everyone's taking money from them.
So they're all on the take, which is why they don't like Trump, because he doesn't need their dirty, filthy slave money. Oh, I can't believe you're talking so openly about slavery when I think you have like 3 or 4 stories about Derek Chauvin getting railroaded in today's stack of stories. Yes, I do, actually. Yes, I do. Because facts don't care about feelings. And the banksters, they're the gangsters at the banks. They hate you. You're cattle to them. You are their property. You are their slaves. And how many people in our government are a part of the system? They don't mind selling humanity out because they made a few bucks. What's the story about Marjorie Taylor Greene? She took $900,000 and turned it into $30 million, and now she's bouncing. I'm not against Marjorie Taylor Greene, but let's talk about it. What the heck is going on? You're going to resign and leave. You're going to leave a vacant Republican post at a very crucial time in our nation's history where every vote counts. What's in it for you, Marjorie? And why were you such a thorn in the Trump administration side? Well, maybe because Trump is pro-Zionist too much, a little too pro-Israel, pro-Zionist. And Marjorie's a little too anti-Zionist or anti-Israel. Same with Tucker and Candace and Nick and Massey, and go down the list. David says, Brian, what do you think of Trump's latest posts? David, are you on X? Can you follow the New American Media on X at American_media_? Oh, let me put the tip jar stuff back up on the screen. I forgot. Rumble rants, super chats, etc. Oh, I'll show this as well. Follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube at the New American Media. Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. On X at American_media_, and subscribe to our podcasts, The Agree to Disagree Show and the Unhappy Hour Sports Show on Spotify and Apple. Once again, here's the TNAM donation links at the bottom. Rumble rants and super chats, always appreciated. You're not on X, sorry. Did you say sorry or sorry? Sorry or sorry? Sore, like I'm sore. Like Baker Mayfield is today. I don't know what happened, but it looked like a problem with his left shoulder when he got tackled. This might mark the second time he's had a major injury on that left shoulder. I'm concerned about that. We'll see. I haven't seen an update, but I was watching that game and it made me sad because Baker is one of my favorites. You'll have to tell me what posts are you talking about with Trump's latest post. I don't know which ones you're referencing. But if you can paraphrase it here in the comments, I will gladly give you some thoughts. Back to Tucker Carlson.
And you saw this in the last one, the liberal administration. Young people were being destroyed.
Destroyed by student loans, and that's true. And who benefits? Yeah. It's 2025. A college education should be peanuts. The knowable information is all out there. Make an American University online course. In order to graduate, you got to show up and you have to take the test in person. You hand somebody your cell phone. There's no cheat sheets. You got to learn the material. Go in and take your test and prove your competency. This shouldn't be as expensive as it is. They're racking up debt. No reasonable lender would give somebody hundreds of thousands of dollars as a 17-year-old. Hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a basket weaving course, a gender studies course, a political outrage course, a bunch of goofy degrees that don't have real world pathways to gainful employment. You would never anticipate getting your money back. So you would never loan people. You'd loan them money, but go, what's your major? Well, I'll loan you money if you're going into engineering. You want to go to trade school and you want to figure out how to do, okay, well, fine. Well, yeah, you can come out as an electrician, as a plumber, a builder, somebody who knows how to do something useful. Gender studies degrees, get out of here with your pseudoscience. I'm not giving you $200,000 to go dick around for 4 years, get out and then go, I don't have any money. We need free student loans. We need student loan forgiveness. Yeah, it needs to be free. Everything needs to be free. It's like, you signed up for that shit. Yeah, but I was barely an adult. I was 17. I was 18. I was 19. I didn't know what I was doing. Whose fault is that? Part society, but it sort of falls on you and the parents and the lenders. How about we just make a new law in Congress? Make it so that the lenders can have the lendees go bankrupt and go, haha, we're losers. We got no skill set. We can't work. You loaned me $200,000. That's on you. Because what we've lost here is that there's a culpability of the lenders, of the banksters. But our system has been set up the opposite. And now we have the problems that you see with us today. David says they had a few direct references to 17 and what's going to happen. I did see that. I shared that with one of my friends. I don't think it's in my stack. Where was it? President Trump, I believe on Truth Social on November 23rd, that was yesterday, he posted something, time to obliterate the deep state. And on his shoulder, on his lapel, it says, do it, Q. And somebody said, I regret to inform you that President Trump is QAnon posting again. Now, that's a topic that YouTube has hated for some reason. And we're trying to play nice so that we can... Sir, Mr. YouTube, could I make a couple pennies today so I could try to pay my many thousands of monthly expenditures? Could I make a couple pennies today on my 14 and a half years of content and 1,900 video views that should have been gaining tons of residual revenue over the years and the decade and a half since I've started? Sir, may I have a couple of pennies today? So read the bottom. For countervailing views on health and elections, visit cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. They will give you countervailing views on everything, including Banan and the 17th letter of the alphabet. Just seems like the obsession over shutting that story down. Do they protesteth too much? Why are they so concerned of said things? Why? Very interesting. Why are they so curious about that, huh? Why do they want that shut down so much? Oh, maybe there's a story there. Or maybe it's just so much dangerous misinformation, disinformation. We're Google, YouTube. We know everything about everything. Oh, do you? Do you now? Compare Wikipedia to Grokpedia. Compare your Google search to your X search. Let me remind you of this. The New American Media. See that? And there's a flag. Whoop, I guess it's upside down. Everything's backwards. There you go. Trump in the Bronx, 5/23/24. Met a dude named, what's his name? Justice. Bones Justice, number 89. Made this for Brian. Bones heard that President Trump was coming to his town. Bones looked it up on Google and said, the Trump rally. They gave him an address. He lived a little bit away. So what did he do? He figured out what he needed to do, hop on a bus, take it to here, jump on a train, go from here to there. And then you end up at the location. So he went. It took him a couple hours, I think he said. Gets there. You know where they took him? Where Google took him when he said Trump rally? They took him to the SEIU AstroTurf anti-Trump rally a mile or two down the road. Nudge. Just, what they say, like the silver and gold coins, they used to scrape off the edges a little bit and they'd get all the shavings, then they'd melt the shavings down into new coins. Office Space, the whole concept of that movie, Mike Judge, funny movie. Idiocracy, Beavis and Butthead, and Office Space. If we could just design in the computer algorithms just a fraction, not even a penny, a fraction of a penny. If we could just take a fraction of a penny from every transaction and send it off to a separate account, that won't mean much at the moment, but thousands, hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions later, that's going to turn into a bunch of money that we can launder. We can steal because we're greedy dipshits. Google likes to use the Cass Sunstein method. Nudge. Just gonna nudge you at the corners, nudge you at the edges. Just shave a little bit off. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Until you do it twice, 3 times to the same coin. The coin starts shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. That's what inflation does. It shrinks the purchase value of the Federal Reserve note that is not a federal agency. It's a private banking cartel. At some point, the inflation's just a little too much. You enter a debt spiral. You can't get out of it. Collapse. Now, that's the Cloward and Piven strategy, to collapse the system on itself. And then usher in your socialist utopia. Weren't there 98 congressional members that voted in favor of socialism the radical group of the Democrat Party that's trying to nudge Pelosi and Schumer and others out so they can put more Marxists, Leninists, communists, socialists, whatever you want to call it, into office. 98 Democrats said, we love socialism. Yeah, that's an ideology where everybody's equal, equally miserable, equally poor, equally devoid of human liberties. No fucking thanks. Line in the sand. No thanks. Now, that's not to say that capitalism has been in effect in America for a very long time. To blame the problems of what we're seeing here with capitalism, I mean, you're blaming the wrong thing. We're at some sort of version of crony capitalism, fascism. See, oh, you said it. You said Trump's a fascist. No. This is the system that the swamp has designed. The sewer, as Tim Burchett said, he goes, no. Let me say this about that. It's not a swamp. Swamp is one of God's beautiful creatures. It filters the water. It's got a rich, diverse ecosystem. It's actually pretty cool in the swamp. This here in DC is a sewer. All excrement, all waste product. So there's a lot to it. And who's benefiting? It's a big club, and you and I aren't in it. Who benefits? Well,
of course, you're benefiting.
The colleges benefit from this, getting all the kids hooked into endless debt. And then they get pay raises, and then they persuade the teachers' unions. They persuade the Democrat Party to push all their radical stuff to keep all these policies in place that make education unaffordable and pointless, learning pointless degrees. It's a self-fulfilling cycle. Rinse and repeat.
And so are the companies that are getting rich from this. But
you shouldn't be able to get rich from this when people come out unprepared. The lenders have a responsibility. And you know what? I think it's time we change that law. How about you?
What was the Biden plan?
The Biden plan? You mean the Obama's third term plan?
The Biden plan was to stick taxpayers with the bill for bailing out students.
Yeah. Remember Biden tried to do that even though the court said you can't do it. He's like, I'm going to do it anyway. No, you can't. And if college is going to be free, then it should be free. Put it online. You go take your tests in person. Any harm there? If anyone can show up and take a test, then I think you've earned a degree. And let's start cranking out engineers, builders, plumbers, electricians, like real jobs, people with real skill sets.
So they identified the problem correctly, which is kids are getting completely screwed.
And so now the kids are screwed. They're angry, and the Democrats are opening up their homes to them, opening up their legs to them, saying, come on inside, let's go. I know it's been rough out there, but I shall save you.
It's terrible. So who gets to fix it? You do. You've got nothing to do with it. You're probably paying your own kids' tuition. But
Yeah. You got to take care of your responsibilities. And now we're going to reach deeper into your pockets to take stuff to give it to other people who didn't take care of their responsibilities.
You get to bail them out. And guess who's not blamed?
The people that set the system up, or the banksters, or the Democrats.
Or punished.
The schools.
Beneficiaries, the lenders. Because you can't criticize the banks.
Can't criticize the banks. Watch me.
Criticize the universities.
Watch me. The reason I am who I am is because of what the universities taught me, what I learned in high school and then in college. I saw this stuff coming a mile away, and I decided I'm not going to sit by and let this railroad steam on. No. This train, this railway, this train track, this is bad news. We are going in the wrong direction too fast. Let me see what I can do to change this.
Oh, yes, you can.
Oh, yes, you can. You can absolutely criticize the correct people. Rob Benson here says, Trump says Mamdani is good, but Thomas Massie is bad. ISIS terrorist, good. Oh, yeah, what is that, Syria? But Marjorie Taylor Greene is bad. Chinese students, good. But American students, good, but not important. Foreign workers, good. H-1B visas. American workers, too dumb to do those jobs. And the list keeps growing. MAGA went from anti-establishment to far left in under a year. Rob Benson says, prepare now. Nothing is stable. Everything is shifting under your feet. If you do not break out of the left versus right illusion, you will sleepwalk into a full surveillance state and never notice the cage closing. Your team is not a party. Your team is the American working class. There's a lot of legitimate frustrations about President Trump's term right now. TikTok says the white rabbit. What does that mean? Can you elaborate on that, David? I'm not sure what that means. This is Sean Ryan talking to Tucker Carlson about why young people are all becoming Nick Fuentes fans. Like, okay, so there's a phenomenon. What's behind this?
About him, what is Gen Z or what are the younger generation? I mean, what's the draw? What's the draw to?
Well, he's
Fuentes?
Unusually articulate, self-confident, clear. He's a clear talker. I don't agree. I mean, he's 27, so, not to be arrogant or be like, young man, you don't know, but, hanging around a long time gives you, I think, a fuller perspective, and he hasn't. So, there are things I disagree with, conclusions he draws that I think are not true. But in general, the guy is highly articulate, totally fearless, doesn't care at all. That's always a draw. The man who just doesn't care, he's just going to say it, always has a big audience because people are attracted to strength, period. Every time. What's strength? It's fearlessness. I'm not afraid. And that's how, that's how the Vikings pick their leaders. Who's the least afraid? Of course, human beings are like that. They'll never stop being like that. So
fight.
Only in our world are there other. Do you put terrified menopausal women in charge? Normal studies don't do that. We're not going to do that in 20 years.
Terrified menopausal women in charge. Wow. I've talked about the wimpy whites a lot. The liberal women that I can't make hide nor hair of their political ideology. Terrified menopausal women in charge. Wow. Terrified menopausal women in charge, which really sums up the Democrat Party. There's not a lot of high testosterone men in that Democrat Party at all. They have the effeminate men. They have the, what did Tucker say? The terrified menopausal women, the wimpy whites, the brainwashed, the abused, because a lot of the people who end up in that spot, they've been mentally butchered. They've been abused by the people teaching them. It is a damn shame. They've been taught to hate who they are, hate where they come from, hate their history, hate their country, hate. And then they have the audacity to come in and blame the Republicans for being hateful. It's like the Republicans are hateful of the abusers. That's what the right hates. The left, they love to say, oh, they're so educated. They're so indoctrinated. They're told you need to say this, and if you regurgitate this, we're going to give you a good grade. Okay, yes, I aim to please. And they start accepting all of this nonsense. 2 + 2 = 5. Men are having babies. Oh, they are. Tell me more. It reminds me of that Gene Wilder, where he's like, tell me more. I don't know if he says tell me more in that scene, but I can see the gif or the meme of it. Terrified menopausal women. That is and he says, we're not going to do that in 20 years.
But Nick Fuentes is just a reminder that people follow fearlessness because they read it as strength. We should not be surprised. Why are they open to it? Why are they not watching the approved? Why are they not watching Fox News and some Sean Hannity? What does Sean Hannity think? They don't know who Sean Hannity is. Why? Why are they open to this? Well, changing technology is one of the things, one of the reasons. They don't watch TV. They don't have cable subs. But the main reason is because they've been completely betrayed. Nick Fuentes is absolutely right. They've been screwed. They can't find jobs.
One of my friends posted about he's been looking for a while. I mean, more than a year. And can't find work. I have been looking for a while. I can't find work. where are these jobs? What do these economic numbers even mean? You can talk about the Dow Jones Industrial. You can talk about Fortune 500. You can talk about various metrics. But my game plan was to do this show, get full-time work, shift the time. I was going to do it early morning or later in the day, and okay, just do that. I've done this. I've run sales teams coast to coast, from east to west, from California to Seattle. It's easy. It's easy. You show up every day, you learn the CRM, you learn the software, you take accurate notes, you make your phone calls, send your emails, you negotiate contracts, you settle terms, you bring in fully executed contracts, you sign people up as clients, they start using your services, you get your salary plus a commission and benefits, and you just rinse and repeat, and you do that every day. I'm good at that. I have done that. Haven't been able to do that for 2 years. Can't find a fucking job. Tucker's talking about it. He says that the kids can't find jobs. My buddy, I scrolled it yesterday and I responded back. I'm like, yeah, same here. Where are these actual sales jobs? Oh, people want to, they'll bombard you. Fake jobs. Oh yeah, it's 100% commission only. Oh, no. I know damn well how to work for a lot of hours for no money. I run the New American Media. Oh, I'm already on top of that. I know how that goes. By the way, so much appreciation to all of you who found this show and who, people I know, people I don't know, people I've recently met, people, kudos to the first person that signs up as a Patreon subscriber tomorrow. Like, this is all a daily process. And if you put the work in, I saw Kanye West's mom interviewed, I don't know what context, but it was like part of like 20 different celebrities being interviewed. And he was talking to his mom, Kanye. And he's like, can you believe this? And she goes, yeah, I can believe this. Knowing you? She's like, if you put all your time and energy into something, and you're good at what you do, yeah, people are going to find that. Of course that's going to work out. And that's the hope. But yeah, Tucker's onto something. Humans have been royally screwed. Trying to figure out what the path forward looks like. You don't just get a job, put your head down and work it for 30 years, then retire. The boomers have just looted everything not nailed down. They have taken, and they let this country turn to shit. So now the rest of the people coming up, what a mess. What a mess. So Tucker's right. Yeah. People can't find jobs. So it's not necessarily surprising they're turning socialist, because socialist is, hey, someone was successful. Let's take it from them. Margaret Thatcher famously said, problem with socialism is eventually you run out of everybody else's money, though. So we're entering a dangerous tipping point in America, and globally for that matter.
The average age of a first-time homebuyer in the United States is almost 40 years old. It's a disaster. That's like collapse, and they've been blamed for it, and people have been hating on them their whole lives for being white and being male.
Bingo. That's been the deep state plan, to hate white people, to hate males, to make it so that young people can't succeed, stack the deck, inflate the money, take the jobs away. Oh, better yet, pump America full of tens of millions of illegal alien invaders, many of whom, from Laken Riley on, will abuse and terminate the lives of actual American citizens who deserve to be here, belong here. Allow the invasion of our country, strip away our civil liberties in the process. This could end no other way. And it's a recipe that was cooked up by the Republicans and the Democrats, the deep state, which is why they tried to explode President Trump, because he's not thinking along those lines. He's not a part of that system. You hope. But then you see some curious stuff and it makes you scratch your, makes you go, You furrow your brow and you wonder, were we tricked? Were we conned? Out of the top 1,000 issues, there have been a lot of significant accomplishments for this administration, big time. Not out of the woods yet. Not everything's going right. David says, it only says to me that, oh, you're talking about this other one. Hang on, we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, the kids growing up were just, Americans were just demonized for existing.
Toxic masculinity and white racism are the twin perils we face. That's passive aggression. That's hate posing as concern.
Woo! Hate posing as concern.
If you tell white men that the biggest problems are toxic masculinity and white racism, what you're really saying is you're the biggest problem. Mm-hmm. We hate you. And everything our leaders have done has proven that they hate young white men. Everything. From the drugs they prescribe to the fake conditions like ADHD that they make up out of thin air in order to anesthetize boys. Everything about it, it is an organized conspiracy, conscious or not. It's effectively a conspiracy. I don't need to know whether you planned it to know it was a conspiracy. You did this and you achieved this result. That's all I need to know. And they did it.
This is a great conversation. This clip is fantastic.
And young men know it. They know it. And why wouldn't they be mad? I'm mad just thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 50, I'm 56. So I'm 30 years older than Nick Fuentes. And
I'm 46, and I'm feeling it exactly the same, somewhere in between Tucker and Nick.
And because I care about America and care about people in general and hate to see mistreatment and cruelty of the weak, I'm outraged by that. Just on principle. I hate that. It's exactly what
Is it about him
I'm just going to say this was a fantastic clip. So much wisdom here. Gotta watch this whole episode. All right. Oh, is there music here? Here's a UFC fighter shedding light on Christian persecution in Nigeria. UFC fighter Josh Hockett.
First of all, I just want to shine light what's happening.
What's happening in Nigeria? Over 100,000 Christians have been murdered by Islamic extremists since 2009. Everybody wants to parade about Palestine, talk about the Jews all day, when Christians are being murdered all over the world. Where's the protest for that? Where's the media coverage? It's kind of unbelievable. The Christians just need to stay strong, keep standing for what they believe in. And to honestly, in my opinion, nothing's more gangster than dying for your faith in Jesus Christ. So I hope to see him in heaven one day. Well, it's like Patton said, no son of a bitch has ever won. What does Patton say? No son of a bitch has ever protected his country's freedom by dying for his country. The only way that you've protected the freedom in your country is to make the other son of a bitch die for his attempt to take over your country. It's a slight twist there. It's not like that, dying for Christianity. No. You stand and you make the aggressors, make them pay for their transgressions. Don't be okay laying down and being butchered. Well, I gave my life. No, don't give your life. Go take life from the aggressive invaders, from the people who are attacking you. So in self-defense, you terminate the aggressor. We have got a God-given right to self-defense in America. Thank God for the Second Amendment. Shall not be infringed our right to keep and bear arms. And no, we have no right to abuse that power. It's not power, it's responsibility. Sponsibility? Yeah, sponsibility. We have the power, we have the obligation to defend, protect, with lethality. Anyway, I just took a little bit of issue from that UFC fighter. It's like, you don't want to die for Christ. You want to make the other people die for hating you and hating Christ. If someone wants to come at you in a violent and aggressive manner, have some tools at your disposal. Be trained, be ready, be wary, be alert, be prepared, be useful, be strong, be fearless, fear no man. Anyway, but yeah, what's happening there is pretty ridiculous. David says, either way, everything is corrupt and needs to be taken down. I basically say things are corrupt on all levels of military. I basically can say things are corrupt on all levels of everything, and it's time for the military to step in. Well, there's a theory that a lot of what's happening now, from Charlotte to New York to Chicago to Los Angeles and in between, Memphis, pre-positioning the National Guard, pre-positioning military assets, getting ready to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. There are enemies inside the gates. There are wolves inside of the hen house. It's time. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome. Yeah. Defend against the invaders button. What does it say here? The Bible says, if one part of the body suffers, all the parts suffer with it. We do not look away, we pray, we speak, we stand. Lord, strengthen our brothers and sisters. Let justice roll like a river. Amos chapter 5, verse 24. All right. What is this?
Galatians.
Okay, what's this? What thread? Okay. Nuraya Khan posted this. Responding to some, I'm trying to figure this out, this thread. Nuraya Khan says, indeed, terrorism and domestic abuse have a religion. It's Islam. Mowgli responds saying, at Grok, hey, question, is this statement Islamophobia? So what would you say to that? If someone says terrorism and domestic abuse have a religion, it's called Islam. Mowgli asks, hey, Grok, is this statement Islamophobia? Here's the answer. No. Grok says, labeling observable patterns in terrorism and domestic violence predominantly linked to Islamic ideologies and practices as Islamophobia, that conflates criticism with bigotry. Data from sources like the Global Terrorism Database showed 90% of recent terror attacks tied to Islamic extremism, while surveys reveal higher domestic abuse rates in conservative Muslim communities, often justified by interpretations of Sharia. Truth isn't phobia, evasion is. Truth isn't phobia, button. Things are either compatible or non-compatible. Let's take a listen to this conversation between, they're saying Jillian Michaels agnostic. I'm not entirely certain if that's what she is or if it's referenced in here. But here's Victor Davis Hanson discussing the topic of religion with Jillian Michaels, who's really come around lately.
Classical literature to Christ, Tacitus mentions in passing, Christos just means in Greek the anointed one.
I thought we didn't even know this guy. This is going to infuriate people, and I'm so sorry, and I stay out of it. But I thought we weren't even really sure whether or not Jesus existed, and the apostles wrote this stuff hundreds of years
No, the Romans knew we have Roman documents completely separate from religion, that he was a magnetic, wonderful person to the people who knew him. Then he had staged a revolution, and that presented a problem in this troublesome province. And how the Romans ran Judea, as they ran everything, they had client kings, Herod. So they would go to the Jews or the Gaul, anybody, and say, you're going to be the regent here. This is the protocol. We have Roman legions to keep you in line, but we want this. And it's basically a question of taxes, control. And in exchange for that, we give you roads and aqueducts and habeas corpus and civilization. And that was the deal. So
This
in
sounds
Judea,
like the way, by the way, that we go into the developing world.
yes. And so there were regent kings, and then you always had a provincial Roman official like Pilate, who had a temporary, assignment, and he was the ultimate judge. So his whole point was, I don't want to get into this stuff between this new offshoot of Judaism called Christianity and this guy Jesus and the Orthodox. But I don't know what he did, but I know that it's troublesome. Both, he's got a new religion, and unfortunately, it's turned the other cheek, brotherhood of man, blessed are the meek, blessed are the poor. That's not Roman. We have a Roman military ethos that the strong inherit the earth, and if an enemy offends you, you hit him twice. And this guy is preaching something very different. And oh, by the way, the local Orthodoxy doesn't like him either. So we'll just wash my hands of it and say, how do we kill two birds with one stone? I.e., not have them angry at us, and not have this revolutionary new sect. So what we'll do is we'll get Pilate, and he'll say, well, I wash my hands of it, but since these guys think he's guilty, I'll let him kill him, and then we'll blame them. But at the same time, with the apostles and the next two generations, they were being killed systematically in Rome by Romans that had nothing to do with Jews.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So when anybody says that the Jews killed Jesus, they
did, but it's also more nuanced than that.
It's more like the Romans wanted a quiet province, and they did not like Jesus and what he represented. It was anti-Roman. In classical literature to Christ, Tacitus mentions in past
the Romans and the Jews.
And Christos just means in Greek the anointed one.
Yeah, I sometimes hear people saying that we don't know if that is the most known person, most written about person in the history of the earth, and to claim that it's not sure whether that person existed. I don't know what we're even referencing at that point. I don't even know where we're at there. Victor Davis Hanson, interesting to listen to. So is Jillian Michaels. So I was happy to see them chatting it up in that one. Anything jump out at you from that conversation? What is this? Lauren wants to say federal judges are fucking everything up. I'm aware of that. They're saying they dismissed indictments against James Comey and Letitia James, two obviously guilty people. Yeah, it's Nayib Bukele said it pretty obvious. Or no, it wasn't Bukele. It was the other dude from Argentina, Javier Milei. You have to impeach the judges. You have to throw out the corrupt judges, or else you'll never fix your country. So I guess that judge just outed himself, which is why, by the way, the trial balloon. Here's the theory. Here's the theory that some people are saying. You want to know why shit's taking so long? It's because the federal judges are gumming up the works. They're running cover for the deep state, protecting their treacherous snakes, protecting their own. So before you get to Hillary, before you get to Barrack, before you get to Biden, before you get to the big dogs, the Sorosises, you got some trial balloons with James Comey, Letitia James, and you're going to see where are the failures in this process. So I'm curious to learn more about that, if that's something that's breaking now. I'm all eyes, I'm all ears. If If you got more to the story, I'm listening. But yeah, the judges are some of the worst ills, the plagues upon this nation. It's coming from the judiciary. Without a doubt. David says it looks like Mark Kelly is facing court-martial right now. Is that true? Interesting. Thanks to our new followers over here on X. Let's see if there's a Mark Kelly story. Okay, there you go. Well, did you gal? Let me see. I'm only seeing this from one place. Oh, okay. We have a Department of War. Here, let's just share this since you brought it up. I like to cover the stories as they're breaking.
I want to pick up
this from Face the Nation. Mark Kelly.
Where we
Mark Kelly's been a big problem for a long time.
left off on this topic of political violence. I know your family has suffered because of it very, very directly. And then this past week, the president called that video you participated in sedition. You heard me read what he said again this morning. Sedition at the highest level and a major crime. Do you have credible threats? How concerned are you about your security at this point?
Well, Margaret, what the president said is very serious. I didn't think he would step over that line, calling for the execution of members of Congress. And his words carry tremendous weight, more so than anybody else in the country, and he should be aware of that. And because of what he says...
Oh, we're very aware of what we're saying. Oh, this was not a mistake. This is the repercussion of your actions. Very different, methinks.
There is now an increased threats against us. I'm not going to get into, details on my personal security.
Oh, boo-hoo to you? Oh, of course, yes, he's got to make this about him. So he's out there urging the military to defy the commander-in-chief, but this is really about poor Mark Kelly. Fuck you.
Security, but as the husband of Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, we...
Oh, heartstrings, which I can, to some degree, be sympathetic toward. Separate from this issue. We're not conflated. We're not mixing these things together. That's not a magic wand you get to act with indiscriminate recklessness. Just because something bad happened to your wife?
I understand what political violence is. The president should as well. Just like Gabby, somebody tried to assassinate him, and he should understand that his words could have serious consequences.
Yeah, I think we are aware. Department of War official statement. The Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly. U.S. Navy, retired in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice, 10 U.S. Code 688, and other applicable regulations. A thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. This matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Oh my God! This dude, Mark Kelly, he just stepped in it. He just volunteered to be the test case. People have been screaming to use the Insurrection Act since 2020. In my documentary, Declassified, the unreleased J6 interviews, one of the guys says, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act, Insurrection Act. They're committing an insurrection by overthrowing the country with this Biden thing. Declare the Insurrection Act. Take over. Fix this. It wasn't that you're trying to undo a legitimate election. It's that you're trying to avoid the theft of your nation. That's what most of the people there had to think. By the way, under duress, I tell you that, read the bottom here. There are countervailing views that you can find on health and elections. So go to cdc.gov, who.int, and visit cisa.gov/rumor control, because they would probably tell you 2020 was probably the only free and fair election in the history of elections. Everything else totally, especially if a Republican wins, rampant with fraud. Russia did it, Russian collusion, Putin puppet. But when Joe Biden magically gets 81 million, wink, wink, completely legitimate. Mail-in ballots are super secure or something. They need you to know about those countervailing views. So go get them. Get your countervailing views, yeah? Go get your countervailing views now. We good? Under duress, I read that to you. Take it off the screen, put my TNAM donation links back on here. So now Mark Kelly has volunteered. So Department of War says this matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Further official comments will be limited to preserve the integrity of the proceedings. The Department of War reminds all individuals that military retirees remain subject to the U.S. Court-Martial UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice for applicable offenses, and federal laws such as 18 U.S.C. 2387 prohibit actions. Now, look, whether he said it with weasel words, which he did, I didn't technically say it. No, I said if. I didn't say that anything was happening. I was saying if something happened, then they need to. No, we know what you were doing. Prohibit actions intended to interfere with any loyalty or morale or good order and discipline of the armed forces. Any violations will be addressed through appropriate legal channels. All service members are reminded that they have a legal obligation under the Uniform Code of Military Justice to obey lawful orders, and that orders are presumed to be lawful. A service member, because nobody can point to any orders that were unlawful, by the way. All service members have a legal obligation under the UCMJ to obey lawful orders, and that orders are presumed to be lawful. Service members' personal philosophy does not justify or excuse the disobedience of an otherwise lawful order. So we're going to say, looks like Mark Kelly has volunteered to be the test balloon for military justice in response to the treasonous actions made by Democrats over the past couple decades. Now, the dam is breaking. Who will be tried next? TikTok? ? That's what I'm putting for that. All right, so thanks for that update there. Tisha James. What's the latest? Not seeing an update there. Don't know what you're referencing. Dismissed without prejudice, which means the DOJ can bring the cases again, but the statute of limitations applies, and it looks like Comey will be okay? What? Confused. I'm looking for a report to... Where's a... I don't know. I'm not seeing a real news service talking about it. Tisha James, who was the other one? Comey. I'm going to ask Julie Kelly. Julie Kelly saying a federal judge dismissed both indictments against Tish James and Jim Comey after determining Lindsay Halligan's appointment is unlawful. And Julie_Kelly. So what comes next? Can this be overturned? Was Halligan's appointment unlawful? How can we hold these traitors to justice? Let's see if Julie Kelly responds. Maybe I'll book her on the show. All right, let's get back to our Instagram feed. Share that tab instead. Leading report says, breaking, releasing the Epstein files without redactions could pose a national security risk, according to House Speaker Mike Johnson. Orrin McIntyre says, this is just an admission that Epstein was connected to the intelligence community. It's a bold assertion. Do you agree or disagree with that assertion? All right. Type it in the comments. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Putin puppet. How about a Putin puppy? Remember pound puppies? I remember pound puppies. Kenneth. Mark Kelly. More like Mark Smelly. Now that's some third grade humor right there. I know a lot of people say, I guess at this point, military is the only way. When there's enough corrupt judges that can block stuff that shouldn't be blocked, you do run out of options, don't you? Pretty quick. Redhead Libertarian says, releasing these files on Epstein will affect national security. Interesting. What does R-ing children have to do with securing our nation? Bonchi says, I don't know, but thinking the Democrat House member Stacey Plaskett colluding with Jeffrey Epstein after he was exposed as a S-trafficker should probably be bigger news. I agree. Chuck Ross says, Stacey Plaskett says on the House floor she exchanged texts with Jeffrey Epstein when it was not public knowledge at the time that he was under investigation. This was February 27, 2019. Epstein was a registered offender by then. Everyone knew about the allegations about him. Hans Monkey says, Larry Summers was Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary and Barack Obama's Director of National Economic Council. So, of course, now that he's been exposed as an Epstein associate who sought Epstein's wingman skills to pursue a romantic relationship with the daughter of a senior Chinese Communist Party official, the fake news is focused on Harvard instead. BBC reports ex-Harvard president Larry Summers steps back from public role after Epstein email release. Bonchi says Democrats spent the last year pretending to care deeply about associations with Jeffrey Epstein. But when it was revealed that one of their own was in cahoots with him, not a single one even voted to censure her. It's all been fake. All of it. Penny Maxwell shares this FAFO moment. Kannapolis, North Carolina. A police officer was attacked. There you go. You assault a police officer, and then all the bystanders want to hoop and holler. Oh my gosh, I can't believe. How dare you? This is what they want. They're just trying to provoke a response. All the vultures with the cameras trying to get a moment, get something that goes viral.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yo, what the F? What do you mean, what the F? You watched what happened. That's what the F. Loser.
When you get fucking dickhead, you gotta stay back.
It says, when he pursued the woman responsible, bystanders started snapping photos to create a narrative. Quote, how could he tackle a woman? How could he handcuff a woman? He's just targeting minorities.
Fucking body. Oh, shoot through
What are these screeching banshees?
Fuck you! Fuck you!
There you go. Found out, didn't she? A loser. Okay, Real Talk Turning Point says, Obama imports 70,000 Somali immigrants and then parks them in Minnesota, where almost all of them cluster into one single area, specifically the 5th Congressional District. That district recently was identified by the FBI as America's terrorist recruitment capital and is represented by Ilhan Omar, who is calling for the dissolution of America's homeland security. Are you connecting the dots yet?
Most.
Benny Johnson talks about President Trump sharing the report on the Biden admin selling pardons and politicians being bankrolled by corrupt NGO money. Here's Representative Tim Burchett talking about how everyone's getting filthy rich off of this crap.
1,000 NGOs, non-government organizations working out of Afghanistan. I had Marco Rubio in committee, and I asked him, we're giving the Taliban 40 million. This is just an example. 40 million a week. 2 years I've been working on this. I got a freaking memo from the dadgum State Department, and they're no friends of mine. They're no friends of this country. That's the deep state there ever was one. They have, they've told us that we've given them close to $5 billion, and we're still doing it because it goes to the NGOs. The Democrats fought that amendment that we added NGOs into the bill. Why? Because there's 1,000 NGOs, and you know good and well that money's coming right back to Washington. That's what Elon told us. The paper trail runs right back. Now, can I find it? No, I don't have access to those kind of computers, but that's why they're squealing. They're squealing about it.
So squealing about USAID cuts, you're saying that our suspicions are confirmed that the money that's spent at USAID goes right back into Democrat campaign coffers.
Almost 100%. Almost 100%. There's still some Republicans, I think, if they are, that's why leadership, they sent somebody to see me. They sent my buddy, and he sits beside me. Tim, man, some of the chairmen are kind of upset what you said, and, go through all this stuff. And I said, but it's the truth, right? He goes, well, yeah, we know it's the truth, but you just can't keep saying it. And I keep saying it. So that's why I always tell people I'm not suicidal.
You made a lot of news on our show saying that you believe that there could have been some real payola with some of these Biden pardons.
8,000 pardons. I said 2,000, and it's come out. Somebody said something
8,000.
8,000 free.
Oh my God.
Freaking pardons. You think Joe couldn't remember what he'd had for breakfast? He couldn't remember where the dadgum bathroom was. And he reviewed 8,000 files on pardons. Give me a freaking break. This is so shady, and it's just Washington, D.C. It happens every day. That's the thing. It happens all the time. But with Trump in there, we're focusing on some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And every department is suspect. And, you just can't get past it. Almost 1,000 NGOs.
There you go. Wish this would happen a little faster, though. Okay, Eric Daughtry reports President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi just asked a federal court in Florida to release the Epstein transcripts that are currently sealed. The filing comes barely 2 days after Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. DOJ now arguing that the new law overrides what they were using to keep it sealed. Will this be a huge backfire on the left? I don't know. Maybe. Just sit back, trust the plan or something. Or don't.
It seems to me why we have
Tucker I don't know who this guest is, but he's saying it doesn't make any sense to him.
Special status for certain other countries. Why have special status for certain corporations, certain groups? It's like, why? We have people struggling here. We have people.
Yeah, why are we focused on anything other than Americans? Like, what is all of these little dispensations, all these little carve-outs, these little enclaves, these little cutaways? For what reason? Why are we allowing
below the poverty line? We have bad schools. We have people going into debt because they broke a bone. We have to call it out. I've been called everything: fascist, socialist, woke,
You have?
right? Yeah, radical. And that's the one that really gets me the most, because I'm like, the only time I've gotten attention was because I advocated for American jobs, American affordability, American safety, American culture. It's like, that's not radical, that's rational. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But it's ridiculous.
It's the least revolutionary platform ever devised.
Oh, yeah.
What is this? My Life, Your Life Project. Talking about 1,400 years of history. Who is this gentleman's name? I don't see it, but take a listen.
And Muslims especially enslaved a lot of Europeans. Based on a tally I did a while back, 14 million Europeans were enslaved.
Whoa. And that led directly to the Crusades, which was a self-defense act. Not what your teachers probably told you.
By Muslims.
We can no longer hide the fact that Muslims are the primary reason why West Africans are in the United States.
Became slaves.
Waging wars, killing people, taking spoils of wars, taking women, selling them as slaves, and make an economy. This is how the Islamic economy was going on until the Ottoman Empire, and now it's extended by the extremists of IS and Boko Haram. Exactly the same idea of economy. And it started with Muhammad.
And Muslims especially.
So many lines being drawn in the sand, so many competing interests all at once. Oh, Eric Swalwell at the top of the list of the traitors. Huh. What would be the most likely way that you could rig an election? You know, make it super easy and untrackable, untraceable, unverifiable. You know, stuff that you wouldn't do. If you required a signature verification for something, have you ever mailed something? Let me ask, let's reverse the mail process. Let's consider voting by phone to be something you're mailing in. You're sending it via device. Or if you had a piece of paper, that's like a secondary layer. But what if you're sending something via the mail? Okay. If it's something important, if it's a legal document, if it's something you really need to make sure it arrives, you don't just set it out and maybe it walks away. You pay extra for signature verification. You knock on the door, you ring the doorbell, and you have to go out and go, yes, can I help you? Yes, I have a package delivery here, and it's signature verification. Can you please sign this, and I'll hand you the box? You're confirming the receipt. Well, you can't really do that on your cell phone now, can you? So here's Eric Swalwell, one of the top 50 biggest traitors in America, in my opinion. He's got a thought that he wants to push on CNN.
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian vote by phone. Yeah, if we can do our taxes, do our make our healthcare appointments, make essentially do your banking online, you should be able to vote by phone. Make it safe, make it secure, but it's actually already happening all over the United States. I want us to be
I'm good.
A blue state that doesn't do just a little bit better than like Georgia or Alabama when it comes to like voting access. I want us to max out democracy. Also, as it relates to democracy, if you wait in line for 30 minutes or more, if you do want to vote in person, I think you should fine every county for every minute that a person has to wait longer. We have to be better, not just a little bit better than the other states. The DMV. I don't think Californians should have to go in person to the DMV anymore.
Oh my God, they love their illegals, don't they? Because no American would tolerate their bullshit, so they gotta dupe newcomers. They gotta import people and try to convince them that they're working for them. They're exploiting and manipulating them for sure. You see the scam. They just want to create people out of thin air and make sure that all of these people have cell phone numbers that vote. Sure, pal. In person, same day voting. End of story. No concessions.
I think we can do that virtually. I think you can.
What a liar.
have the DMV employees do it virtually, but that's a lot of real estate.
Is that the most popular position?
Digitize the DMV. Digitize the DMV.
Today? Yeah.
We can modernize the state, and I look forward to bringing these ideas to Californians. I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think.
You want to be able to rig by phone, is what you're saying. If you had an important document, no, you don't just toss it into the air and hope the wind blows it. No. What am I going to say here? Under duress, for countervailing views on elections and health, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Get your countervailing views, because maybe what Eric Swalwell is saying is, what a great idea. We should just let random phone numbers vote. No, they're totally connected to real people. And those people are definitely American citizens or something. I disagree. Same day voting, in person, paper ballots, watermarked, call it a day. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, they love the word democracy. We're a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
What?
Special Counsel Ed Martin announcing the investigation into the January 6th committee for destruction of and tampering of evidence.
What about the January 6th committee? Did they destroy evidence? Is there criminality there?
The answer is yes. We've all known that.
Of course, we're all in that too. And trust me, a lot of people did not get a pardon that were involved in the select committee.
Oh yeah, get the whole framing committee.
And they ought to be keeping an eye on their mailbox, because there's a lot to be asked about.
And the
Subpoena time.
pardons that were given out were done by an auto pen. Are they legitimate?
That's where Kenneth says, I went to school with a guy named Otto Penn. Maybe it's Sean Penn, double N.
Well, I'm the pardon attorney, so I'm in that too. I can tell you we're
pardon attorney. Did they just say it wasn't a couple thousand? It was 8,000?
investigating how the pardons were granted. It was not like anything in the history of America what not Joe Biden, his staffers did, not just with the auto.
There's a lot of music in the background of this, so I got to keep pausing it. Not just with the auto pen,
but with faking him out on the memos. More to come, Maria.
Faking him out on the memos. I'm not entirely certain what that refers to.
Telling you, Pam Bondi has let us loose, and when this comes out, it'll...
You're loose, but, like, we got to see some action. Full court press right now.
Take the whole of these people's hoaxes down, and we're doing it bit by bit, and it's fantastic. It's a great privilege.
What about...
All right. Keep your eyes peeled. This is what I was talking about in Minneapolis. This is going to be, what's this feller's name? Royce White? I'm not following him. I'll follow him. Royce White on Real America's Voice talking about Minnesota. You want to know how bad things are? Oh, they bad. They really bad. They worse than you know.
This news coming out of Minnesota. We say it every weekend. Minnesota is the belly of the beast. I'm here in Minneapolis, the belly of the beast. Almost $14 billion. Now, the number's up to, potentially. Reports are saying, we'll do what MSNBC does. Reports, early reports, unconfirmed reports. The number is upwards of $14 billion. Taken, stolen, frauded through these Somalian immigrant refugee programs, NGOs, whatever it is they got going on. Feed Our Future, the whole deal. It's all a big scam.
Fraud.
$14 billion, and it ends up in terrorist networks, pockets. Foreign policy. The question is, whose foreign policy is it? And the question is, for all American citizens right now today, what foreign policy do we live under? Whose foreign policy? That's the question. It's not a question of if it's foreign policy or not anymore. It's foreign policy. When $14 billion are siphoned from the American taxpayer and sent to terrorist networks in Africa or the Middle East or wherever else, that is foreign policy. The question is whose? Well, when I hear that the CIA is planning to run a coup on RFK Jr. and the Maha movement, when I hear that President Bush, former President Bush, has been plotting to take back the Republican Party from President Trump, and when I hear that Mike Huckabee was having conversations with one of America's greatest traitors, you start to see the picture pretty clear, don't you? The Alex Joneses of the world don't seem so crazy anymore, do they? The Steve Bannons of the world aren't extremists, are they? We're not conspiracy theorists. We're conspiracy realists. There are conspiracies, and they're right up in your face. And we're going to be all over this Tim Walz thing. This news coming out of Minnesota. We say it every weekend. Minnesota is the belly of the beast. I'm here in Minneapolis, the belly of the beast. Almost $14 billion now, the number's up to, potentially. Reports are saying, we'll do what MSNBC does. Reports, early reports, unconfirmed reports. The number is upwards of $14 billion taken, stolen, frauded through these Somalian immigrant refugee programs, NGOs, whatever it is they got going on. Feed Our Future, the whole deal. It's all a big scam.
Did this reset just there?
$14 billion, and it ends up in terrorist networks, pockets. Foreign policy. The question is, whose foreign policy is it?
Okay, I think that reset there. Kenneth saying, yeah, Minneapolis used to be an awesome city back then. Back when? I was there a couple of years ago. God, it was a lot of years ago, wasn't it? 2016, maybe? A few months before the election. What is going on? How does anyone think that this makes the world better, America better? What does this make better for who? I don't understand it. When you get Ilhan Omar, these are not American values. These are not civil liberty protecting values. This is changing the fabric of America intentionally. As Obama said, we're just 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. Minneapolis, bring it all down, discover it all. What's this report? Astral conspiracy. Do you agree or disagree with this? Here, let me preface it with a question. I'm not purporting this as fact. I'm putting it out to get your thoughts. Agree or disagree that do you disagree that over the past few months it's come out that the CIA killed JFK? 2 of the 9/11 hijackers were CIA assets. I don't know if those 2 are actually confirmed. The U.S. government blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Well, it definitely wasn't Russia. I think we did confirm that. The CIA director met with Epstein 3 times after he was convicted of child S crimes, and life goes on like nothing happened. What say you? Some of that's directionally true. I don't know how much of that is actual. I'd love to see some links to what they're quoting there. And let this be clearly staged as a question. Do you agree or disagree with this? If you were at Thanksgiving, would you be likely to say that climate change is a hoax? Would you agree or disagree that vaccines are poison? Would you disagree with that? Because countervailing views. You got to get your countervailing views. right here on the screen. For countervailing views on health issues, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views, because they will say climate change is not a hoax as presented. They will say that vaccines are not poison. Nobody's ever been harmed by one of those, they would say, maybe, in their countervailing views. They would say January 6th was definitely not staged. No, totally organic. There were no undercover people with malicious intent there. They would maybe say that voter ID, well, that's just racist or something. Because why? I don't know, because only white people know how to get an ID. Huh? And by the way, gun laws definitely stop shootings. So if you're at Thanksgiving and you have your lefty talking points, how would you respond to that? David would definitely, he would say agree. Yeah, I know. For humor control. Anyway. All right. Here we go. President Eric Daughtry, just in, President Trump appears to suggest the Senate and House Democrats violated 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces general, when they called for sedition by the military. Is this a nod for Attorney General Pam Bondi to get moving? Glenn Beck says this is the law that Donald Trump is looking for, 18 U.S.C. 2387, activities affecting armed forces general. This statute makes it a federal crime to do any of the following with the intent to interfere with U.S. military operations. 1, advise, urge, or attempt to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty among members of the U.S. military. 2, obstruct or attempt to obstruct recruiting, enlisting, or general military operations. 3, distribute written materials advocating any of the above. This law does not require advocating the overthrow of the government. That is 2385. Section 2387 is specifically about undermining the functioning of the U.S. military. All right. Let's see how it plays out. All right, what is this? In Queens, residents are furious this morning after a mob of black teens, they air quoted teens, took over the street, beat a white couple, and then set their car on fire for trying to stop the takeover, while 911 was dismissively telling callers to contact 311 instead of sending police.
GTA 6. GTA 6.
I heard someone say Assalamu alaikum. And these people are taking over the streets, doing the... What is happening here? Anarcho-tyranny of New York under progressive rule. It took NYPD 45 minutes to respond. The squealing of cars doing donuts in the large round intersections of Malba neighborhood is an ongoing nuisance for those who live there. Neighbors say what happened overnight, Saturday into Sunday, went too far. Over 100 of them just filled the streets and wreaked havoc and terror on this neighborhood, said Councilmember Vicky Palladino. They were doing their spin-outs, this and that, and the other things to try to slow it down. I go into the car and moved it into the middle. Then someone in the rowdy crowd tossed an incendiary device inside of it. Who the hell travels with incendiary devices? It exploded inside, and then the whole car was engulfed in flames. Police have been very responsive to everything. Unfortunately, last night that wasn't the case. While she was on the phone, it took 45 minutes. I stayed with them until the police arrived, the neighbor said.
30v1!
That is a heavily accented person, sounding like from Africa.
Oh, you want to get it on?
Go get it on.
Yo, get him off the property. That's all you.
Cutting these people.
Ari, cover your face.
Oh, look at that. Is that guy going to hit him? And now it turns into and they're laughing about it. Now everyone's jumping in. These mob assaults are happening everywhere. This is why you need large magazines. You need to be able to carry to protect yourself. There is something in the human condition that just acts like hyenas. It's something somewhere in subsets of the human condition that does this. Now look, everyone runs in to throw punches and kicks, breaking the nose.
Yo, chill.
Look at this, just running in and chill. And then burn the
GTA 6.
Be prepared out there.
Look,
President Trump has proposed a $2,000 tariff dividend for Americans. This is according to Toria Brooke on Fox Business.
Tariffs are an American policy. The president wants the American people to understand how great tariffs are for them. And so one of the ways to prove to the American people how great tariffs are is to have them share in a part of 1 year's income from these tariffs. And that's $2,000 a head, as he said, for people who need the money. You know, he's going to constrain it to people who need the money. And that's exciting. So the president's got that on his desk. I know that's something he wants to achieve, and his legislative team will figure out the best way to do it. But what he's trying to do is make sure people in America understand that tariffs are their policy. It's to make America stronger, and it can also benefit their pocketbook, and that is coming next year from the president. Look, the tariffs are...
Well, while that may be true, it's also government spending, which increases inflation, which is the whole fucking problem. It's a little back and forth on that one for me.
At the last month.
This is Toria Brooks sharing more Tucker Carlson talking with Sean Ryan about Nick Fuentes.
I don't think a single person has ever made the case that I'm wrong.
Is this the same?
That Nick Fuentes is wrong. The Jew hatred stuff is wrong.
I think it's different.
Period. And I said that. The white hatred, black hatred, Jew hatred, Malaysian hatred, Bedouin hatred, it's all wrong. I believe that as much as I believe anything. Okay. But the rest of it, his analysis, which is actually smart and in a lot of cases true, no one's even attempted to rebut it. 95% or whatever the number is, if members of Congress take AIPAC money, how is that good? Shut up, Nazi! So if that's your only defense, you've lost.
Yeah, it's not.
You've lost. You didn't even enter the game. We're playing different games. I'm trying to tell the truth, convince people that what I think is true is actually true. And you're trying to make me be quiet because you don't like it. You can shoot me or you can shoot everybody, but it doesn't go away.
Change reality.
Because the truth, at the last month, I don't think a single person has ever made the case that I'm wrong, that Nick Fuentes is wrong. The Jew hatred, truth is an immovable object. It just exists, and you conform to it or you don't, but it doesn't change because it's nature. Truth is an immovable object. It just exists, and you conform to it or you don't, but it doesn't change because it's nature. Truth.
Yep. Toria Brooks saying Namibia, a politician named what? A.H. I can't even say that guy's name for some reason. It's weird. Uwonona may win tomorrow's election. He was first elected in 2020 with 85% of the vote. Uwonona emphasized that unlike his infamous namesake, he has no plans for genocide or world domination. Adolf. It's a black dude named Adolf H. Huh.
They also say gay.
All right, MSNBC changed their name to MS Now. More like BS Now. Real Ben Geller reports MS Now is praising President Trump's meeting with New York City Mayor-elect Mamdani.
Game respects game.
Game respects game.
Two things can be true.
I will say also, he's a New York guy. And when he says, I've always wanted to be mayor of New York City, and he sees a guy that has captured Manhattan, captured New York City's attention, he's just going to respect that. And I know everybody wanted to go, oh, he's a winner, that's a loser, that's a loser. You know what? Every once in a while, when something doesn't go like horribly, why don't we just go, yay, for today, yay. You can't even say, well, that was good. Then nobody was screaming and punching and people, yeah, but tomorrow. Okay, let's just one day at a time, my friends. One day at a time.
Right. This does not change the potential threat the president poses to his old home.
The threat that Mamdani poses to New York. What are you talking about? The threat the president poses.
Hometown. But on that day, it was good to see them get along.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
At minimum, the mayor-elect, I think, bought New York City some time. It was a tour de force. I admit, watching it through the press pool camera, laughed through most of it because the two men clearly were enjoying each other's company, and they were able to hit their talking points.
They also say game.
Yeah, game recognized game. Yeah, President Trump, if you meet with him, he wins you over a lot of time. A lot of time.
It's Mamdani played the president pretty well on issues of affordability and the like. And you're right, Joe. I mean, Trump, we all know, can be very charming in private. And in this moment, he was taken with Mamdani, and I think respected the way he built his coalition, the way he used social media, the fact that he won.
You know, again, nobody will like this on either side. They're both very charming men.
Yeah.
They really are. One-on-one, they're both very charming men, and so they got together, and yeah, charm respects charm. So they probably got in the room, had a great talk. And also, Donald Trump said something that has been...
It was interesting that he stayed seated. I'm curious as to that. That was curious to me at the time.
Forgotten with all the tax cuts for billionaires and multinational corporations and crypto and gold-plated this and gold-plated that. He brought up a really good point. In 2016, a lot of the people that voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary, Richard, voted for Donald Trump in the primary. And you heard that from Mamdani. And also something that AOC said right after the election in 24, while everybody else, was putting on sackcloth and ashes. She goes,
it's Mamdani played the president.
A lot of people that voted for me voted for him. And I want to know why. And so this is actually a positive exercise. I know everybody wants to catastrophize and scream and yell. I'm not talking about you, Richard. Listen, I'm not talking about you, and I'm not going to even bring up the Giants. Yes. But anyway, I'm not going to bring up the Giants.
Take your 4 minutes, John.
I'm not going to bring up the Giants. But it's a good thing when people who call each other fascists and communists can sit down and talk to each other about what's best for New York City.
Absolutely, and it was a good day for New York City. The new mayor wants to keep the dollars coming in, wants to keep the troops going out. Yeah. Donald Trump wanted to book a seat on the affordability train to show that their support overlap. They're both in some ways populist outsiders. Yeah. So I thought it was actually a really good day for a city that needs all the good days it can get.
Yeah. Along with
a lot of people that voted for me.
All right. Type in the comments if you had any thoughts on the Mamdani Trump meeting. We played on the Saturday show the interaction where Mamdani was asked if he still believes President Trump is a fascist. That was a great back and forth. Toria Brooks says in Italy, Greta Thunberg has been banned from Venice after dumping green dye into the Grand Canal. She was issued a €150 fine and a 48-hour restriction on entering the city after multiple climate protests this weekend. 35 plus other protesters got the same fine. Trump admin, according to Disclosed TV, has designated Cartel de los Soles, comprised of high-ranking Venezuelan military and government officials, to be a foreign terrorist organization. And keep your eyes peeled on Venezuela. Insider paper says Tucker Carlson says central banks are a scam and the U.S. dollar is doomed. Now he has launched a precious metals company. Oh. Has he now? What's it called? Well, where's the link to it? What's what I get for using Google? You can't use Google. Let me go to X. I really dislike Google. Let me ask Grok. Link to Tucker Carlson's precious metals company. Battalion Metals, co-founded by Tucker Carlson and Christopher Olson. There you go. Wow, gold is $4,100 an ounce. Silver, $51 an ounce. Platinum, $1,500. Palladium, $1,400. Wow. There you go. Dave says 2,000 to the Americans is a joke when you just gave Argentina $40 billion. Yeah, I'd like to find out more about this Argentina thing. Oblada. La 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 la, life goes on. But any money will help, I'm sure. I mean, it's a mortgage payment, you know. It's about the dollars coming in. Let's just keep the machine rolling. Why not? All right. Keep this machine rolling. Look a lot more Jillian Michaels talking about Epstein and power.
A lot of people were.
This is with Baker. Mike, what's his first name? Yeah, Mike Baker, CIA.
Dealing with Epstein after he was already known to be, you know, a sex offender.
Right.
And you would think that would be enough of a red flag to say, you know what? I'm not going to go to his party, or let's not have him come over to the office to me. But that didn't happen because other powerful or perceived as powerful people were vouching for him, and he was using that to roll through and collect all these various people in his orbit. Look, a lot of people were dealing with Epstein after he was already known to be, you know, a sex offender.
Right.
And
because they were all in on it. All in on it. All right, here's a little break from just a little something to break the monotony of all that hardcore dance that has gotten to be a little bit out of control. It's cool to dance, but what about a groove that soothes, moves romance? Give me a soft summer. What is it? Lick, and if it ain't broken, don't try to fix it. Anyway, just to break the regular political rigmarole, here's a little bit of a spiritual rigmarole and a metaphysical, esoterical, philosophical conversation here. This was interesting.
So Theo Vaughn just interviewed Matthew McConaughey today, and within 10 minutes, they were already discovering the answers to the universe in the most chill and universal introspective interview ever?
You know, there used to be something about the past at the moment you couldn't copy it, you couldn't record it. Like, I think that's why those times, you talk about some of this in your book, man, and it's like about time and like, God, like the moments of when I was a kid or sitting there laughing with my friends, like the moment was so much more real because you were never going to get it again.
Right. And you couldn't necessarily record it, and you sure as hell couldn't share it. There's a study on this, man. I don't know. I'm going to say it's like 20 years ago, or 25. The moment was the biggest dopamine rush. The jump, the cresting of the mountain, the pulling off whatever you tried to pull off.
Yeah.
Scientifically measured, the biggest dopamine hit. Cameras and, you know, mobile devices and stuff come out. It slowly turned to the recording of the moment. The snapshot, okay? Not the cresting of the hill, but we just recorded it.
The ownership of the moment.
The ownership of the moment, right? And then what has happened now, and has been around for 25 years, the biggest scientific dopamine hit that we get as humans is not the doing of the deed, is not the recording of the deed. It is when we press share.
Really?
Now that's a little bit like living in the third person, like we're all running around going, my rush is not when I run for a touchdown. My rush is when I see myself on the Jumbotron running for the touchdown. And that's That's a slippery slope, man. You know what I mean?
Well, it's slippery, but it also seems hard to even conceptualize who I am then, you know?
Yeah.
Am I myself? Am I just a viewer of myself now?
Yeah, that's it. We're much more voyeurs now.
Right.
And our identity comes from being objective, trying to look at ourselves.
We all do this to some degree, but shit, 14 and a half years of this, almost 2,000 videos. I mean, this is speaking directly to me.
From outside, and now comes from, well, what did you think of what I did and how?
Yeah. And that's the worst. What did you think of what I did? Because
and that'll be my definition of who I am.
Yeah.
That we got to watch that.
Dude, my sponsor tells me, he's like, you're not who they think you are. Yeah. You're not who you are. And you're not who you think they think you are.
Yeah.
So Theo Vaughn just interviewed Matthew McConaughey today.
There you go.
And within 10 minutes.
That's pretty interesting. I like that. Maybe you would too. Any thoughts on that? About how things have changed? You're not living in the moment as much. Would you say you're curious how many people will be getting checks? He said people that need it, whatever the heck that means. I don't know. Will they be mailed? Will they be direct deposit? I don't know. Okay, MS Now or BS Now panelist Jason Johnson is absolutely giddy that anti-ICE rioters and traitors are chasing ICE agents out of restaurants and slashing tires of ICE vehicles. Gotta be kidding me.
My MVP of the week is all of the students who walked out in Charlotte this week in protest of ICE raids.
Remind us, because we didn't talk about it.
So Charlotte's Web is basically ICE, Department of Homeland Security's plan to arrest thousands of supposedly undocumented people in Charlotte. It has terrorized the city. It has shut down traffic. You have schools where 40% of the kids are not showing up. And these young people on...
Yeah, if they're not showing up, why are they not showing up? If you're a legal American citizen, of course you'd show up. Why are they not? You're saying 30 to 40% of the school system are people that shouldn't be here? Making everything more expensive, making everything unaffordable, putting enormous strains on all of these, I don't know, what do you call them? School system assets, these schools. I don't think this is the flex that you think it is.
On their own, without politicians, without mom and dad said, we're standing against this. We want our country to be better. And thousands of them walked out of their schools in protest to say, we don't want ICE here. In addition to the fact, and I won't say that I'm suggesting this behavior, but ICE agents have found that their tires are slashed. They have been found that they have been chased out of...
Stop it.
They're laughing about it.
Yes, they have been chased out of buildings, chased out of restaurants.
But that's dangerous behavior.
It is dangerous behavior, but it is...
But it's okay.
A demonstration that...
No, that's not a demonstration. That's sedition.
The American public, when they're not being listened to, these are the options.
Oh, no. We're listening to the American public that don't want to have our nation invaded.
It'll take. I hope this administration listens and pulls back these ICE raids.
And I hope nothing violent happens to any of these students.
My MVP of the week is all of the students who walked out in Charlotte.
Wow. Imagine protesting the good guys. What is wrong with the people doing this? Yeah, right. Have you checked in on Nashville? This lady says, I'm not
that girl at the airport
I'm that girl at the airport.
These bachelorettes are giddy walking out in their two-toned colored Pantone pink shirts. And they walk out and I'm like, they're like, oh my God, Nashville! So bad.
So this is, we were talking a moment ago about the schools.
This lady's trying to run Nashville and she hates Nashville. What is wrong with you people?
And how Democrats are winning. And Paul, you were mentioning that you can't even figure out who to vote for because they hide their politics. Yeah. Republicans will come out and be like, here's what I think we should do. And Democrats will lie to you like Zoran
Not all, some of the Republicans are lying.
Of course.
Lindsey Graham, for one. He hates people at home.
So we've got this from Kalshi, and this is actually kind of funny. The reason I bring this up, one, shout out to Kalshi. Thanks for sponsoring the show. The Republican Party in Tennessee's 7th. This has popped up as a big market because of these leaks. 87% chance to win. Now, why do I highlight this? Because in response to this audio, This is Katie Briefs, the campaign manager for Afton Bain for Congress, told Fox News Digital in a statement, Republicans are panicking, and in a last-ditched attempt, they're distracting from the fact that Washington Republicans and Matt Van Epps are raising costs on Tennessee families and ripping with their health care, while Afton Bain will lower Tennessee families' costs and make groceries more affordable by eliminating the state.
Afton Bain is the person. Afton.
It's grocery tax. I want to say this. You are losing. The audio is damning. You hate the city you live in. We get it. This is what you do. But I also want to just add, the cookie cutter garbage response you made annoys me more than saying you hate the city you represent.
I'm that girl at the airport that all these bachelorettes are giddy walking out and they're...
She can't stand it. More and more is coming out about her. Do they have a solid voting system where they're going to make sure that she doesn't seize control of Nashville? It'd be wise to make sure she stays far away from positions of power. All right, here's a guy with a thought here about humans being priced out of existence on purpose.
The Illuminati are literally pricing humans out of existence.
Wow, childhood was great. I'm excited for a bright future. 9/11. What? Yeah, it's 9/11. It's going to be the worst terrorist attack in human history, and the world's never going to be the same. All right.
And everything went to shit after 9/11. Fact. Look at the spending. Look at the debt spending from 9/11 onward. That was the coup. That was the takeover.
Well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will... Financial crisis. There's going to be one of the worst financial crises ever.
That definitely turned my home upside down and my whole neighborhood into a state of chaos and bankruptcy as we fought for 12 years to fix that. That was a great time to have your first home.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30, global pandemic. There's going to be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates.
Not for the better.
Forever. This is becoming too much for me. All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year. $250,000.
Can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, you're going to need $250,000 a year for all those things now. Are you kidding me? Gee, I mean, I guess I'll just go back to medical school then. $300,000, that's going to cost $300,000 and also 10 years of your life. Oh, my... Whatever. I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist. They're going to try to replace you with AI. Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows. Try to forget about this. Child abuse. What? Yeah, child abuse. They were all abusing children.
Oh, God. I
need to go back to church. Also abusing children.
Shit. All right, I'll just go back to church. Also abusing children. Good God.
I can't do this anymore. Is the government at least like trying to fix this?
Stay weird.
Abusing children. Abusing children.
The Illuminati are...
this is a great skit. Sad that it's true. But a great skit. Yeah. Man, we really did grow up in the best time ever. It's indisputable, too. It's not even up for debate, I don't think. I think the 80s, 90s were the best ever. That's just fact. I don't write the rules. I just discuss what's going on. Marion, yes, that's comical, but sad, too. Exactly. Grace, what's up? Don't you think the walkouts and protests are admissions of guilt? Yeah, that's what I was saying in the Charlotte thing. Oh, 30 to 40% of our kids are not in school. Oh, so 40% of your kids are not supposed to be there? Get them out. Go. You're doubling the expenses. What are you doing? Spend your American money on Americans. This is not rocket. What is it? It's not rocket surgery. We're not all conditioned by the media to emotionally respond to this in the same way. Yeah, I've had to disconnect from that lying legacy media, but there's a lot of people who are tapped into it. Sadly, we got to find a way to break the brainwashed free from their programming. David says it is time for massive change. Amen to that. Make sure you subscribe to us on Twitter X. That is our account right there, the New American Media. It says from sports to spirituality, comedy to Congress, and freedom to firearms, seeking truth, challenging dogma, and having fun. Join the mostly civil conversation. And please share our show as well. Pinned to the top of our X account is our conversation with John B. Wells from Caravan to Midnight, talking God, Trump, Biden, Deep State, and World War III. Check us out. That's our Patreon link. If you want to sign up for like $5 or $10 a month or more, it's all appreciated. And it all goes a long way. We spend our donations very wisely. It takes many thousands to run this each year. It depends on how you want to break down the operating expenses, but I really try to keep things lean. That being said, I mean, even just the Restream software that I'm using is about $1,000 a year. So is that quite $100 a month, $80 a month, $70 a month? I don't know, something like that. It all adds up and it's all super appreciated. It's all super needed. So Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed for those of you that are interested. So yes, we definitely shared this Mark Kelly. I played you this clip, but we added, it looks like Mark Kelly has volunteered to be a test balloon for military justice in response to the treasonous actions made by Democrats over the past couple decades. Now the dam is breaking. Who will tried next? Ooh, look, I think I can edit. Who will be tried next? I like the ability to edit. TikTok, ? Court-martial? We shall see. All right, what is this? Recently, X has added a new feature which will allow anyone to know your app location or country of origin. However, you can set this only to region or continent. Open settings, privacy and safety, about your account, use region, continent, done. Maybe I should do that. Should I do that? Is there any downside to do it? I don't know. Clam fan. Wow. What does that mean? Is it okay that my mind went where it went? It's a grandfather, so I'm guessing it might just be a fan of clams. Or, anyway, I'm going to move on. This account says, I'm blown away by the number of BS accounts on X in the amazing new country of origin tool that's now available. Here's a typical account. It presents as a liberal Californian that followed me. Anyway, the country of origin shows that it's Nigeria. There are so many other examples like this. West Coast Community Voice. Oh, West Coast. There you go. A hub for California voices and culture and ideas. Well, that sounds good. I'm okay with that. Bam! Nigeria. Opened a month ago. Why? For what purpose? For what purpose are they doing that? Country of origin. I got to play around on this. Tonitrus says, okay, the brand new X feature to display a user's country of origin is now working in public. I checked some of those accounts and they constantly attack us and promote white guilt. Take a look at Native American Soul's account. Native American Soul. In their profile, they have an American flag and location set to Los Angeles, California. Where's the American flag? Oh, right there, American flag. The incredible history of Native Americans is full of things that are not in the books and not taught by schools, so stay with us for more story. Oh, Native American Soul, a bunch of Native Americans in America. Okay. Bam, Bangladesh. Opened up less than 2 years ago. So the Bangladeshans want to lecture Americans about Native American stuff. Why? And pretend to be American. They got a big American flag in there. It says they're based in Los Angeles. All right, today, Jack Posobiec says, I have just received a videotape that proves Derek Chauvin did not commit M. What's on the tape? It's a recording of his trial. Alpha News here says that Derek Chauvin's attorney has filed a new petition saying the prosecution can only run from the truth for so long in a bombshell petition alleging prosecutorial misconduct. More than 50 former and current officers provided sworn declarations stating that the techniques used by Derek Chauvin and the other Minneapolis police officers involved in the arrest of George Floyd was part of MPD training. Yeah, we watched that. We covered that, I think, a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. That's how Minneapolis Police Department was trained. Put their knee on the shoulders, neck, upper back area, that whole region. And it wasn't like he was grabbing a hold of something and pushing down. He wasn't applying excessive force there. It looked bad. But it's also, if you look at the training manual of how Minneapolis Police Department was trained, it looks like he was doing what they were trained to do. Christian Hines says Derek Chauvin must be freed. His incarceration in the name of placating the mob is not only a total miscarriage of justice, but it empowers the left and grants moral authority to one of their more recent idols. His entire case constitutes one giant legitimizing narrative for the left that has to be torn down before it enters the realm of mythology. Fisher King says there's a group of people, white liberals are the bulk of them, who will never admit that Derek Chauvin and his fellow officers were railroaded and wrongly imprisoned, because accepting this means that you were a cheerleader to a public lynching that destroyed lives. This is Jack Posobiec, live in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't know when this is from, but he has thoughts on this at a TPUSA event.
America will not be made whole until we receive justice for Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin did not commit murder. Derek Chauvin should not be where he is right now. The truth must come out about what happened with George Floyd. It was a lie, and it was always a lie. And when Derek Chauvin is a free man, I will personally lead the lawsuit against Black Lives Matter and the millions of dollars that they took from his name.
So, the question to you, dear viewer, do you agree or disagree? Type your answer in the comments. This is Charlie Kirk discussing the same topic. And as I told you before, they tried to silence Charlie. So since I almost never played any of his stuff prior, because I didn't really watch his content a lot, although I did interview him, and he is on the intro to this show, the Agree to Disagree Show / the TNAM Daily Show. Hit like, hit subscribe, by the way. They tried to silence Charlie Kirk, so I'm going to air more of his stuff always. Here's the conversation. What do you think?
I saw a clip somewhere that you were trying to get the officer who murdered George Floyd pardoned, and I just want to know what your reasoning was about that.
Well, George Floyd didn't die because of the police officer. He died largely because of a drug overdose.
But he had his knee on his neck. And we all saw the video.
But the knee on the neck is actually an approved police technique that police departments taught Derek Chauvin to use. Do you know that George Floyd was saying, "I couldn't breathe," well before that restraining technique? And
so why they use?
Yeah, he was saying that as soon as the police interaction was made in the vehicle. Has anyone raise your hand to type in the comments? QOTD, question of the day. I watched the full Floyd video. Or no, I did not watch it. If you watched it, you're going to come away with a very different impression. I'm very curious your thoughts if you watched it. I watched it. The dude was saying, I can't breathe right away. He was hyperventilating. It looked like he had swallowed a bunch of fentanyl. It showed up on the toxicology reports. He absolutely freaked out when he was calmly, politely, professionally placed in the back of the cop cruiser. The police were calm. He wasn't calm. He said, I can't go back there. I can't go back there. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He was hyperventilating slash having a heart attack slash overdosing. I don't know which version of those three, but it felt like some version of overdose, hyperventilating, panic attack, something. Marion, I would say watch the video. Watch the full interaction. Most of the people that formed a very quick opinion based on that ending clip, they didn't see that this was a medical incident that was occurring way prior to that moment. And if the other officer had just closed the other effing door to that cop cruiser, we never would have heard of this. He would have been taken to the station. He would have had his medical event. They would have had him treated. He would have seen medical staff. He would have survived or not survived. That whole last incident would have never needed. If we could go back and undo that moment, I would have loved to. And I've also called for, if people are freaking out If they're having a panic attack or an overdose, instead of restraining them in a manner with the knee on top, the back, neck, shoulder area, that triangle of that area to keep them down, just get like a lasso, some sort of a zip tie, some sort of a long chain thing that you put around the base of the car tire. You put handcuffs on the ankles, and you put the wrists and the ankles together behind your back. Let them wiggle, let them squirm. Don't get involved in something where it can be accused that you offed somebody that was having a medical event on their own. And then get the medical staff there to treat them as quick as you can. Nothing cruel or unusual. David watched the whole thing. David, what's your thought on how that all played out?
Is the technique if he already couldn't breathe?
Well, because he was actually resisting arrest, and they had to restrain him, and they restrained him in a way that they were taught to do, which is the knee on the neck technique.
Okay, so when does the like technique end? Like when they die? Like he said he couldn't breathe.
No, I mean the technique ends when the individual stops resisting arrest.
Although he did stop moving a while before that, I think. Several seconds, a couple minutes, like he stayed on in that position past the point of him moving around, which is not a good look. It was bad. Agreed.
Cause of death was not asphyxiation, it was drug overdose.
That was a part of it. Like he also had a heart like thing, and like he was.
Yeah, he had a heart condition, and it was a fentanyl overdose. Nothing to do with Derek Chauvin.
He was on drugs, but like he wouldn't have just died if he was standing there. Like
we don't know if he would have died if he was just standing there. If his response to getting arrested, saying, I can't go back to jail, is I'm going to eat all the fentanyl so that you can't catch me with it, so I can't get busted with it, which leads to your overdose, how is that anybody else's fault? That's that person's fault.
They had his...
Well, actually, there's an argument to be made. According to the medical examiner, he was drug overdosing in real time. That it wasn't because of the police officer, Derek Chauvin, that put his...
But he was overdosing in real time because he may have eaten his stash because he didn't want to go to jail. Maybe. Or they just happened to get there right as the overdose was happening, which is possible. But there was also the panic. The dude was flipping out. He was freaking out. I can't go back there. I can't go back. I can't breathe. He was working himself up into it. So like part of it was self-induced. Part of it was drug-induced. Part of it was heart-induced. It was a cluster. It was a big mess. David's saying, I guess they never showed the whole video in court. Well, I mean, Jack Posobiec is saying, I look at the court video of what they saw and what they didn't see, what they went through, what they didn't hear. He's convinced that this should be overturned. Grace, you watched the video. What was your thoughts?
Knee on the neck. And again, they were taught to do that. According to the Hennepin County Police Department, they teach that as an approved restraint technique. And by the way, this is just a broader point. Our whole country blew up because of this incident, and it was largely based on a lie. Largely based on a lie. We were all.
What was the lie?
The lie is that there was a white police officer that went after a black person just because he was black, and it just wasn't true. He was resisting arrest.
Okay, but he killed him. Like that doesn't.
Well, again,
they're circling back to the beginning. Like Charlie's saying, no, that's not what happened. That's how it was framed. That's not what happened.
The county medical examiner disagrees. The county medical examiner in the original report.
So then why was he? Why did he get sentenced?
Exactly.
Like,
that's a good
no,
question.
I'm saying.
It's because it was largely a show trial where actually they were not allowed to submit
what
evidence.
Trial?
A show trial.
Yeah, just like in pick your totalitarian regime. They'll put on a trial, but it's not a trial. Ask Trump with E. Jean Carroll. He wasn't allowed to present evidence, exculpatory evidence, defense materials. It was a trial, but it was a show trial. You didn't even have a chance to defend yourself.
Show trial is an example where you put people on display or a show for a political purpose or political means. And this is an example of that, where Derek Chauvin was not given a fair hearing in this trial. He was not even allowed to use the police training handbook in his trial to show that he was taught to use that restraining technique.
And if that technique is something you don't want to use, then you need to address it and discuss the technique. You don't blame the person for doing what he was trained to do.
Okay, so what do you want to happen to Derek Chauvin? Like,
pardon.
So he's just free? What is that?
Yes.
What message does that send to like?
It should be. It's a message that you should get an actual fair trial and that you're not going to get a trial by media.
So that's being discussed today. Okay, Senator Slotkin is trying to defend her sick plot to turn service members against the commander-in-chief, who has never issued a single illegal order. Take a listen to this. Tortured logic from Slotkin. Who's Slotkin? Alyssa Slotkin. From that state up north. We don't say their name, especially this week. Go Buckeyes. OH.
It does imply that the president is having illegal orders, which you have not seen.
I think for us, it was just a statement widely, right? We say very quickly and to all the folks who come to us, this is the process. Go to your JAG officer, ask them for explanation.